rebirth through battle. In the vast realm of Shumi, a place devoid of law, the stars dimmed and the mountains concealed themselves, leaving only a colossal crimson crescent moon suspended against the night sky. The earth was strewn with grayish-yellow gravel, exuding an unbearable heat that distorted the very air around it. Countless towering edifices rose like spires, all converging towards a central, towering black spire that pierced the heavens, spreading outward in a vast web that extended to Thed. Izert's edge. A sand vessel glided slowly through the desert sands. Modest in size, approximately 30 feet in length and 10 feet in height, the vessel was adorned in a deep azure hue. Its hull, marked by waves reminiscent of ocean tides, bore a faint patina of wear and emitted a gentle blue luminescence, enveloping the craft in a thin membrane that offered slick reprieve from the oppressive heat. Brother Chio, in half an hour's time, we shall cross the boundary of this lawless land, correct? Once we cross that threshold, life and death shall be ours to dictate. When the time comes, I will slay that brat and seize his treasures. Even if he possesses a formidable backing as a core disciple of one of the seven divine sects, it will not concern me. A towering figure, resembling a colossus, emerged from shadows. Bare-chested, his fierce visage framed by disheveled hair, his body was a tapestry of sinewy muscle, akin to one forged from steel, radiating a faint bronze sheen while exuding an aura of cultivation at the nascent soul level. Upon hearing this, the young woman covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a delicate giggle that was both sweet and playful. The sight of her spring-like beauty left the burly man parched and aflame with desire. Just as he reached out, the woman pushed his hand away with a swift motion. What's the rush? Once we cross the boundary, we can take advantage of that injured fool and strip him of all his possessions. The breakthrough to a higher realm will be within our grasp. Look at him, he surely possesses valuable treasures. Before his injury, he might have been a formidable practitioner of the divine path. After we succeed, Brother Chio, I shall be at your service in any manner you desire. The towering man chuckled heartily, though his expression was twisted and fierce, his eyes glinting with malice as he glanced back. His gaze fell upon a young man sitting cross-legged, a vision of youthful grace. His features were striking, chiseled like a sculptor's masterpiece, radiating an aura of ethereal GHD. Were it not for his unusually pale complexion, devoid of any color, and the tattered robes stained with blood, one might even mistake him for an otherworldly being. At that moment, the young man, clad in white, had his eyes tightly shut and his brow furrowed, seemingly trapped in a state of unconsciousness due to the severity of his injuries. Completely oblivious to the wicked intentions of the two, that a sense of unease unexpectedly surfaced within the large man's heart, causing him to furrow his brow. Acting with prudence, he immediately began to chant an incantation. A blaze of fire arose from his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, it transformed into a fire serpent as thick as an arm, coiling around the white-clad man and binding him securely before he felt relieved. Boy, encountering us is a stroke of ill fortune for you. Under normal circumstances, I might have to address you respectfully as a senior, but as things stand, I am the cleaver, and you're the fish. Rather than perishing in the vast desert, it is better to die at my hands, ensuring that your treasures are not wasted. The iron tower-like man chuckled sinisterly, already rubbing his fists together and intensified the propulsion of the sandboat. At that moment, 7 streaks of escaping light materialized in the ink-like sky, starkly contrasting with the substantial darkness of the night, making them exceptionally conspicuous. Initially, these streaks of light were merely 7 faint and dim specks, but in the blink of an eye, they hurtled forward like comets, illuminating the surrounding sky as if it were broad daylight. The large man and the woman were aghast and exclaimed, "Have these people lost their minds? Do they not know that flying is prohibited in the skies within 1,000,000 miles of the lawless zone? If we are caught in the crossfire and struck down by the seniors within the lawless zone, we are sure to die." The large man hastily spat out a mouthful of vital blood, sacrificing his physical strength and cultivation, forcibly summoning all his magical power to propel the sand boat to Aki. Larate and change course forward. Chapter 1. Reincarnation through Dissolution. In the vast expanse of the Sumeru realm, a lawless domain, the stars dimmed and the mountains faded into obscurity. A colossal, sanguine crescent moon dominated the night sky. The terrain below was a desolate expanse of ochre sand, radiating intense heat that distorted the very air. Countless towering structures dotted the landscape, converging upon a colossal, ebony spire at the epicenter, forming an intricate network that stretched to the horizon. A lone sand skiff meandered through the desert. The vessel, a mere 3 zhang in length and 1 zhang in height, was painted in faded cerulean hues, its once vibrant, wave-like patterns now muted. A faint, azure luminescence emanated from the hull, providing a meager barrier against the oppressive heat. "Brother Chio," a voice called out, "in another half-hour, we shall cross the boundary of this forsaken land. Shall we not?" A hulking figure emerged from the shadows, a man of towering stature with a ferocious countenance. His bare torso revealed a network of rippling muscles, forged like tempered bronze, radiating the power of a nascent soul. Once we're beyond that boundary, debts of life and death are rendered moot. I shall slay that whelp, seize his treasures, and even if he possesses the backing of one of the Sev, ingrate sects, they shall have no jurisdiction over me. Chapter 2. A slight flaw in the white jade as the sun ascends, its meticulously arranged rays gradually envelop the dome and the earth beneath. A gentle breeze stirs, causing a vast emerald platform, akin to a lotus leaf, to sway delicately in the wind, a marvel of nature. Upon this verdant expanse, a young man clad in azure sits cross-legged, seemingly merging with the verdant training ground. The youth, around 16 years of age, possesses a tall and robust physique, with a strikingly elegant visage. His brow is adorned with a spirited aura, and subtle ripples of water dance upon his azure attire, while misty serpents coil around him. He wears a crown of white jade upon his head and a belt of jade at his waist, which lends him an air of maturity beyond his years. At this moment, the azure-clad youth furrows his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the morning's cool dew. He exhales like a dragon and inhales as if consuming the air. With his hands forming intricate seals, visible streams of milky white energy rise from the lotus-like platform, slowly entering his mouth and nostrils. With each influx, the expression of anguish upon his face deepens. Yet, surrounding his dantian lies an invisible chasm, impervious to the violent onslaught of the spiraling energy, remaining steadfast. After several moments of stalemate, he resolves to push through, disregarding the pain of expanding his meridians, forcefully drawing in the energy, converting it into a more ferocious cyclone that assails the barriers of his dantian. Instantly, his entire body feels as though it is being sliced and pricked by 1,000 needles, the torment nearly unbearable. However, it is evident that he has reached a critical juncture, and he can only grit his teeth and endure. Just as wisps of energy begin to seep into the dantian, causing the unseen barrier to tremble, a tempestuous surge of blood energy erupts from the depths of his dantian, like a raging wind, devouring the relentless spirals and surging forth defiantly. In an instant, the young boy's complexion flushed crimson, his body ablaze with fever, and prominent veins throbbed upon his forehead. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, dissipating into a mist that vanished into the air. "Zhao Chunbi, are you courting death?" A sharp rebuke resounded from afar, followed by the swift arrival of a figure clad in crimson. The youth, known as Zhao Chunbi, swallowed the blood in his mouth, straining to turn his head. There, he beheld a scarlet jade sword soaring towards him, its blade glimmering with a translucent sheen akin to blood jade, upon which a pair of snow-white feet delicately trod. The newcomer possessed long, graceful legs, skin as fair as polished jade, and a figure that was both tall and exquisite. Though merely 14 or 15 years of age, the girl's bosom had begun to swell slightly, and her slender waist could easily be encircled by a gentle grasp, resembling a blooming lotus, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her eyes sparkled like the clear waters of spring, and her lips, as enchanting as the evening glow, complemented her flowing red hair that danced in the morning mist, rendering her an ethereal sight. Yet, the presence of her arched brows added an air of spirited elegance to her beauty, making her even more striking. At this moment, the girl's brow furrowed with anger as she suspended the flying sword before Zhao Chunbi, gracefully leaping to his side, where she too sat cross-legged. Placing her palms against his back, a stream of fiery energy began to flow into his body, causing Zhao Chunbi's pallor to improve slightly. You forcefully inhale spiritual energy to strike at your dantian, Do you not fear bursting your meridians and becoming a bedridden invalid for the rest of your life? The maiden's fortune was incessant, yet her mouth continued its ceaseless motion, her complexion flushed crimson with indignation. Only upon closer inspection could one discern the myriad of emotions swirling within her eyes: worry, affection, concern, and a hint of bashful coyness. Zhao Qinbi's countenance bore a bitter expression, and he sighed softly. "You Jew, but if I ultimately fail to establish my qi repository, in the end, I shall be no more than a cripple." Upon hearing this, Liu Ju's nose twinged with a sudden ache, and her eyes glistened with nascent tears, rendering her all the more pitiable and endearing. Her tone softened as she spoke. "Brother Qinbi, the esteemed master has taught us that the Tao of heaven is all-encompassing. Yet there is always a path for humanity. There is no such thing as a truly hopeless situation. In the past, you were the first among our generation of disciples to draw qi into your body, and the first to unblock all of your meridians. Your talent was so exceptional, and your progress so rapid, that the entire sect was moved by your achievements. Although we know not what ails you now, preventing you from establishing your qi repository, the sect master possesses boundless divine powers and will one day resolve the issue plaguing your body. Please, do not be impetuous and undermine the very foundation of your cultivation." Zhao Qinbi forced a smile, feigning nonchalance as he replied, I know. It's just that after so many failures, I still cannot establish my qi repository. Seeing you all enter the qi repository realm and embark on formal cultivation, while I can only barely draw qi into my body and temper my physique like a common martial artist, fills me with discontent. That is why I recklessly risked damaging my meridians in an attempt to succeed, but alas, it was all for naught. The first realm of cultivation is known as the opening of the Qi Palace, wherein one establishes the energy center within, absorbing and retaining the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, nourishing the spirit and physical form, thus enhancing vitality and longevity. Only then can one traverse the winds and embark on distant journeys, manifesting true spiritual form. Following this, there exists the realms of distant travel and manifestation. And beyond that lies the condensation of the golden elixir, transforming the elixir into an infant, an achievement likened to that of terrestrial immortals. A feat that countless cultivators strive for throughout their lives yet find it elusive. Zhao Qinbi was originally a prodigy, the direct descendant of the Eastern Lin sect's leader. Born amidst a tempestuous night 16 years prior, his birth was heralded by celestial phenomena, thunderous light within the clouds, which dissipated moments later to reveal a bright moon amidst a constellation of stars, accompanied by a pair of majestic white deer that descended to guard him. Thereafter, Zhao Qinbi pursued cultivation with remarkable fervor. Even in his childhood, he began to exhibit extraordinary potential, effortlessly absorbing spiritual energy and unblocking over 100 meridians within his body. His profound understanding of ancient texts and expansive insights astonished even his father, a master at the golden elixir stage, along with numerous elders and esteemed guests. However, upon reaching the age of 8, as he aspired to be the earliest disciple in the history of the Eastern Lin sect to enter the Qi Palace realm, an unforeseen calamity struck. Just as his Qi Palace began to take form, an unusual occurrence transpired within his dantian. All surrounding meridians withered and dried up, gradually coalescing into an invisible barrier that obstructed the influx of spiritual energy. Additionally, a surge of violent blood energy erupted, wreaking havoc and causing internal chaos, ultimately leading to a severe affliction that plagued Zhao Qinbi, resulting in the untimely demise of his companion, the white deer. Zhao Qinbi wiped away the fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet, his youthful spirit prevailed, and after years of unwavering perseverance, his indomitable will soon liberated him from his despondency. He broke into a smile, as if reassuring himself and the girl beside him. "Fear not. I shall not succumb to despair or self-destruction. The heavens are ever active. A gentleman must strive ceaselessly. I believe a solution will ultimately present itself." Upon hearing this, Liu Jue felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable warmth. She softly chuckled. "Indeed, that is the Zhao Qinbi, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of our Donglin sect. A hidden dragon in the depths shall surely soar to the heavens. Brother Qinbi will resolve the issue with his dantian." A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the girl's skirt and the boy's sleeves as they sat closely together, basking in the soft sunlight amidst the wafting clouds. The shadows of that day would remain etched in their hearts for millennia to come, now as the revered wheel saint and the scarlet sword master. Suddenly, An untimely cough echoed from a distance, shattering their tranquility. From afar, 7 or 8 figures leaped down the stone steps, gliding over the waves. Their feet danced lightly upon the emerald surface of the water, effortlessly springing up as if dragonflies skimming the surface, swiftly arriving at the expansive lotus leaf plaza. At the forefront was Sun Jian, one of the esteemed grandsons of the Grand Elder of Donglan sect, adorned in splendid robes and a high-crowned hat. He wielded an ivory and jade fan. With his fair complexion and nonchalant demeanor, he exuded an air of elegance, though his stocky stature and compact features somewhat tempered his graceful appearance. Having just steadied himself, Sun Jian found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Li Yuju's elegant, elongated legs, her vermilion lips, and exquisite countenance, his eyes burning with an undeniable ardor. Before Sun Jian could utter a word, a gaunt youth in violet robes, named Wang Jihuan, stepped forward from behind him, launching into a tirade of scorn. Zhao Qinbi, do not presume that merely being the son of the sect master grants you license to act with impunity within these sacred grounds. You arrive at the cultivation field before the designated time, and feign injury to exploit Yuju's compassionate nature. Our Eastern Proximity sect has always maintained that only those who establish their abodes of qi before the age of 16 are deemed formal disciples. Sun Jian advanced, closing the distance between himself and the 2 figures seated in meditation. Witnessing their intimate proximity, he was consumed by jealousy, and echoed the scornful sentiments. Others may afford you deference as the sect master's son, but I, Sun Jian, harbor no such fear. Were you not once hailed as the Eastern Proximity sect's prodigy, a talent unmatched in a millennium? How is it that you are now incapable of even activating your qi abode? I wonder if your father will continue to shield you, allowing you to squander resources within the inner sanctum once the year-end assessment is complete. As the dawn brightened, an increasing number of nascent disciples arrived at the cultivation field. Upon beholding the scene unfolding before them, they hesitated, forming a throng of 300 to 400 onlookers, murmuring amongst themselves. That corpulent son, emboldened by his grandfather's growing influence within the sect, particularly with the sect master's prolonged absences, dares to bully senior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao, you say? What does being the sect master's son matter when he cannot even activate his qi abode? I have heard it said that Zhao Qinbi, in his mother's womb, caused her demise, and thus he is not a virtuous being. Now, with his own dantian rendered useless and his meridians damaged, his path of cultivation has come to an end, sparing the world from further calamity. Zhu, how can you speak in such a manner? Do you dare to provoke me? Among our generation of disciples, which one of us was not able to swiftly establish a foundation and commence cultivation thanks to the insights gleaned from Brother Zhao's teachings of the eternal muscle transformation scripture? Have you no conscience, you wretched glutton? Enough of your quarrel. Brother Zhao has indeed bestowed great kindness upon us and is of upright and benevolent character. If the circumstances turn unfavorable, we shall charge forth together. I have long harbored disdain for that gluttonous son. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, the Grand Elder could pose a threat to us. Why not simply observe the spectacle? With this time, you might as well retreat and meditate for a while. Amidst the venomous words of Sun Jian and Wang Jihuan and the whispers of the surrounding disciples, Zhao Qinbi remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he prepared to depart. It was Li Yujue, however, who was unable to contain her anger. With a cold chuckle, she gracefully lifted her jade-like arm, her delicate fingers gently tapping the blade of her blood-red sword, sending it soaring through the air towards Sun Jian. Sun Jian's countenance shifted abruptly, never anticipating that Li Yujue would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Despite harboring affections for her, a surge of resentful jealousy arose within him, born of unrequited desire. Instantly, he flicked his right hand, and the treasured fan he held unfurled, emitting 2 streams of milky white spiritual light. One surged forward with sudden force, while the other shielded his form. He stepped back swiftly upon the verdant lotus leaf. The blood-jade flying sword pierced the air, arriving in an instant, evading the foremost ray of spiritual light. Like a crimson setting sun, it descended upon the protective aura. The aura contorted and warped, wavering erratically, yet ultimately remained unbroken by the sword's assault. Seeing her initial strike thwarted, Li Yujue, in her mortification and rage, was about to propel the jade sword forward once more with the refined spiritual energy within her, but Zhao Qinbi grasped her sleeve, restraining her. Enough, contention is unjust. Let us depart. Zhao Qinbi sighed softly, shaking his head, and was about to draw Li Yujue away across the water. Upon witnessing this, Sun Jian and his cohorts were unwilling to let them leave so easily. His plump face contorted, and he uttered with malicious intent, "Zhao Qinbai, you jinx. It is not enough that you ruin yourself by being unable to cultivate. Must you also plague the sect master, who toils relentlessly seeking remedies to heal your ruined dantian? You were the doom of your mother, and now you seek to corrupt junior sister Yuju?" A surge of violent intent arose abruptly from his dantian, igniting like a raging inferno in an instant. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qunbai halted, stopping abruptly at the edge of the lotus leaf arena in an unnatural posture. "What? Do you still intend to strike? A wretch incapable of even opening your chi storage dares to contend with true cultivators such as ourselves?" Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Jian felt a surge of joy, albeit tinged with a hint of surprise, and promptly resorted to mocking provocation. An inexplicable tremor coursed through Li Yuk's heart as he sensed, for the first time in his life, a flicker of extreme ferocity emanating from Zhao Qunbai beside him, a murderous intent that surged like tumultuous waves, bearing an oppressive weight that rendered one breathless, akin to standing amidst a sea of corpses or within the depths of a hellish battlefield. This lethal aura dissipated in an instant. Yet cold sweat erupted on Li Yuk's back. "Brother Qunbai." Zhao Qunbai feigned indifference, his eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue, his brows furrowing in profound anguish, evidently struggling to maintain control. For reasons unknown, every time he endeavored to cultivate his energy chamber and met with failure, a mysterious backlash of blood energy would surge within his dantian, growing increasingly intense with each attempt. Following each backlash, a fierce sense of brutality and bloodlust would violently swell within Zhao Qunbai, accompanied by an overwhelming urge for carnage and visions of countless slaughter, nearly causing him to lose his composure. In recent years, confronted with such provocations within the sect, Zhao Qunbai had consistently chosen to endure and retreat for the sake of sect harmony and his father's reputation. Today was intended to be no different. However, Sun Jian's casual remark rendered him unable. Chapter 3. Fallen tiger in the plains can still bully a dog. A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the tranquility of the early morning, marking the first instance of the Holy King Chariot's furious bellow in his life. An echo that would resonate through the seven realms for millennia to come. A cyan figure was seen violently stomping his right foot on a leaf, surging forward with the speed of lightning, ascending to a height of 2 zhang in the air. Zhao Qunbai clasped his palms into fists, and streams of spiritual energy cyclones surged from his meridians, erupting like vapor, descending vertically upon Sun Jian. Sun Jian was startled, not anticipating Zhao Qunbai's uncharacteristic, ruthless, and decisive attack, imbued with an intense aura of slaughter that seemed incongruous with a 16-year-old, instilling an almost insurmountable sense of defeat. To the further astonishment of Sun Jian and the onlookers, Zhao Qunbai, not yet having attained the Keifu realm, was unable to wield spiritual energy to cast spells. Nor did he possess any magical implements for windborne flight. Instead, he relied on his precise control over the spiritual energy within his meridians, causing it to flow in reverse, using the recoil for propulsion, coupled with his robust physique, to ascend 2 zhang into the air, striking down with the swiftness of thunder. Sun Jian, after all, had successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, having reached the initial stage of the Keifu realm. With his 6 senses purified, his spiritual orifices opened, and his mind exceptionally agile, he quickly composed himself after his initial surprise. A trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his lips, and he sneered inwardly. Undaunted, Sun Jian advanced, each footfall measured, his left hand unfurling the mystical fan artifact to 3/4 of its span. His right hand, poised in a mudra, summoned forth a wisp of ethereal cyan spiritual energy, akin to a cerulean serpent, which flowed with deceptive speed into the fan, causing it to resonate with vibrant, luminous clarity and tremble with anticipation. Zhao Qunbai, bear witness to the chasm that divides the mundane from the enlightened, the essence of a cultivator who has unlocked the secrets of the Qi Palace. Sun Jian proclaimed with a triumphant laugh that echoed skyward. In an instant, the fan in his grasp swelled to several times its original size, suffused with pristine light, but the calligraphy and landscapes adorning its surface remained indistinct, as if lacking the spiritual vigor to fully manifest. Wind Thunder Fan, awaken the winds. With a flourish of his corpulent hand, Sun Jian unleashed the gargantuan fan, its motion conjuring a tempestuous gale that coalesced into a slender, razor-edged wind blade, hurtling directly toward Zhao Qunbai, who occupied the heavens above. As the bladed squall bore down upon him, Zhao Qunbai stood firm, neither flinching nor evading, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. The spiritual energy coursing through his meridians erupted forth from his very being, converging upon his fists, which he then brought down with thunderous force upon the approaching wind blade. A deafening sonic boom reverberated through the air as the man-sized gust was rent asunder by the sheer impact. The onlookers erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Has Brother Zhao not yet unlocked his chi palace? How then can he shatter Sun Jian's assault? Know that the wind thunder fan is a treasure bestowed upon his favored grandson by the Grand Elder himself, a medium-grade artifact of considerable power. Indeed, Brother Zhao's approach is devoid of any discernible sorcery, instead bearing a resemblance to the martial arts of worldly warriors, yet its potency is undeniable. After shattering the wind blade with a single punch, Zhao Qinbi's descent faltered momentarily. His garments, casually crafted by a grand cultivator of the Golden Core realm, proved impervious to Sun Jian's assault. However, beneath his sleeves, Zhao Qinbi's hands had begun to bleed, accompanied by a piercing pain. His forearms were tinged with a faint cyan hue, indicating considerable distress. Sun Jian, mortified by the inefficacy of his wind blade attack and the resulting loss of face before the assembly, flushed crimson with rage. He prepared to channel his entire spiritual power into the mountains and rivers fan, intent on unleashing a more devastating blow upon Zhao Qinbi. However, Zhao Qinbi would not afford him the opportunity to complete his incantation. He gritted his teeth, enduring the throbbing pain in his arm, and once again clenched his fist. He unleashed the last vestiges of spiritual energy from his meridians, causing his descent to accelerate violently as he crashed down upon Sun Jian. This strike carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. If it were to land, Sun Jian would undoubtedly be rendered unconscious, if not prostrate on the ground. Panic seized Sun Jian, and he abandoned his incantation to activate the wind and thunder fan. Instead, he fumbled within his sleeve, producing a white talisman. The talisman was adorned with intricate patterns, its strokes faded, and its edges slightly frayed. Yet, Sun Jian regarded it with the utmost reverence, pouring nearly 80% of his meager spiritual power into it. The talisman instantly stirred, fluttering between Sun Jian's fingers, igniting from its base. It generated a milky white halo around Sun Jian, resembling a tortoise shell. Zhao Qinbi's fists arrived in an instant, striking the milky white halo with the force of thunder. A deafening explosion erupted, but the halo remained steadfast, unyielding as granite, without the slightest tremor. Conversely, Zhao Qinbi felt an immense force rebounding towards him, causing him to fly backward a distance of 10 feet. He managed to steady himself by digging his heels into the ground, but his internal organs churned violently, and he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, his arms numb. Seeing that the talisman not only blocked Zhao Qinbi's thunderous strike but also injured him with its rebounding force, Sun Jian did not appear triumphant. Instead, he looked pained, his heart aching as he hastily retrieved the tattered talisman, which had already burned away about a quarter of its mass. Zhao Qinbi, why did you strike with such venom? Had my grandfather not bestowed upon me this protective talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a far-realm cultivator, I would have been ambushed by you today. This talisman is invaluable. You shall recompense me for it. Sun Jian glared, roaring with indignation, devoid of any composure or haughtiness. Zhao Qinbi merely scoffed, offering no response. He slowly regulated the turbulent energy within his body, his frame subtly arching forward, like a tiger poised to pounce, exuding a fierce intent to kill. I've seen shamelessness, but never such brazenness as yours. A mere nascent soul cultivator like you, facing the meridian condensation realm Qinbi, is so helpless that you must resort to a life-saving talisman bestowed by your grandfather to barely avoid defeat. You bring utter disgrace upon yourself. How dare you accuse others of venom? Had Qinbi not managed to deflect your wind blade, he would likely be riddled with wounds by now. How is it that you are not venomous? Liu Ju, who had been observing the battle, raised her brow, parted her cherry lips, and immediately retorted with scorn towards Sun Jian. Simultaneously, Liu Ju was profoundly astounded. Compared to Zhao Qinbi, Sun Jian had not only established his estate and gathered qi, but also possessed a magical artifact bestowed upon him by his grandfather, the Grand Elder. Yet, Zhao Qinbi shattered it with a single physical blow. Though he invoked an aura of protection to deflect the thunderous fist, onlookers clearly perceived the disparity in their capabilities. Stung by the derision of the woman he admired, and further wounded by her repeated use of Qinbi, my dear, Sun Jian's heart ached. His face flushed crimson, and he was rendered nearly speechless, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. The jeers of the crowd, like piercing needles, thoroughly wounded Sun Jian, causing his eyes to redden with fury. He instantly formed 2 incantations with his hands, channeling the dwindling spiritual power within him towards his fingertips. Power already diminished by the use of talismans. In an instant, a finger-thick fire serpent materialized on his left fingertip, radiating intense heat, while an ice-white cone, exuding chilling frost, appeared on his right. Spirit art, fire serpent. Spirit art, ice cone. 2 streaks of light, one crimson and one white, shot towards Zhao Chenbi with sudden impetus, akin to twin flying swords, catching everyone off guard. Sun Jian's abrupt assault took the onlookers by surprise, who privately condemned his underhandedness. Yet, Zhao Chenbi appeared to have anticipated this, betraying not the slightest hint of negligence. However, the searing fire serpent and the frigid ice cone were too swift, arriving almost instantaneously, leaving no room for evasion. Observing this spectacle, Li Yuju's heart, which had finally begun to settle, was once again seized with anxiety, her alluring lips gently bitten, and her delicate hands instinctively clenching the hem of her skirt. Sun Jian was actually capable of simultaneously casting 2 spirit arts of differing attributes. Quickly, intercept them. Outside the immense lotus leaf training field, a young cultivator clad in a black robe exclaimed in alarm, hastily addressing his companion who was meditating nearby. The 2 were duty-bound stewards of the Eastern Lin Sect's training field, having already attained the distant excursion realm, the 2nd stage of cultivation. Initially, they had feigned ignorance, unwilling to become involved due to concerns about the backgrounds of Zhao Chenbi and Sun Jian. However, to their surprise, Sun Jian, in his shame and fury, had unleashed 2 spirit arts of entirely different attributes. Combined, they posed a severe threat to Zhao Chenbi, whose realm had not yet reached the point of establishing a mansion. In their panic, the 2 stewards took to the air, but the distance was too great, and it was already too late. As the 2 beams of spiritual light hurtled towards him, growing rapidly in Zhao Chenbi's eyes, he knew that if these 2 spells struck his body, he would likely need to recuperate in bed for several months to recover, a perilous situation indeed. However, a hint of ferocity gradually bloomed on Zhao Chenbi's face, tinged with a sense of excitement. Deep within his pupils, a trace of intense crimson emerged, spreading throughout his eyes, revealing a violent and bloodthirsty intent. Within his chest, his heart began to pound rapidly and powerfully, like a divine being striking a drum. His blood surged like a river, and even the surface of his body began to turn slightly red. A faint layer of sanguine aura abruptly enveloped Zhao Chenbi, exuding an intensely gory and formidable power. He rotated his neck, his left foot stamping heavily upon a lotus leaf. Instead of evading or defending, he surged forward, his right knee ascending in a fierce strike towards Sun Jian. His arms were crossed before his chest, shielding vital points, intending to endure the 2 magics with his flesh. Innumerable images flooded Zhao Chenbi's mind, like distant and fragmented dreams, like crimson blades slicing through his memories, like a vast army trampling across a desolate plain. Vivid to the point of pain, he beheld mountains of corpses and oceans of blood, tiered pavilions reduced to rubble, close companions perishing, and himself, drenched in blood, roaring hoarsely. A brutal intent to kill surged from the blood energy in his dantian, completely engulfing his mind. The 2 streaks of light hurtling through the air, to the disbelief of onlookers, could not withstand the slightest touch of Zhao Chenbi's sanguine aura, directly collapsing and disintegrating, transforming into wisps of spiritual energy that merged into the blood energy. Zhao Chenbi swept behind Sun Jian, his left knee smashing mercilessly into Sun Jian's back like a meteor. A horrifying and startling impact resounded, sending Sun Jian crashing to the ground. Zhao Chenbi then clenched his fists, straddling Sun Jian, his legs locking around his waist. The blood energy throughout his body, as if sentient, converged and flowed into his right fist, like a hammer of death, a sight to behold with dread. This Zhao Shixiang is truly formidable. Is he truly just a useless person incapable of cultivating? Such a spectacle has left the surrounding disciples in utter astonishment. Just moments ago, Zhao Chenbi found himself in a perilous situation, teetering on the brink of disaster. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tide has turned, and he has utterly defeated Sun Jian, who had reached the early perfection stage of the opening mansion realm. It is as if one has fallen into a cloud of bewilderment, filled with incredulity. At this moment, Zhao Chenbi seemed to have lost a measure of his rationality. As he prepared to unleash a fist with thunderous force upon Sun Jian, a mysterious and vast aura suddenly surged forth from his sea of consciousness. Although this aura was but a faint trace, it felt as expansive and tranquil as the starry sky, imparting a subtle coolness that swiftly diluted the ferocity of his bloodlust. Zhao Qinbi furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with pain, and his fist halted in midair. Sun Jian, pale and trembling, felt as though his very heart would shatter. Seeing that Zhao Qinbi did not strike immediately was akin to receiving a reprieve from death. He stifled the excruciating pain in his back and, with tears streaming down his face, implored, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhao Shixiang, I understand my mistake. I earnestly request that you spare me, treating me as insignificant as a mere puff of air. In the future, within the sect, I shall certainly serve you, Zhao Shixiang, with utmost humility, attending to your every need." Meanwhile, within Zhao Qinbi's sea of consciousness, a tempest raged, unsteady and tumultuous, as two forces clashed fiercely, creating an atmosphere of chaos. Preoccupied with stabilizing his mind, he had not anticipated that this individual could be so weak and comical. Changing his demeanor more swiftly than one could turn the pages of a book, a wave of amusement involuntarily surged within him, and the murderous aura emanating from his dantian was imperceptibly softened. Zhao Qinbi, by nature gentle and kind-hearted, was originally innocent in his youth. As the murderous intent dissipated, his true self emerged, startling even himself. He immediately recited the quieting heart sutra in his mind, deeply disturbed by the bloodthirsty thoughts that had briefly clouded his mind, causing a cold sweat to break out. Noticing Zhao Qinbi's furrowed brows in his silence, Sun Jian was utterly terrified, fearing that Zhao Qinbi would not relent. He trembled like a pig destined for slaughter and hastily presented the tattered talisman from his sleeve, saying, "Senior brother Zhao, this is a small token from me. I implore you to accept this talisman and spare me." The two black-clad attendants had now arrived, and upon witnessing this scene, they were both shocked and at a loss. They could only attempt to mediate, saying, "Young master, indeed it was Sun Jian who spoke disrespectfully first today, but considering the bond of our sect, why not turn hostility into harmony and let this matter rest?" Li Yujue also appeared beside Zhao Qinbi, her figure flickering gracefully. She remained silent, her enchanting eyes gazing at Zhao Qinbi, exuding a charming allure. Zhao Qinbi had already dispelled all his anger, yet he felt mentally drained. At this moment, he fought against the overwhelming urge to faint, rose to his feet, and with a deliberately stern expression, declared, "For the sake of our shared path, I shall not press you further today. I hope you conduct yourself wisely in the future, not only toward me, but also in your interactions with other disciples of the sect. Now disperse. Return to your cultivation." What sort of decorum is this, with hundreds gathered here to gawk? The steward in black robes immediately roared, dismissing the surrounding disciples. He cast a profound glance at Zhao Qinbi, his eyes filled with astonishment, admiration, and a deep sense of regret. He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, before turning and soaring away on the wind. "Brother Qinbi, are you all right?" Li Yuk asked softly, using her sleeve to gently wipe the beads of sweat from Zhao Qinbi's forehead. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, carrying with it a gentle warmth. Zhao Qinbi felt a long-lost tranquility, and his tense body suddenly relaxed as he slowly fell backward. His vision blurred, and he felt an overwhelming desire to drift into slumber, dimly recalling that he had fallen into a soft, warm embrace. Chapter 4. The Path of Inscriptions. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that the trunks of these trees are hollow, serving as passageways that connect the wooden abodes. However, the colossal dwelling at the apex of the giant tree remains isolated, unconnected by any branches, as if suspended in the heavens, revered by all. This particular dwelling, significantly larger than the others by a factor of 5 or 6, is entirely verdant, adorned with countless intricate and arcane runes that flicker incessantly, causing the spiritual energy of the world to converge upon it. Furthermore, a towering stone gate, approximately 3 zhang in height, stands on the southern face of the dwelling. Atop the gate, 8 bold characters are inscribed, gazing at the vast ocean from the east at Jieshur. However, the massive stone gate remains firmly shut, covered in a thick layer of dust, indicating that it has been a considerable time since anyone has entered or exited. Beneath the expansive cavern, within a modest wooden cabin nestled closely beside it, a veil of mist permeated the air, exuding an aromatic essence that calmed the spirit and soothed the mind. In the heart of the main chamber, adorned with intricately carved beams and antique charm, luminous pearls were embedded in the wooden walls, resembling stars that cast a warm and radiant glow. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi was submerged in a vast wooden tub at the center of the chamber. his eyes firmly shut, his body entirely bare, lost in a deep slumber. The tub was filled with a pale azure liquid, gently simmering as tendrils of vapor curled upward. Wisps of ethereal blue energy seeped into Zhao Qinbi's skin, while numerous wounds upon his exterior began to heal at a visibly perceptible rate. Should one employ introspective powers to examine Zhao Qinbi's meridians, they would observe the delicate azure energy gradually integrating into his channels, meticulously mending the damaged areas and subtle injuries that were hard to detect. Within Zhao Qinbi's consciousness, chaos reigned. He felt as though he were ensconced in a distant realm, unable to break free or contemplate, as if enveloped by a dense shroud of darkness. Momentarily startled, Zhao Qinbi found himself momentarily lost in thought. But soon his face flushed crimson, and with a startled cry, he sank deeper into the tub, leaving only his head bobbing above the surface, an amusing sight indeed. "Why you? Don't come any closer," Zhao Qinbi exclaimed, his face aflame with embarrassment. Li Yujue, taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. Pausing her steps with an air of playful understanding, she replied softly, all right, I shall not approach." With a feigned frown, Li Yujue declared, "Believe it or not. Do you truly believe I lack the discernment and modesty to distinguish between genders?" she exclaimed. "If you doubt me, inquire of Shikuan when he arrives." Seeing Li Yujue's indignant demeanor, Zhao Qinbi, feeling overwhelmed, hastily interjected, "I believe you. Of course I believe you, my junior sister." The youth possessed an unassuming countenance, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and an air of unwavering resolve. His broad shoulders and sturdy frame conveyed an impression of exceptional robustness. Yet, his eyes revealed an honest, guileless, and somewhat awkward nature, eliciting a sense of familiarity. Clutching Zhao Qinbi's discarded garments, the black-clad youth remarked in a measured tone, "Senior brother Qinbi, these are the clothes you previously removed. Junior sister Yujue graciously laundered them for you, and they are now dry. Please, put them on." Upon learning that Li Yujue had washed his clothes, Zhao Qinbi blushed crimson and lowered his gaze in silence. Li Yujue, with a graceful turn of her eyes, cast a glance at the black-clad youth before retreating towards the side chamber. As Li Yujue turned to leave, Zhao Qinbi rose to his feet, leaping from the tub to reveal his wheat-colored physique. His body was slender, albeit slightly lean, exuding an aura of pristine purity. Due to his inability to cultivate, he had devoted himself to honing his physical form, resulting in well-defined lines and prominent musculature. Once Zhao Qinbi was attired, Shikuan, his face alight with excitement, chuckled amiably, "Senior brother Qinbi, I have heard the tales. This morning, you single-handedly subdued that corpulent Sun Jian with your bare fists, leaving him in disarray. It was truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi responded with a wry smile, "Shikuan, no matter how skilled I may be, I cannot compare to you. Alas, esteemed senior sister Yujue, I shall abstain from attending. Since my youth, I have possessed a profound ineptitude for such matters, my comprehension woefully inadequate, rendering my presence a futile endeavor. Yet, senior brother Qinbi, in bygone days, exhibited unparalleled talent, held in high esteem by Elder Fong. His prolonged absence has been a source of lament for Elder Fong, who frequently reminisces about him." Upon hearing the term inscription, Shikuan experienced an immediate aversion, seeking to evade it at all costs, promptly diverting attention elsewhere. The art of inscription, subtly esteemed as paramount among the myriad paths, encompasses formations, talismans, restrictions, and the enhancement of mystical artifacts. Its essence lies in evoking cosmic resonance through the engraving of innate Tao patterns, thereby generating extraordinary effects. However, the discipline of inscription presents formidable barriers. To ascend to the ranks of a highly sought-after inscription master in the cultivation world demands not only an exceptionally potent innate soul, capable of division and projection, but also an exquisitely refined and acute soul sensitivity. This prerequisite alone excludes the vast majority of cultivators. Furthermore, the art of inscription necessitates extensive practice and comprehension, demanding substantial resources and expenditures to sustain the development of an inscription master. In his youth, Zhao Qinbi was regarded throughout the sect as a prodigy in the path of cultivation. Moreover, during a lecture and discourse, his insights into inscription elicited profound admiration from Elder Fong Che, a nascent spirit master who yearned to adopt him as a close disciple, imparting all his knowledge. Subsequently, Zhao Qinbi, at the tender age of 7, had already mastered the art of astral projection, sensing the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. and autonomously inscribed a rune of energy gathering, leaving the rune masters of the Eastern Lin sect's Hall of Inscriptions utterly astounded, feeling as though their years had been wasted. However, fortune is fickle, and heaven envies the gifted. Unexpectedly, at the age of 8, Zhao encountered a catastrophic event that damaged his dantian, leading him to lose heart and abandon his studies in the art of runes. Over the years, he focused solely on resolving his dantian issues, leaving no time to delve into this craft, and thus, it has been neglected for 8 years. Seeing Zhao's somewhat somber expression, Liu Jue's beautiful eyes sparkled with an idea. She quickly grabbed Zhao's sleeve, biting her cherry lips lightly, and said, "Brother Chenbi, just accompany me for a trip, to relax a bit." Hearing this, Zhao hesitated slightly, finding no words to refute, and deep down, he felt a stirring. If he could rekindle his study of runes and comprehend the celestial patterns, perhaps he could find a way to resolve his dantian issues. As his thoughts wandered, faint lights began to swirl in Zhao's eyes, unnoticed even by himself, in the two beside him. Had a rune master sensed with their spirit, they would have seen these lights subtly converging into ancient, solemn patterns. In a distant expanse of the cosmos, countless shattered stars scattered in all directions, suspended and emitting faint glows, slightly illuminating the vast, dark, and silent starry wilderness. Amidst a dense and chaotic stratum of meteoroids, a jade disk, approximately the size of a palm, lay ensconced, its surface crisscrossed with a labyrinth of subtle, intersecting, verging on disintegration. Yet, this jade emitted an aura of suffocating dread, such that myriad meteorites traversing its vicinity were reduced to mere dust upon approach. Its luminescence pulsated gently, akin to respiration, each undulation causing a subtle tremor throughout the cosmos, succeeded by an influx of ethereal currents that mended the fissures upon the jade's surface with imperceptible slowness. Silence reigned supreme in the star-strewn expanse, as if devoid of temporal confines, or perhaps so protracted as to defy quantification. After an indeterminate epoch, the jade disk shuddered, its surface commencing to liquefy, transmuting from within, and rapidly diminishing in size until it was reduced to a translucent, ice-blue gem. This gem, diminutive in stature, approximately 1/4 of its former dimensions, exuded a palpable sentience and emanated an aura of even greater potency, evoking the vastness of the cosmos itself. Scarcely had the gem solidified when, as if imbued with intellect, it cast a fleeting gaze about its surroundings before lapsing into quiescence. Moments later, it abruptly unleashed a resplendent burst of starlight, hurtling through the firmament, pulverizing countless fragmented stars and dense meteoroids in its wake. As it continued its trajectory, its terrifying velocity escalated relentlessly, yet its starlight waned progressively, its power inexorably dissipating. However, Baoyu remained undeterred, seemingly having calculated everything with precision. The force he unleashed was sufficient to propel him toward his destination. If a powerful cultivator were to gaze from the vast expanse of the cosmos, they would witness this gem resembling a blue comet, slicing through the infinite void, steadfastly heading towards the solid interface. It was indeed the direction of the mountain and sea realm. Chapter 5. The Celestial Gem Beneath the Luminous Moon. A gentle breeze stirred the waves. Zhao Qinbi sat cross-legged atop a massive rock, which jutted out at the edge of the shore, approximately 20 zhang from the coastline, resembling a small island that had risen from the depths of the sea. This coastline lay behind the cavern of the colossal tree, beneath steep cliffs. It is said that in his early years, before attaining enlightenment, the founder of the Donglin sect practiced observing the sea at this very location. One day, upon achieving insight, he ascended directly into the nascent soul realm, establishing the lineage of the Donglin sect. Due to his father's influence, Zhao Qinbi resided in the sect leader's abode, situated near this beach, within the numerous caverns of that towering tree. Since childhood, he cherished the moments he spent alone on this rock, gazing into the distance as the wind whispered around him. Confronted by the boundless ocean, listening to the tumultuous waves crashing and breaking, his eyes beheld the scene of seagulls soaring and vibrant fish swimming. Each visit brought a soothing calmness to his restless heart. After the departure of Liu Jue and Shi Kun, Zhao Qinbi found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. A peculiar sense of intense excitement surged within him, as if something unseen were persistently calling to him from beyond. Initially, he attributed this unrest to his resolution to revive the long-neglected art of inscriptions, struggling to find tranquility. As the night deepened and the lights extinguished, the essence of that summoning grew increasingly potent, whispering within the recesses of his consciousness. To his astonishment, the mysterious force that had surged through his being during the day resurfaced in his mindscape. This presence, once manifested, radiated an expansive and enigmatic aura akin to the vastness of the starry sky, exuding an infinite charm that no longer flickered away like the morning dew, but rather meandered through the depths of his soul for an extended duration. Sleep eluded him, driven by an inexplicable force, compelling him to rise quietly from his dwelling and venture alone to the rocky outcrop, where he settled into meditation. Perhaps within Zhao Qinbi's heart, even he was unaware of the reason for this vigil, yet an intense intuition urged him that failing to heed this call would lead to lifelong regret. At the stroke of midnight, the world seemed to succumb to a deep slumber. Even Zhao Qinbi felt a tinge of weariness. A faint glow emanated from his skin. Yet he remained oblivious, entirely captivated by the silvery serpentine light dancing in his consciousness. Its trajectory appeared to embody an esoteric cosmic principle, imbued with an ineffable allure, seamlessly woven into the fabric of existence, stirring a sense of wonder within him. Beyond the clouds, a blue comet pierced through the atmosphere, igniting in a blaze of fire as it collided violently with the surrounding air, producing a cacophonous roar that echoed throughout the cosmos. Yet, in that moment, the entire Donglin sect seemed to be ensnared in slumber, utterly unresponsive to this extraordinary phenomenon, blissfully unaware. Above the canopy, an exceedingly concealed barrier quietly enveloped this realm, rendering the entire Tiana continent as if shrouded by a colossal membrane. Within, tranquility reigned, seemingly undisturbed. Zhao Qinbi's breath quickened abruptly, as if sensing a portent, and he hastily lifted his gaze towards the clouds. Amidst the dense dark clouds, a flicker of icy blue light suddenly burst forth. Initially faint, akin to the size of a pinprick, it was nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. Yet, in an instant, a fissure tore through the clouds, and radiant blue light cascaded across the sky, soon followed by a fierce blaze, as if a great fire raged from the heavens above. Zhao Qinbi's heart tightened, and he murmured, "Could this be directed at me?" As this thought arose, the blue light seemed to respond, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. A powerful wave of pressure descended abruptly, and within a 10-mile radius of the rocky sea, the waters were instantaneously evacuated, revealing a seabed strewn with bizarre stones and an array of vividly colored fish. Lower-tier demonic beasts, attempting to leap to safety, were caught unawares and were mercilessly crushed into a smear of flesh. Yet, the very rock upon which Zhao Qinbi stood remained steadfast and serene amidst the chaos. Strangely, Zhao Qinbi appeared entranced, devoid of any panic, and even extended his arm as if to embrace the thunderous blue light racing towards him. The azure radiance arrived in an instant, bearing a terrifying power that stirred the heart, profound and abyssal. Yet, Zhao Qinbi seemed to have entered a wondrous state, a sense of intimate familiarity arising within him for no discernible reason, as if through countless seasons, tens of thousands of years, you had been by my side. The heavens and earth roared, the sun and moon inverted. A tremendous impact echoed from the sea, followed by layers of terrifying airwaves, substantial in their intensity, abruptly spreading outwards. Between the sky and the earth, sand and stones flew, trees snapped, seawater surged backward, mountains crumbled, spiritual energy rampaged, and birds vanished. Only the icy blue jade stone remained, resting serenely between Zhao Qinbi's fingers. Zhao Qinbi had actually caught the aggressively approaching jade stone. Upon closer inspection, this icy blue jade stone was shaped like a jade pendant, emitting a starlight-like, gentle, and brilliant radiance, now swirling uncertainly, as if twining around Zhao Qinbi's fingers. That sense of intimacy and familiarity intensified 1,000-fold. This intimacy and familiarity perplexed Zhao Qinbi. Yet, before he could awaken from this dreamlike sensation, the jade pendant suddenly erupted with a formidable suction. With a single inhalation, all the surrounding spiritual energy was swept away, pouring into the jade pendant. After a brief pause, it transformed into a storm-like force, directly surging into Zhao Qinbi's meridians from his fingers. This storm rampaged within Zhao Qinbi's body, yet it did not cause the slightest harm to his physique or meridians. On the contrary, many hidden injuries within his body and residual bloodthirst were completely healed and dissipated under the storm's sweep. Zhao Qinbi experienced an unprecedented sensation of transformation, unable to suppress a faint sigh of exhilaration. The tempest, having swept through his entire meridian system, seemed to retain residual power upon a brief pause. It surged directly towards Zhao's dantian, Sensing the impending crisis, the ferocious blood energy, which had been deeply concealed within the dantian, suddenly erupted, forming a terrifying maw that aimed to devour the spiritual storm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this mouth made of blood energy shattered and dissipated with a muffled sound, akin to a painful lament. The spiritual tempest, undeterred, forcefully invaded the dantian, entangling itself with the viscous and substantial essence of blood malevolence. Within mere moments, the originally dense blood energy had thinned considerably, revealing the brilliant starlight that had previously been obscured. The blood malevolence appeared to possess a semblance of sentience. Perceiving the dire situation, it hastily gathered its remaining essence, compacting it into a blood-colored demon core the size of a mung bean, which nestled deep within the dantian. Meanwhile, the spiritual storm, seemingly at its wit's end, dwindled to almost nothing, ceasing its pursuit and instead dissipating into countless streams of energy, which clung to the concealed wounds and bloodstains within the dantian, igniting into fervent flames. Outside Zhao Qinbi's body, wisps of dark red gas ascended into the ether, vanishing into the vastness of the heavens, while his skin began to transform at a visibly rapid pace, becoming translucent, with hints of starlight emerging. Moments later, the ice-blue jade pendant between his fingers appeared to have exhausted all its energy, with its brilliance slowly retracting into the jade disk. In an instant, the astonishing phenomenon surrounding Zhao Qinbi's body vanished without a trace, just as the starry light emanating from the jade pendant was on the verge of dissipating entirely. A slender beam of blue light suddenly surged forth, piercing through Zhao Qinbi's fingertip and coursing through his meridians directly towards his heart. Zhao Qinbi realized that he had been recognized as the master of the jade pendant through a drop of his blood. Although he was unaware of the true nature of this pendant, an uncontrollable wave of elation surged within him. In this vast world, wonders abound, and the opportunities for fortune are countless. There are even those who, while embarking on distant journeys, inadvertently consume wild fruits or grasses by the roadside, and, in an instant, attain enlightenment, transforming into nascent beings, evoking awe and envy beyond measure. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qinbi thought little of it, perceiving it as a fortuitous turn of fate, a heavenly boon bestowed upon him from the void. Since ancient times, only those who have ascended to the third realm of cultivation, the manifestation realm, are able to possess true magical artifacts. By offering a drop of their own vital essence from the heart, they can bind the artifact to themselves, leaving an indelible mark. Once an artifact acknowledges its master, the imprint of the original owner's essence is exceedingly difficult to erase. Below the manifestation realm, practitioners of the two lower realms, the opening and the wandering, cannot wield true artifacts. They may only utilize simplified versions crafted from imitations, referred to as magical tools. The creation of these tools is costly and complex, with the more advanced variants known as spiritual instruments. However, there are exceptions. Within the cosmos, there exist some treasures born of the natural order, emerging under various serendipitous circumstances, known as Tao instruments. The power of these Tao artifacts varies greatly, each with its unique utility, categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The most profound aspect is that regardless of a cultivator's realm, even a mortal devoid of any spiritual energy can, by a stroke of fate, bind their blood to such an artifact, transforming it into a life-bound Tao artifact. These insights were gleaned by Zhao Qinbi during his idle moments after his dantian was ruined, from the miscellaneous scriptures in the sect's library. The life-bound Tao artifact he now possesses, though its exact quality remains unknown, judging by the extraordinary phenomena accompanying its emergence, it could be described as earth-shattering. Despite not yet knowing how to utilize it, its rank is undoubtedly high. This icy blue jade pendant, it must at least be of the lower earth grade. Perhaps even the middle earth grade. Zhao Qinbi swallowed hard, expressing disbelief. It's worth noting that within the entire Donglin sect, only his father, Zhao Xiujun, had once, by a stroke of luck, obtained a human upper-grade Tao artifact, Mount Kunwu, which, when activated, could transform into a 1,000-zhang mountain, obscuring the sky and crushing all in its path. Reflecting on this, Zhao Qinbi grew even more excited, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration, his chest heaving. Clearly his heart was in tumult. Recalling the destructive power of the jade pendant Tao artifact and the spiritual storm it unleashed, which in an instant consumed a significant portion of the blood-tainted energy in his dantian, rendering it immobile. And the intractable problem that had stymied both him and his father for 8 years, now seeing a glimmer of hope. Zhao Qinbi couldn't help but harbor even greater expectations for this jade pendant. Despite Zhao Qinbi's persistent attempts to communicate with the jade pendant through his spiritual consciousness, it remained unresponsive, emanating a faint sense of exhaustion and weakness. This was akin to a cold splash of water dousing his hopes. Seeing the pendant as lifeless as ever, Zhao Qinbi grew increasingly anxious, fearing that the glimmer of hope he had just encountered might vanish. In his panic, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he once again connected his soul power with the mysterious aura within his sea of consciousness. This time, the enigmatic aura, resembling a galaxy, finally reacted. It transformed into a myriad of starlight, escaping from Zhao Qinbi's sea of consciousness and gently flowing into the mysterious jade. However, instead of radiating a brilliant light as before, the jade released a hazy mist that enveloped Zhao Qinbi's mind. In a trance, he felt as though he was transported to an incredibly distant starry sky. This cosmos was lifeless, with stars extinguished and enveloped in darkness, save for 5 colossal stars before him, slowly rotating and emitting a mesmerizing glow. Each of these 5 stars was unique. One burned and exploded like fire, while another was a deep blue star, with waves and clouds churning. Despite Zhao Qinbi's extraordinary resilience, being just a boy under 16, the night's events had left him deeply unsettled. After taking several deep breaths and reciting a calming mantra, he managed to steady his tumultuous emotions and turned his gaze back to the jade pendant on his finger. Once again, a strand of soul power separated from his sea of consciousness and gently flowed into the jade. Although Zhao Qinbi once possessed a notable talent in the art of inscriptions and had long been capable of projecting a wisp of his spiritual energy, he had not yet established his spiritual foundation, making the task exceptionally strenuous. As the slender thread of his soul force seeped into the jade pendant, Zhao Qinbi faintly sensed a semblance of control over it and hastened to exert more effort. A suction force emanated from the pendant once more, yet compared to before, it was as feeble as a firefly against the brilliance of the moon. Nonetheless, it enveloped an area of several zhang, draining a significant portion of Zhao Qinbi's spiritual energy. Following the recent upheaval, the surrounding spiritual energy was nearly depleted. The remaining chaotic energy was swiftly absorbed by the pendant, condensing into a pure stream of spiritual power. Half of this energy was directly absorbed by the pendant, imbuing it with a subtle sense of fullness, while the other half coalesced in the air, forming a translucent stone the size of half a palm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhao Qinbi exclaimed in astonishment, This is a spirit stone." The transparent stone, exuding wisps of spiritual energy, was unmistakably a low-grade spirit stone. It was no wonder Zhao Qinbi was so astounded. For spirit stones were coveted by all cultivators, their use is vast, and their value immense, making them highly sought after. However, spirit stones were exceedingly rare to produce. Even the spirit stone vein controlled by the Donglin sect yielded only tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and a little over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones annually, which were used to sustain the sect's grand formations and the needs of its 10,000 members. However, this jade pendant possesses the remarkable ability to absorb spiritual energy, conjuring spiritual stones seemingly out of thin air, akin to an inexhaustible source of wealth. Although it is merely a low-grade spiritual stone, Zhao Qinbi, through a mental connection, faintly perceives that the jade disc appears to have sustained significant damage. If given ample time to recuperate, alongside his own cultivation advancements and a surge in spiritual strength, he is certain it could yield higher quality spiritual stones and perhaps unveil further uses for the jade pendant. Beneath the moonlight, the youth in azure attire, resembling a drunken man, cradles the low-grade spiritual stone, his expression blissful and dazed, chuckling to himself, I am going to get rich. Chapter 6. The talented engraver. Where on earth has Brother Qinbi gone? Why has he not yet arrived? Li Yujue, with her enchanting eyes darting around, still cannot catch sight of Zhao Qinbi. At this moment, the sky had yet to brighten, yet the Wudao cliff was already bustling with activity. Centered around a slightly elevated, large cylindrical stone platform, the expansive white plaza had gathered approximately 1,000 individuals, including many sect officials and secret disciples who had already reached the distant travel realm, though the majority remained inner disciples of the opening palace realm. As for elders and guest cultivators of the manifest spirit realm, not a single one was present. Evidently, Li Yujue had adorned herself with care today. Her fiery red hair was tied back with a cord, elegantly cascading into a ponytail at the back of her head. She donned a flowing white robe, adorned with crimson clouds, its wide sleeves billowing gracefully, accentuating her exquisite figure. A snow-white belt cinched her slender waist, rendering her alluring physique a tantalizing vision. As for the blood-red longsword, it was inseparable from Li Yujue, who fastened it at her waist with a sword buckle, complementing her two strikingly arched eyebrows, exuding an aura of heroism. Yet, her face was nothing short of exquisite, with bright, enchanting eyes and seductive red lips. Coupled with her long, graceful legs that were subtly revealed beneath her robe, she drew the fervent gazes of the surrounding disciples, their eyes ablaze with admiration. The more Li Yujue pondered, the more her anger surged, resolutely declaring within her heart. A ray of sunlight burst forth like a tide, breaking through the dense, heavy clouds, illuminating the realm in an instant. Upon the surface of the sea, the sun appeared to float upon the water, harmoniously reflecting the majestic morning sun high above, invigorating all who beheld it. As the sky brightened, an increasing number of sect disciples arrived in droves, quickly crowding the entire Wudao cliff to the point of congestion, creating a cacophony of noise. However, with the resonant sound of an ancient and solemn bell, the clamor of thousands fell into an abrupt silence. Subsequently, everyone present felt a powerful spiritual pressure descending from the heavens, enveloping the entire Wudao square. This spiritual pressure dissipated as swiftly as it had come, prompting the crowd to look up and witness an elder descending from the azure clouds, riding a crane. He moved with an air of both urgency and tranquility, arriving at the central podium of the square in the blink of an eye. Elder Fong, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an ethereal quality. His hair and beard entirely white, yet his face radiated vigor and warmth, subtly revealing an aura of transcendent wisdom. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet distinctly audible, resonating in the ears of the listeners like a gentle spring breeze. The aspirations of cultivators lie in their practice, and in this endeavor, one must cultivate not only strength but also technique, and, most importantly, the heart. Esteemed disciples of the Eastern Lin sect, I, Fong Che, shall elucidate the intricacies of inscription today. I harbor no grand ambition to expound upon profound mysteries, but merely aspire to offer a humble introduction, in the hope that it may prove enlightening to you all. Your humble servant would be most gratified should that be the case. As these words left Elder Fong's lips, the thousands of disciples present fixed their gaze upon him, listening with rapt attention, lest they miss a single syllable. The elder paused momentarily, his divine consciousness discreetly sweeping across the assembly, seemingly in search of a particular figure. After a brief search, a trace of disappointment crossed his countenance, and he sighed softly before continuing. The art of inscription, as the term suggests, is, in essence, the practice of employing one's spiritual power as a brush, the laws of the heavens as a foundation, and the spiritual energy of the world as a conduit to inscribe innate Tao patterns. This evokes a resonance with the cosmos, manifesting the very fabric of reality. In the morning light, a silhouette approached from afar. The figure was tall and slender, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. His dark hair, unbound and flowing freely, added to his unconventional charm. As his sleeves billowed gently, his azure robes rustled in the morning breeze. With every gesture, he emanated an ineffable aura of transcendence. Though he had not yet established his spiritual abode, he resembled a celestial being descended to earth, causing those in his path to instinctively make way. Esteemed Elder Fong, greetings from your junior, Zhao Qinbi. I offer my sincerest apologies for my tardiness in attending your lecture today. I was engrossed in the study of an inscription array throughout the night, and in my obliviousness, I failed to keep track of time. I implore you to pardon my transgression. Zhao Qinbi approached Fong Che, cupping his hands in respectful greeting and bowing deeply. Despite facing a formidable master of the manifestation realm, Zhao Qinbi remained composed and dignified, exuding an air of vigor that had not surfaced in many years. Fong Che's eyes sparkled with delight as he stroked his beard and remarked, "It is well that you have come, it is well indeed." After several years apart, just as in the past, young friend Qinbi, please take a seat beside me. Upon hearing these words, the attentive disciples present were taken aback. To think that Elder Fong Che, a master of the manifestation realm and a half-step inscription master, would address a disciple who had yet to establish his own domain so familiarly. Although Zhao Qinbi was the son of the sect leader, this familiarity sparked a flurry of speculation. Is he truly the son of the sect leader, The Zhao Chunbi? It is said that this young man had once cultivated at an astonishing pace, his innate talent nearly monstrous. Yet, looking upon him now, he had not yet reached the realm of domain establishment. It was rumored that at the age of 8, he suffered some misfortune that damaged his dantian during a breakthrough, rendering him incapable of establishing a domain to this day, which is indeed regrettable. However, it was also said that Zhao Chunbi excelled not only in cultivation but also demonstrated exceptional talent in the art of inscriptions, earning the profound favor of Elder Fong, who wished to take him as a close disciple. Among the crowd, whispers of speculation echoed. Zhao Chunbi, however, remained indifferent to the murmurs, gathering his robes as he stepped forward and sat cross-legged beside Li Yujia, focusing inwardly and ignoring the questions that Li was eager to pose. Suddenly, a harsh voice broke the tension. Elder Fong, this Zhao Chunbi has arrived late and intruded without announcement, thereby violating the sect's regulations. As the son of the sect leader, he is aware of the rules yet chooses to violate them, exhibiting arrogance and disrespect by audaciously interrupting Elder Fong's lecture. With audacious words, he proclaims the absurd notion that one can inscribe the essence of heaven and earth, a transgression that is utterly inexcusable. I suggest that this individual be expelled from the cliff of enlightenment, never to return and hear the teachings again. The speaker is none other than a tall young man clad in gray, seated near the lectern. Rising with cupped fists, his voice is chilling, radiating a formidable aura of cultivation that reveals he has reached the late stage of the opening mansion realm, merely a thin veil away from achieving consummate mastery. Seeing this, Fong Che displays a hint of resignation and remarks, "Sun Hao, there is no need to make such a fuss. Please sit down and speak calmly." Sun Hao is indeed another practitioner of the Golden Core realm from the Donglin sect, the eldest grandson of the Grand Elder Sun Bihua, and the elder brother of Sun Jian. With Fong Che's words exposing his identity, the expressions of many disciples and attendants present shift to one of keen interest. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao, though visibly reluctant, takes his seat but is unwilling to relent, continuing to speak. "May I inquire, Elder Fong, as inscription masters, are we not able to engrave the spiritual patterns of heaven and earth onto any object?" At this utterance, all eyes turn towards Fong Che, who appears troubled, with a hint of mischief as he replies, "At least, I cannot." As soon as the words leave his lips, many disciples below cast knowing glances towards Zhao Chunbi, eliciting a chorus of derisive laughter. Yet, Zhao Chunbi remains unfazed, exuding a calm and dignified demeanor that captivates many disciples, earning their admiration regardless of whether he speaks foolishly. However, this does not imply that the matter is insubstantial. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Che slowly continued, "There are always greater beings beyond our own, and realms beyond our own. My Donglin sect is situated in the remote and lagging Tiana continent, and it is not an exaggeration to say we are rather ignorant of the world beyond. However, it is said that to the east of the endless sea lies the central continent, where cultivators abound and inscription masters are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Among them are not only spirit pattern masters, but also grandmasters of heavenly patterns. With a mere gesture, they can manifest the very threads of heaven and earth, sketching inscriptions in an instant, capable of engraving the Tao patterns upon all things in the world. Even the grass and trees by the roadside, as well as every flower and stone, are not exempt from their artistry." As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning flickered in Fong Che's eyes, and he regarded Zhao Chunbi with admiration, nodding in agreement. In stark contrast, Sun Jian's expression darkened, turning an unflattering shade akin to that of liver, his entire being trembling with a mix of embarrassment and anger. He shot Zhao Chunbi a fierce glare, gritting his teeth and retorting, "It seems I am indeed the one who is narrow-minded. Yet, the mysteries of the great Tao are ineffable. You, Zhao Chunbi, have yet to open your chi palace, and have not even begun to truly become an inscription master. What qualifications do you possess to make such claims?" In response, Zhao Chunbi raised an eyebrow and replied, "How do you know that I lack the qualifications to speak such words?" As the two exchanged sharp words, Fong Che neither intervened nor attempted to quell their confrontation. Instead, he stroked his beard and chuckled, harboring a sense of anticipation for Zhao Chunbi. In his heart, he mused, "This impudent lad is indeed someone I have taken a liking to. He is no fool. There must be something backing his bravado. Let us see how he responds." Upon witnessing Zhao Chunbi's audacious retort, Sun Tzu could not help but display a look of arrogant delight, responding with a chuckle, words alone bear no weight. Since you speak so boldly, let us engage in a contest to determine who deserves to speak here. He turned to Elder Fong Che and bowed, saying, Elder Fong, I have now attained the rank of a low-tier talisman master. Might I challenge Zhao Qinbi to a duel, using the foundational array of Qi gathering as our benchmark? Fong Che, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and inquired, Qinbi, what is your stance on this? The other disciples, perhaps unaware, were well aware that among the dozens of disciples present from the Wanderer realm, Zhao Qinbi had, at the tender age of 7, already demonstrated remarkable talent by independently sketching Qi gathering patterns. However, the Qi gathering formation was far more complex than merely drawing patterns. It required the intricate interweaving of numerous diverse lines to create a cohesive array, a task exponentially more challenging than simple sketching. All eyes turned to Zhao Qinbi, who, surprisingly, waved his hand dismissively and replied with a cheeky grin, there is no need for comparison. As an apprentice yet to ascend in rank, what merit is there in measuring myself against a talisman master such as yourself? Unless you are willing to sweeten the stakes, I would hesitate to take the risk. With a haughty demeanor, Sun Tzu responded, very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. He then produced a vibrant red talisman from his sleeve, declaring, should I lose, this second-tier spiritual talisman, the fire cloud, shall be yours. But what shall be your wager if you are defeated? Before Zhao Qinbi could utter a word, a streak of crimson light ascended skyward, plunging into the earth. It was Li Yujue, her cherry lips parting slightly, who declared, should Qinbi, my beloved brother, be defeated, I shall bestow upon you my spiritual artifact, Crimson Blaze. However, should you falter, in addition to this second-grade spiritual talisman, you must offer 5 first-grade spiritual talismans. This pronouncement ignited a clamor among the assembled crowd. Junior sister, such recklessness is unwarranted. Zhao Qinbi hastened to dissuade her. Yet, Li Yujue remained resolute, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Zhao Qinbi, stating, if you wish to prevent me from forfeiting my sword, then engage in a proper contest. Should you lose, and considering your breach of promise today, you shall face my displeasure in the days to come. Zhao Qinbi chuckled softly, a surge of warmth enveloping his heart. He ceased his dissuasion and turned, his azure robes fluttering gently as he proclaimed, Sun Tzu, dare you contend with me? Sun Tzu, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, what is there to fear? With a synchronized step, the two leaped onto the elevated platform at the center, each claiming a side, and settling into a cross-legged posture, focusing their minds. In that case, Fong Che announced, today's lecture shall be temporarily altered. I shall preside over the contest between Zhao Qinbi and Sun Tzu, offering those disciples yet to enter the fold a glimpse of what is to come. Upon witnessing this, Fong Che smiled faintly, and with a flick of his sleeves, 2 jade tables materialized on the platform. He then turned and elucidated. The rules of the contest are as follows. Within the span of 1 incense stick, each of you shall inscribe a Qi gathering array. I shall evaluate the time taken to complete the array, as well as its quality and artistry. Do you have any objections? The disciples have no objections. They exchanged a glance, uttering almost in unison, if that's the case, what better time to commence the inscription than this very moment? Fong Che once more flourished his sleeves, and an incense stick materialized upon the high platform, slowly beginning to burn. Before his words had even faded, Sun Tzu retrieved a penknife of jade green from his storage belt, along with several pieces of stones as smooth and lustrous as mirrors. Spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips, converging upon the penknife, immediately stirring the surrounding spiritual energy as he slowly began to inscribe upon the stones. Conversely, Zhao Qinbi's hands were empty. He simply sat cross-legged, his sleeves billowing, and extended a finger directly towards the cyan jade stone table, as if to inscribe. Has Zhao Qinbi lost his senses? Some wondered. To dare to use his finger as a blade for inscription? Does he truly believe himself to be a master of inscription? The disciples present couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Even Fong Che was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards Zhao Qinbi with piqued interest. It was no wonder that the crowd was so astonished, for the art of inscription was exceedingly arduous, demanding utmost precision and allowing for not even the slightest error. When inscribers etched the of heaven and earth, they had to expend a great deal of mental energy, channeling their soul force to perceive the flow of spiritual energy and the trajectory of the rules in operation. Simultaneously, they had to control their own spiritual energy, slowly outlining the and ingeniously connecting the numerous complex to ensure their effective linkage. The process, while seemingly simple, was in reality exceedingly difficult, placing stringent demands on one's state of mind, control of spiritual energy, and soul force. The slightest carelessness could lead to failure. Thus, the inscription master employs the stylist to assist in mastering the flow of spiritual energy, necessitating the use of smooth yet fragile inscription stones as a base for etching the intricate patterns. As for a master of inscriptions like Feng Che, he requires no such tools, relying solely on his innate spiritual power to carve the runes. However, this ability is one that can only be attained after enduring countless trials and tribulations. The fact that Zhao Qinbi effortlessly demonstrates such skill inevitably leads others to suspect the authenticity of his prowess. Beneath the elevated platform, near the precipice, a dozen young men clad in black tread lightly along the edge of the cliff, seemingly unfazed by the wind. Their demeanor and attire clearly indicate they are disciples of the distant travel realm. The one at the forefront, wielding a jade flute, casually twirls it between his fingers before addressing his companions behind him. Feng La, Wang Yuan fan, your recent admiration for Zhao Qinbi piques my curiosity. Why not indulge in a friendly wager to determine who shall ultimately prevail, he or Sun Hao? Feng La chuckled in response. Very well. Let us wager this month's offering of spiritual stones. Should Brother Ma lose, he must not renege. The leading youth, surnamed Ma, shook his head with a faint smile. I am keen to see what extraordinary feats Zhao Qinbi can exhibit since his dantian was rendered useless. If he can truly broaden our horizons, then I shall consider my 10 offering stones well spent. Meanwhile, above on the platform, the two were fully engrossed, oblivious to the happenings around them. Sun Hao, having ascended to the ranks of a formal inscription master, displayed an unwavering focus and meticulousness, his brush dancing across the surface with remarkable speed. With nimble fingers, he clutched the engraving knife, a faint aura emanating from its tip. Upon the inscription stone, he etched a series of intricate spirit patterns, completing nearly 9/10 of the design in a mere half-incense stick's time. Conversely, Zhao Qinbi, lacking a developed chi storage, possessed no intrinsic spiritual power. He could only draw upon the ambient spiritual energy, channeling it through his meridians and expelling it from his fingertips to trace the spirit patterns on the stone table, resulting in a somewhat languid pace. Moreover, as he continued to inscribe, Zhao Qinbi's meridians seemed to struggle to replenish the expended spiritual energy. Even disciples with no understanding of inscription could discern his impending exhaustion. Feng La, it seems you are about to concede defeat, remarked the young man surnamed Ma to Feng La, with a smile. Ah, senior brother Ma, such pronouncements are premature. You are unaware of the boy's peculiar nature. He undoubtedly possesses some unconventional stratagem, Feng La responded, a hint of inscrutability in his expression. The young man surnamed Ma offered a subtle smile, refraining from further comment as he continued to observe. Just as the onlookers began to lament, Zhao Qinbi ceased his inscription, rummaging through his sleeves, much to the bewilderment of the crowd. To their astonishment, he produced a palm-sized, milky white stone from his sleeve, placing it upon his left hand. A surge of pure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, converging once more upon the tip of his right finger, causing his writing speed to surge dramatically. Akin to a dragon in flight or a shooting star. Hey, a spirit stone. The boy possesses a spirit stone. It must have been bestowed upon him in secret by the sect master. What a squandering of resources. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the audience, startling both Feng Che and Li Yujue. They were perplexed about the origin of the spiritual stone in Zhao Qinbi's possession, fully aware that his father, Zhao Shuyun, was a man of integrity and unwavering adherence to the law, incapable of bestowing spiritual stones upon Zhao Qinbi in secrecy. Thus, their confusion deepened. Initially, Sun Hao had perceived Zhao Qinbi's dwindling spiritual power as a sign of his impending victory, allowing himself to slow down, relishing the moment. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Qinbi produced a rare low-grade spiritual stone, typically elusive even to disciples of the opening realm, which imbued him with newfound vigor and urgency. In an instant, fueled by the surge of pure spiritual energy, Zhao Qinbi meticulously inscribed the intricate patterns required for the chi-gathering array, only to watch the spiritual stone in his hand disintegrate into fine ash, scattering into the air. Just as Sun Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, the crowd, with incredulous expressions, witnessed a faint blush of shyness on Zhao Qinbi's face as he began to retrieve another spiritual stone from his sleeve. Good heavens! Yet another low-grade spiritual stone. This audacious youth seemed to be taking liberties, relying on his father's favor. Zhao Qinbi's actions left the assembled cultivators in anguish, even causing the seasoned disciples at the transcendent realm to twitch their lips in disbelief and trepidation. At this critical juncture, both individuals found themselves teetering on the brink of failure, where even the slightest distraction could lead to a misstep. If this qi-gathering array had been attempted just the night before, Zhao Qinbi would have possessed not even an inkling of assurance. After acquiring the enigmatic jade pendant last night, Zhao Qinbi found that the injuries within his meridians were entirely healed, and his control over spiritual energy became as effortless as an extension of his own being. Coupled with the mysterious pendant, which had absorbed the ethereal energies of the heavens on 2 occasions, he was able to condense this spiritual energy into spirit stones, granting him a profound and ineffable clarity. This insight, once manifested in his mind, became strikingly lucid and profound, reminiscent of a long-dormant memory awakening. With a resolute determination, Zhao Qinbi retrieved the last 2 spirit stones from his sleeve, disregarding the astonished expressions of his fellow disciples and the incredulous gazes of Feng Che and others. Gripping the spirit stones in his left hand, a surge of purer and more potent spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, causing them to subtly expand. In his right hand, spiritual energy erupted forth, akin to an artistic brushstroke, intricately outlining the complex and chaotic patterns, which began to glow with a faint white luminescence. At that moment, Zhao Qinbi seemed to enter a state of complete transcendence, his mind filled with the overwhelming force and dominance of the spiritual energies flowing from the jade pendant. Suddenly, from within his flowing sleeves, the pendant emitted a radiant spiritual light, entwining around his fingers. The elongated tips of his fingers shimmered with brilliance, exuding an innate aura of Taoist harmony, gradually merging into the array of inscriptions. This subtle essence eluded even Feng Che, who had already reached the threshold of a half-step spiritual engraver. As soon as the mysterious energy integrated into the formation, the previously dim array was instantaneously illuminated. A sudden gust of wind swept through, swirling and turning in an instant, as an abundance of ethereal energy surged from all directions towards the mountain cliff. Converging upon the high platform, Sun Hao had already connected a substantial portion of the intricate patterns, but with the abrupt increase in spiritual energy, he was taken aback, causing a momentary disarray in the power at the tip of his pen. The smooth, patterned stone, adorned with intricate designs, shattered into countless pieces in an instant. Feng Che's expression was one of astonishment, for the energy-absorbing array had surpassed the realm of inferior human grade, reaching the mid-tier, and even approaching the superior grade. The world fell into silence. Zhao Qinbi took a deep breath, gently brushing away the dust from his fingers, and spoke to Sun Hao in a calm tone. "You have lost." Chapter 7. The return of the sect master. Zhao Qinbi lightly waved his sleeves as he rose to his feet, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His long hair flowed like a dragon amidst the surging spiritual energy, while the sound of the wind fluttered his azure robes, giving him an air of a master. How is this possible? You, a waste who cannot even transcend the opening phase. How could you inscribe an array of such caliber? Where did you acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? Sun Hao's face turned pale, his lips trembling uncontrollably. In his heart, turmoil reigned, akin to jagged stones piercing through clouds, tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, upheaving the very heavens. Hand it over. However, Zhao Qinbi paid him no mind, a sly smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand, brazenly placing it before Sun Hao. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao felt a surge of indignation rise within him. Yet, in the glaring eyes of the crowd, the undeniable truth of his utter defeat weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a wound that bled profusely. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and retrieved the crimson talisman from within his sleeve. Before he could present it, Li Yujue stepped forward, her delicate hand waving gracefully as she snatched the talisman from Sun Hao's grasp, a playful smile adorning her face. "Thank you, senior brother Sun, for your generous gift of the talisman. We shall certainly remember your kindness. However, senior brother, do not forget that there are still 5 first-grade talismans owed." Her words fell like fuel to the fire, exacerbating Sun Hao's fury. In a fit of rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and within the tranquil surface of his heart, a barely perceptible crack began to form. Seeing this, Feng Che furrowed his brow and interjected, "Enough, both of you. There is no need to be relentless in your triumph. Today's minor competition clearly shows that Zhao Chunbi has the upper hand, his gathering qi inscription exquisite in detail and naturally harmonious, even impressing me greatly. Upon hearing this, some disciples in the audience, uncertain of the outcome, felt their spirits stir, casting glances at Zhao Chunbi that were tinged with newfound respect. This Zhao Chunbi, was he not rumored to be a waste since the destruction of his Dantian all those years ago? Indeed, for years within the sect, there had been no tales of his remarkable feats. Meanwhile, the sect leader had tirelessly sought remedies for him, journeying far and wide in search of enlightenment. Yet to no avail. It is worth noting that Sun Hao's grandfather, Elder Sun, had long been at odds with sect leader Zhao, and this attempt to provoke Zhao Chunbi seemed far from aimless. Little did he know he had kicked a hornet's nest. Enough of this nonsense. Such matters are not for the likes of us, mere juniors in the Kai Fu realm, to rashly comment upon. The murmurs of discussion from below suddenly arose. Seeing this, a trace of worry and displeasure flickered across Feng Che's snow-white brows. With a light cough, a majestic spiritual pressure descended from the heavens, instantly startling the disciples who were busy whispering among themselves. They felt as if thorns were pricking their backs, and immediately fell silent, as quiet as cicadas in winter. Feng Che shook his head, sighed softly, and then turned to Sun Hao with a gentle expression, saying, "Sun Hao, although you have narrowly lost this time, you must not belittle yourself or let your mind become disordered. Diligent study is essential, and you will surely live up to expectations." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's face showed a shadow of gloom, and he reluctantly clasped his hands in salute, saying, "This disciple humbly listens to Elder Feng's teachings and will not dare to slack off." Only then did Feng Che nod, stroking his beard, which flowed like a snowy waterfall, and declared in a clear voice, "Zhao Chunbi, you can rest assured. Sun Hao has always been a man of his word. Today, having made a promise in front of everyone, he will certainly not break his word to you all." As soon as Feng Che finished speaking, Zhao Chunbi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, exchanging a glance with Li Yujue, each thinking to themselves, what an old fox, with Feng Che's testimony and statement. Even if Sun Hao wanted to renege, he couldn't. Haha, since Elder Feng has spoken thus, it must be so. Junior brother Sun, although 5 first-grade talismans are precious, your grandfather is a great cultivator at the Golden Core realm and is skilled in talisman making. Surely, such items are of little consequence to you, junior brother Sunday. Zhao Chunbi's face was all smiles, and to an uninformed observer, it might have seemed like a scene of joyful and harmonious conversation. Sun Hao was at a loss for words, his face flushed as if scorched by fire. Beneath the high platform, numerous gazes converged on him, filled with mockery, astonishment, and a touch of schadenfreude, which only added bitterness to his heart. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "I am outmatched, and accept my defeat. Here are 3 first-grade ice spike talismans and 2 first-grade serenity talismans." With evident reluctance, Sun Hao retrieved 5 white talismans from his storage belt and handed them over to Zhao Chunbi. Though not as precious as the Fire Cloud talisman, these talismans were rare treasures for cultivators at the Qi Mansion level. Cultivators at this stage focus on opening Qi mansions within their bodies to gather spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Their internal spiritual energy is often sparse, making it difficult to sustain multiple uses. Only after advancing to the far-roaming realm does one's spiritual energy become dense and robust, allowing for unrestrained use. Thus, possessing a few first-grade talismans could provide a significant advantage in battle, enabling the wielder to cast additional spells compared to their opponent. For instance, the Ice Spike talisman requires only a wisp of spiritual energy to activate, drawing in natural energy to form several icy spikes that can pierce through the air to injure foes. However, what truly ignited Zhao Chunbi's interest were the Serenity talismans. Despite being first-grade, their crafting difficulty and material requirements rivaled those of second-grade talismans. More importantly, this talisman not only calms the mind and dispels restlessness, but also allows one to sink into a deeper state of tranquility, thereby enhancing control over the soul's power. It proves remarkably effective in transcending realms, as well as in alchemy, forging, and inscriptions. Upon acquiring the talisman, Zhao Chunbi's heart blossomed with joy, yet his countenance remained composed and unperturbed. At that moment, he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, junior brother Sun, for your generosity in bestowing this talisman. I also extend my thanks to all fellow disciples for allowing Chunbi to present his humble attempt today." Hearing this, Sun Hao could not help but twitch his lips. ultimately choosing to close his eyes, preferring to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. The many disciples at the stage, initially anticipating Zhao Qinbi's embarrassment, were rendered speechless as the situation took an unexpected turn. Despite having lost his cultivation, Zhao Qinbi displayed an extraordinary talent in the art of inscriptions, executing an intricate gathering of energy on the spot. Among the audience, some perceptive individuals were stirred. The prospect of befriending even a low-tier inscription master could greatly benefit their cultivation in the opening realm. Moreover, with Zhao Qinbi's evident prodigious aptitude in this field, despite his inability to cultivate and his challenges in pursuing the path of enlightenment, his potential as the son of the sect leader positions him as a likely candidate to become a mid-tier or even high-tier inscription master. Following this unexpected episode, Feng Che prepared to resume his teachings, yet his gaze emanated a burning intensity, fixated upon Zhao Qinbi. Before Feng Che could utter a word, Zhao Qinbi adeptly seized Li Yujia, weaving through the crowd with agility, and swiftly made his exit from the cliff of enlightenment. That impudent whelp. Sooner or later, I shall claim him as my prized disciple. Observing this, Feng Che was momentarily stunned, a mixture of exasperation and amusement welling up within him as he inwardly chuckled and chided. Beneath the languid embrace of the sun's warmth, the lithe figures of the youth and maiden swayed amidst the cliffs, akin to a hazy silhouette etched into the depths of time, its beauty almost too elusive to grasp. At the summit of the Eastern Proximity sect, clouds churned and billowed, the sunlight cascading like a tidal surge, roiling and gushing amidst the sea of clouds. Upon the peak, a grand hall stood in solemn grandeur, its entirety as black as pitch, its upper reaches seemingly swallowed by the clouds, creating a stark contrast with its lower portion, as if divided by the very fabric of existence. Within the hall, colossal circular pillars rose from the ground, each towering to a height of approximately 10 feet. Upon each stone column sat an elder clad in violet robes, their auras betraying them as powerhouses of the manifest spirit realm. Deeper within the hall, two even more imposing square pillars stood, one as white as freshly fallen snow, as if sculpted from frozen flakes, while the other was as black as ink, as if cast from liquid darkness. At that moment, upon the obsidian pillar, a golden-robed elder materialized, his hair and beard dancing wildly, his presence exuding an air of unyielding authority, his pupils faintly shimmering with a gilded hue. As the elder appeared, a domineering aura reverberated outwards, instantly eclipsing the combined might of the dozens of manifest spirit realm experts present. Greetings, Grand Elder. The assembled elders of the manifest spirit realm proclaimed in unison, their voices filled with reverence. The golden-robed elder acknowledged their greeting with a slight nod, his voice resonating with power as he inquired, "Where is Sect Master Zhao? Why is it that on this day of council, all of the Eastern Proximity sect's elders have gathered, yet he alone has failed to appear?" The elderly man with the golden cannon, his brows furrowed in anger, spoke loudly. Before his words could fade, an even more immense spiritual pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire grand hall. This aura carried a sense of vast righteousness, solemn and ancient, compelling reverence from all who felt it. "Sun Bihua, do I need your instruction on how to conduct myself? If you dare to speak disrespectfully again and insult my son, do not blame me for disregarding our kinship." A low shout echoed from outside the hall, and in an instant, a figure appeared as if a phantom, so swift that even Sun Bihua, with his mid-stage golden core cultivation, could barely perceive it. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer stood firmly on the snow-white stone pillar, clad in white robes, adorned with a high crown and broad sash, and a green jade at his waist. The man appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Wisps of noble green energy floated from his sleeves. Only the ancient green jade sword on his back revealed a concentrated sword intent. At this moment, the ancient sword trembled and emitted a sharp, fierce aura of slaughter, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Seeing this, Sun Bihua could not help but frown, his pupils showing a strong sense of apprehension, and he spoke awkwardly. "It was my mistake, Sect Master, please do not take offense. However, with the sect's affairs being so numerous, it is indeed inappropriate for Sect Master Zhao to be away for so long." The newcomer was none other than Zhao Xiujun, the current Sect Master of the Donglin sect and a late-stage golden core cultivator. At that moment, Zhao Xiujun sat down cross-legged, the Celadon ancient sword hovering before him of its own volition. Streams of rich spiritual energy, as viscous as adhesive, diffused outwards, engendering a sense of rejuvenation akin to withered trees blossoming in spring. The assembly within the hall felt a vernal breeze sweeping over them, their cultivation subtly advancing, leading to profound astonishment as they gazed upon Zhao Shuyun. With the sect leader's transcendent cultivation, as long as he remains at the helm of our Eastern Lin sect, we shall be free from internal strife and external threats. A flicker of displeasure crossed Sun Bihua's brow. A middle-aged elder in the audience, perceiving this, immediately rose, clasped his fist, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "While that is true, the sect leader, as the head of the sect, ought to reside within the sect to stabilize the hearts of all. However, in recent years, the sect leader has not only been away for extended periods, but the affairs of the sect have also been shouldered solely by the Grand Elder. We find this to be inappropriate." The atmosphere in the hall momentarily stagnated, and some neutral elders inwardly lamented. "Indeed, I have been remiss in this matter. However, let us not dwell on it for now. Today's Elder Council has a more pressing matter to address," Zhao Shoyun said calmly, retracting the ancient sword into his sleeve. "During my recent travels, besides seeking elixirs for my son to resolve the impediments within his dantian, I have also secured an opportunity for the sect." "Oh, what opportunity?" Sun Bihua inquired with surprise, his golden eyes turning towards Zhao Shuyun. A jade scroll emerged from Zhao Shuyun's sleeve, unfurling like a landscape painting. In an instant, it expanded to a length of 10 zhang, its radiant light stretching before the assembly. Upon the canvas, mountains and rivers intertwine, shrouded in a verdant hue. Rivers meander and intertwine, while the ocean's waters, alive with the beauty of islands, seem poised to emerge from the painting itself. Before Zhao Shoujuan could utter a word, the assembly shared a silent understanding, instinctively directing their gaze towards a specific area on the right side of the canvas. There, at the bottom of the painting, above the ocean, a swirling mark reminiscent of a vortex slowly rotated, emanating a profound and ethereal glow. Should one delve deeper with the power of the spirit, they would discern that this vortex expanded at an imperceptible pace. Such a marking, it signifies a spatial secret realm. Even among the numerous elders of the spirit manifestation realm present, gasps of astonishment escaped their lips. Hearing this, Zhao Shoujuan nodded solemnly and affirmed, "Indeed, it is a newly emerged spatial secret realm. On my return from the immortal visit to the South Seas Guanyin sect, I chanced upon this place, where I abruptly sensed an instability in the space, giving rise to extraordinary phenomena. Seagulls soared, fish and shrimp congregated, and pure spiritual energy surged forth without reason. I concluded that a spatial secret realm had come into being. After contemplation, realizing that I could not achieve this alone, I reached out to the other 9 sects to collaboratively construct a formation to stabilize this secret realm. Once fully stabilized, we could venture within and seize the opportunities it presents. This secret realm will be accessible in 6 months. Regrettably, this spatial secret realm has existed for ages, and its entrance is in a state of disrepair. After extensive probing, we discovered that it cannot accommodate cultivators above the opening mansion realm. Even more lamentable is that due to the hasty construction of the formation, the entrance has further deteriorated, and we estimate that it can only admit a little over 100 disciples. Among the 100 slots available, half will be evenly distributed among our 10 sects, while the remaining half will be determined through a competition among disciples a week prior to the commencement of the secret realm. Our Donglin sect, being one of the lesser-known sects among the top 10 in the southeastern region of the Tiana continent, has often been overlooked. This opportunity arises as I was the first to discover the secret realm, allowing us to join the other 9 sects in seeking treasures within. Based on my observations, this secret realm is undoubtedly the resting place of a fallen mighty being, teeming with rare treasures and resources. Our Donglin sect must select the most outstanding disciples at the opening of the mansion stage, striving to secure more slots and seize the fortuitous opportunities within to strengthen our sect. Upon hearing these words, the elders present could not suppress their elation. Even Sun Bihua, who has historically been at odds with Zhao Xiaoyan, found herself smiling with delight, for if her disciples could acquire some extraordinary treasures from within, it would undoubtedly elevate them to the late Golden Core stage, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Xiaoyan, and perhaps even reach the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, which no longer seems unattainable. Master Zhao's actions are indeed a substantial contribution to our sect, for which we are all immensely grateful. Given this, we must diligently assess our disciples at the opening of the mansion stage over the next 6 months. The elders, upon hearing this, expressed their joy and enthusiasm, voicing their agreement. Sun Bihua, her eyes shimmering with golden hues, promptly commended, well said. Thus, for the year-end sect examination, let us select the most exceptional disciples at the opening of the mansion stage to compete for slots in the secret realm, demonstrating to the other 9 sects that our Donglin sect indeed harbors remarkable talents. Upon the pristine white stone pillar, Zhao Xiuyun's smile remained unwavering. Yet within the depths of his pupils, a trace of melancholy lingered, difficult to conceal. His right hand gently caressed the ancient sword concealed within his sleeve, and the sword emitted a mournful cry, resonating with his heart, manifesting a solitary tear of steel. Shenbai, I hope this time, the breakthrough elixir obtained through my father's death and his corporeal essence will heal your Dantian. This whisper was swiftly drowned in the laughter echoing throughout the grand hall. Chapter 8. Breaking the Dantian Barrier. The moonlight, akin to flowing water, seeped through the partially obscured window panes of the wooden cabin, gradually illuminating the interior. It was the dead of night, yet Zhao Chunbai was devoid of slumber. At this moment, seated cross-legged upon the cushion within the cave dwelling, he was intently gazing at the object in his palm. As he gently rotated it between his fingers, the ice-blue jade pendant emitted a faint, ethereal glow, intertwining with the silvery moonlight that flooded the room, creating an ambience reminiscent of liquid harmony. Zhao Chunbai held his breath, concentrating as he delicately extracted a wisp of spiritual energy from his consciousness, allowing it to permeate the jade pendant. Instantly, a vast and refreshing sensation enveloped him, invigorating his spirit and banishing the fatigue accumulated throughout the day, dissipating it in an instant. I have truly underestimated the capabilities of this pendant. I never anticipated it could dispel my weariness and drowsiness entirely, meaning I could gain several extra hours each day compared to others. Zhao Chunbai murmured softly. Although the pendant had already bestowed upon him boundless surprises, he now realized that this was merely the tip of the iceberg, and he silently vowed to keep the pendant's secrets hidden from others. An innocent man may be guiltless, yet possessing a treasure jewel incurs suspicion. With the myriad of miraculous powers this jade pendant possesses, should it ever be revealed to the public, not only ordinary cultivators, but even those at the golden core or nascent soul realms would undoubtedly vie for it, leading to fierce conflicts. As his drowsiness completely dissipated, Zhao Chunbai took a moment to regulate his breathing and began to strategize. The immediate priority was to utilize the extraordinary power of the jade pendant to resolve the latent threat within his Dantian. Since the first blood oath, the pendant had autonomously absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, continuously feeding it back into Zhao Chunbai's body. Although Zhao Chunbai had not yet opened his spiritual mansion and thus could not store this energy, over time, his physical meridians and even his soul would be perpetually nourished, establishing a flowing cycle with the natural world, bringing profound benefits. More importantly, as the spiritual energy continued to pour in, the blood essence congealed into a blood core deep within his Dantian had been suppressed, unable to counterflow and harm or control his body and mind. However, in the ordinary regions of the Donglin sect, the spiritual energy was not sufficiently dense, and the energy fed back by the pendant was too sparse to form a significant force, unlike the overwhelming spiritual storm it created upon its first appearance. Thus, the mysterious blood core remained immovable, locked in a stalemate with the pendant. After much deliberation, Zhao Chunbai realized that only by finding a place rich in spiritual energy, providing an ample source of power, could he once again activate the pendant to form a spiritual storm and completely break through the barriers of his Dantian. The adage knowledge is easy, but action is difficult rings true. Despite the countless auspicious locations within the sect, brimming with the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he finds himself powerless to enter. Although Zhao Chunbai is the son of the sect leader, the strict regulations of the sect are unyielding. His father, Zhao Xiuyun, has always advocated for his disciples to adhere to the rules and laws. Many of the sect's cultivation sanctuaries are off-limits to those who do not possess sufficient cultivation levels or have not made significant contributions to the sect. Zhao Chunbai is overwhelmed, sinking down onto the ground, gazing skyward, and lamenting, "Must I truly expend countless hours and effort, painstakingly gathering spirit stones, in order to build my strength gradually?" As he gazes at the window above, his eyes catch sight of the immense cave dwelling concealed within the swaying shadows of the towering tree, appearing both elusive and tangible. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes him. Of course, Beyond my father's cave dwelling lies a grand spirit-gathering array, personally inscribed by Elder Fong. The energy within must be extraordinarily rich. At that moment, under the cloak of night, with the wind howling fiercely, Zhao Qinbi's figure is shrouded in the shadows of the trees, resembling a comical figure of mischief. What folly is this, he thinks, to be awake at such an hour? Leaping onto the rooftop? Inside the sect leader's cave, Zhao Xiuyun sits cross-legged, his soul's mental energy revealing Zhao Qinbi's sneaky silhouette in an instant, prompting him to chuckle softly. Yet, Zhao Qinbi remains oblivious, earnestly surveying his surroundings. He tears a length of vine from behind him, swinging it with force to ensnare the top of the grand tree, and then leaps forth like a wild monkey, deftly navigating through the forest until he arrives at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Outside the cave, the immense stone door remained firmly shut, adorned with the 8 characters East faces Qiaoshi, gazing at the vast sea, which radiated an ethereal glow against the heavy shroud of night. The walls of the cavern shimmered with flowing brilliance, intricately inscribed with complex runes that left Zhao Qinbi utterly mesmerized. Although he had yet to step inside, he felt a rich surge of natural spiritual energy envelop him, causing even the jade pendant in his sleeve to resonate. In a swift motion, he leapt onto a tree trunk, deftly maneuvering until he reached the window at the top of the cave. Taking a deep breath, he jumped inside. Contrary to the anticipated jarring sensation of landing, Zhao Qinbi found his feet resting upon a cushion of soft air. Just as confusion began to cloud his mind, brilliant light suddenly illuminated the cave. Startled, he glanced down and discovered he was standing atop a stream of azure energy, suspended in midair. Within the cavern, his father, Zhao Xiuyun, regarded him with an oddly bemused expression. Perhaps in life, there exist individuals who serve as both armor and vulnerability. Those who can elicit your gentlest smile, yet also provoke your fiercest wrath. Qinbi, why are you up at this hour? Coming to your father's abode? Here to tidy up? Zhao Xiuyun inquired with a teasing glint in his eye, stroking his beard and smiling broadly. Should the elders of the Donglin sect witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape in disbelief. Under his father's questioning gaze, Zhao Qinbi became increasingly flustered, scratching his head in a manner that starkly contrasted with his earlier spirited demeanor atop the Enlightenment cliff. Sigh. Zhao Qinbi opened his mouth several times, yet found himself at a loss for words, which amused Zhao Xiuyun greatly. This rascal, coveting the abundant spiritual energy of my abode, seeks to take advantage of my absence to make a desperate attempt to forcefully open his dantian and establish a qi mansion, doesn't he? With a gentle gaze, Zhao Xiuyun raised his arm, and a stream of azure energy slowly descended, gently placing Zhao Qinbi on the ground. Having his intentions exposed, Zhao Qinbi felt utterly speechless and slumped to the ground, resigning himself to whatever might come. Witnessing this, Zhao Xiuyun let out a soft sigh, his expression tinged with self-reproach, and spoke tenderly. It is my failure as a father that in 8 years, I have not been able to heal your dantian. At these words, both father and son couldn't help but feel a shadow of sorrow, with Zhao Xiuyun's eyes reflecting a sense of loss. Now, as my time approaches, I fear I cannot accompany you much longer. Your mother left early, and over the years, I have often felt that I have not taken good care of you. Sometimes, I wonder if it would not have been better if we had lived as ordinary father and son, spending our lives together in simplicity. But as cultivators, once we set foot on the path of cultivation, it is destined to be fraught with obstacles and hardships, making it difficult to have a peaceful beginning and end. Sometimes, I wish to ask this vast heaven and earth, where does the Tao come from, and where does one go to cultivate it? If the heavenly Tao does not exist, what are we cultivating? If it does exist, why is it that among the myriad beings, some can cultivate while others cannot? Yet, these answers, I can no longer seek, nor can I wait for them. The art of cultivation lies not in the refinement of strength, but in the cultivation of the heart. Yet, without a transcendent power, how can one navigate the vast sea of suffering to seek the infinite truth? My time is nearly spent, and the great path has reached its end. To have met your mother in this life is a joy that leaves no regrets in death. However, there remains one regret. I have not been able to resolve the barrier in your dantian to aid your cultivation journey. Even if you had not come today, I would have sought you out tomorrow. On this voyage to visit the immortals, I have procured a barrier-breaking pill for you. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will clear the path for you. Zhao Xiuyun suddenly raised his head, a majestic aura emanating from him, his sleeves fluttering without wind, rustling loudly. Only his eyes were shrouded in mist, gazing fixedly at Zhao Qinbi, filled with so much reluctance and attachment, like a lake of sorrow. A single clear tear slowly seeped into the ground. Zhao Qinbi was already in tears, his hands tightly gripping the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. He slowly lifted his head to look at Zhao Xiaojuan's gradually withering face and burst into sobs. Father, although I do not know the grade of this barrier-breaking pill, it must have cost you dearly. It must be extremely precious, Zhao Qinbi choked out. Only in front of his father could he truly be like a 16-year-old boy, utterly vulnerable, seeking shelter. Therefore, Qinbi thinks it would be better for you to take it yourself. I am unworthy, and I do not wish for you to sacrifice everything for me again. As for the barrier in my dantian, perhaps this mysterious jade pendant that fell from the sky might offer a solution. With a resolute heart, Zhao Qinbi wiped away his tears and retrieved the jade pendant from his sleeve, recounting the tale from the very beginning. The night stretched long as father and son sat facing each other, narrating the story in detail. As Zhao Qinbi spoke, Zhao Xiaojuan's expression shifted unpredictably, sometimes astonished, sometimes pensive, and at other times, perplexed. After a long while, a smile suddenly broke across his aged face, growing brighter and brighter until he stood up, erupting into a roaring laughter. Heaven aids my son. Heaven aids my son. Zhao Xiaojuan stepped forward, gripping Zhao Qinbi's shoulders firmly, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Qinbi, from now on, never mention this jade pendant to anyone. Not a single hint of it should be revealed. Even I cannot fathom its profound mysteries. It likely possesses unimaginable, transcendent powers. From this day forward, you must safeguard it well and use it wisely. Great achievements surely await you. After this admonition, Zhao Xiaojuan seemed to have unburdened his heart, and a sense of relief washed over him. From within his wide sleeves, a surge of azure light burst forth like a tidal wave, and an ancient sword shined. Soaring out, grasping the sword in one hand and Zhao Qinbi's hand in the other, he laughed heartily. What does mere spiritual energy matter? If you desire the spiritual energy of this world, then I shall seize all of it for you. The sword's radiance shot skyward, piercing through the heavy night, ascending straight to the 9 heavens. Among all sword cultivators, none were more domineering. Zhao Qinbi felt a gale sweep past, cutting like a blade against his face. And in an instant, he found himself high above the heavens, gazing upon a sea of swirling clouds. Disperse. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, Zhao Xiaoyun dispelled the clouds across the vast sky. The blade shimmered with radiant brilliance, illuminating the entirety of Donglin sect as if it were broad daylight. Shenbai. Be prepared. When your father draws his sword, activate the jade pendant to absorb the spiritual energy and break through the blood chi in your dantian. Beneath the clouds, Zhao Xiaoyun stood resolutely against the wind, his voice resonating with vigor and ambition. A torrent of transcendent sword intent surged forth, causing the spiritual energy within the realm of Donglin sect to roil and boil. I possess a sword named Jilu. It resides within the realm of mortals, untouched by the clamor of carriages and horses. The azure ancient sword in Zhao Xiaoyun's grasp soared forth, growing in length as it met the wind, quickly expanding to several zhang in size, further enveloped by an invisible curtain. In an instant, the tumultuous spiritual energy transformed into a tranquil calm. Spirals of spiritual energy flowed from all directions, converging above the 2 figures in the sky, coalescing into large droplets of spiritual essence that cascaded downwards. Zhao Xiaoyun, have you lost your mind? Such turmoil and consumption of the sect's spiritual energy, do you not care for the disciples' cultivation needs? An enraged voice echoed from within Donglin's sect, suddenly resonating in Zhao Xiaoyun's mind through a transmission of thought. Unyielding, Zhao Xiaoyun countered with a fierce sword intent that carried his words back to the sect. Since I have assumed the role of sect master, I have fought valiantly for the sect over a dozen times and protected my disciples for a century. Today, if I act selfishly for my son, what harm is there in that? Son Bihua, should you obstruct me, I shall surely slay you today. The sword energy surged forth, and within Donglin's sect, a faint sound of alarm reverberated. Sun Bihua expectorated a mouthful of blood, his golden robes tattered, and could only shake his head with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he had no choice but to act, isolating heaven and earth, concealing the traces of Zhao Qinbi and his son's actions. Above the firmament, spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, tempestuous and violent. Zhao Qinbi, situated at the heart of the spiritual energy vortex, felt as if he were in the deep sea's undercurrent, struggling to breathe, yet he still gritted his teeth, unwavering. Wisps of soul power suddenly gushed from his sea of consciousness, all entering the jade pendant. And that ice-blue jade pendant, seemingly waiting for this moment, suddenly bloomed with a brilliant starlight, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if finding a vent, poured into it overwhelmingly. Streams of extremely pure spiritual energy, like flood dragons, surged wildly into Zhao Chunbi's meridians, and as they converged and circulated, they grew stronger, swarming towards his dantian. The blood-fiend elixir, at this moment, could not muster any resistance at all, and under the violent spiritual force, it detached from the dantian and was spat out from Zhao Chunbi's mouth. An indescribable sense of exhilaration swept through his entire body, as if every inch of his flesh was cheering in unison. And Zhao Chunbi could not help but roar to the sky, filled with heroic fervor. I, Zhao Chunbi, from this day forward, will surely make the world change color. And the great Tao endure. Chapter 9. Secluded cultivation above the firmament. The father and son stood amidst the clouds, tears welling up in their eyes, but on their faces there was an irrepressible smile and elation. After Zhao Chunbi's long roar, the 8 years of pent-up feelings in his heart were swept away in an instant. In the days of yore, brimming with youthful vigor and ambition, he was the cynosure of all eyes within the sect. Hailed as the most prodigious talent the Eastern Lin sect had seen in a millennium, his heart swelled with pride, and his cultivation advanced with meteoric speed. Yet, as the adage goes, the higher the climb, the harder the fall. The catastrophic upheaval in his dantian overnight plunged Zhao Chunbi from the zenith of his glory into the abyss of despair. For 8 long years, the agony, sorrow, resentment, and helplessness he endured were beyond the ken and imagination of others. Only he, the protagonist of this tragic tale, could fathom the depth of his suffering and torment. Fortunately, heaven did not forsake him. Today, after 8 arduous years, Zhao Chunbi has finally overcome the impediment in his dantian and once again embarked on the path of cultivation. At this moment, father and son exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts speaking volumes without words. Above, the heavens parted, revealing a boundless expanse of resplendent stars. And the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy gradually subsided. Zhao Xiujuan, sensing the shift, sheathed his sword and gazed downward. The Eastern Lin sect was now enveloped in a faint golden radiance, a clear indication that Sun Bihua, in her desperation, had employed a veiling technique to obscure their actions from the sect's disciples and elders, lest it cause undue repercussions. Zhao Xiujuan smiled faintly. Sun Bihua, you've shown some sense this time. I owe you a favor. The blood-fiend pill, now dim and lifeless, hovered motionless before them. Yet at its core, a stubborn crimson essence remained indomitable, surreptitiously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Zhao Xiujuan's brow furrowed in anger. With a swift motion, he summoned his ancient sword, which roared with the force of thunder as it descended, causing a violent explosion that echoed through the heavens and the earth. However, this sanguineous fiend pill not only withstood a sword strike unscathed, but also remained entirely undamaged, which was truly astonishing. Before the father and son could react, the icy azure jade pendant in Zhao Chunbi's hand detached itself and floated before the blood pill. The pendant shimmered with light, immediately emitting countless starlight-like rays that, after several entanglements, enveloped the blood pill entirely and absorbed it into the jade pendant. Simultaneously, Zhao Chunbi sensed that the sanguineous fiend pill was now cowering obediently within the jade pendant, motionless in the dim starry expanse where he had briefly resided. Reassured that the jade pendant was unharmed, Zhao Chunbi informed his father. Zhao Xiuyun frowned, pondered for a moment, and then gradually relaxed, taking a deep breath as he said, "Incredible, this jade pendant possesses such formidable power, having already formed a microcosmic world within. It is truly astounding." Even Zhao Xiuyun was deeply affected. His heart stirred like a colossal stone had been cast into it, creating tumultuous waves. He swallowed hard, forcibly composed himself, and said, "Regardless, it is ultimately a tremendous opportunity for you, one that you must seize. Remember what I said before, under no circumstances should you let anyone know about this jade pendant." Knowing the importance of the matter, Zhao Chunbi suppressed his inner shock and nodded in agreement. After the initial astonishment, a sense of joy arose and manifested in the hearts of both father and son. As if a long-buried knot within his heart had been untied, Zhao Xiuyun, whose cultivation had stagnated for many years, now felt a subtle loosening, seemingly drawing closer to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. with his sword intent becoming ever more fluid and harmonious. On this day, Zhao Qinbi commenced his seclusion for cultivation. When he breaks through, he shall surely soar to the heavens. At the Lotus Leaf Taoist temple of the Donglin sect, under the bright sun, over 1,000 disciples sat cross-legged in orderly fashion. Spirals of milky white spiritual energy surged forth from the pool beneath the lotus leaves, enveloping the disciples like ethereal mist. As each individual practiced their breathing techniques, the white fog gradually thinned, allowing fresh streams of spiritual energy to emerge from the pool, replenishing the mist. After several cycles of this exchange, the mist finally dissipated, revealing the disciples in their entirety. In the center of the temple, Liu Jue donned a flowing white robe, her crimson hair cascading freely over her shoulders as she sat cross-legged upon the lotus leaf, surrounded by swirling tendrils of red spiritual energy. Moments later, her alluring red lips parted slightly, drawing in the surrounding energy, causing her aura to manifest with renewed strength, now distinctly at the mid-stage of the opening of the mansion. With only a short distance remaining to reach the later stage, her long eyelashes fluttered gently as her enchanting eyes slowly opened, rippling like the gentle spring waters, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, within those mesmerizing eyes, there was no trace of joy. Instead, a hint of restlessness and indignation lingered, accompanied by an almost imperceptible sense of loss that left onlookers entranced. The emotions of a young maiden are indeed the most poignant. Shirkuan, she mused. What could my brother Qinbi be doing, having vanished for 3 months without a trace, sneaking about in such secrecy? Startled, Liu Ju arose and struck Shirkuan, who was seated in meditation beside her, squarely on the head with her sword, a hint of resentment in her tone. Shirkuan, undeserving of this sudden misfortune, dared neither to express his anger nor to utter a complaint, instead meekly rubbing his head, a gesture that, juxtaposed with his towering frame, only served to amplify his image of rustic simplicity. Senior sister Yu Ju, you have posed that very question no less than 100 times in these past months. Upon hearing this, Liu Ju's ire was further stoked. Raising a slender hand, as delicate as a lotus root, she feigned another strike at Shirkuan's head. Shirkuan hastily recoiled, exclaiming, I inquired of our master some days ago. Master relayed that senior brother Chunbai, though he has overcome his alchemical impediment, still requires recuperation of his physical form and meridians. Furthermore, he must devote himself to diligent cultivation in order to attain the Kai Fu realm at the earliest and partake in the forthcoming sect assessment. Liu Ju, upon hearing this, ceased her actions, lowering her head in dejection and sighing softly. Seeing this, Shirkuan jested with even greater candor. Heh, senior sister Yu Ju. As the ancients have said, a single day apart feels like 3 autumns. Now that you have been separated from senior brother Zhao for a full 3 months, it is no wonder you are so restless. Sure too. You insolent brat, speak carelessly again, and believe me, I will smash your mouth with my sword. A captivating blush bloomed across Liu Ju's face, and she feigned anger, casting a glare with her lovely eyes. Shirkuan merely chuckled. I won't say any more. I won't say any more. However, the sect assessment is less than 10 days away. I wonder how senior brother Chun Bai's cultivation is progressing. Liu Ju raised an eyebrow. Is there even a need to ask? In this present moment, the Dantian is unscathed, with the extraordinary talent of brother Qinbi. Cultivation flows as effortlessly as drinking water. Beneath the abundant sunlight, the young girl sways her slender legs, as if recalling a delightful memory, her lips curving into a sweet smile. The sun hangs high, its myriad rays resembling countless golden threads, filtering through the dappled leaves to warmly illuminate the vast cavern atop the trees. Within the cavern, Zhao Qinbi lies in the nude, immersed in a colossal flower bud. This bud gently unfurls, resembling a verdant giant-esque vessel, sprouting from the earth and occupying the center of the cavern, exuding an extraordinary vitality as if it were alive. Inside the bud, a viscous, dark green liquid fills the space, emitting a subtle fragrance and flickering with hints of emerald light, releasing an alluring aura of pure spiritual energy. With each breath, visible azure mist rises from the liquid, enveloping Zhao Qinbi's skin and bestowing upon him an ethereal luster akin to jade. At this moment, every meridian within Zhao Qinbi is remarkably resilient and brimming with an exceptionally pure spiritual force. In the Dantian, spiritual energy swirls, and faintly, an invisible shadow can be discerned. Rotating like a vortex, emanating waves of attraction that condense the spiritual energy into droplets of liquid. Meanwhile, the dark green essence within the bud diminishes visibly with each passing moment, becoming increasingly transparent until, within half a day's time, not a trace of spiritual energy remains. Had it not been for the lingering, subtle fragrance of the verdant flora, one might easily mistake him for merely a vessel of clear water. Unexpectedly, the toll of his rigorous training has proven to be astonishingly immense. Zhao Qinbi opened his eyes and glanced at the crystal-clear spiritual liquid, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Since the extraction of the blood essence from his dantian, Zhao Qinbi has been in seclusion for a full 3 months. During this period, he has meticulously restructured his entire meridian system, expending a tremendous amount of energy. In his fervent pursuit of breaking through to the realm of the open, he has remained confined within his father's cave, meditating day in and day out, absorbing the exceptionally pure and copious spiritual energy to facilitate his meridian cultivation. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi leapt from the wooden barrel and casually picked up a crimson elixir from the stone table, promptly tossing it into his mouth to chew. Should the alchemists and disciples within the sect witness this scene, they would surely lament and express their anguish over such extravagant wastefulness. It is not that the members of the sect are narrow-minded. Rather, the elixir that aids in cultivation is indeed far too precious and a rare commodity. This heavenly spirit pill, although merely a first-grade elixir suitable for those in the open realm, is still a refined creation, crafted by the chief alchemist, and incomparable to the inferior concoctions or common pills. Typically, disciples of the open realm would guard such elixirs with utmost care, reserving them for critical breakthroughs, and would never consider consuming them casually. In stark contrast, Zhao Qinbi, who is yet to fully solidify his, consumes several daily, as carelessly as one might indulge in jelly beans, leaving onlookers in a state of shock and concern. Upon the ingestion of the elixir, it swiftly transformed into an intensely fervent stream of energy, surging into the meridians and the dantian, causing Zhao Qinbi's skin to heat up and take on a faint crimson hue. Within the dantian, an invisible vortex gathered a sphere of liquid spiritual energy, roughly the size of a fist, at its center, straining against the confines of the whirlpool as if it sought to erupt into a vast reservoir of power, yet it was resolutely stifled, continuously compressed and refined. At that moment, the fiery potency surged in, and the invisible vortex exhibited signs of being unable to contain itself, quivering violently as if on the verge of unfurling into an expansive ocean. Zhao Qinbi, having anticipated this, displayed not a trace of panic upon his face. He promptly seated himself in a meditative posture, striving to suppress the tumultuous vortex within his dantian. After a while, tranquility returned to the dantian, and the waves of heated energy receded, flowing into his limbs and bones, enveloping his entire being in a comforting warmth. In truth, Zhao Qinbi had reached the pinnacle of the meridian condensation stage half a month prior, with all his meridians thoroughly opened and solidified, and the spiritual energy in his dantian sufficiently amassed, enabling him to establish a qi residence and officially step into the realm of cultivation. Yet, amidst this clarity, Zhao Qinbi sensed the faint emergence of countless distant images flickering in his mind, indistinct and elusive, yet strangely familiar, as if they were echoes of his own past experiences, stirring profound empathy within him. In the scene, a thick fog envelopes the surroundings, obscuring the sun and shrouding everything in mystery. An elderly man, seemingly merging into the mist, stands before a young boy clad in white, who sits in meditation, attentively absorbing his teachings. The voice is distant and ethereal, as if emanating from the very end of time. The content eludes clarity, yet it evokes an ancient profundity akin to the discourse of celestial beings, bestowing enlightenment upon the boy. Waves of extraordinary insights into cultivation continuously emerge from Zhao Qinbi's consciousness, intangible yet imbued with an ineffable charm. From that moment onward, Zhao Qinbi found himself inexplicably convinced that he should not pursue the path of establishing a residence, but rather compress and refine the spiritual energy within his dantian, staunchly suppressing the formless vortex on the verge of becoming a gas residence, allowing the spiritual energy to gradually nourish his entire being. Perhaps, guided by a hidden fate, Zhao Qinbi unknowingly embarked on the dual cultivation of both physical and spiritual forms without any prior experience in body refinement techniques. As the intense energy coursed through him, His muscles appeared radiant and robust, exuding a sense of formidable strength. Zhao Qinbi turned and surveyed his surroundings, then suddenly let out a mighty roar. Channeling all his power into his right hand, delivering a forceful strike that caused the very air to tremble slightly. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand and replaced the old spiritual liquid in the flower bud with a fresh one, submerging it once more. With less than 10 days remaining, the sect trial awaits. This time, I shall undoubtedly make an extraordinary impact. Chapter 10. Auspicious Chi from the East, establishing a residence and gathering energy. The ancient bell resounded, as though it had descended from the heavens, landing directly upon the earth with a solemn and archaic grandeur. The sound of the bell reverberated continuously. For those who listened intently, it could be discerned that the bell tolled 9 times, paused thrice, and after 3 pauses, it ceased its ringing entirely. Legend has it that this bell was forged by the founding master of the Donglin sect, Donglin Jinren, and is intimately connected to the sect's fortunes. Whenever significant matters arise within the sect, the ancient bell must toll, resonating a total of 81 times after 3 pauses. Should an elder successfully break through to the golden core stage and ascend to the ranks of terrestrial immortals, it shall toll 162 times. However, the ominous tolling of 283 times, divided into 9 pauses, signifies that the sect is in dire peril, facing potential extinction. Fortunately, since the establishment of the Donglin sect over a millennium ago, there has never been an occasion to hear the bell toll in such a foreboding manner. As the bell's sound abruptly ceased, on the vast white stone plaza, seemingly carved from the mountainside by a single stroke of a sword, over 3,000 disciples had been summoned. Dressed in white robes, they sat cross-legged upon the ground. Their collective aura was palpable, as they were all disciples within the opening mansion realm. At this moment, the harmonious circulation of their breaths caused the clouds below to churn and swirl, enveloping the mountainside. They appeared as celestial beings, seated gracefully amidst the white clouds, ethereal and unearthly. In the center of the plaza, more than a dozen elders clad in purple robes floated above, some riding white cranes, others riding heavenly steeds. And even more extraordinary was one elder who stood upon a colossal spiritual turtle, its 4 limbs gliding gracefully through the air, surrounded by a veil of white mist. Also suspended in the sky, at the highest point, a golden chariot radiated dazzling golden light, resembling a blazing sun, resplendent and mesmerizing. Before the grand chariot, for majestic purple-gold celestial steeds were tethered with gilded ropes, seamlessly united with the vehicle. Their surfaces shimmered with a rich, liquid-like golden aura, and at that moment, their neighing resonated through the air like rolling thunder. The matters of the secret realm have been elucidated by this old man. This opportunity, had it not been for the secret realm's limitations preventing cultivators above the opening heaven stage from entry, would undoubtedly not have fallen into your hands. Therefore, esteemed attendees, it is imperative that you cherish and seize this fortuitous chance. From the heavens above, the authoritative and formidable voice of Sun Bihua gradually echoed, its volume modest, yet reverberating in the ears of over 3,000 disciples like a thunderclap, inciting an involuntary sense of reverence and trepidation. However, the quotas for the secret realm were indeed limited. Thus, after deliberation with the sect leader, the decision was made to open the Eastern Path Tower, an event that occurs once every decade, allowing all of you to enter and compete in cultivation prowess. Those who ascend the tower will be ranked according to their heights reached, and among those on the same level. The order will be determined by the duration of their endurance. The disciples understood. Sun Bihua, witnessing this scene, smiled with satisfaction before adopting a serious demeanor and stated, "In that case, let sect leader Zhao initiate the Eastern Path Tower." No sooner had his words fallen than an ancient and formidable sword intent cascaded from the skies above, transforming into countless azure flying swords that descended like rain, mesmerizing all and leaving them in awe. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the myriad azure sword energies dissipated like melting snow, scattering into waves of azure currents that gently caressed the earth, imparting a refreshing sensation akin to a spring breeze. In the heights of the sky, a colossal ancient azure sword, measuring over 10 zhang in length, suddenly materialized before all. Where the great sword resided, the spiritual energy was cleaved and disrupted, swirling chaotically around it. Upon that colossal sword stood a middle-aged scholar clad in white robes, poised with elegance, exuding an air of grace that was reminiscent of a legendary swordsman. "We respectfully welcome the sect leader," resonated the voices of the disciples gathered in the square, filled with admiration and reverence. Behind the scholar, there stood a tall youth dressed in the same white robes of an inner disciple, his flowing black hair dancing in the breeze, eyes shimmering like distant stars, his visage akin to that of an immortal. Indeed, it was Zhao Qinbi. Seeing this, Sun Bihua furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Zhao sect leader, this may not be entirely appropriate." Zhao Xiujuan, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly and replied, "What is inappropriate?" Sun Bihua scoffed, "This rule was established by you, Zhao sect leader. The decision to allow disciples at the opening mansion realm to participate in the treasure-seeking trial was made during your deliberation. Now, Zhao Qinbi has yet to reach the opening mansion. Are you truly willing to show favoritism merely because he is your biological son?" Before Zhao Xiujuan could respond, Zhao Qinbi stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. "What the Grand Elder says is indeed correct. Only disciples at the opening mansion realm should partake in this trial. Yet why should I not be allowed to participate?" Sun Bihua, taken aback by his words, felt a flicker of confusion. After scanning with his divine sense and confirming that Zhao Qinbi had undeniably not yet opened his mansion, he thundered, "You young rascal! Do you think I am losing my faculties?" Zhao Qinbi broke into a radiant smile, his hair billowing like a dragon in the tempest, stepping forward once more, his long sleeves swirling gracefully. He then sat cross-legged, laughing heartily. "I, Zhao Qinbi of the Donglin sect's Sword Cliff lineage, hereby declare my intent to open my mansion and gather energy today." Upon the utterance of these words, it was as if a lion or tiger had roared, akin to a furious dragon's howl, stirring the hearts of those present and awakening an intangible force that ascended from the heavens. As the last syllable fell, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupted from Zhao Qinbi's dantian, tumultuously stirring the clouds above. Even the ethereal energies of the cosmos subtly began to alter their trajectories, converging from the surrounding mountains and waters toward the sky. Just the act of establishing how could it command such grandeur? As the tumult surged, among the thousands of inner disciples gathered in the square, many who had previously scoffed at the notion of one's capability to gather energy and establish and now found their expressions starkly altered, their arrogance quelled in an instant. Even the elders clad in purple high above, including the esteemed Grand Elder Sun Bihua, gazed upon this extraordinary display with astonishment, struggling to fathom the spectacle. Feng Che, riding upon his crane amidst the azure clouds, bore an expression of nonchalance, stroking his beard with unabashed mirth. "This lad is indeed worthy of my favor," he declared loudly. To conjure such a celestial phenomenon merely through the act of energy gathering and establishment. Before them, an invisible vortex materialized from Zhao Qinbi's dantian, coalescing into a tangible form, resembling a revolving wheel manifesting behind him. An immensely powerful suction emanated from it, compelling even those disciples far removed from the heights to feel an unexplainable tug. Above, dark clouds abruptly gathered, as if to besiege a city, unfurling like a colossal black curtain that obscured the entire firmament, plunging the surroundings into a dusk akin to the depths of night. Dimly, the contours of the chi repositories surrounding the dantian had begun to take shape, drawing in boundless spiritual energy from all directions, which converged to solidify their form. At that moment, Zhao Qinbi's consciousness had faded into a state of sublime oblivion. As if he had entered an ineffable realm, his every breath imbued with an indescribable cadence. With the ceaseless surge of spiritual power, a colossal vortex of energy seemed to materialize in the heavens above the plaza, centered upon the great sword. From afar, it resembled a fissure in the void, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Glimmers of starlight emanated from Zhao Qinbi's orifices, and at the crown of his head, near the Baihui point, a constellation seemed to shimmer, subtly veiled amidst the pervasive spiritual energy. In a fleeting instant, from top to bottom, the 8 acupoints, Shinting, Taiyang, Ermin, Qingming, Rinzhong, Yamen, Fengqi, and Renying, all ignited, drawing in streams of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, which vanished as if sinking into a bottomless ocean. Zhao Qinbi felt a sudden, revitalizing sensation arise within his mind, invigorating his spirit, sharpening his senses, and clarifying his thoughts. Moreover, moments later, along his chest and abdomen, from the Fuzhong point to the Shangxiu point, 14 acupoints were illuminated by starlight. Subsequently, the acupoints on his back, waist, sacrum, and limbs also blazed forth like a firmament of stars. To those who might have probed his body with divine sense, Zhao Qinbi, at that instant, radiated a crystalline blue starlight from all 36 vital acupoints, a spectacle akin to a celestial tapestry, interwoven with resplendent brilliance. Instantly, a magnificent chi reservoir materialized, burgeoning forth from the Dantian region. Though lacking physical form, it exuded an aura of flawless perfection, robust and unyielding. A distinctly different presence emanated from Zhao Qinbi. The flow of spiritual energy coursing through him, signifying his attainment of the chi reservoir realm. Upon the reservoir, violet vapor swirled, exuding a noble aura. Even Zhao Qinbi himself was enveloped in captivating violet radiance, profoundly enigmatic. Verily, the purple chi arrives from the east, a purple mansion cultivator, from above the clouds. Even the discerning experts of manifestation could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Incredible! Qinbi has actually invoked the purple chi from the east, establishing a purple mansion. It has been over a century since a disciple under our tutelage last established a purple mansion. Had he not tragically perished, he would undoubtedly be among the golden core cultivators today. Even Zhao Xiuyun, upon witnessing this, was overcome with a mixture of elation and disbelief, murmuring in astonishment. As the words faded, a peculiar phenomenon arose. From within Zhao Qinbi's sleeve, the mystical jade pendant once again emitted an enigmatic aura, enveloping Zhao Qinbi's sea of consciousness. In a fleeting moment, countless unprecedented images and memories surged forth within his mind, akin to seeds sprouting and taking root, rapidly flourishing into a dense canopy that blotted out the sky. Lu Faming, the wheel-turning hall, the realm of mountains and seas, the great Sumeru world. Unfamiliar terms intertwined within the images, threatening to overwhelm his sea of consciousness and inflicting a heart-wrenching agony. However, from an external perspective, Zhao Qinbi remained unperturbed, his countenance devoid of any expression, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. The violet aura surrounding him had reached its zenith, swirling incessantly like streams of amethyst luminescence. At its very core, glimmers of gold, more immaculate and radiant than refined bullion, began to surface. A transformation from violet to gold, signifying the advent of auspicious energy. Chapter 11. Awakening of Memories. The emanation of the purplish-golden aura instantly triggered a cataclysmic shift in the firmament. A commanding presence, akin to a celestial being's descent, cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour, plunging directly onto the plaza. Among the assembled disciples, many had already attained the middle stage of the opening mansion realm, and a select few, the prodigies among them, had even ascended to the late stage. Yet, confronted with these nascent fluctuations, they were overwhelmed by a sense of utter insurmountability. It was a suppression of a higher order. High above, Zhao Qinbi was enveloped in a vortex of purplish-golden energy, with faint starlight shimmering between his brows, rendering him an unparalleled, otherworldly figure. The elders of the Eastern Proximity sect were rendered speechless, profoundly awestruck by the celestial spectacle. The circulation of their spiritual energy became erratic, a testament to the tempestuous turmoil within their hearts. Within the mountain ranges, dozens of violet-robed manifest spirit elders and honored guests were stirred by the anomaly. In their astonishment, they forcibly interrupted their meditative cultivation, broke through their seclusion, and ascended into the clouds. Deep within the mountain's core, in an obsidian cavern completely isolated from the outside world, 3 colossal, cyan-black stone pillars stood. At this moment, they inexplicably quivered slightly. These pillars appeared to be of immense antiquity, bearing the marks of age and decay. Upon the monolith, wisps of profoundly arcane intertwined, emanating an aura of ancient vicissitude, subtly imbued with undulations akin to the celestial. Atop the pillar, 3 hunched elders sat in meditative repose, eyes sealed shut, their forms withered, akin to skin-clad skeletons, devoid of vitality. As the monolith quivered gently, the skeletal elder on the right experienced a subtle tremor in his eyes, a flicker of crimson light beneath his eyelids. In an instant, the elder, seemingly deceased for epochs, opened his eyes. An aura far surpassing that of Zhao Xiuyun manifested, albeit tinged with a sense of desiccation and decay, before gradually receding into his being after several breaths. Purple chi arrives from the east, transmuting from purple to gold. The elder murmured softly, lapsing into silence as if depleted of all strength. Yet, his eyes suddenly blazed with crimson light, and his lips moved imperceptibly, a profoundly concealed, yet formidable psychic force piercing through the mountain walls. Upon the plaza, within the depths of Zhao Xiuyun's and Sun Bihua's minds, a thunderous voice resounded. Transmit my decree. Secretly ordain this youth as the Tao child of the Eastern Verge sect. The entire sect shall safeguard his well-being and aid his growth. Zhao Shiyun's brow twitched, seemingly forewarned, a surge of joy in his heart, yet his countenance remained impassive. Nodding subtly. Upon hearing these words, Sun Bihua's expression underwent a dramatic shift, before standing and cupping his fist towards the mountain's depths, declaring, I shall respectfully obey the decree of the ninth ancestor. Above, within the clouds, the violet lightning now exhibited a tinge of gold, its resplendent celestial might akin to an abyss and a prison. Enveloped in an aura of amethyst and gold, Zhao Qinbi's essence was now gradually coalescing within his dantian, causing his ethereal qi reservoir to shimmer with a resplendent, gilded violet luminescence. Yet, Zhao Qinbi remained oblivious, his consciousness adrift amidst a torrent of visions that surged and shattered within the confines of his mind. The scene metamorphosed. The firmament was rent asunder. The grand hall lay in ruins, and crimson-black flames erupted from the void, engulfing the pillars in their fiery embrace. An inferno raged, consuming heaven and earth, as celestial artifacts clashed and cultivators engaged in mortal combat. Rivers of blood flowed, and as far as the eye could see, only shattered remnants, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood remained, a scene akin to the twilight of doomsday. An unprecedented wave of sorrow and anguish assailed him, threatening to tear asunder Zhao Qinbi's mind and consciousness. The grief was profound, mingled with a tempest of fury and resentment, like a cataclysmic storm that relentlessly pulverized the visions. The final tableau unfolded upon an endless expanse of ochre desert, where the scorching heat distorted the very fabric of space. A youth clad in white, his body drenched in blood, his starlight-like form scattered with the wind, fading into oblivion. A cerulean astral light burst forth from his body, soaring into the void, only to be intercepted by a gargantuan, sanguine blade that cleaved through the heavens, nearly obliterating it. In the boundless emptiness, the fragmented azure soul was swept away by a force akin to a celestial river, hurtling towards the mountain and sea realm. In a fleeting instant, it merged with the nascent soul of an unborn child within a woman's womb, becoming one. The visions disintegrated, leaving behind only an all-encompassing darkness that enveloped Zhao Qinbi's consciousness. Two crystalline tears trickled from his eyes. The notion of reincarnation and transformation is intriguing. It appears that in my previous existence, I perished bearing a profound grudge steeped in blood. I am one of the 7 great sects within the Shumi realm, the lesser sect of the Wheel Palace. I am Lu Fangming, or perhaps Zhao Qinbi. An unfamiliar aura ascends from Zhao Qinbi's being, elusive and vast. The jade pendant within his sleeve begins to tremble violently, transmitting a potent surge of excitement and jubilation from his innermost spirit, as if to herald the awakening of its master. Within the darkness enveloping the sea of consciousness, crystalline blue characters emerge like stars, densely populated and dazzling, illuminating the entirety of the mind's realm. Prominently displayed above are the 4 characters' stellar Tao body, radiating a resplendent brilliance that is strikingly captivating. A wave of nostalgia rises from the depths of his soul, rendering his awareness somewhat hazy and bewildered. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, as if a realization dawned upon him, the spiritual thought within his sea of consciousness suddenly solidifies, as if he has made a resolute decision. With Lu Fangming deceased and the restoration of memories currently beyond reach, from this day forth, Lu Fangming shall cease to exist. Only I, Zhao Qinbi, shall remain. I am determined to harness the accumulated wisdom of my past life to recommence my cultivation, unravel the enigma of life and death's profound enmity, and attain the ultimate path of transcendence. As my spirit stirs, though my eyes remain tightly shut, the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars flickers within, and the landscapes of mountains, rivers, and seas materialize. An unprecedented force surges forth from Zhao Qinbi, reminiscent of an unparalleled being gazing down upon the mortal realm, with the power to annihilate all who oppose him. Yet, this corporeal form in this lifetime remains exceedingly frail. Nevertheless, it matters not. Although my memories have been grievously lost, I still retain enough to seize the initiative and commence my cultivation of the stellar embodiment. Zhao Qinbi murmured to himself, and then, with a gentle stir of his heart, he delicately caressed the jade pendant concealed within his voluminous sleeve, as tenderly as one might caress a beloved. His eyes revealed a blend of softness and remorse. Sumi, you have truly endured much. In your efforts to save me and endure, you have now been damaged and shattered, leaving only your core essence, which has rendered your spiritual form dormant and unable to manifest. Under the resonance of the Su-Mi jade, a subtle tremor coursed through, faintly betraying a sense of affection and a willingness to sacrifice. Those who betray and sell me shall meet a fate of utter annihilation, forever cast into the depths of Yama. Every path I have shattered shall be witnessed in turn as I ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. Questioning on behalf of all sentient beings, the entirety of his purple gold aura was drawn into his dantian, and that magnificent Qi mansion transformed into hues of purple and gold, radiating the vibrations of the initial peak of the Qi mansion realm. Zhao Qinbi's eyes suddenly flared open, akin to the sun rising, never to fall again. Elder, do I now possess the qualifications to partake in the trials? His voice resonated softly as he rose, hands clasped behind him, gazing towards Sun Bihua, his expression devoid of any trace of reverence, instead emanating a natural indifference. Under the weight of his gaze, Sun Bihua felt an overwhelming sense of submission rising within her, leaving her astonished and uncertain, prompting her to exclaim, "Congratulations, Qinbi, on now attaining the purple gold Qi mansion and entering the Qi mansion realm. Thus, there is no reason why you shouldn't. Father, Qinbi has not failed in his mission and has successfully entered the Qi mansion realm," Zhao Qinbi declared with a bright smile directed at Zhao Shiyun. Overwhelmed with a maelstrom of emotions, Zhao Shiyun was profoundly shaken by the unfamiliar aura and oppressive force emanating from Zhao Qinbi moments prior. Considering the circumstances and the celestial anomaly, a nascent conjecture began to form in his mind, leaving him uncertain how to proceed. However, upon hearing Zhao Qinbi's words and beholding the pure affection in his eyes, undiminished and brimming with their familiar filial bond, his heart was instantly warmed, and he smiled through tear-filled eyes. "Worthy son of your father," he declared, "now that you have successfully established your residence and gathered Qi, becoming a true cultivator, I bestow upon you the Dharma Blade Thundercloud for your trials. Upon your emergence from the tower, I have even greater treasures to grant you." A streak of silvery lightning darted from Zhao Shiyun's wide sleeves, transforming into a slender, snow-white katana. Its entire form subtly pulsed with electric light, and upon landing in Zhao Qinbi's grasp, it emitted a tremulous hum, as if overwhelmed by the honor. Witnessing this scene, Sun Bihua was also filled with a complex mixture of emotions: joy, envy, and above all, heartfelt congratulations and solace. A hint of impending twilight seemed to etch itself upon his aged countenance. He paused, then proclaimed to the assembled elders and the thousands of disciples below, "Today, within our Eastern Lin sect, a prodigy has emerged, heralded by auspicious omens and radiant glory, a momentous occasion for our sect. From this day forth, Zhao Qinbi is exceptionally elevated to the status of a secret disciple, placed within the same echelon as the Far Realm disciples, enjoying the same spiritual stone stipends and blessed cultivation grounds. Furthermore, the sect's secret repository of scriptures shall be entirely open to him. Today's affairs must be kept in utmost secrecy by all disciples. Remember, do not let any whispers escape, lest other sects become aware. Those who violate this will be dealt with as traitors to the sect." Upon hearing these words, the listeners displayed a myriad of complex expressions. Among the throng of over 3,000 disciples in the square, the majority were shaken to their core, their eyes betraying a glimmer of jealousy. Yet they were compelled to bow their heads in silence. Even some of the late-stage prodigies from the open government, who were unwilling to accept this, merely clenched their fists tightly, refraining from uttering a sound. Zhao Shiyun, witnessing this, was taken aback but still respectfully thanked Sun Bihua with a cupped fist. The enormous sword beneath him suddenly surged with brilliance, unleashing countless verdant sword energies that pierced into the ground, subtly forming an exceedingly intricate sword formation. Sun Bihua, perceiving this, also understood tacitly. One hand formed a seal while the other was outstretched, from which a rich, golden radiance erupted like a tangible essence, converging into the connecting points of the sword formation, resembling undulating waves, fluctuating ceaselessly. The mountains trembled. The crowd in the square felt as if a colossal entity were about to rise from the earth amidst the mountain range. At this moment, Zhao Shiyun and Sun Bihua exchanged a glance, and in unison, they exerted their strength, respectfully proclaiming, "We humbly invite the Tao Tower." Chapter 12. Trial of the Tower. As these words were uttered, an incredibly ancient and profound aura instantly enveloped the heavens and the earth. The location of the Donglin sect is nestled within a range of undulating mountains. At this moment, amidst the tremors of the earth, several massive mountain peaks erupted in a thunderous shatter, revealing a gigantic tower spire, entirely brick red in hue. The size of this spire was beyond comprehension, comparable to the amalgamation of several great mountains. It is conceivable that if only the tip of the pagoda possesses such magnitude, the entire body of the pagoda, deeply buried beneath the earth, must be of immense and majestic proportions. Within the confines of the sect, resplendent crimson light emanated from every direction, enveloping the mountains within a 100-mile radius. Intricate patterns coursed across its surface, exuding terrifying undulations that sent shivers down the spine. Avian creatures soaring at the same altitude were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace of their existence, as if they had been evaporated into thin air. At the very epicenter of this grand formation lay the keystone, precisely where the brick-red pagoda tip was situated. Zhao Xiuyun and Sun Bihua, their countenances paling, channeled their mana with unrestrained fervor. Yet even with the substantial mana reserves of 2 golden core grand cultivators, they began to falter. Before they could utter a word, the 50-odd violet-robed manifest spirit elders of the Eastern Lin sect, with perfect synchronicity, descended into the grand sword formation below, where golden and azure lights intertwined. They ensconced themselves upon the keystone, their formidable mana gushing forth, infusing the formation. In short order, the sword formation was ablaze, as if ignited by an inferno, radiating terrifying heat and undulations. At that precise moment, Zhao Xiuyun descended perpendicularly from the heavens, astride his sword, creating an ear-splitting sonic boom in the air. The azure ancient sword pierced directly into the formation, impaling the heart of the sword array, as if a leviathan were drawing in water. The raging sword array was instantly absorbed into the sword, akin to spiritual energy being drawn in. The ancient sword shimmered with brilliance, engulfed in searing flames, inflicting a piercing sensation upon those who dared to gaze upon it. Zhao Xiuyun clasped his hands together, his hair and beard billowing as his white robe rustled in the air. As he intoned incantations, a colossal azure sword abruptly ascended from the ground, hovering majestically atop the spire of the tower. The violent flames and spiritual energy enveloping the sword surged into the tower like a torrential flood, causing the pinnacle to emanate a faint crimson glow. Zhao Xiuyun's expression remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. With a swift motion of his sleeve, an ancient wooden tablet, entirely black and inscribed with gilded characters, materialized in a flash, prominently displaying the 3 characters of the sect master's decree. One hand held the seal while the other performed a ritual, shimmering with a verdant light that ebbed and flowed into the tablet. Moments later, the tablet emitted a layer of grayish fluorescence, prompting Zhao Xiuyun to proclaim with authority, "I, Zhao Xiuyun, the 12th sect master of the Donglin sect, hereby open the sect's treasury, withdrawing 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones to activate the Donglin Taoist Tower." After a brief pause, an overwhelming wave of pure spiritual energy erupted from the wooden tablet, surging forth like a tidal wave. In the high air, countless transparent and lustrous spirit stones burst forth from the tablet, cascading endlessly and converging into a magnificent river of Taoist spirit stones, refracting a dazzling brilliance as it flowed towards the scarlet spire. At that moment, Zhao Qinbi's eyes sparkled with excitement, an avaricious gleam involuntarily surfacing within his gaze. Just as Zhao Qinbi marveled at the spectacle, the torrent of Taoist spirit stones had completely enveloped the towering spire, igniting into a roaring blaze. As fragments of spiritual stones turned to ash, torrents of pure spiritual energy surged forth like a wild wave, flooding the pinnacle of the tower, causing its brilliance to intensify until, moments later, it erupted in a resplendent crimson glow. "Manifest, Grand Tower," Zhao Xiuyun proclaimed with fervor, bowing in reverence. A terrifying wave of energy, profoundly unsettling, emanated from the depths of the earth, triggering a violent tremor that shook the very mountains. With a tremor, the colossal tower seemed to rise steadily yet urgently from the ground, ascending directly into the heavens. The onlookers were momentarily blinded as the immense structure revealed itself before them. Its lower sections, akin to the tower's peak, exhibited a profound brick-red hue, bearing the faint traces of time's passage. Gazing upon it, one could discern that the grand edifice consisted of 12 tiers, resembling a pillar that supported the sky, evoking awe and gasps of astonishment. At that moment, the tower's radiance surged once more, and the stone gateway beneath it thunderously swung open, unveiling a bridge of azure light that cascaded down onto the square. All disciples, enter at once. With this command, over 3,000 inner disciples rose from the square, swiftly wielding their magical artifacts as they surged towards the shimmering bridge, entering the grand tower in mere moments. Zhao Qinbi followed closely behind. Though he had only recently entered the realm of foundational cultivation and had yet to learn any spells or techniques, as a reincarnated being of a half-step Nirvana Grandmaster, his incomplete memories were still incomparable to those of the foundational disciples. A brilliant white light shot through the air, accompanied by the faint rumble of thunder, its speed and momentum reminiscent of a streak of white lightning, leaving the surrounding disciples both astonished and awestruck. What astonishing speed! Brother Qinbi, having just entered the realm of opening, possesses such formidable spiritual power and displays remarkable proficiency in maneuvering his magical artifact through the skies. He truly embodies the prodigious talent of our Donglin sect. The disciples, who initially harbored feelings of discontent, found their lingering jealousy and dissatisfaction dissipating as they beheld Zhao Qinbi soaring through the air on his thunderous blade. Their gazes, now filled with admiration and reverence, followed his retreating figure. As the white light of his escape surged forward, accompanied by the might of wind and thunder, two beams of red and blue light swiftly approached, both revealing late-stage prowess in the opening realm. Li Yuk, with her bare jade feet, lightly tread upon her crimson jade sword, effortlessly aligning herself beside Zhao Qinbi. Raising an eyebrow, she playfully exclaimed, "Brother Qinbi, do ensure that I and Shirtu do not find ourselves behind you this time." In a flash of azure light, Shirkuan, wielding a green stone staff, caught up with the duo, chuckling heartily. "Brother Qinbi, Sister Yuk has declared that should you fail to secure first place, she shall turn you into a pig's head." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi shed his previous shyness, erupting into a resounding laugh. In full view of the onlookers, he placed a hand on Shirkuan's shoulder while grasping Li Yuk's delicate hand, entirely unperturbed by her shocked and flushed expression as he charged into the colossal tower. The cool touch of her hand, imbued with the gentle warmth and softness of youth, stirred his heart and made him reluctant to part. A powerful wave of spiritual energy descended from within the tower, enveloping the trio and transporting them to one side of the tower's base. In a moment of disorientation, Zhao Qinbi found himself enveloped in darkness, only to awaken in a world blanketed by ice and snow. Everywhere his gaze fell, he beheld a scene adorned in silver, with heavy snowflakes dancing through the air in an enchanting display. Indeed, this tower was a manifestation of the spirits of ferocious beasts sealed within, with the tower's essence binding and suppressing them, creating an illusion in conjunction with the formations inside, thus providing the disciples who entered the tower with a truly immersive trial. With the insight of having reached the threshold of nirvana in his previous life, Zhao Qinbi discerned the path leading into the Eastern Lin sect's tower at a glance, and he softly murmured, a hint of exhilaration and nostalgia crossing his face. Such a tower had once been a site where I crafted numerous trials for my disciples. Yet I never anticipated that I would now be the one to undergo its challenges. Zhao Qinbi grasped the elongated blade strapped to his back and drew it before him, a fierce intent to battle radiating from his youthful visage. With this resolve, he declared his readiness for combat. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling howl echoed through the valley, followed by the sudden emergence of a dozen giant wolves, their fur as white as the snow surrounding them. Leading the pack was one of considerable size, measuring roughly 10 feet in length and 5 feet in height, its ghastly white fangs exuding an aura of coldness, as if it were an extension of the winter landscape itself. These were first-tier beasts, the heavenly snow wolves. The formidable leader emanated an energy comparable to that of a cultivator just entering the initial stage of establishment, while the smaller wolves flanking it, though not yet of the first tier, were numerous enough to pose a significant threat. For an ordinary disciple, this challenge was indeed formidable. A single adult heavenly snow wolf, accompanied by over 10 juvenile wolves, would be more than sufficient to overwhelm many unseasoned practitioners. Undaunted, Zhao Qinbi surveyed the scene with rapt interest. But as for me, I am not so easily overcome. Zhao Qinbi abruptly lowered his stance, his left knee bent slightly, his right foot firmly planted in the snow. With his slender katana held horizontally before him, he surged into the wolf pack in an instant. The wolves, seemingly taken aback by the humans' audacious assault, revealed a hint of anthropomorphic indignation. They bared their crimson maws, lunging at Zhao Qinbi. The katana, imbued with crackling electricity, was hurled forth by Zhao Chunbi like a swift bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the chest of a young wolf on the left flank. Zhao Chunbi's figure flickered like a phantom, evading the ferocious onslaught of the leading 7 or 8 snow wolves with an ease that belied the apparent danger. With a single step, he extracted the thundercloud katana from the body of the impaled snow wolf. A torrent of blood erupted, yet before it could stain his garments, it dissipated into motes of ethereal light along with the wolf's corpse, vanishing into the ether. This act incensed the remaining snow wolves. The colossal alpha wolf roared in fury, leaping into the air, its massive form descending upon Zhao Chunbi. Unmoved, Zhao Chunbi pressed his left hand upon the blade, his right hand gripping the hilt, and slightly twisted his body, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. Electricity surged. A stream of exquisitely pure, cerulean spiritual energy coursed into thundercloud, causing the slender blade to emit a brilliant white light, interwoven with delicate tendrils of electricity. At that moment, Zhao Chunbi unsheathed the blade, meeting the gargantuan wolf with a single, unyielding strike, undaunted by the disparity in size. The alabaster wolf emitted a heart-wrenching lament as its colossal form was cleaved in twain at the waist by a single, decisive stroke. The incision was as immaculate as a mirror, seared with a scorched, ebony hue. This celestial wolf, having ascended to the first tier, was bisected by Zhao Chunbi's blade, expiring instantaneously. The remaining wolves recoiled in trepidation. Zhao Chunbi subtly agitated the blade, a faint smile gracing his lips. The roles of hunter and prey were thus inverted. Chapter 13. Stellar Tao Physique. As the disciples of the Eastern Proximity sect were engrossed in the tower's illusory realm, engaging in harrowing skirmishes with various demonic beasts, the elders outside the tower's plaza were employing mystical arts to scrutinize the events transpiring within. Through the collaborative efforts of several manifesting elders, their spiritual energy coalesced, conjuring a spectral projection of the immense tower, a miniature replica suspended in the plaza's center. Within the tower's phantom, myriad luminous points flickered, now congregated within the first level. Each point emanated the aura of a disciple. While the tower had rarely been accessible to the nascent palace realm disciples, the demonic spirit strength adjusted according to the cultivator's cultivation, ensuring fairness. I wonder which level this generation's disciples will reach, Sun Bihua murmured, gazing at the star-like points. Jian Chong, a manifesting elder, responded obsequiously. Within the cycle of 60 years, the most accomplished tower ascender was Ma Yuanjin, now a core disciple, who reached the 9th level, a truly remarkable feat. The Grand Elder's 2 direct grandsons possess extraordinary talent and are poised to surpass him. Sun Bihua's countenance radiated a hint of self-satisfaction, indicative of his confidence in Sun Jian and Sun Hao. The elder grandson, Sun Hao, having attained the late stage of the Kai Fu realm, has become well-versed in various spells under Sun Bihua's tutelage. This mastery will undoubtedly grant him a competitive edge in combat. As Sun Bihua reveled in his pride, a disdainful snort reverberated through the air. In my estimation, Shunbai will undoubtedly emerge as the champion. The advent of purple aura from the east is an extraordinary phenomenon, not comparable to ordinary Kai Fu realm cultivators. These words originated from Elder Feng Che, who openly displayed his favor towards Zhao Chunbi, much to Sun Bihua's displeasure. However, due to Feng Che's status as a, Sun Bihua refrained from expressing his discontent. Shunbai has only recently entered the Kai Fu realm, making it overly optimistic to expect him to seize the title. However, my 2 disciples may distinguish themselves today. Zhao Shuyun, inwardly delighted, feigned modesty. The outcome will be revealed today. Let us observe with bated breath. Sun Bihua retorted coldly, before falling silent, his attention riveted on the events unfolding within the tower. Within the Dao Tower, Zhao Chunbi had achieved a resounding victory. With the rotation of his katana, he effortlessly cleaved through the remaining dozen juvenile heavenly snow wolves, akin to an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The heavenly snow wolf pack, against which ordinary disciples struggled to prevail, failed to even graze Zhao Chunbi's garments. With each strike of his blade, they dissipated into nothingness. Upon the snowy expanse, Zhao Chunbi stood, his katana planted firmly on the ground, his white robes immaculate, a testament to his remarkable talent and brilliance. As the wolf pack transformed into ethereal wisps and returned to the Dao Tower, a stone staircase materialized before Zhao Chunbi, as if conjured from thin air, leading directly upward. In another realm of illusion, Li Yujue's graceful figure twirled like a vibrant butterfly, and with a delicate lift of her jade hand, streams of crimson sword light shot forth like blazing flames, vanquishing the giant wolves that charged toward her. Shirkuan, not to be outdone, wielded his azure stone staff with fervor, unleashing an extraordinary force that shattered the heads of the oncoming celestial snow wolves. Within the external phantom of the Tao Tower, points of light began to flicker intensely, revealing countless glimmers in the second tier of the tower. A minuscule fraction of disciples, having failed to clear even the first level of trials, were transported to the plaza in a daze, their faces reflecting a deep sense of shame. At that moment, as Zhao Qinbi stepped onto the second tier of the tower, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically. A wave of oppressive heat surged forth, and beneath his feet lay an expanse of dry, scorching yellow sand. Even the gentle breeze carried with it a suffocating heat. The trial on the second tier was unmistakably set within a searing desert illusion. Before Zhao Qinbi could acclimate to the sudden change, a rustling sound emerged from the yellow sand beneath him, hinting at the movement of some unseen entity below. A potent sense of danger exploded in his mind. Reacting instinctively, Zhao Qinbi pressed his feet into the sand, channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian, and swiftly executed the foundational technique of lightness skill, a spell mastered by all disciples of the opening mansion realm, leaping into the air. In a fleeting instant, from the midst of the descending sand and dust, a crimson serpent with intricate violet patterns materialized, erupting from the sandy surface to strike at Zhao Qinbi. His memory held no record of such a serpent, likely a unique demon of the mountain and sea realm. In a heartbeat, the crested serpent was poised to sink its fangs into Zhao Qinbi's legs. Then, upon Zhao Qinbi's right arm, a starlight shimmered into existence, so faint as to be almost imperceptible. Yet, with its emergence, his arm surged with an immense force, akin to a colossal boulder plummeting from the heavens, crashing down upon the serpent's head. A spine-chilling sound of fracturing bones echoed through the air, and the serpent was instantly driven deep into the sand. Dust billowed up in a miniature sandstorm. However, the crested serpent writhed, emitting a pained hiss, and once more lunged forth. The fleshy crest atop its head had shattered, transforming into a stream of acrid, scalding essence that flowed into its maw. Simultaneously, its crimson body blazed with fiery intensity, and the once vivid violet patterns upon it now shone with remarkable brilliance. The serpent's already substantial form swelled, nearly doubling in girth, exuding an aura rivaling a mid-stage Kai Fu realm cultivator. A wave of intensely foul and scorching flames spewed forth from the serpent's maw. Zhao Qinbi, frustrated by his initial failure, grew impatient. Now, influenced by the sweltering environment, a sense of vexation stirred within him. Confronting the onrushing flames, Zhao Qinbi, much like his encounter with Sun Jian, drew his blade and advanced, unwavering and resolute. In an instant, 36 acupoints around his body emanated faint starlight, forming a subtle protective aura that enveloped his entire being. The katana in his hand, Lei Yun, resounded with the roar of wind and thunder, like a wild dragon about to be unleashed, lunging towards the giant serpent. The fiery serpent sensed an acute life-threatening peril, and beneath its body, crimson scales as tough as refined iron sprouted forth. A piercing metallic clang echoed through the air. Yet, the blade paused only momentarily before cleaving through the serpent's flesh with unstoppable force. Zhao Qinbi darted through the flames unscathed, his left hand transforming into a claw, seizing the serpent's head. The serpent, already nearly severed in two by the earlier strike, writhed wildly on the sand. Now, with its head grasped by Zhao Qinbi, it was utterly powerless to resist. Its massive skull was instantly crushed, transforming into a stream of fiery energy that dispersed into the air. Rising slowly, Zhao Qinbi flexed his fist, refraining from immediately entering the next level of the tower. To think that even the second level of the tower would consume so much time. This pace is simply too sluggish, Zhao Qinbi muttered, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. If other disciples undergoing trials were to hear such words, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. This Shanhai realm is, after all, a lower realm. Its myriad natural laws and cultivation systems differ greatly from those of the Sumru Great World, leaving me with a plethora of high-level techniques that I am unable to cultivate. Lacking a chosen primary cultivation technique, and with my stellar body yet to reach its nascent stage, a display of extraordinary ability would prove challenging. Relying solely on rudimentary manipulation of spiritual energy and physical prowess. As Zhao Qinbi's thoughts coalesced, The Sumeru jade vibrated intensely, emitting waves of glacial, cerulean light. It promptly overcame the suppression of the Tao Tower, hovering before him. An idea struck him. Within the Sumeru jade lay a vestige of stellar force, a remnant from his prior dissolution, perfect for initiating the stellar body's cultivation. A mystical and vast aura emanated from the Sumeru jade, transforming into a resplendent galaxy that flowed into Zhao Qinbi's brow. A sharp pain pierced his consciousness, eliciting a groan despite his formidable will. After so long, the initial cultivation of the stellar body remained as agonizing as ever. As those words faded, the galaxy-like stellar force shattered, morphing into countless brilliant starlight particles that permeated every fiber of Zhao Qinbi's being. An asphyxiating pain arose from the depths of his soul, nearly causing him to faint. Each moment brought the sensation of every cell, bone, and drop of blood being torn apart, reformed, destroyed, and tempered. Such torment defied description. Zhao Qinbi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white with strain. In moments, his skin ruptured, leaving him a bloody, mangled figure, a sight to behold with horror and alarm. However, as the celestial energy ceaselessly surged, his bones and flesh exhibited a subtle inclination towards crystalline transparency, becoming increasingly dense and robust, as if imbued with boundless power. Within his dantian, the reservoir of violet gold qi, all spiritual energy erupted forth, nourishing and mending his ruptured flesh. Despite the extraordinary abundance of spiritual power within his violet gold qi reservoir, such unreserved expenditure threatened to deplete it entirely. The regeneration of his epidermis faltered due to the dwindling spiritual energy supply. Alas, he had overlooked the prodigious spiritual energy requirement for initiating the stellar path physique. The Shumi jade, attuned to his thoughts, emitted a flash of icy blue radiance and tacit understanding, unleashing a formidable suction that voraciously devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. Zhao Qinbi experienced a torrent of pure spiritual energy flowing from the Shumi jade, alleviating his anxiety. The scabs on his body sloughed off at an astonishing rate, replaced by nascent flesh. In less than an incense stick's duration, Zhao Qinbi was entirely rejuvenated. His complexion, already fair, emanated a faint starlight. His ebony pupils resembled two radiant stars, gently swirling within their sockets. A surge of potent energy emanated from his frame, rivaling the power of his violet gold qi reservoir, which remained unchanged. Within his heart, a concentrated essence of blood qi, shimmering with pure starlight, gradually coalesced. This represents an unprecedented cultivation technique in the entire realm of mountains and seas. The emergence of this essence unmistakably signifies that his physical cultivation has ascended to the first realm of bodily vitality. Zhao Qinbi gradually rose to his feet. His already towering stature appeared to elevate further, exuding an even more robust and harmonious presence, imbued with grace. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, as he realized that the formidable serpent, which had entangled him for an extended period, could now be obliterated with a single blow. However, the tower's illusion showed signs of instability, subtly dissipating as the spiritual energy was absorbed by the Shumi jade. Unexpectedly, the Shumi jade could directly absorb the tower's spiritual essence for its own use. A smile flickered at the corners of Zhao Qinbi's mouth, swiftly spreading across his entire face. Haha, does this not imply that I can consolidate all of it into spiritual stones? Chapter 14, A Fortuitous Windfall. What on earth is this lad Qinbi up to? Within the towering phantom, there remained less than 1,000 specks of light. On the square, over 2,000 disciples, exhausted from the trials, had been successively transported out. Now, these 2,000 individuals sat cross-legged on the white stone plaza, their faces reflecting regret and shame as they began to meditate. Among the dwindling number of disciples, most had already plunged into fierce combat on the third level of the tower, with several dazzling points of light clearly emerging within the fourth level. Yet, on the second level, only a single point of light remained, and judging by its fluctuations, it was unmistakably Zhao Qinbi. Feng Che, through the probing of his soul's mental force, discovered that the luminous point representing Zhao Qinbi remained steadfast on the second level, as if deeply rooted within it, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Even Zhao Xiuyun felt a flicker of doubt in his heart. Logically, given Zhao Qinbi's prominent position and formidable combat prowess, it seemed highly probable that he was a reincarnation of a powerful soul, so how could he possibly be impeded by the demonic spirits of the second level? Sun Bihua observed Zhao Chunbi ensnared within the second tower, hesitant to advance, while his elder brother, Sun Hao, had already surged into the fourth level with unstoppable momentum. Even poised to ascend to the fifth, a smirk of arrogance gracing his lips. What of the auspicious purple aura? It was evident that even the fiery python of the second level was beyond his capacity. Among the throng of eliminated disciples in the square, many began to revel in Zhao Chunbi's predicament, engaging in spirited discussions. This brother Zhao, who had just opened his estate to such grand fanfare, and was also a secret disciple, how could he now lag so far behind? It seems he was merely a fade. Otherwise, how could he, like the rest of us, fail to pass through the second level? I surmise it won't be long before Zhao Chunbi is also teleported out. Within the second tower, the spiritual energy had thinned to an extreme, and the desert illusion, under the relentless siphoning of the Shumi jade, had collapsed and dissipated, revealing the stark emptiness inside the towering structure. This seems to be a bit excessive. Zhao Chunbi surveyed the barren surroundings, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head. Yet, in a trice, gazing upon the mound of 40-odd inferior spirit stones piled before him like a small mountain, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. In his previous life, to put it bluntly, he wouldn't have deigned to glance at inferior spirit stones, let alone those of the middle grade. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Chunbi, gently caressing each translucent stone, could scarcely contain his elation. Ordinarily, with a full concentration, the spiritual energy of this second level would have been sufficient to condense 700 or 800 inferior spirit stones. However, the lion's share of the absorbed energy was devoted to mending the Summa jade, leaving but a fraction, half of which was used to condense spirit stones, while the other half was drawn into his body to forge the stellar apertures. At present, the Sumeru jade exuded a faint spiritual luminescence, its brilliance scintillating, appearing all the more vibrant. Zhao Chunbi rose to his feet, lightly brushed off his robe, and, with an expression of having struck a fortune, stepped into the third level. Again, darkness enveloped him, and when light returned, he found himself abruptly in a vast forest, where towering trees rose from the earth, their branches intertwined, obscuring the heavens and the sun, giving one the sense of being in a dark, dense wood. With a mere glance, Zhao Chunbi comprehended the situation of the third level. It seemed the trial spirits of this level were undoubtedly tree demons. Tree demons were known for their thick hides and sturdy bodies, perfect for testing the prowess of his newly opened stellar Tao body. In an extraordinary coincidence, the moment Zhao Chunbi entertained this thought, he felt a gale rushing toward him, followed by a massive tree vine cleaving down from the sky. However, Zhao Chunbi maintained an air of complete oblivion, standing motionless as the thick vine descended upon him with great force. With a resounding crack, the ferocious vine struck as if it had met the edge of a blade, instantaneously shattering and releasing a cascade of grayish-green liquid. Remarkably, not a single scratch adorned Zhao Chunbi's body. The impact caused a towering tree to tremble, its trunk twisting to reveal a personified expression of terror as it quivered in agony, emitting a unique sound. In an instant, a myriad of ancient trees surrounding Zhao Chunbi began to glow with an ethereal light, their bark resembling human faces with pupils flickering like oily green flames. At that moment, they erupted from the earth, their twisted roots entwining to form legs, gradually encircling Zhao Chunbi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhao Chunbi's eyes. As a dozen colossal trees approached, he suddenly grasped the obsidian hilt of the Tidal thundercloud, and with himself as the axis, he spun with great velocity, carving out razor-sharp circles. The blade storm took shape, with dense circles of light interwoven with surging white electricity, cascading outward in waves. Wherever it passed, those towering trees, mere moments away from transforming into first-tier tree demons, were severed in half. The forest fell into a profound silence. Some trees that had been on the verge of rising from the ground, witnessing this spectacle, succumbed to a deep stillness, daring not to stir. No tree demon dared to recklessly face death any longer. As if compelled by an unseen force, after a prolonged interval, a nebulous staircase gradually ascended into the ether, leading to a higher tower. Yet, Zhao Chunbi refrained from stepping into it. Instead, he sat cross-legged with a sly expression, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of the pagoda using his Su-Mi precious jade. Movement. It actually moved. On the square, the luminous points within the second layer of the pagoda's ethereal image abruptly vanished, The onlookers instinctively turned their gaze towards the exit of the path tower. But Zhao Qinbi's figure was nowhere to be found. They then shifted their focus to the third layer, where they detected his luminous presence. Humph. This time, it was merely the boy's good fortune. He had fortuitously managed to outlast that cock-headed giant serpent. When he reaches the third layer, he will likely not enjoy such favorable luck again. Indeed, the luminous point belonging to Zhao Qinbi once more became motionless within the third layer, leaving him as the sole point of light among the lower three tiers, rendering him conspicuously out of place. Just as the crowd believed Zhao Qinbi was on the brink of complete failure, poised to be teleported out, his luminous point suddenly vanished, only to reappear in the fourth layer. He ascended again. What on earth is Zhao Qinbi up to? Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples in the square could not restrain their astonishment, some even resorting to wagering on how many floors Zhao Qinbi could ascend. I bet 1 low-grade spirit stone. I wager he will surely reach the 6th floor. I wager 2 first-grade talismans. I bet he will fail and be eliminated in the 4th layer. At this moment, the plaza was teeming with voices, akin to a mundane marketplace. However, the elders and deacons were so engrossed in the unfolding events within the towering phantom that none intervened to halt the ludicrous spectacle. Among the throng of disciples, a corpulent figure, radiating an air of simple-mindedness, proclaimed, I wager a family heirloom, a treasure from the celestial sound sect. I wager that senior brother Zhao will ascend to the 12th floor. This pronouncement ignited a wave of uproarious laughter among the crowd. Wang the portly, have you lost your senses? The 12th floor? Surely you jest. This Wang must have addled his brain with cultivation to utter such preposterous words, and to stake a magical artifact on it. The simple-minded youth, indifferent to the surrounding jeers, gazed at the towering phantom, a premonition of extraordinary intensity welling up within him. With a resolute wave, he decisively staked the magical artifact, valued at dozens of low-grade spirit stones. Within the 4th level of the tower, Zhao Qinbi found himself in a desolate expanse. With the circulation of spiritual energy, combined with his robust physical strength, he casually obliterated the last winged falcon that swooped toward him. The winged falcon emanated fluctuations equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the opening mansion realm. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi squatted idly on the desolate terrain, his brow furrowed in distress as he poked holes in the ground with his fingers. Alas, there are still others on the 4th level. I wonder how long I must wait before I can use the Sumeru Jade to absorb all the spiritual energy in this level when it is empty. Zhao Qinbi caressed the bulging storage pouch within his sleeve, a fervent, almost rapturous grin spreading across his face at the thought of reaping dozens more low-grade spirit stones. Imperceptibly, his past life's cultivation mindset, honed over 10 millennia, was undergoing a gradual transformation within the confines of his youthful frame. It was the emergence of a pure, unconstrained juvenile spirit, brimming with dauntless ardor. Simultaneously, Liu Ju and Shi Kuan had ascended to the 7th story of the tower. Amidst the warping illusion, they found themselves amidst a vast expanse of ocean. Jagged, grotesque rocks glimmered with peculiar luminescence, while countless bizarre and variegated marine creatures darted through the waters. At that moment, Liu Ju, brandishing a crimson jade sword, was locked in fierce combat with a colossal bone fish demon. The skeletal fish, immense as a dilapidated galleon, was riddled with decay. From the hollow sockets of its eyes, eerie, azure flames emanated, chilling the soul. Its aura bespoke the power of the late Kai stage. Though seemingly cumbersome and sluggish, the bone fish was deceptively swift. With a few rapid lunges, it bore down upon Liu Ju, its gaping maw bristling with rows of razor-sharp fangs, lunging to devour her. A pallor washed over Liu Ju's countenance, accentuating the alluring succulence of her lips, inspiring an irresistible urge to taste them. At that moment, her brow furrowed in determination, and a surge of sword intent erupted from her slender form, causing the jade sword in her grasp to blaze with crimson light, its momentum soaring like a rainbow. In that instant, her body seemed to coalesce with the sword, manifesting a more formidable and imposing spectral image of a great sword. A spiritual sword physique. This is a realm that countless sword cultivators strive for throughout their lives, yet fail to attain. Even Zhao Shiyun, who has already achieved the golden core sword immortal status, has yet to witness such a spectacle. In a fleeting moment, a colossal sword shadow sliced through the ocean, silent and swift. Wherever it passed, the massive skeletal fish was severed inch by inch, crumbling into fragments. Such was its utter fragility. After the strike, The skeletal fish transformed into specks of spiritual light, dissipating into the currents, while the seawater evaporated, revealing the barren, desiccated seabed beneath. Li Yujue, visibly exhausted, ceased his hurried ascent and instead settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to recuperate. In the gentle caress of the sea breeze, one could faintly hear him murmuring, "Brother Chenbi, how many floors have you ascended now?" Chapter 15, like a storm. Charging forward. Within the confines of the fourth level of the tower, Zhao Chenbi paced back and forth, his expression a mix of turmoil as he muttered incessantly to himself. To absorb or not to absorb. Alas, his soul's power was exceedingly frail at present. He found it utterly beyond his control to wield the spirit fusion technique of the Shumi treasure. What if he were to falter? With a furrowed brow, Zhao Chenbi crouched on the ground, cradling the Shumi jewel as he fell into a daze. Just moments ago, having successfully vanquished 2 giant wind falcons on the 4th level, he was preparing to drain the spiritual energy contained within this layer with ease. However, as he continued to siphon the tower's spiritual essence, not only within the 4th level tower but throughout the entire Dao Tower's formation and illusion, signs of instability and collapse began to manifest. However, Zhao Chenbi's heart was now consumed with a restless yearning, and he couldn't help but entertain the wishful thought. Just one more time. It shouldn't hurt, right? After a moment, he dejectedly sighed, resigning himself to the situation. No matter what, I am now a disciple of the Eastern Lin sect, and I was born and raised within its walls. My father is the sect master himself. I must not become a blight upon this place. Since he would no longer absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, he might as well ignite the first 4 acupoints among the 36 right here and now, and ascend to the top of the pagoda in one fell swoop. Zhao Chenbi pondered for a moment before assuming a cross-legged meditative posture, reluctantly retrieving a dozen or so spirit stones from the storage pouch within his sleeve, arranging them in a circle around himself. His hands formed a series of rapidly shifting seals, and his skin emanated a faint layer of starlight, with countless pores exuding a subtle suction. The surrounding 12 low-grade spirit stones immediately released wisps of spiritual energy, enveloping Zhao Chenbi's body like misty clouds, flowing into his body through his pores. It seemed that half of this spiritual energy dissolved into his flesh, bones, and blood, making his body even more crystalline and translucent, while the other half converged into a stream, surging towards the Danzhong acupoint on his chest. As soon as the spiritual energy entered the acupoint, it immediately dissolved, like water seeping into parched soil, gently moistening the dried-up acupoint and emitting a faint starlight. As more and more spiritual energy poured in, a burst of suction suddenly erupted from the Danzhong acupoint, even revealing a hint of hunger, instantly devouring the thick stream of spiritual energy. Within the orifice, the starlight blazed forth as if suddenly ignited. A faint essence of stellar power emanated from the aperture, coursing throughout his entire being and bestowing upon him an enigmatic and profound strength. The surrounding dozen or so low-grade spirit stones now lay desiccated and pallid, reduced to mere heaps of dust, causing Zhao Chenbi's lips to twitch and his heart to bleed with anguish. Alas, these were all precious spirit stones. With a mournful expression, Zhao Chenbi suppressed his reluctance and produced 12 more low-grade spirit stones, each the size of a fist, and proceeded to illuminate the stellar aperture once again. After the duration of an incense stick, glimmering points resembling stars emerged upon his chest and abdomen, slowly revolving in an erratic dance, while wisps of spiritual energy flowed into them autonomously. Although this self-absorbed spiritual energy was too feeble to be quantified, its merit lay in the fact that it required no deliberate cultivation, allowing for natural absorption of energy and refinement of the body. Over time, the cumulative effect could not be underestimated. The celestial body of stars proved to be remarkably formidable. As the 4 starry points rotated languidly, the essence of blood and qi that congealed within Zhao Chenbi's heart seemed to intensify, now tinged with a faint starlight, resembling a sanguine galaxy. A surge of potent cultivation fluctuations reverberated outward, prompting Zhao Chenbi to suddenly open his eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth from them. His raven hair and white robe danced without wind, signifying that his physical cultivation had remarkably reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the first realm. Matching his spiritual prowess, Zhao Chenbi gently twisted his neck and stretched his torso, a spirited smile blossoming upon his face. Next, let us behold what it truly means to be the favored child of heaven. Upon the ethereal tower, fewer than 100 points of light remain, most of which struggle valiantly within the 6th tier. In the 7th tier, over 20 luminous points flicker, while above in the 8th tier, 7 resplendent points have emerged, each undoubtedly a paragon among the current generation of disciples from the Donglin sect. Apart from Li Yujue and Shi Kun, the esteemed grandson of the Grand Elder, Sun Hao, also claims his place among them. At this moment, he is enveloped in a golden aura, effortlessly shattering an incoming malevolent spirit with a single palm strike. With his other hand, he deftly conjures a razor-sharp wind blade the size of an arm, obliterating a horse-faced specter that had stealthily approached from behind. Zhao Chunbi, on that day at the Enlightenment Cliff, you tarnished my reputation. Today, I shall ascend to the 9th tier and seize the pinnacle, and then I shall ensure you regret it. Sun Hao mused, a fierce expression crossing his face as he plunged back into the fray. At the same time, a petite girl with a strikingly curvaceous figure, her hair tied in a ponytail, wields an oversized axe that seems disproportionate to her stature, fiercely battling within the hellish illusions of the 8th tier. Yet, moments later, a colossal skeleton radiating the aura of a late-stage cultivator of the opening of the palace level brutally wrenches her spine from behind, transforming it into a massive bone sword that crashes down upon her head, expelling her from the treasure tower. A similar scene unfolds repeatedly in the 8th tier, where an unremarkable, yet lanky youth clad in coarse robes continuously gestures, unleashing fiery serpents and icy spikes that reduce the malevolent spirits to ashes. However, moments later, he too succumbs to the might of the giant skeleton, defeated and cast out of the tower. In another place, a robust youth wielding a silver-white spear effortlessly launched a horse-faced adversary, who was at the mid-stage of the opening mansion realm, into the air. Just as a flicker of pride surfaced in his heart, he was abruptly severed in half by a colossal skeleton, plunging him into darkness and delivering him outside the pagoda. In the center of the square, Zhao Xiaoyun stood alongside Feng Che and others, nodding slightly as he remarked, I did not anticipate that this batch of disciples would harbor such an abundance of exceptional talents. Among the disciples above the 7th tier, there are over 100, with several having ascended to the 8th tier. Upon hearing this, Feng Che displayed a look of gratification, exclaiming, They are all promising seedlings, truly a fortune for our sect. Observe that among those on the 8th tier, only Li Yujue, Shi Kun, Sun Hao, and Lu Fenglin remain, each possessing a glimmer of hope to ascend to the 9th floor. Feng Che's gaze fell upon an extraordinarily bright point within the 4th tier, and he sighed, Alas, Chunbai is merely a novice in the opening mansion realm, lacking both a primary cultivation method and combat experience. Achieving results at the 4th tier is commendable in itself. Yet within Zhao Shiyun's mind, an unwavering confidence in Zhao Chunbai flourished, a profound trust akin to that of a father for his son, prompting him to chuckle softly. Elder Feng, my son has a penchant for devising peculiar and unexpected strategies, leaving even me, his father, in the dark. His current stagnation at the 4th tier must be due to other reasons. Perhaps he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Feng Che, upon hearing this, was reminded of the day at the Enlightenment Cliff, where Zhao Chunbai displayed extraordinary talent and vigor, filling his heart with anticipation. So much for meteoric ascension. Observing the young man's already commendable performance, Sun Bihua was about to assert that he would soon be teleported, but before she could complete her pronouncement, the luminous speck within the 4th level of the tower's phantom abruptly vanished, reappearing in the 5th. Zhao Xiaoyun, caressing his sword, merely smiled, remaining taciturn. A chorus of astonished murmurs erupted from the disciples in the plaza. Though Zhao Chunbi ascended at a snail's pace, he has genuinely reached the 5th level. Yet, before the echoes of their words could fade, the light instantaneously blinked out, materializing within the 6th level. How? How is this so rapid? Was he not previously on the verge of collapse? A wave of pandemonium swept across the plaza. Zhao Xiaoyun's countenance remained serene, though his eyes betrayed a surge of fervent elation. He mused inwardly, that scoundrel, he has finally arrived. Ascending yet another level. A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, and even the assembly of elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Sun Bihua, suspecting a trick of the eyes, vigorously rubbed them, only to confirm that Zhao Chunbi had indeed reached the 7th level. A tidal wave of shock crashed over her. Could it be that Zhao Chunbi was concealing his true abilities, biding his time to ascend spectacularly, capturing everyone's attention? But how could he possibly ascend the tower in such rapid succession? Sun Bihua, in a state of bewilderment, muttered incessantly. I refuse to believe he is more exceptional than my grandson. Surely, he cannot reach the summit of the tower. Zhao Qinbi slowly mounted the stairs, enveloped in near-total darkness, where visibility was severely limited, and an eerie, bone-chilling wind whistled through the air. Beneath his feet, a dampness spread, and the surrounding air was thick with the pungent odor of blood. The 8th level of the tower's illusion, the infernal depths of Sunluo Hell. Spiritual energy surged within Zhao Qinbi's chi cavity, rushing towards his eyes. Within his pure black pupils, 2 icy blue starlight points emerged, and the surrounding scenery gradually sharpened into focus. As far as his eyes could perceive, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scattered limbs and shredded flesh. A sight to inspire terror and make one's scalp crawl. Yet, Zhao Qinbi's expression remained indifferent, his pupils betraying not a trace of shock or perturbation. His previous incarnation had been one of the 7 hall masters of the revolving wheel, a quasi-nirvana grand venerable. Having cultivated to such a realm, how could he have lacked life and death struggles, and what kind of tragic and terrifying scenes had he not witnessed? He drew his blade. A shadowy specter, concealed by the darkness, had quietly approached Zhao Qinbi. Little did it know that beneath Zhao Qinbi's brilliant, starlit eyes, no demons or monsters could remain hidden. A violent blade of light surged forth, imbued with intense killing intent and accompanied by gusts of wind and flashes of lightning, instantly cleaving the specter into ashes. In an instant, countless pairs of eerie, green eyes, like ghost fires, lit up in the darkness, tinged with a touch of violent scarlet. Manifestations of countless hidden wraith fiends. Zhao Qinbi, seemingly growing impatient, unleashed a torrent of spiritual power, charging into the horde of specters with the momentum of wind and thunder. His blade danced wildly, slashing horizontally and vertically, in a veritable festival of carnage. One by one, the specters, each possessing a cultivation level no weaker than a mid-stage chi cavity cultivator, were unable to withstand even a casual strike from his blade, instantly transforming into a thick, mist-like black aura, dispersing in all directions. In the depths of the phantasmagoria, 3 colossal skeletons, each towering to a height of 2 meters and draped in a ghastly pallor, suddenly ignited with violet infernal flames in their eye sockets. The formidable fluctuations of their power, indicative of the late stage of the opening of the mansion, became apparent, as these gigantic skeletons advanced in unison towards Zhao Qinbi. The surrounding specters recoiled, instinctively parting to grant them passage. In the course of their movement, they effortlessly wrenched their spines free, transforming them into formidable bone swords. Yet their forms remained intact, their power surging to the zenith of the late stage of the opening of the mansion, threefold the challenge faced by the other disciples. Zhao Qinbi squinted, a cascade of starlight emanating from his being. This is rather intriguing. Chapter 16. Is this too easy? The 3 towering skeletons stood side by side, their spine swords scraping ominously against the ground, producing a chilling cacophony. To his astonishment, they were indeed 4th-tier ghostly beings, the white jade skeletons. Having reached the point of bone extraction for weaponry, judging by their appearance, they had likely attained the pinnacle of the 4th tier before being sealed and suppressed. Unfazed, Zhao Qinbi tightened his grip on the thundercloud blade, his physical prowess and spiritual energy surging into full flow. If they could seal the white jade skeletons, it was reasonable to assume that among the sect's past masters, aside from the first ancestor, there were likely several nascent soul cultivators. As his thoughts crystallized, the 3 white jade skeletons advanced, wielding their swords with synchronized precision. In an instant, 3 bone swords, imbued with overwhelming force, descended upon Zhao Qinbi. No longer daring to act with the same impunity as before, he channeled all his spiritual power into the thundercloud blade, while the starry apertures throughout his chest and abdomen began to rotate slowly, emanating an extraordinary force. Upon the blade, threads of electric light no longer danced as delicately as before, but instead had thickened to an extraordinary girth, resembling small serpents of thunder. Writhing upon the pristine surface of the long knife, Zhao Qinbi inhaled deeply, and in an instant, a remarkable power surged through his muscles and bones, flowing like a tidal wave into his right hand and transferring to the long knife. The blade whistled forth, resembling an elusive specter, striking directly at the 3 ancient swords. A thunderous roar echoed, and the air trembled violently, causing the 3 massive white jade skeletons to stagger unsteadily and retreat several steps, propping themselves with their swords. Faint cracks appeared upon the spines of the great swords. Zhao Qinbi, however, was not without his own suffering. a searing pain shot through his grip on the knife, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Within his chest, the surging blood chi rendered his complexion a vivid crimson. Why had the difficulty of the 9th level suddenly escalated to multiple times that of the 8th? Unbeknownst to Zhao Qinbi, it was perhaps due to his rapid ascent and unrestrained slaughter at this level, inciting the wrath of the tower spirit that led to the emergence of not one, but 3 white jade skeletons in this hellish illusion. After a brief pause, Zhao Qinbi once more raised his blade, aiming a strike at the head of the central skeleton. However, the 3 white jade skeletons appeared to share an uncanny connection, their coordination impeccable, rendering Zhao Qinbi's attempts at effective assault utterly futile. With each clash, he felt his muscles begin to ache, and a nameless fury ignited within his heart. Even if it were the sealed white jade skeleton, or even a 6th-tier skeleton king. In my previous life, I could obliterate them with a single punch. Now, I refuse to believe I cannot handle you. Zhao Qinbi stomped the ground fiercely, retreating several meters, and thrust his sword, Thundercloud, into the earth. His index fingers danced rapidly across his body. Currently, only 4 apertures were open, and activating the star spirit body seemed somewhat strenuous, but it was of no consequence. At worst, he would spend some spirit stones to recover later. Zhao Qinbi muttered irritably to himself. As his fingers continued their rapid movements, his skin turned translucent, radiating a pure, dazzling blue starlight. The 4 illuminated apertures in his abdomen surged with starlight, gushing forth. From a distance, Zhao Qinbi appeared radiant, his figure and face obscured by the brilliance. Resembling a celestial being, the 3 white jade skeletons felt an unprecedented pressure, their eyes burning with purple ghostly flames. And even their bone swords ignited with purple fire as they slashed and thrust towards Zhao Qinbi. Yet, Zhao Qinbi made no attempt to defend himself. Instead, he drew Thundercloud, his body ablaze with starlight, charging forward like a being of light. He raised his longsword high, its blade crackling with electric brilliance. A thunderous flash of blade light streaked across, and the 3 menacing white jade skeletons, along with their bone swords, were cleaved and shattered. Their massive skeletal bodies crumbled and disintegrated into ash. Zhao Qinbi wiped the sweat from his brow, the starlight receding into his body, his face unusually pale. He immediately sat cross-legged, grasping 2 spirit stones in his hand, absorbing their energy fervently. After a brief moment, the 4 spirit stones were reduced to mere ashes, and Zhao Qinbi's complexion gradually improved, his eyes regaining their former brilliance. Rising to his feet, Zhao Qinbi displayed a resolute expression, betraying not a hint of hesitation, as he turned and ascended the staircase leading to the 9th floor. Concurrently, Li Yu's formidable sword spirit flickered into action, completely shattering the white jade skeleton. Shikuan, enveloped in a swirling aura of azure energy, delivered a powerful blow that rendered the skeleton into nothingness. Almost simultaneously, along with Lu Fenglin and Sun Hao, the 5 of them reached the 9th tier together. Remarkably, this 9th level was none other than the Lotus Leaf Taoist temple of the Donglin sect. At that moment, the temple was shrouded in dense mist and vapor, obscuring visibility to just a few paces ahead. Yet, hovering above the temple, everyone could distinctly see a great azure sword, suspended in the air, radiating a dazzling azure light. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance, about 70%, to Zhao Shoyun's ancient azure sword. However, this grand sword was entirely ethereal, clearly not a physical entity. Upon witnessing this great sword, Zhao Qinbi was filled with astonishment. Was this not his father's abode? It appeared to be a manifestation of sword intent. This sword intent, which had abruptly pierced through the void, suddenly hesitated, coming to an abrupt halt before Zhao Qinbi. Stunned, Zhao Qinbi cautiously extended his hand, and to his surprise, the sword intent gently settled into his palm, exuding a sense of intimacy. My heavens! Could it be that Father-S sword intent has recognized me? Zhao Qinbi murmured in disbelief. The sword intent seemed to possess its own sentience, and at the sound of his words, it obediently swayed slightly, as if seeking his approval. Lo and behold, it was indeed so. Yet, if this is the case, how does one shatter the illusion and ascend to the next floor? No sooner were the words uttered than the sword intent dissipated on its own accord, transforming into streams of azure spiritual light, reintegrating into the illusory world. Upon the lotus leaf, a vine staircase materialized. Contrary to expectations, he encountered the sword intent left behind by his father's natal sword. Even more inconceivable, this intent simply dissolved on its own, greatly facilitating his progress. Such a stark contrast left Zhao Qinbi in a state of bewilderment. However, the other disciples were not so fortunate. They struggled bitterly in their respective illusions, enduring the frenzied attacks of the sword-intent spirits. Within 60 years, only Ma Yuanjin, the chief secret disciple who had already reached the great perfection of the distant excursion realm, had fought the sword intent to a standstill, only a step away from victory. Among the five, aside from Zhao Qinbi's inexplicable triumph, Sun Hao was the first to fall. Faced with the azure sword lotuses surging forth from the sword-intent spirit, Sun Hao's garments were completely torn, his body crisscrossed with bone-deep wounds, and his spiritual energy utterly depleted. At that moment, under a heavy blow from the ancient sword descending from the sky, he was defeated and ejected from the tower. Next was Lu Fenglin. This individual was short in stature and appeared aged. Despite being a teenager, he looked as if he were in his early 30s. Lu Fenglin had always been a loner within the sect, lacking any background, yet through his unremitting efforts and astonishing talent, he had steadily ranked among the top 5 of the Open Mansion disciples. At this moment, amidst the flurry of strikes, arcs of lightning cascaded toward the azure ancient sword like thunderclaps, causing the surrounding mist to tremble. It was indeed a practitioner of lightning magic. Yet, the sword intent of the azure blade was utterly unstoppable. It disregarded the onslaught of lightning and, with a singular, unembellished stroke, vanquished Lu Fenglin on the spot. Echoing through the Dao Tower. At this juncture, the illusionary realm was left with only Shikuan and Li Yuk engaged in a tense battle. Under the frenzied dance of Shikuan's azure giant staff, he managed to deflect the torrents of sword light without a single breach. However, he inwardly lamented, for his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was racked with a sensation akin to impending rupture. Aware of his inevitable defeat, he ceased his resistance, allowing the sword aura to pierce through his being. Only Li Yuk stood her ground, remarkably matching the ancient sword in combat, leveraging her innate connection with the sword. Though merely at the late stage of the opening of the mansion, she exuded an unspoken sense of unity with her blade. In her hand, the crimson flame jade sword manifested a colossal red spiritual entity. As the azure and crimson swords clashed, the clouds dispersed, revealing a stalemate. At this moment, Li Yuk was drenched in sweat, her attire clinging tightly to her alabaster form, accentuating her delicate, elongated curves. A flush graced her cheeks, lending her an irresistibly alluring appearance. Yet no fortunate observer was present to witness this captivating scene. A fierce and intense sword intent emanated from her, resembling a crimson comet, unfathomable for a woman. Above, the azure ancient sword similarly manifested as a blue sword lotus, gradually shrinking in size, its sword intent crystallizing to the utmost degree. Both parties were prepared to exert their utmost efforts, determined to resolve the contest with a single decisive strike. Li Yujue, with her elongated and graceful legs slightly parted, stood poised with her sword in hand, unwilling to adopt a passive defensive stance. Instead, she allowed her entire spiritual energy to surge forth, transforming into a blazing sword aura that she fiercely slashed towards the heavens. The female sword immortal, a paragon of exquisite beauty, a tempest of ferocious sword energy erupted in the air, scattering wildly. Li Yujue, despite spitting blood, resolutely anchored herself with her sword, refusing to retreat a single step. The azure great sword disintegrated in the high sky, crumbling into fragments. A staircase woven from tendrils spiraled upward, summoning all her strength. Li Yujue ascended the ladder with great difficulty, only to stumble and faint within the 10th floor, enveloped by a gentle red light that transported her from the towering edifice. In the square, the crowd was tumultuous, echoing with astonishment. Above the phantom of the pagoda, 2 points of light soared into the 10th level. One lingered for but a moment before departing the tower, yet it had indeed set foot on the 10th floor. The singular remaining point of light was where Zhao Qinbi stood, shining brilliantly under the gaze of the multitude. Qinbi and Yujue had truly ascended to the 10th floor. This child, Shikuan, is remarkably exceptional as well. Zhao Shiyun murmured to herself, a sense of pride swelling within her moments later. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, a beam of azure light glided down, gently placing Li Yujue in a seated position on the ground. While a pill flew into her mouth, Feng Che erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I told you, this lad is no ordinary fish in a pond." Sun Bihua's expression was complex, and after a long moment, she sighed, lifting her head to reveal only satisfaction and hope in her eyes. Enough, enough. With such a prodigy emerging from the Eastern Temple, one can surely anticipate its rise within a century. At this moment, nearly all of the disciples in the square gazed upon that singular, resplendent figure with a profound sense of admiration and reverence, as if beholding the spirited silhouette within the towering spire. Sun Hao sat cross-legged amidst the crowd, his countenance shrouded in darkness, his eyes glinting with an intense unwillingness as he stared at the luminous point. The remaining four, too, bore expressions of bitter anguish. To coexist in the same era was both a blessing and a curse. The few debauched disciples who had placed their bets now felt an ominous dread wash over them. Their faces contorted in despair as they lamented, "Surely, they one truly ascend to the 12th floor. Would I not then lose everything?" Meanwhile, Zhao Qinbi appeared on the 10th floor, feeling a lingering sense of incompleteness. My goodness, this is far too easy. Chapter 17. Fierce battle with the four ancestors within the 10th floor. All was desolate. Contrary to expectations of encountering wondrous illusions or fearsome, malevolent spirits, the space merely reflected the unembellished appearance of the tower itself. The ancient, brick-red floor seemed to be coated with a thick layer of dust, having remained undisturbed for far too long. Sunlight streamed through the square apertures, illuminating countless motes of dust dancing in the air. In this past 60 years, no disciple had ever ascended to the 10th floor. Throughout the Eastern Temple's extensive history of over a millennium, the guardian spirit of the 9th floor had undergone countless transformations. Perhaps there once existed a prodigious disciple who, amidst the 9 tiers, shone brilliantly, conquering adversaries and laboriously ascending to the 10th floor, yet has long been submerged in the relentless flow of time, severed by the vastness of space, and forgotten by the annals of history. The enigmatic 11th and 12th floors appear to remain unexplored by any soul, shrouded in mystery. For at the heart of the tower, seated in serene meditation, is an elderly figure, his hair and beard as white as snow, eyes tightly shut, resembling a slumbering sage. Yet beneath his frail exterior emanates an aura of terror that instills dread, enveloping the entirety of the 10th tier like an abyss or prison. The moment Zhao Qinbi set foot upon the 10th floor, the withered elder abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing light erupting from them, so potent it sent a shiver through Zhao's very being. The elder's terrifying presence was palpable. Instantly, Zhao was enveloped in a cascade of starlight, a protective barrier that mitigated the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, leaving him utterly astounded. The emaciated sage rose slowly, and as he moved, the light and spiritual energy throughout the 10th tier seemed to warp and twist in response. "I am Wuyazi, the 4th-generation master of the Donglin sect." His voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire tower to tremble, stirring tempestuous waves in Zhao's heart. "I have practiced the path for over 490 years, reaching the late stage of the nascent soul realm. 8 centuries ago, I transcended and left behind a remnant of my consciousness within this tower, transforming into the 10th tier battle spirit. As a disciple of the Donglin sect, having successfully ascended to the 10th floor, you are now summoned to battle me. Should you emerge victorious, the summit shall be yours, and with it, the chance to seize your destiny." Taking a profound breath, Zhao Qinbi felt an involuntary twitch in the corner of his eye. Who could have foreseen that the 10th floor of trials would involve contending with the divine thought left by Wuyazi? Far from being intimidated, Zhao Qinbi's heart blazed with fervor, and a blade-like battle intent surged from his eyes, churning and roiling like molten lava, intensely fervent. Even his entire being trembled uncontrollably, not from trepidation, but from an intense exhilaration. A divine thought left by a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Excellent, truly excellent, a fitting inaugural life-or-death battle since my reincarnation. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhao Qinbi ceased all reservation. His violet gold chi palace seethed as if in violent ebullition, exuding torrents of majestic spiritual energy, swirling and gushing forth. The 4-star acupoints on his chest and abdomen shone with unprecedented brilliance, emitting beams of starlight that enveloped his body, instantly transforming his skin into the color of starlight. Zhao Qinbi, disciple of the Sword Cliff lineage of the Eastern Descent sect, humbly requests instruction from the 4th ancestor. No sooner had these words left his lips than a vast, almost body-rending gale assailed him head-on. Wuyazi, wreathed in violet lightning, launched a punch towards Zhao Qinbi. Though he had suppressed his cultivation to the aperture realm, he had nevertheless reached the zenith and utmost limit attainable within that realm. Moreover, with the addition of lightning magic, His all-out strike was in no way inferior to that of a far-roaming realm cultivator. Well executed, Zhao Qinbi roared, and the thundercloud great sword, which had been resting at his waist, flashed forth, resembling a surge of violent lightning, cleaving towards Wu Yazi with city-raising force. At the point of collision, the ground trembled, and spiritual energy surged violently, as purple lightning intertwined with white electric sparks in a fierce clash, causing two figures to be propelled backward. Once more, Zhao Qinbi charged forward with an intensity akin to a tempest, then, with a powerful leap, ascended into the air, grasping a blade in his left hand, raised high above his head, condensing it into a formidable sword strike that descended with tremendous force. Meanwhile, in his right hand, strands of spiritual energy entwined, manifesting a fiery serpent as thick as an arm, which shot forth towards Wu Yazi. Wu Yazi, undeterred, stood firm, his skin enveloped in swirling purple lightnings. And within his eyes, two bolts of concentrated thunder flickered ominously. He leapt into the air, merging his palms into a fist, and struck upwards with a resounding force. The fiery serpent, upon encountering the lightning, erupted violently, yet the searing heat it carried still inflicted numerous wounds upon Wu Yazi's body. Nevertheless, his expression remained unyielding, embodying the might of a thunder god as he clashed once more with Zhao Qinbi. Zhao Qinbi felt a surge of colossal strength akin to a rampaging dragon coursing through his arm, surpassing even the limits of the opening of the mansion realm. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backwards like a severed kite, crashing against the wall of the Dao Tower, and once more. He expelled a pool of blood. Wu Yaji lowered his gaze, a hint of astonishment gracing his countenance for the first time. Violet lightning surged around him once more, the immense wound mending at an astonishing pace. However, an undeniable pallor rapidly spread across his face. Since my arrival in this tower, 7 disciples have ascended to this level. You are the first to have wounded me to such an extent, Wu Yaji remarked serenely, devoid of any ire, instead exhibiting a sense of gratification at witnessing a promising successor. To be candid, the spiritual energy within this ethereal form is dwindling, as it only embodies the open prefecture realm. If you can withstand my onslaught for another 20 breaths, I shall concede victory to you. Zhao Qinbi reached out to wipe the blood from his lips, slowly rising to his feet, his raven hair disheveled, his entire being stained with crimson. He gradually lifted his head, the fragmented and scattered light in his eyes coalescing once more. I appreciate your consideration, venerable ancestor, but Qinbi has no need for such a condescending victory. An intangible aura, reminiscent of one standing atop a mountain peak, gradually emanated from his lithe frame, akin to a blazing sun suspended in the heavens, stirring hearts and arresting breath. In this life, from the moment I stepped into the open prefecture realm and embarked on the path of cultivation, I made a vow to myself. I shall allow no one in this world to make me bow my head. There shall be nothing I cannot vanquish. There shall be no place I cannot reach. Venerable ancestor Wu Yaji, today, I shall vanquish you in a fair and honorable contest. The once dim starlight now blazed with renewed brilliance, as the 5th acupoint at the center of his body erupted with radiant beams, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. With the opening of another acupoint, he stepped into the mid-stage of the Qi and Blood realm. The starlight dazzled. Zhao Qinbi fiercely kicked off the tower wall, propelling himself forward like a tempestuous gale. Deep within his skin, faint and minute blood vessels subtly turned translucent, shimmering with icy blue starlight. Wu Yazi's expression turned grave as he stepped forward, engaging Zhao Qinbi in combat. In the span of 10 breaths, their fists clashed over 100 times, filling the air with a ferocious battle aura. Storms of energy erupted continuously, as blue starlight and purple lightning collided repeatedly, thundering incessantly. Both were now drenched in blood, with thin streams of blood seeping from their 7 orifices, yet neither ceased their relentless assault, each exchanging blows in a desperate, life-risking manner. Fist met flesh. After 3 more breaths, both stepped back, gasping heavily. Zhao Qinbi was soaked in sweat, his dark hair clinging to his face, wild and untamed. Having vowed to defeat you honorably, I shall decide the outcome with a single strike in the remaining 7 breaths. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi closed his eyes. Within his purple gold Qi mansion, dense spiritual energy surged and was completely drained, flowing through his meridians into his right hand, where it condensed into a thick layer of ice crystals, exuding a bone-chilling cold. The essence of vital energy at the heart, along with the 5 celestial acupoints, emanated a rich power of both vital energy and starlight, converging upon his hand. On his slender right hand, a white, cold radiance intertwined with a blue starlight, resembling a miniature star, and he delivered a punch. Wu Yizizi, too, mobilized the spiritual energy of his entire body, transforming it into a highly condensed bolt of violet lightning, grasped in the center of his palm, and struck towards Zhao Qinbi. Merely a punch. The two fists collided in the very center of the 10th level of the Tao Pagoda space, and waves of invisible energy, like a violent tempest, surged out from the two as the epicenter, raging in all directions. At the very center, the light blazed, spiritual energy recoiled, and vision blurred. Concentric circles of violent undulations swept over their bodies, even tearing through skin and flesh, revealing stark white bones, bringing a sense of piercing pain. Zhao Qinbi's face was utterly devoid of color, and waves of exhaustion and pain surged from his mind, making him want to collapse and sleep. But with a clench of his jaw, he was determined to persevere. Only the final 2 breaths remained. A crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed, and Wu Yizizi's aged form, at that moment, appeared like a crystal, with cracks appearing from the fist of his right arm, instantly spreading throughout his entire body, beginning to collapse and shatter. His face, too, began to gradually become transparent, disappearing bit by bit into the Tao Pagoda. Yet, just as he was about to vanish completely, a hint of a smile appeared on that aged face for the first time. A ray of violet light surged into Zhao Qinbi's body, and a voice suddenly resounded in the depths of his mind. You have prevailed. From this day forward, I entrust the Eastern Lin sect to your care. Chapter 18. Ash's thunder law. The images shattered, disintegrating like a mirror, plunging into boundless darkness. When the light returned, the site was still the empty 10th floor of the tower. Sunlight filtered through the square openings, penetrating the swirling dust and illuminating the mottled, brick-red stone walls. Zhao Qinbi looked down and observed that there wasn't a single scratch on his body, not even a tear in his clothes. The Dharma blade, Thundercloud, remained quietly at his waist, flickering with faint electric light. Nor was there any sign of the ancestor Wu Yazi, who had seemed like the descent of a thunder god. So, it was just an illusion. Zhao Qinbi murmured to himself. Suddenly, his heart jolted. He discovered a condensed, ultimate bolt of purple lightning hovering motionless above the mirror-like surface of his heart lake. The violent lightning now appeared incredibly docile, quietly and obediently coiling. Zhao Qinbi immediately separated a wisp of spiritual power, gently enveloping the lightning to examine it closely. Within the purple lightning, a liquid-like purple radiance flowed and swirled, encasing a deep purple crystal at its very center. This crystal, about the size of a fingernail, did not contain any particularly powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, but it emitted an aura that seemed to be the very essence of thunder. At this moment, like a seed, it gradually sank into Zhao Qinbi's heart lake, growing bit by bit. It's a thunder seed, Zhao Qinbi exclaimed, a surge of ecstasy instantly flooding his heart. Among the myriad paths of cultivation in the world, the thunder method stands as one of the most formidable and potent disciplines, yet it is not one that can be pursued by just anyone. Rather, it requires the innate thunder body. Among the 10 individuals endowed with such a body, only 2 or 3 at most can awaken the thunder energy mansion, thus embarking on a profound journey into the thunder method. The path is merciless. Countless practitioners of the thunder method spend their entire lives diligently condensing and compressing the thunder within, striving to cultivate a primordial thunder seed capable of rooting and blossoming into a thunder pool. However, the probability of success is a mere 1 in 10,000. With the acquisition of this primordial thunder seed, one can substitute it for the innate thunder body to practice the thunder method, often yielding results that surpass the original. Should one be particularly blessed, it may even give rise to a thunder pool within, gathering boundless thunderous might, suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart. Zhao Qinbi raised his head and was astonished to see a sudden surge of crimson light emanating from the ceiling of the 10th floor, which unceremoniously enveloped him and transported him to an even higher level. Within the Eastern Taoist Tower, since its inception, Zhao Qinbi stands as the first disciple to step into this realm, aside from a select few patriarchs who have reached the nascent soul stage. On the 11th floor, there were no trials or spirits remaining, only ancient crimson bookshelves filling the small space, resembling a mundane study. Each shelf held several weathered jade tubes, their faint spiritual light flickering intermittently, exuding an aura of timeless grandeur. Zhao Qinbi casually picked up a few jade tubes, pressed them against his forehead, and channeled threads of spiritual consciousness into them. delving into their contents with meticulous attention. These jade tubes, astonishingly, embody various cultivation techniques, all of exceptional quality, with the least among them being a fourth-tier method capable of guiding one to the golden core realm. A profound sense of mental resonance suddenly arose, seemingly emanating from this tower, allowing one to freely select a jade tube of technique to take outside for cultivation. A flicker of fervor welled up within, prompting self-reflection. Although the memories of a past life retained several 6th and 7th-tier methods, they were only applicable within the confines of the Shumi Great Realm, vastly incompatible with the cultivation systems and cosmic principles of the mountain and sea realm. While the Tao is interconnected, such unity is only attainable post-divine transformation, rendering current cultivation impossible. Presently lacking an appropriate technique, it would be prudent to select one here as the primary method of cultivation. After careful consideration, Zhao Qinbi arrived at a resolution. However, scanning the shelves before him revealed an overwhelming array of over 100 distinct jade tubes, leaving him in a state of bewilderment regarding his choice. The Wuchan sword technique appeared to be a commendable method, capable of elevating one to the nascent soul realm. Regrettably, neither in this life nor the last had he wielded a sword. The Hunyuan Heart Sutra, while promising and enhancing physical prowess and excelling among peers of the same tier, was ultimately unsuitable, as he already possessed the supreme body refinement technique, Stellar Tao Body. Surprisingly, he encountered a Buddhist scripture, the Diamond Sutra, yet it was merely a fragment. And despite his benevolent ties and fondness for Buddhism, it was not appropriate to establish it as the foundation of his cultivation. As Zhao Qinbi continued to peruse the various texts before him, a sense of bewilderment enveloped his mind. He had already sifted through over 100 martial arts manuals, yet none had captured his interest. Just as he found himself at a crossroads, a flicker of light emanated from the purple thunder seed within his heart, exuding an aura of guidance that directed his attention to an unassuming gray-white jade tube nestled in a corner of the bookshelf. Upon delving into the tube with his spiritual consciousness, Zhao discovered it to be a fragmented manual entitled Ashen Thunder Technique. The inscriptions revealed that this technique did not originate from the Tianhe continent. Rather, it was an incomplete relic discovered by the 4th-generation patriarch, Wuyazi, entirely by chance. With its origins shrouded in mystery, the text stipulated that to cultivate this thunder technique, one must possess an innate thunder seed, igniting it with heart fire to transform it into thunderous ashes, which would then merge into the energy reservoir, thus commencing the cultivation process. The stringent requirements were no doubt the reason it had been relegated to a mere corner. It seemed Wuyazi had intended to cultivate the innate thunder seed before embarking on this technique. However, he had suffered grievous injuries during a dispute with another practitioner and soon perished within the sect. Now, the purple thunder seed was fortuitously suited for Zhao, enabling him to practice this enigmatic technique. As he continued to explore the manual, even with his advanced understanding as a half-step Nirvana Grandmaster, he could not help but regard this technique with newfound respect. Although it was merely an incomplete version, allowing cultivation only up to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, its formidable aura suggested that subsequent techniques would undoubtedly be exceptional, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the 6th grade cultivation level. The fact that such a technique existed within the Donglin sect was remarkable, yet the incompleteness of the subsequent texts posed a significant dilemma for him. With furrowed brows, Zhao Qinbi hesitated, caught in a maelstrom of indecision. After a brief interlude, a resolute glint ignited in his eyes as he decisively tucked the grayish-white jade scroll into his sleeve. This is the one, he affirmed inwardly, though merely a fragment. An inexplicable connection resonated within him, suggesting a predestined affinity. He surmised that the missing segments of the technique were bound to him by fate, hinting at an opportunity to recover them. As the jade scroll vanished from sight, a surge of energy permeated the tower, enveloping Zhao Qinbi in a crimson aura. In an instant, he was whisked away, transported to the zenith of the 12th story. At that very moment, an eerie silence descended upon the Sword Peak Plaza of the Eastern Lin sect, so profound that even the softest whisper would have been conspicuous. Amidst the sea of gazes, now glazed with disbelief, the radiant beacon representing Zhao Qinbi once more flickered out of existence on the 11th floor, only to reappear atop the 12th story. He had reached the summit. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, a symphony of astonishment and awe. Those paragons of talent who had previously harbored resentment and envy now found their competitive spirit extinguished. Such is the nature of humanity. Proximity breeds jealousy, and animosity. But an insurmountable chasm evokes reverence and admiration. At that moment, every disciple present at the opening realm held precisely such sentiments towards the prodigious Zhao Qinbi. Liu Jue, having regained consciousness, stood respectfully behind her esteemed master, Zhao Shiyun, though her complexion still bore the pallor of exhaustion, a testament to the mental strain of the tower's trial. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with anticipation, were fixed on the tower's apex, where she seemed to discern the peerless figure, her pupils shimmering with countless reflections of admiration. Regarding the tender affections of his disciple, as her esteemed mentor and the father of her beloved Zhao Qinbi, he naturally understood the situation with utmost clarity. Although he harbored intentions to bring this promising couple together, he was well aware that both were still in their youth and should not be rushed. Thus, he refrained from making any direct remarks, allowing their feelings to mature in silence. At this moment, Zhao Shiyun gently remarked, "I never expected that this impudent lad would truly perform a miracle and ascend the 12th floor of the tower." Li Yuk, with her cherry lips slightly pursed, responded with a hint of amusement in her voice, "Brother Qinbi is indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent of our Donglin sect. Such an achievement is only to be expected." Zhao Shiyun, hearing this, could only smile wryly and shake his head. "Oh, you speak of this boy as if he were more brilliant than the stars above." Li Yuk smiled once more, a captivating sight that enchanted a throng of disciples gathered in the square, leaving their hearts swaying in admiration. Behind her, the jade sword hung suspended, emanating a profound sword intent. After a moment of silence, Zhao Shiyun turned with a serious demeanor and declared, "As the trials are nearing their conclusion and rankings will soon be announced, you few must venture into the spatial secret realm in search of treasures. Although it is a realm of opportunity, dangers are inevitable. To ensure your safety, from today onward, you and Sher Kohen shall reside in the cave beneath my residence, just as Qinbi does, so that I may impart teachings to the three of you." Upon hearing this, Li Yuk's face blossomed with joy as she performed a respectful sword salute, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 19, The Disciple of Donglin. With a step forward, Zhao Qinbi felt as though he had stepped into the starry expanse. Within the uppermost echelons of the Tao Pagoda, resplendent crimson effulgence permeated the atmosphere, interspersed with scintillating astral points, akin to an elongated, lustrous, vermilion galaxy, enveloping the surroundings. Amidst this mesmerizing stellar river, a multitude of entities, reminiscent of celestial bodies, languidly drifted and pirouette, their emanations exerting a formidable pressure upon Zhao Qinbi's very flesh and blood. Upon intensified scrutiny, each radiant star metamorphosed into an iridescent, exquisite magical artifact, while the myriad specks of light, akin to a firmament of stars, proved to be an inexhaustible array of mystical and spiritual implements, their surfaces brimming with spiritual energy, their forms antiquated and elegant, each a rare and invaluable treasure. Zhao Qinbi's respiration abruptly accelerated, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he exclaimed, "Ha! Could these all be bestowed upon me? After all, I am the first prodigy of the Eastern Proximity sect in millennia to ascend this edifice. Alas, as in my previous existence, such exceptionalism is a vexation." Subsequently, a deluge of frigidity descended from above, extinguishing his fanciful reveries. A faint psychic resonance materialized once more within his sea of consciousness, emanating surreptitiously from the pagoda, intimating that he could select one magical artifact and 3 mystical or spiritual implements from this spatial dimension to transmute into his own possessions. Alas, how parsimonious! Zhao Qinbi lamented with indignation. "Considering I am the inaugural disciple to set foot atop this pagoda, to proffer but a handful of baubles. Compared to the primordial thunder seed bestowed by the venerable Wu Yazi, these are but a heap of dilapidated scrap metal." The spirit of the tower, initially exuding an aura as still and unyielding as an ancient well, seemed to stir with a hint of ire as Zhao Qinbi incessantly prattled on. Within the tower, a crimson light surged, hinting at a desire to expel Zhao Qinbi from its confines. This sudden surge of energy sent a chill of apprehension through Zhao Qinbi, who, despite possessing the unparalleled treasure of the Shumi Pearl, found the remainder of his artifacts to pale in comparison, resembling little more than a heap of worthless metal. Yet, in this world, who would ever bemoan the inadequacy of their wealth? Moreover, the Shumi Pearl had suffered considerable damage, rendering its powers nearly extinct, and even its spirit was reluctant to manifest. It was imperative for him to seek out additional magical artifacts to alleviate his pressing predicament. Zhao Qinbi quickly clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication, his expression radiating sincerity as he eloquently implored, "Esteemed spirit of the tower, I acknowledge my transgressions. My previous words were thoughtless and ungrateful. I beseech you, in your wisdom, to overlook my youthful ignorance and refrain from casting me out." His words were profoundly moving, almost bringing him to the brink of tears, evoking a sense of amusement and bemusement from the nascent spirit of the tower, which had begun to acquire a semblance of consciousness. After a brief moment, the intent to transport him dissipated, allowing Zhao Qinbi to exhale a sigh of relief. "Ah, for artifacts it shall be," he mused, realizing he must carefully deliberate his choices. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qinbi gradually stepped into the expanse of the starry river, silently employing his spiritual awareness to probe each magical artifact. Within the vast expanse of the galaxy, treasures abound in numbers as countless as the stars, leaving Zhao Qinbi in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that he could not afford to examine each item individually. With his currently feeble soul power, he would likely succumb to exhaustion and faint before he could even complete a thorough investigation. Overwhelmed, Zhao Qinbi swiftly withdrew his soul consciousness and began to contemplate with care. Given his still modest realm, he was incapable of refining those artifacts that had yet to find their master, and thus he resolved to select a few extraordinary items from the multitude of colossal starry orbs. However, what would serve him best at this juncture were 3 artifacts and spirit tools that a disciple at the opening of the mansion realm could refine. Before entering the tower, his father, Zhao Shiyun, had thoughtfully bestowed upon him a thunderous blade, but its quality was rather mediocre, which explained why it had shattered with a single blow during his battle with Wiyazi in the illusory realm. With this understanding, Zhao Qinbi had made up his mind to first choose an offensive spirit tool that he could wield. As his thoughts swirled, a stone ring, exuding an air of ancient solemnity and a deep black hue, appeared before him, emanating waves of spatial power. Without hesitation, Zhao Qinbi reached out and slipped the obsidian ring onto his finger, drawn irresistibly to its ethereal glow. While the ring bore no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, it radiated strands of spatial force, revealing itself to be a rare spatial ring. To his astonishment, he discovered such a treasure within the tower. It was likely that no one in the entirety of the Donglin sect possessed one. Yet, he pondered, just how vast was the space contained within this ring. A wisp of divine consciousness surged into the stone ring, abruptly transporting him into a jet-black space, measuring approximately 30 feet in length and width, and around 10 feet in height, akin to a modest storeroom. Although Zhao Qinbi had previously overestimated this obsidian ring, the dimensions of the space it contained still filled him with unbridled delight. Such a vast independent space, if placed at an auction, could fetch a staggering price of at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, often with no buyers in sight. Had he known, he would have realized that this spatial ring was incomparable to a storage pouch. The latter merely opened a low-tier chaotic space, capable of accommodating lifeless objects such as magical artifacts, spirit stones, and elixirs. In contrast, this spatial ring harbored an incredibly stable microcosm, not only able to absorb spiritual energy but also to nurture spirit beasts and medicinal herbs within it. It could even accommodate cultivators, allowing them to refine their skills in this independent realm, albeit with less efficacy than if they were amidst the vastness of the natural world. In his previous life, before his fall, Zhao Qinbi had never utilized any spatial rings, for within the Shumi Jade, there resided a small cosmos akin to the boundless starry sky, sufficient to contain all things. Regrettably, the Shumi Jade had now been shattered, leaving only its core. While that small cosmos had been lost in the endless void at the moment of Zhao Qinbi's demise. At this instant, Zhao Qinbi promptly used his fingernail to gently pierce his fingertip, allowing a drop of rich blood to ooze forth and fall upon the obsidian ring. As the blood gradually melded into the ring, a unique imprint belonging to Zhao Qinbi was swiftly inscribed upon its surface. Such spatial rings cannot be claimed through one's essence or blood. Should they fall into the hands of another, it merely requires some effort to erase the binding mark. Having made a promising start by acquiring this invaluable spatial ring, Zhao Qinbi felt a surge of anticipation welling within him. However, just as he was preparing to select the remaining 3 spiritual artifacts from among the myriad of luminous points, an irresistible force of teleportation suddenly surged forth, enveloping his entire being and preparing to transport him outside the tower. Yet, Zhao Qinbi offered no resistance. Momentarily astonished, he allowed the crimson light to envelop him. He was acutely aware that even the combined treasures of several golden core cultivators could scarcely match the worth of this ring, endowed with such vast space. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qinbi found himself spinning as if the very heavens and earth had shifted, and he arrived at the Baishur Plaza of the Jian Mountain in the Donglin sect. All eyes were upon him. Within the Donglin sect, aside from countless miscellaneous disciples, dozens of venerable elders, over 3,000 disciples of the opening mansion, and several hundred disciples of the wandering realm had all gathered in this place. Zhao Qinbi was momentarily taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation before him, when he saw Zhao Shiyun and Sun Bihua soaring towards him like two comets. Two torrents of formidable spiritual energy surged forth, entering into a completely black wooden plaque high above. The plaque promptly absorbed the immense spiritual energies, emanating a faint gray light that enveloped itself, devoid of any oppressive force, instead imparting a warm and soothing sensation. At the center of Zhao Qinbi's brow, as if inscribed by a celestial being, an enigmatic and ethereal ancient character suddenly manifested, permeating into the very essence of Zhao Qinbi's body and soul. In that fleeting moment, Zhao felt as though he had ascended into the heavens, overlooking the mountains and rivers that cradled the Eastern Ling sect. With every blade of grass and bird in flight captured within his gaze, an ineffable sensation blossomed within his heart, as if he were intimately intertwined with the very fate of the Eastern Ling sect. In a daze, Zhao seemed to witness the illustrious epics of the sect over the millennia, a tapestry woven with triumphs and tribulations, enmities and bloodshed, and the passage of countless souls. He could almost hear the rustling of foliage, the gentle babbling of streams, the teachings of cultivators, the breath of mountains, and the rhythm of the rising sun and the setting moon. Today, I, Zhao Qinbi, the sect leader of the Eastern Ling sect, alongside the esteemed elder Sun Bihua, in the presence of all the elders and disciples of the sect, shall heed the profound will of our ancestors, responding to the call of the mountains, rivers, and seas, and declare Zhao Qinbi as the contemporary daozi of the Eastern Ling sect, thus connecting with the sect's destiny. As these words echoed, the mountains trembled, fierce winds howled, clouds gathered, lakes churned, and spiritual energy surged, resonating with the heavens and earth. A torrent of formidable and rich auspicious energy surged into Zhao Qinbi's being, intangible yet as tumultuous as the mighty oceans. It was as if, within this realm of the Eastern Ling sect, an unseen spirit acknowledged this solemn decree with a gentle nod. Among the thousands of disciples from the realms of open government and distant travels present, regardless of their inner thoughts, they all instinctively clasped their fists in salute, their voices resonating like thunder. Long may the Eastern Ling sect thrive through the ages. Chapter 20. The secret realm awaits. A fine rain enveloped the Eastern Ling sect, resembling mist and smoke. In the wake of the east-facing Dao Pagoda trials, over 2 months have elapsed, and the complete stabilization and commencement of the maritime spatial secret realm is less than a fortnight away. Within the sovereign's residence, upon the towering arboreal giant that ascends from the earth, outside the grotto of Zhao Qinbi, currents of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converge and flow into it. Distinct from days of yore, 2 newly inaugurated wooden dwelling grottos now adorn the great tree, their patterns shimmering, similarly amassing and absorbing the abundant spiritual energy of the surroundings. The sovereign's residence, indeed one of the 7 blessed lands of the east-facing sect, now sees its formations operating at full capacity, with spiritual energy surging like rising mist, further promoting the flourishing of flora and fauna, and attracting birds and beasts. Zhao Qinbi sits upright within the wooden dwelling, upon a verdant cattail hassock, which continuously emanates wisps of refreshing coolness, penetrating directly into the depths of the heart, instantly invigorating the mind. Directly before her, a pristine white talisman levitates without wind, gently rotating, its flickering surface continuously emitting strands of fine white gas, circulating throughout the entire grotto. This is none other than the mind-calming talisman 1 from Sun Hao. At this moment, within the mirror-like surface of Zhao Qinbi's heart, strands of soul power coalesce, entwining the purple thunder seed obtained from the Dao Pagoda, ceaselessly refining and nurturing it. Upon the thunder seed, wisps of purple lightning have been almost entirely stripped away, and even the liquid-like essence of thunder, through protracted and diligent effort, has been separated out and integrated into the heart's depths. At this juncture, only the thumbnail-sized thunder seed remained. Resembling a pure and radiant violet crystal, refracting flickering light. Subsequent to the trials within the Tao Tower, Zhao Qinbi promptly chose secluded cultivation, dedicating himself to refining this innate thunder seed, thereby preparing for the forthcoming treasure hunt in the mystic realm, an event involving all 10 major sections. What Zhao Qinbi had not anticipated upon exiting the tower was that Zhao Shuyun and Sun Bihua, seemingly under some tacit directive, decisively consecrated him as the Tao Child of the Eastern Lin sect. It should be noted that the title of Tao Child is not bestowed lightly, and its significance transcends a mere appellation. The consecration of a Tao Child is both a momentous opportunity and an arduous trial for the recipient and for the sect. It represents a high-stakes gamble. The reason being that the individual's fortune becomes intertwined with the sect's, continuously nourished by its accumulated and immense destiny, thereby facilitating their cultivation and augmenting their opportunities. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Such abundant fortune invariably entails endless perils and tribulations. Successfully navigating these challenges transforms them into rare opportunities, but a single misstep can lead to demise. For a sect, the consecration of a Tao Child is not a decision to be taken lightly. Often, several generations may pass without a Tao Child emerging. They would rather leave the position vacant for centuries than make a hasty choice. Once the rightful heir is appointed, it is tantamount to binding the future destiny of the sect, along with the accumulated fortune of countless years, to that individual. Their fates are intertwined. When one flourishes, the other does as well, and conversely, when one falters, the other suffers. Should the heir soar to great heights, consistently transforming misfortune into fortune, breaking through barriers with ease, and ascending the path of enlightenment, the sect will undoubtedly reap immense benefits, experiencing a flourishing of its legacy and fortune. However, if the heir meets with untimely demise, encounters misfortune, or lacks capable successors, ultimately leading to mediocrity, the entire sect would consequently bear the repercussions, potentially suffering severe losses to its vitality, which could even result in its obliteration. Thus, throughout history, those chosen as rightful heirs have invariably been extraordinary prodigies, appearing only once in several hundred, or even thousands of years, possessing unparalleled talents akin to those who stand at the pinnacle of genius. Since its establishment, the Donglin sect, over the span of 18 centuries, has only appointed 5 such heirs, each one a remarkable figure, a cornerstone of revival and prosperity. There is but one exception, the 5th heir, who merely grazed the threshold of spiritual manifestation, fell victim to malevolent cultivators during his travels, leading to a substantial decline in the sect's fortune, causing the Donglin sect to plummet from one of the top 3 among the 10 great sects of the Tiana continent to the very bottom. Today, its position is precarious, with even the 10th rank appearing uncertain. A glimpse into this situation reveals the significance of Zhao Qinbi's appointment as the 6th heir of the Donglin sect. His extraordinary talents illuminate the sect's profound regard and expectations for him. Indeed, Zhao Qinbi is the first disciple in a millennium to reach the pinnacle of the Tao Tower. Upon ascending to the position of Tao Child, the resources of the sect began to flow towards him in overwhelming abundance. For instance, the seemingly unremarkable cushion beneath him was, in reality, a treasure coveted even by golden core cultivators. This verdant cushion was crafted from the celestial treasure, gloom glow reed, its value rivaling that of a golden core cultivator's magical artifact. Gloom glow reed typically thrives deep within subterranean caverns, requiring a millennium to mature and possessing the ability to conceal its presence, rendering its harvest exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, it must be refined for 49 days using the core formation cultivator's nascent soul fire, supplemented by countless spiritual materials, to create this gloom glow cushion capable of concentrating the mind and enhancing cultivation speed. However, for over 2 months, Zhao Qinbi had abstained from physical and mana cultivation, instead dedicating himself entirely to this innate thunder seed, ceaselessly refining and purifying it. To cultivate the ashen lightning art, according to its teachings, the initial step involves thoroughly purifying the innate thunder seed. Subsequently, one must ignite the soul fire within the mind's sea, incinerating the seed completely and integrating it into the chi palace, allowing the chi palace to fully absorb it, thereby formally commencing the nurturing of ashen heavenly lightning. Undeniably, the difficulty and prerequisites for cultivating this technique reach a level that inspires awe. Not only must one possess a rare and elusive innate thunder seed, but one must also continuously refine and purify the seed with soul power, undergoing months of meticulous refinement before igniting the heart fire to incinerate it. All these conditions are indispensable. If placed upon any foundation establishment disciple, success would likely be unattainable, even with Zhao Qinbi's exceptionally robust natural soul. Further refined by the practice of, enabling him to wield soul power with increasing mastery, he still felt considerably taxed after such prolonged expenditure. Fortunately, perseverance yielded success, and he had finally purified this, with his soul strength imperceptibly augmented. Now, only the final step remained, igniting the soul's inner flame to incinerate it to ashes. The mention of this inner flame would likely leave cultivators below the golden core realm bewildered and clueless. However, Zhao Qinbi, in his previous life as a quasi-nirvana grand venerable, was intimately familiar with it. Upon reaching the divine illumination realm, one could traverse realms and journey to other worlds. And upon reaching the pinnacle of the divine illumination realm, one could rend the barriers of realms with formidable cultivation, traverse the infinite void, ascend to the upper three realms, thereby absorbing imperishable golden essence and attaining the imperishable realm. Ascending further, one reached the nirvana realm, where, without the presence of sages, one was already among the apex of cultivation. The most crucial step in transitioning from the imperishable realm to the nirvana realm was to ignite the imperishable golden body with the soul's flame, causing it to incinerate and perish, thereby achieving rebirth from the flames of nirvana. Zhao Qinbi's previous incarnation, Lu Fangming, had cultivated his imperishable golden body to the extreme and completely incinerated his nascent soul before his fall, only needing to undergo the final step of the nirvana fire tribulation. Although he now needed to ignite the soul's inner flame, it was utterly incomparable to the inner flame of the nirvana fire tribulation. After all, the nirvana heart fire originates from the soul of a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the immortal realm. It is further tainted with boundless karma and the power of karmic obstacles. Even a pinnacle figure who has already stepped into the nirvana realm would not dare to touch it personally. For those undergoing tribulation, it is an endeavor fraught with peril. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi's spirit was extremely focused, with all his mind and soul devoted to the heart lake and the thunder seed. On the surface of the heart lake, a faint flame abruptly emerged, as dazzling and translucent as crimson glass, pure and serene. The minute, this flame emanated an illusory heat, causing the heart lake to simmer slightly, as if on the verge of complete evaporation. Zhao Qinbi dared not delay or hesitate in the slightest. He hastily urged his soul power, sending the purple crystal-like thunder seed into the heart lake, commencing its incineration and tempering. As the soul heart fire continued to burn, the heart lake began to churn and boil, causing a searing and agonizing sensation to emanate from the depths of Zhao Qinbi's soul. Yet, under the relentless tempering of the flames, the purple thunder seed began to exhibit faint cracks, which rapidly spread and caused it to collapse and shatter. Once the countless purple crystal fragments ruptured, they began to burn with even greater momentum. Before long, they released strands of extremely pure thunder power, while transforming into a heap of gray-purple ashes, flowing with a dim radiance like purple embers, seemingly on the verge of complete extinction. In this critical moment, Zhao Qinbi suddenly unleashed a surge of soul power, extinguishing the soul heart fire. Then, enveloping the heap of thunder seed ashes, he manifested them from his soul's incorporeal form, directly merging them into his Dantian Qi repository. The majestic purple-golden aura surrounding the grand energy chamber had evidently been awaiting for quite some time. With a surge of spiritual power, it directly absorbed the lingering ashes, refining them fervently. As the refinement continued, the ashen purple residues gradually merged with the energy chamber, introducing a third color akin to ash within the purple-golden chamber, emitting waves of decay and oppressive fluctuations. Now, the energy chamber pulsated gently, expanding and contracting like breath, with streams of gray lightning swirling within. Unlike before, it no longer emitted a startling thunderous force, but instead fully retracted into the body, holding back without release. A more formidable cultivation fluctuation rose, and inadvertently, Zhao Qinbi's magical power had broken through the initial bottleneck, reaching the mid-stage of the open chamber realm. This gray thunder attribute spiritual power seemed somewhat different from the usual thunder spiritual power. It faintly exuded a sense of decay, seemingly capable of suppressing and extinguishing the opponent's power. Zhao Qinbi murmured in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. Moreover, for some reason, this spiritual power faintly gave me a feeling of a withered tree about to bloom, as if quietly brewing something. Ash thunder, perhaps? Let's wait and see what comes next. Chapter 21. Unwelcome Guests Arrive. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the East Lin sect, a colossal entity was tearing through the air, swiftly approaching. This menacing giant was none other than an enormous magical treasure airship. The flying vessel, resplendent in its snow-white hue, boasts magnificent frost-laden wings on either side. As it flaps them, a flurry of snowflakes spirals into the air, dispersing an astonishing chill that stirs the very clouds, instantly solidifying into ice. Wherever it passes, trees are encased in frost, birds fall lifeless, and beasts perish, compelling the cultivators to retreat. Its dominance is nothing short of overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the icy craft has traversed mountains and dense forests, akin to a colossal arrow of frost, halting before the gates of the Eastern Lin sect. Zhou Wenbai, the master of Winter Spring Valley, accompanied by his disciples in the opening mansion realm, has come specifically to pay his respects to the Eastern Lin sect. Upon uttering these words, an unrelenting chill envelopes the surroundings, causing the less experienced disciples of the Eastern Lin sect to feel as though they are trapped in the depths of winter, trembling uncontrollably as if ensconced in a frigid abyss. Evidently, a formidable cultivator specializing in ice magic stands before them. A core formation master who has ascended to the mid-stage of core formation. The unwelcome guest's arrival is met with a disdainful snort emanating from within the Eastern Lin sect, akin to celestial drums reverberating through the air, exuding an unmistakable aura of dominance that dispels the pervasive cold, leaving the disciples of Winter Spring Valley dizzy and disoriented. Winter Spring Valley certainly makes a grand entrance, displaying such arrogance upon visiting the Eastern Lin sect. However, our sect has always prided itself on amicability, since you have arrived. Do stow away your vessel and enter on your own accord. The elder and I, alongside the sect master, are preoccupied with sect affairs and cannot extend a warm welcome. The voice of elder son Bihua suddenly resounds from within the sect, as strands of golden aura materialize in the sky, transforming into weapons of all sorts. Radiating an imposing presence, Zhou Wenbai's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, a flash of inspiration struck him. He swiftly stowed the ice-flying vessel into his storage belt and strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Donglin sect, accompanied by several dozen disciples. Within the elder hall, Sun Bihua sat cross-legged, engaged in a discussion with a dozen or so purple-robed elders, their hair billowing with barely concealed fury. The audacity of the Winter Spring Valley, relying solely on sheer luck to produce a nascent soul ancestor, to dare bully them at their doorstep, was infuriating. The elders within the hall were equally incensed, their faces flushed with rage. The Winter Spring Valley was not among the top 10 sects of the southwest of the Heavenly River continent. Rather, it was a second-rate sect of moderate standing, boasting merely over 1,000 disciples. With only a handful of elders in the manifestation stage and a single sect leader in the early stages of core formation serving as their support. However, in recent years, Winter Spring Valley seemed to have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, attracting a multitude of exceptionally talented disciples, one of whom even possessed the rare ice bloodline. Much to the sect's elation, with a nascent soul ancestor safeguarding their interests, the Winter Spring Valley mercilessly suppressed and exploited several second-rate sects that had previously maintained amicable relations, leaving them seething with indignation yet unable to voice their grievances. They were left to swallow their pride, compensating with spirit stones or offering treasured artifacts. Even more unsettling was the fact that the nascent soul ancestor had inadvertently taken a fancy to the enchanting manifestation stage companion of the leader of the Tiandao mansion, harboring intentions to forcibly claim her as a dual cultivation partner. The master of the Blade Mansion, merely an early-stage core formation cultivator, was no match for the nascent soul grandmaster. He was brutally slain within his own sect, and his Taoist partner was forcibly abducted, reduced to a mere vessel for carnal desires, enduring daily defilement. Such actions were akin to those of a demonic sect, utterly appalling. However, the Winter Spring Valley Grandmaster was not merely an overbearing fool. He lavishly bestowed spiritual stones and elixirs upon several of the 10 great sects, effectively silencing their righteous indignation with material favors. With the opening of the maritime spatial secret realm, this nascent soul grandmaster, having somehow obtained this information, became emboldened and sought to seize control of it. Naturally, his gaze fell upon the declining Eastern Lin sect, the weakest of the 10 great sects. Previously, Winter Spring Valley had brazenly declared its intention to purchase 4 slots for entering the secret realm at the price of 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones each. Sun Bihua, naturally, was infuriated and flatly rejected this shameless demand, leading to a near-violent standoff between the two parties. Now, with Valley Master Zhou Wenbai leading his disciples here, their intentions remain unclear, but they clearly have no intention of giving up. At that moment, Zhou Wenbai, led by a distant traveling executive disciple, arrived at the Eastern Lin sect's reception hall. Without waiting for an invitation, he seated himself, displaying utter arrogance and contempt. Sun Bihua spoke with ill-concealed annoyance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenbai revealed a hint of mockery. My visit is naturally regarding the matter of the secret realm slots. Now, Winter Spring Valley is willing to double the price and additionally offer 50 spiritual artifacts and 100 magical artifacts. I wonder, Great Elder, what do you think of this proposal? Hearing this, Sun Bihua was even more infuriated, her domineering spiritual power surging. Zhou Wenbai, don't push your luck. Do you really think my Eastern Lin sect is too easy to talk to? Such words wound concord, Zhou Wenbai countered. How about this? Since the Eastern Lin sect is one of the top 10 sects, with profound heritage, and the disciples going to the secret realm are limited to the Kai-Fu realm, why don't our 2 sects each select 5 Kai-Fu disciples for a contest? If your esteemed sect loses, you will cede 4 places to my Winter Spring Valley, with spiritual stones and magical treasures undiminished. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Sun Bihua's face shifted between light and shadow. After a moment, she asked, and if you lose, what then? Do you intend to simply let it drop? Zhou Wenbai smiled with considerable self-satisfaction. If my Winter Spring Valley loses, we will present 2 ice spirit blood souls to your esteemed sect. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in Zhou Wenbai's hand, revealing 2 snow-white jade stones, like snowflakes, exuding a trace of coldness that seemed to freeze the flesh. Upon seeing the ice spirit blood souls, Sun Bihua's expression flickered slightly, and she no longer hesitated. If that's the case, then so be it. She commanded, someone, convey my decree. After an incense stick, order the disciples to come to the main peak's Tianmen dojo to watch the battle. Summon disciples Li Yujue, Shi Kuan, Sun Hao, Lu Fenglen, and Zhao Qinbi to prepare for the contest. As soon as these words were spoken, a purple-clad elder behind her immediately understood. Spiritual light surged in his hand, transforming into 5 crimson flying birds, which flew towards the 5 individuals' abodes. Another elder in purple robes swiftly moved, and beneath his feet appeared a snow-white rock that soared into the clouds. Using a secret voice transmission technique, he notified the other disciples. At the main peak, the Tianmen Square, in the 4 cardinal directions, for towering white stone gates, each dozens of zhang high, stood majestically above the square, truly resembling celestial gates. The square itself was paved with luminous jade bricks, crystal clear and dazzlingly pure, exuding wisps of spiritual energy that enveloped the area in a misty aura, as if it were a realm of immortals. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity, with nearly half of the 3,000 disciples gathered there, their expressions filled with indignation as they murmured among themselves. At the center stood 5 disciples from the Winter Spring Valley, their hands clasped behind their backs. All participants in the upcoming competition. These 5 were clad in snow-white robes, their faces icy and aloof, exuding the aura of those at the peak of the Keifu realm. Among them was a woman, tall and slender, with bright and captivating eyes, yet her gaze was cold and unfeeling, surrounded by an aura of frost. No wonder the Winter Spring Valley was so confident. They indeed had some promising talents this time. The Donglin sect, too, was not to be underestimated, with all their participants also at the peak of the Keifu realm. However, one person was notably absent, Zhao Qinbi. Seeing this, Zhou Wenbai sneered. What? Has your sect conceded defeat by deliberately fielding 1 less person? Sun Bihua retorted angrily, such arrogance and ignorance. Our sect's prodigy is currently in deep cultivation and needs time to conclude his practice. At present, let the 4 of them compete first and wait for his arrival before arranging the 5th and final match. Aha, then we shall proceed as the Grand Elder suggests. Zhou Wenbai smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. 2 figures stepped forward, each arriving at the center of the plaza, standing opposite each other, cupping their fists in salutation. Sun Hao of the Eastern Lin sect, I humbly request your guidance. Linya of the Winter Spring Valley, I humbly request your guidance. As soon as the words fell, spiritual energy surged within the 2, and with a flash of light in their hands, they each retrieved their refined treasures, urging and manipulating them. In Sun Hao's hand was a gilded small seal, which, under the urging of spiritual power, grew in size against the wind. Observing its aura, it was not an ordinary magical artifact, but a precious spiritual weapon bestowed by Sun Bihua. Linya was not to be outdone. Taking out a silver spear from his storage belt, the tip of the spear was surrounded by a chilling aura, condensing into snowflakes, which made the surrounding air cold. It was also a spiritual weapon. A great battle was about to begin, imminent and ready to erupt. Chapter 22. In the face of defeat. Amidst peril in a brief span of several dozen breaths, Sun Hao had urged the golden giant seal to clash with Linya more than 10 times. The encounters were direct and straightforward, lacking any combat skills, and gradually evolved into a battle of spiritual power. However, as the duel continued, Sun Hao's spiritual power had depleted by 70 to 80%. Furthermore, the giant seal was covered with a thick layer of frost, making Sun Hao feel as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, making it difficult to control. Although the giant seal was constantly trembling, seeming as if it could break free at any moment, these few moments were enough. Instantly, Linya transitioned to wielding his firearm with a single hand. With a quick incantation from his left hand, 3 formidable, frigid ice cones, as thick as a man's arm, erupted forth, effectively nullifying Sun Hao's avenues of evasion. His figure flashed, arriving in an instant, his spear, akin to a snow-white dragon, aimed directly at Sun Hao's brow. Seeing the perilous situation, Sun Bihua swiftly intervened, flicking his wide sleeve to halt Lin Ya's merciless assault. "Enough," he exclaimed. "What a ruthless whelp. Granted, you have emerged victorious. Yet you still seek to deliver a fatal blow." Witnessing his esteemed grandson's defeat in the initial bout, and his near demise by the spear, Sun Bihua was consumed by indignation. "My compliments," Zhou and I responded, offering no further elucidation, merely a faint smile. A smile that incited within others an urge to pummel him into the ground. The initial defeat cast a pall over the elders of the Eastern Lin sect, their countenances reflecting their displeasure, while the morale of the 1,000-odd disciples surrounding them visibly waned. A cerulean rainbow ascended from the ground, descending upon the plaza. In his grasp, a verdant stone staff, colossal as a pillar, coupled with his towering, robust physique, rendered him exceptionally gallant. "Shi Kuan of the Eastern Lin sect has come to battle," he declared. "Who from Winterspring Valley will answer the challenge?" "Fang Zhoushan will engage," came the reply. As the words faded, one among them descended into the plaza, brandishing a fan of frigid jade. Without any preamble, he launched an assault. With each wave of the fan, gusts of piercing, biting wind assailed Shi Kuan. Yet unfazed, Shi Kuan, enveloped in an aura of emerald light, charged directly towards Fang Zhoushan. Witnessing the inefficacy of the biting wind, a sense of consternation arose within him, prompting a swift withdrawal to establish distance. With rapid incantations, a barrage of icy projectiles was unleashed in quick succession. Observing this, a sardonic smile graced Shi Kuan's countenance as he plunged his verdant stone staff into the earth, his entire being suffused with an intense azure aura. Dragon Tiger Heart Sutra. Dragon Tiger's roar. Concentric waves of palpable azure sonic energy surged forward like colossal tidal waves, shattering the frigid icicles into fragments. He had unleashed the arcane technique, Dragon Tiger's roar, from his cultivated art, the Dragon Tiger Heart Sutra. Upon witnessing the disintegration of the ice projectiles, Shi Kuan's figure darted forth with the ferocity of a tiger, causing a violent tremor within Fang Zhoushan's heart. He, too, immediately resorted to his art's secret technique. Cometary Tempest. Streams of frosty, alabaster spiritual energy erupted from his form, converging above to coalesce into colossal crystalline structures radiating formidable cold. An icy aura churned and billowed around them, resembling celestial comets hurtling towards Shi Kuan. The azure figure was instantly engulfed within the descending cometary tempest, the frigid air swirling and obscuring vision. Having executed such a technique, Fang Zhoushan's complexion paled, betraying a depletion of spiritual energy. Yet, before he could recuperate, an acute sense of peril washed over him. In an instant, his jade fan was fully unfurled, conjuring a formidable ice barrier before him. Simultaneously, an azure silhouette burst forth from the icy tempest. Stone Kuan resembled a fierce azure tiger, enveloped in an aura of frost and chill, with remnants of snow still clinging to his hair. Yet his imposing presence remained undiminished, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. A resounding crack echoed, reverberating through the air as the formidable ice wall was swept aside by his colossal azure staff, continuing its descent with the force of thunder. Crashing down upon Feng Zhoushan. Feng Zhoushan was propelled backward, crashing violently to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth, convulsing in agony upon the earth. At this juncture, words were rendered unnecessary. Both parties were engulfed in a maelstrom of fury, disregarding the need for individual confrontations as two figures swiftly emerged in the plaza. From the Winter Spring Valley, one of the combatants was an exceptionally cold and aloof woman, wielding a snow-colored longsword that emanated a chilling mist. She was unmistakably a sword cultivator. Accompanying her was another disciple, diminutive in stature, with prominent brows and large eyes, brandishing a blue greatsword, equally suffused with an icy aura. He too was a sword cultivator. On the opposing side, representing Donglin's sect, the foremost figure was a woman clad in crimson, with fiery red hair and lips to match. Her sword intent flowing like a tide, none other than Liu Jue. Beside her stood Lu Fenglin, an elderly disciple adept in lightning techniques, gripping a heavenly thunder talisman, with arcs of lightning pulsating around him. In an instant, the two factions clashed fiercely. The two women exhibited no trace of weakness. Rather, their attacks were ruthlessly precise. Their forms intertwining in a whirlwind of movement, as streaks of red and white sword light erupted in the air, laden with an unrelenting and profound intent to kill. In the fierce clash, Li Yuk evidently held the upper hand, her sword intent surging like a relentless tide. At times, she advanced with her blade, slicing through the air with precision. At others, she wielded her sword in a horizontal thrust, compelling the cold woman to struggle desperately, her defenses fraying. The heavenly thunder rectification was exceedingly intricate, requiring an immense expenditure of spiritual energy and considerable time to perform. Even with the assistance of a low-grade spiritual artifact, the heavenly thunder talisman, its execution remained arduous. While facing an ordinary practitioner might have been manageable, Lu Fenglin found himself pitted against a formidable swordsman whose ferocious assaults kept him on the defensive, rendering him unable to effectively cast his thunderous arts. As expected, within the span of less than half a joss sticks burning, Lu Fenglin reluctantly succumbed to defeat, his expression marred by frustration and resentment. At that moment, only the tall youth from Dongquan Valley and the yet-to-appear Zhao Qinbi remained, the outcome of their duel pivotal in this contest of 2 victories and 2 losses. I believe there is no need for further competition. Our remaining disciple, Lu Yunfei, is a peerless prodigy, bearing the ice blood lineage. No matter how you match up, it is likely you shall not prevail. Zhou Wenbai suddenly interjected, laughing boisterously, his demeanor brimming with arrogance and confidence. The tall youth, Lu Yunfei, then stepped forward, an intense chill emanating from his being. Observing the spiritual energy within him, one could discern the nascent crystallization of his power, indicating his approach to the realm of distant travel, half a step into that domain. The assembly of purple-clad elders from Donglin's sect felt a chill in their hearts. Even Sun Bihua was taken aback, apprehensively contemplating the implications. How about that prodigy of yours? I fear the pretense is but a fade, while the fear of battle is genuine. Otherwise, how could he dare to remain hidden for so long? The crowd at Winter Spring Valley erupted into a chorus of laughter. Suddenly, the mirth ceased as a white figure descended like a ray of light from the heavens, appearing on the square in an instant. Tall and slender, with skin as pale as porcelain, black hair flowing in the breeze, and clad in a dazzling white robe, he resembled a celestial being. His handsome features were striking, and within his eyes, stars seemed to twinkle. His aura was as formidable as a rainbow spanning the sky, and his demeanor radiated an ethereal grace, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility and mystery that left the 1,000-strong audience momentarily entranced. Li Yuk's cheeks flushed, her gaze shimmering like autumn waters. Zhao Qinbi of the Eastern Lin sect had arrived. He was ready for battle. Chapter 23. Do you even deserve to be called a prodigy? Zhao Qinbi's voice, though not loud, reverberated throughout the square, akin to the roar of a lion or tiger, overshadowing the bleating of 1,000 sheep. Sun Bihua, witnessing this, revealed a smile, which was soon replaced by a serious expression. With earnestness, she advised, Qinbi, the next move is yours. Exercise utmost caution. Lu Yunfei has already reached the threshold of the far-traveling realm and possesses the icy bloodline. His mastery of ice magic should not be underestimated. Though Zhao Qinbi and his father had previously experienced discord with Sun Bihua and others, ever since Zhao Qinbi was bestowed the title of the righteous disciple, Sun Bihua's attitude had markedly shifted. Despite his inherently domineering nature, which was not well-liked, he prioritized the sect above all else, considering matters from the perspective of the organization. This transformation led to a resolution of past grievances, fostering a newfound camaraderie between the two parties. At that moment, Zhao Chenbi, upon hearing this, cupped his hands and respectfully replied, "Elder, please rest assured. Chenbi has his own resolution and will undoubtedly make that intruding curse search for his teeth on the ground." As these words escaped his lips, the gaze of over 1,000 disciples from the opening house realm converged upon Zhao Chenbi, reminiscent of the admiration and hope that filled the air when ascending the Tao Tower. Such audacious words. Is the Donglin sect merely jesting? If I am not mistaken, this disciple possesses merely mid-stage cultivation in the opening house realm. How can he be deemed a prodigy? If he wishes to concede early, he need only admit it. There is no need to embarrass himself so publicly. Zhou Wenbai, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, feigned exaggerated laughter while covering his mouth. Even the dozen or so disciples from Dongquan Valley erupted into a far more theatrical uproar of laughter, while Lu Yunfei displayed an unmistakable expression of disdain and scorn. However, the disciples of Donglin's sect did not react with anger towards the antics of the Dongquan Valley crowd. Instead, their expressions mirrored that of someone observing a fool, and they even regarded the exceedingly arrogant Lu Yunfei with a hint of sympathy. Zhao Chenbi, with a cold chuckle, rose into the air without uttering another word, hurtling towards Lu Yunfei like a meteor from the heavens. Lu Yunfei, taken aback by Zhao Chenbi's sudden assault without any prior dialogue, felt an intense fury rising within him, his forehead marked by prominent veins. In a moment of urgency, he could only form a seal with his hands, conjuring a barrier of icy air to envelop his entire body. In an instant, Lu Yunfei felt as though a tempest had struck him, akin to being crushed by a small mountain. His internal organs quaked violently, and he staggered backward over 10 steps, his entire being awash with swirling spiritual energy, barely managing to dissipate the overwhelming force. What a despicable scoundrel, taking advantage of the moment to inflict harm, Lu Yunfei exclaimed, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow in indignation. Yet, deep within, he was profoundly astonished. Zhao Chenbi, merely at the mid-stage of the opening of the mansion, had already been anticipated to be a prodigy of the Eastern Lin sect, but he had underestimated the gravity of that status. After all, his own cultivation was on the verge of transcending into the realm of far travel, with his spiritual energy beginning to crystallize. The icy barrier he had hastily conjured should have easily withstood an attack from even a late-stage practitioner of the opening of the mansion. However, Zhao Chenbi's strike had sent him flying without any means of defense, leaving him in a state of utter shock and trepidation. Zhao Chenbi, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of leisure and mockery. Firstly, I had already announced my name and challenged you. How can this be deemed as taking you by surprise? Secondly, must one engage in pleasantries even when striking a dog? As his words faded, a brilliant starlight enveloped him, his eyes rotating slowly like celestial bodies. Beneath his white robe, his skin gradually transformed into a translucent sheen, radiating a crystalline blue light as torrents of stellar energy surged forth, signifying the activation of the star spirit body. What kind of technique is this? As the astral spirit emerged, not only were the people of Winter Spring Valley bewildered, but even the members of the East Lin sect were equally perplexed, assuming it to be a technique inherited by Zhao Chenbi from the East Lin Tao Tower. An overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to a sky full of dark clouds, enveloped Lu Yunfei's heart. He immediately steadied his mind, and the icy spiritual energy within him surged wildly, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. His hands continuously intertwined, forming seals and casting spells, from which strands of cold light tinged with a faint blood aura emanated from his 7 orifices, converging before him to form a crystalline shield that revolved around his body, protecting him. From the necklace around his chest, a small piece of jade, resembling ancient glacial ice, detached and flew out, voraciously absorbing the nearly solidified icy spiritual energy from Lu Yunfei's hands. Let me show you the unique secret technique that my lineage of frost can cultivate, he exclaimed with a cruel and ferocious expression on his face, shouting, "Prison of ice!" Around Zhao Chenbi, from massive ice pillars, as thick as a man, suddenly erupted from the ground, exuding a biting cold that stung the skin. On the surfaces of these pillars, exceptionally tough ice crystals began to grow, intertwining and connecting with each other, forming a tightly sealed icy prison that trapped Zhao Qinbi within. Moreover, sharp and pointed icicles continued to sprout from the pillars, pressing towards Zhao Qinbi at the center. Such intense cold. Possessing the frost blood lineage, this young man undoubtedly boasts the quintessential constitution for mastering the world's ice magic. It's conceivable that even cultivators at the apex of the open mansion stage, and perhaps even those at the threshold of the distant excursion realm, would find it challenging to withstand such intense cold. Observing this, Sun Bihua's countenance grew increasingly anxious, and she couldn't help but voice her concerns. The colossal ice prison remained motionless, devoid of any signs of struggle or resistance from within. It appeared that the overwhelming cold had completely incapacitated its occupant, transforming them into a frozen statue. Countless ice spikes continued to extend inward, threatening to dissect the flesh and blood within into fragmented pieces imminently. A morbid elation spread across Lu Yunfei's face as if he could already envision the despair in Zhao Qinbi's eyes within the ice prison, along with the agony and resentment of being torn to shreds. Suddenly, the seemingly indestructible ice prison detonated, unleashing a vortex of frigid air akin to a tempest. Within the vortex, a figure darted across like a comet, unscathed and unmarked by blood. Before he could even draw near, Lu Yunfei felt a gale sweeping over him, nearly blinding him. He hastily activated the frost ice shield, positioning it before him. With a flash of light, he retrieved a spear, as white and translucent as jade, and channeled spiritual energy into it, thrusting it fiercely towards Zhao Qinbi. Zhao Qinbi clasped his hands together in front of him, and the essence of qi and blood at his core emanated streams of power, converging into his limbs and bones. He delivered a punch. In that moment, it transformed into a colossal ice serpent, hurtling towards him like a spear, only to be struck squarely on its head by a single punch. The pristine white head of the serpent shattered instantaneously, resembling a burst watermelon, exploding into countless shards of icy spiritual energy that scattered in all directions. The spear reverted to its original form, plummeting to the ground. How could this be? How could he possess such formidable strength? Moreover, he had yet to invoke any spells or magical artifacts. What was the source of this terrifying physical power? Lu Yunfei, having suffered damage to his magical artifact, felt a connection to his spirit that compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood mingled with fragments of ice. Alongside his astonishment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him for the first time. At this juncture, Zhao Qinbi no longer surged forward recklessly. Instead, he clenched his fists, allowing streams of starlight to converge towards his right hand as he advanced towards Lu Yunfei, step by measured step. His footsteps were light, yet each tread resonated with Lu Yunfei as heartbeat, akin to the thunderous roar of the heavens, heavy as a mountain. Lu Yunfei suddenly sensed that this mastery over the combat scene, this psychological pressure exerted upon his opponent, was far beyond that of a mere 16-year-old novice on the path of cultivation. For he faced a being who was the reincarnation of a half-step Nirvana grandmaster. With a punch unleashed, the solid, crystalline small shield before him distorted instantaneously, unleashing waves of tangible energy that erupted in all directions, causing Lu Yunfei to bleed from his mouth and nose, while excruciating pain coursed through his entire being. An unprecedented terror erupted within him, and the intense desire for survival caused his eyes to turn crimson. He abruptly struck his chest, self-expelling dense, icy essence blood, which transformed into a swirling crimson and white mass. A violent aura emanated from it, and like a bomb, it detonated directly in front of Zhao Qinbi, sacrificing his own frost bloodline and damaging his cultivation foundation. The essence blood bomb exploded instantly, forming a terrifying cold wave that froze the very air. Exceeding the realm of an aperture realm cultivator and possessing the power of a full-force strike from an excursion realm cultivator, Zhao Qinbi felt a stinging sensation on his skin, and his spiritual power became sluggish and solidified. Even his star spirit body seemed on the verge of freezing. If he were to take this blow head-on, he would likely suffer serious injuries. Intriguing. This is a perfect opportunity to test my newly cultivated ash lightning technique. Zhao Qinbi immediately retreated a step, forming hand seals with a rhythm completely different from Lu Fenglin's heavenly thunder orthodox technique. In an instant, grayish lightning surged from his palms, like a long-dormant dragon. Wrathful yet restrained, wisps of gray electricity emanated from Zhao Qinbi, spreading forward and suppressing the icy tide. Ashen sky thunder, thunderstorm. Countless fine, thread-like gray lightning bolts, densely packed, formed a net of thunder that instantly enveloped the icy wave. However, there was no explosive roar as expected. The cold air withered and decayed like flowers under the impact of the lightning, completely dissipating in a short time. The tempest of thunder showed no signs of abating, swiftly enveloping Lu Yunfei entirely, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling electricity. Lu Yunfei felt an intense, pervasive sting coursing through his entire being, an intrusion that penetrated deeply into his very essence. Threads of gray lightning erupted through his skin, emanating an unusual aura of suppression and decay, rendering his spiritual energy as lifeless as if it had perished, utterly immobilizing him. Chapter 24. Outrageous Fury. Zhao Qinbi, you are courting death. Zhou Wenbai, consumed by fury and humiliation, bellowed with uncontainable wrath, summoning his innate battle spirit, which transformed into a colossal serpent, entirely snow-white and adorned with crystalline wings. This formidable creature, exuding an icy aura of unparalleled terror, lunged fiercely at Zhao Qinbi. The suddenness of the attack caught even Zhao Qinbi off guard. He could hardly fathom Zhou Wenbai's utter shamelessness. A distinguished cultivator of the core formation stage was unceremoniously assaulting a mere disciple of the opening palace stage, even invoking his battle spirit with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. The innate battle spirit was a power reserved for those who had ascended to the manifestation stage and represented a vital facet of their combat prowess. The manifestation stage was aptly named for its ability to materialize spiritual energy into various creatures and beings for one's command. More importantly, it allowed the practitioner to coalesce a battle spirit uniquely their own, resonating with the forces of nature. This battle spirit was neither an illusory spell nor akin to a familiar or beast. It was a progeny of one's own soul, birthed in harmony with the cosmos, taking on myriad forms, ranging from mythical beasts to flora, and even humanoid shapes or commonplace objects. As the realm of the cultivator ascends, the innate battle spirit gradually awakens its intelligence, ultimately achieving independence and embarking on its own path of cultivation, a phenomenon truly ineffable. In his previous life, Zhao Qinbi's manifested battle spirit was none other than the celestial Kunping, renowned alongside the true dragon and true phoenix. Regrettably, during the rebellion and internal strife within the sect, it was utterly annihilated, vanishing from the cosmos. Now, confronted by the descending colossal white serpent, an overwhelming aura of the core formation realm cascaded downwards, rendering Zhao Qinbi's spiritual and physical powers utterly suppressed, immobilizing him entirely. He lamented his own weakness. With bloodshot eyes and veins bulging upon his forehead, Zhao Qinbi struggled in vain. His body remained unyielding. A tempest of intense resentment and fury swirled within him. How could my fate and life be dictated by others? A hoarse growl rumbled in his throat like distant thunder. From within his voluminous sleeves, the Shumi treasured jade sensed the turmoil, and an invisible barrier expanded, resembling a transparent shield that isolated the tremendous pressure descending from above. Zhao Qinbi felt a sudden release throughout his entire being, and with a powerful thrust against the ground, he propelled himself backward with extraordinary speed. Zhou Wenbai was taken aback, astonished that a mere disciple of the opening mansion realm could break free from such constraints. Simultaneously, Sun Bihua reacted sharply, her hair radiating with a golden hue, and in a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "Zhou Wenbai, how dare you?" A resplendent saber-toothed tiger, shimmering with gold, leapt forth from Sun Bihua's mouth, swiftly transforming into a massive beast, engaging in battle with the white serpent. It was evident that she, too, had summoned her innate battle spirit. As the seal of law was unleashed, the winds and clouds churned, and streams of golden spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by faint roars of dragons and tigers that echoed across the land. "Zhou Wenbai, does your Winter Spring Valley truly intend to wage war against my East Cliff sect?" Sun Bihua's furious voice rang out once more, her life-bound treasure fully unfurled, exuding an overwhelmingly domineering aura that filled the heavens and earth, as if she were ready to strike at any moment. Hearing this, Zhou Wenbai hesitated, but before he could retort, Sun Bihua let out a cold laugh and continued, "If we speak of the demonic sects, it is your Winter Spring Valley that truly deserves the title. Relying on sheer luck, your sect produced a nascent soul cultivator. And in recent years, you've engaged in rampant slaughter, plunder, and hypocritical acts. Have you not done enough of such deeds?" At this, Zhou Wenbai's expression turned ashen, and even his disciples looked as though they had swallowed something vile. Knowing full well that any conflict within the East Cliff sect would result in a severe disadvantage for Winter Spring Valley, Zhou Wenbai took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and spoke, "Since we are outmatched, we shall take our leave. Wait, leave the items behind before you go." Sun Bihua's hand flashed with golden light, which surged into the ground, activating the sect's grand formation. Zhou Wenbai trembled with fury, his heart bleeding as he tossed out 2 ice spirit snow souls. Sun Bihua's face lit with a hint of joy as she stored them in her sleeve. Then suddenly her expression shifted, and she swept up a clearly top-tier spiritual spear from the ground, handing it to Zhao Qinbi. Consider this a small token of compensation. Zhou Wenbai was on the verge of spitting blood in his rage, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Much to the delight of the disciples and elders of the Eastern Lin sect. As the airship took off, Zhou Wenbai, utterly humiliated, was unwilling to linger for even a moment. He hastily gathered the barely conscious Lu Yunfei and the remaining disciples, and they vanished ignominiously into the sky. A moment later, a thunderous cheer erupted from the throng of over 1,000 disciples in the plaza. Glory to the Eastern Lin sect. Well done, senior brother Zhao. Even the elders wore joyful expressions, their gazes toward Zhao Qinbi filled with gratification. Sun Bihua also smiled genially. This time, we owe it to you, lad. Before the duel, this old man never imagined that Winter Spring Valley had such a trick up its sleeve. If not for your heroic efforts, we would have painfully lost this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi clasped his fist and said solemnly, "As the son of the sect master and a daozi of the Eastern Lin sect, I must take the lead in the face of foreign enemies, even if my cultivation is weak." These words evoked a sense of righteousness, moving not only the disciples present, but even many of the elders, who couldn't help but feel admiration. They seemed to see a glimmer of hope for the Eastern Lin sect. These 2 ice spirit snow souls are rare treasures, beneficial for refining cultivators' golden cores. My cultivation and your father's have been stagnant for a long time. I believe that with the aid of these treasures, our cultivation will surely advance further. Sun Bihua laughed heartily at the sight. I bestow this valuable spiritual artifact upon you. Zhao Qinbi initially intended to decline, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, he simply stopped refusing and said loudly, "Thank you, Grand Elder." Little did one know, although Zhao Qinbi possessed extraordinary talent in the art of inscription in this lifetime, he was not a master of inscriptions in his previous existence, but rather a renowned celestial-level smith in the vast realm of Shumi. In those days, no one was unaware of the illustrious Wheel Palace Master, Lu Faming, whose unparalleled craftsmanship in forging reached the pinnacle of excellence. Even many peak powers who had attained the Nirvana realm, after painstakingly gathering materials for countless years, entrusted them to him for refinement with utmost confidence. A delicate fragrance, reminiscent of a woman's essence, wafted into his nostrils, imbued with a subtle warmth that softened his heart. "Brother Qinbi, are you all right?" Li Yuk approached, her jade-like hands clasped behind her, her brows revealing genuine concern. In such a situation, how could anything possibly go amiss? Zhao Qinbi feigned nonchalance, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he began to extol his own virtues. Chapter 25. Forging Spiritual Artifacts. It was already the witching hour, and within the domain of the East Lin sect, the numerous peaks lay shrouded in darkness, their lights extinguished, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Only on the southern side, at a particularly low and rugged peak, a flickering flame still blazed halfway up the mountainside, emanating intense heat and a crimson glow from a cave approximately 10 feet high. This cavern resembled a passageway, winding down from the mountainside, burrowing deep into the earth's core. Beneath the surface, there lay a vast, hollowed-out plaza. At the center of this plaza, a river-like flow of lava, entirely crimson, surged forth from the depths of the earth, coursing through the channel that had been excavated, dividing into numerous tributaries that fed into isolated stone chambers arranged in formations, where searing flames erupted, distorting the very air around them. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, the intense heat emanating from the earth's core intensified, causing a sheen of perspiration to form on Zhao Qinbi's back. Just as he was becoming disoriented by the escalating inferno, a sweeping expanse of crimson light flooded his vision, signaling his arrival at the plaza below. At the heart of the plaza lay a colossal pool of molten lava, resembling an inverted sun suspended above the ground, radiating immense fiery power. The throngs of artificers moving about paid no heed to Zhao Qinbi's presence, wholly engrossed in their craft, their minds focused and undistracted. This suited Zhao Qinbi's intentions perfectly. Following a narrow path paved with scarlet flame jade, Zhao Qinbi approached a series of small, uniformly black chambers, each meticulously enveloped in layers of protective arrays. These artificing chambers, categorized into tiers of A, B, and C based on the potency of their arrays and the intensity of their flames, each tier comprising approximately a dozen rooms. The foremost 3 chambers of the A tier were already perpetually occupied by the sect's master artificers. The stone talisman held by Zhao Qinbi was, in fact, the key to unlocking chamber A4. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into the stone talisman, causing it to emit a burst of ebony radiance, levitating and merging into the black aperture above the stone door, gradually filling it. With a deep, resonant thud, the seal on the stone door abruptly disengaged, and Zhao Qinbi promptly pushed it open, stepping into the chamber. Though referred to as a chamber, the space was akin to a small grotto, complete with a meditation cushion and a bedroll for repose. Upon the ground of the chamber, intricate patterns delineated a grand inscription array, now gathering the searing earth fire, which surged into the dark and sturdy furnace above. Zhao Qinbi, shedding any hesitation, promptly settled into a cross-legged position upon the mat, unleashing his soul's mental energy as he retrieved the last remaining calming talisman from the spatial ring on his hand. At this moment, the calming talisman, under activation, radiated a refreshing aura, dispersing a significant portion of the furnace's scorching atmosphere. Within Zhao Qinbi's mind, tranquility gradually descended, settling into the depths. The next step was to completely refine the spirit spear acquired from Lu Yunfei, separating various precious spiritual materials. However, had the masters of weapon forging from Donglin's sect been privy to Zhao Qinbi's intentions, they would likely have scorned him as an arrogant fool, overestimating his capabilities. For in comparison to the task of forging diverse heavenly materials into a cohesive treasure, the reverse process of material separation posed challenges that soared in complexity, multiplying severfold. Even spirit-level weaponsmiths would encounter considerable hardships in extracting and refining the materials of magical artifacts. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of the artifact and the loss of its value. Yet, Zhao Qinbi exhibited no signs of concern. A profound confidence radiated from his brow, a testament to the assuredness of a heavenly-grade weaponsmith. With another flicker of spiritual light, the spear, pure white and resembling ice crystal, materialized in his grasp, sending a chill that pierced through the skin of his hands. The celestial crystal jade, the viper spirit tendon, the bone of the shadow rock, the third-grade demonic beast's essence, and even a substantial piece of Xian iron. Yet from all these materials, only a single exquisite spiritual artifact was forged. It is indeed a lamentable squandering. Zhao Qinbi, grasping a snow-white spear, felt a surge of sorrow wash over his face as his soul's mental force swept through the surroundings, causing his heart to bleed in anguish. Such an abundance of spiritual materials could have crafted a treasure for a nascent soul cultivator. What a misfortune to encounter an unsuitable situation. Alas, let me undertake the reforging of this creation. With these words, Zhao Qinbi swiftly summoned the Xiumi jade from his sleeve, allowing it to hover before the furnace. As the brilliant azure starlight surged forth, it directly plunged into the furnace. The dark furnace erupted with violent flames, yet upon the entry of the Xiumi jade, it transformed into a remarkably docile entity. Waves of searing energy coalesced within the flames. Even when one's hand rested near the earth fire, not a trace of heat was felt. At that moment, the blood-red spear was enveloped by strands of mental force and entered the furnace, commencing its slow process of refinement. If it were not for the fact that the Xiumi jade now retained only its core essence, I would not need to resort to this furnace for the crafting of treasures. Zhao Qinbi sighed, a hint of despondency coloring his expression. His rise to prominence as a renowned celestial-grade artifact refiner in the vast realm of Xiumi was not solely due to his exceptional talents and the diligent support of his sect. The Xiumi jade undeniably played a crucial role in his achievements. Within its microcosm resided a forging crucible formed by the 5 planetary stars, capable of coalescing the purest quintessence of the celestial elements, complemented by stellar energy to facilitate artifact refinement, yielding remarkable results with minimal exertion. Now that the treasured jade had suffered impairment, and with himself unable to muster alchemical or nascent flames, he was naturally compelled to avail himself of this crucible for temporary recourse. As the flames relentlessly scorched, the pristine white spear had entirely shed its frigidity. its surface layer of jade-like material gradually melting away, dripping like liquid. Observing this, Zhao Qinbi promptly detached minuscule tendrils of his soul essence, enveloping and segregating the substance, severing even the most imperceptible junctions and impurities at the opportune moment. A celestial-grade artificer indeed possessed exceptional dexterity and meticulousness, executing with effortless precision. With the smelting progressing, the snow-hued spear had been entirely liquefied, transforming into a mass of immaculate, crystalline fluid, a strand of dusky, resilient serpent sinew, a heap of crimson ash and molten, surging liquid iron essence. Even the demonic core, long since incorporated, was now isolated, manifesting as an amethyst orb suspended serenely in the void. Thus, only the process of reforging remained. After such prolonged and delicate manipulation, Zhao Qinbi inevitably experienced mental fatigue, his spiritual energy significantly depleted. He hastily retrieved 2 low-grade spirit stones, replenishing his spiritual power and revitalizing his mental and physical state to their optimal condition before commencing the next phase. As the light flickered in his hand, more than 10 diverse treasures of heaven and earth surged forth from his spatial ring, suspended in the air alongside the separated materials, emanating dazzling spiritual radiance. Since the first artifact he would wield in this life was a great sword, perhaps destiny intertwined him with blades. Thus, he resolved to forge a spiritual sword. Zhao Qinbi pondered briefly before arriving at a firm decision. Enveloped by his soul's mental power, the already crimson liquid iron swiftly soared into the furnace, taking the form of a sword's blade. Subsequently, the essence of the viper spirit merged into the blade, while the heavenly crystal jade gradually enveloped it. Determined to refine it, he thought, why not infuse it with my innate essence? Just as sword cultivators temper their lifebound flying swords, I shall forge a treasure capable of continual evolution. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Zhao Qinbi's eyes as he murmured to himself. The thunderous essence, originally extracted from the primordial thunder seed, surged forth from his heart lake, merging with the ash thunder that flowed from his energy chamber, slowly permeating the blade's core. This caused the once pure white blade to darken into a deep, ominous hue, radiating an enchanting glow. At this moment, the blade harbored an aura of terrifying potency, akin to the ash thunder, exuding a sense of annihilation that threatened to destroy all. Yet, Zhao Qinbi remained undeterred, continuously feeding the furnace with treasures rich in vibrant spiritual energy, fervently refining the blade, causing it to erupt with intense murderous intent and pulsations. At this very moment, the once ashen bones of the shadow eagle merged into the creation, gradually coalescing into the hilt of the blade at its rear, continuously refined by the essence of the demon core. A wave of disquieting energy suddenly erupted, and the long sword was abruptly forged into form. Now, the elongated katana hovered in Zhao Qinbi's grasp, exuding a formidable aura akin to that of a superior spiritual artifact, with tendrils of gray lightning entwined around it, bestowing upon it an essence that rivaled that of a magical treasure. Zhao Qinbi nodded in satisfaction, slowly infusing a drop of his vital blood into the weapon. Instantly, the sword absorbed it completely, conveying a sense of joyful exultation through their connection. With the essence of ashen thunder as its foundation, from this day forth, it shall be named residual ash, accompanying me, following my command. Upon uttering these words, the katana residual ash radiated brilliantly, as an indescribable aura began to flow from the heavens and earth into the blade. This was a decree of nature, a privilege reserved solely for those of celestial rank in the art of weapon forging. A profound sense of kinship emanated from residual ash, as if this black blade had become an integral part of Zhao Qinbi's very being. Even more astonishingly, residual ash seamlessly merged with the flesh of Zhao Qinbi's right hand, remaining undetectable to any external scrutiny. With the creation of his life's weapon complete and a considerable supply of rare materials still at hand, Zhao Qinbi pondered briefly before forging 3 more exceptional magical treasures, each attaining the status of high-grade spiritual artifacts. Among them was a pair of gauntlets, radiantly translucent like white jade, yet as light as a cicada's wing, emanating an extraordinary luminescence. A formidable longbow, curved like a crescent moon and towering in height, was tautly strung with viper sinew, causing tendrils of electricity to incessantly course along its surface. A small, azure shield, about the size of a face and subtly convex, orbited Zhao Qinbi, exuding an aura of unyielding resilience. After a moment, Zhao Chenbi, with evident satisfaction, stowed them away within his spatial ring, his eyes swirling with a vortex of countless lights. 7 days hence. Chapter 26. The Secret Realm Expedition. 7 days later, the sun blazed in the firmament, its rays piercing the heavy, saturated clouds, resembling a myriad of golden threads weaving through the morning breeze, illuminating the group of vibrant youths. Before the sect, atop the mountain peak, 10 disciples of the opening mansion realm stood poised, fully equipped for their journey. Aside from Zhao Chenbi and the others who had already secured the 5 designated slots, an additional 5 opening mansion disciples, who had demonstrated remarkable prowess in the Dao Tower trials, were also present to compete for the remaining coveted positions outside the secret realm. Among them was the petite, ponytailed maiden named Jin Yan, who wielded a massive axe within the Dao Tower that day, her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned. Furthermore, a gray-robed, long-armed youth named Sima Kong was also among them, standing shoulder to shoulder with the robust Dan Yun, who never parted with his spear as they engaged in animated conversation. The final 2 were a pair of siblings, bearing a striking resemblance to each other, their long hair cascading down their shoulders, unmistakably twins, though their features were so exquisitely delicate that it was difficult to discern their gender. At this moment, before the gathered crowd, Feng Che stood with hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of grandeur. Observing his cultivation and aura, it was evident that he had made significant progress, having reached the pinnacle of the manifestation realm, with a faint yet discernible essence of the nascent soul realm. Feng Che noticed that everyone was prepared and slowly began to speak. This expedition to the secret realm in search of treasures has been anticipated by the sect master, who awaits at the entrance. The Grand Elder is on the verge of a breakthrough and has entered seclusion in the hidden chamber to cultivate. Given the considerable distance we must travel, I shall lead you all across the sea. The 10 individuals present voiced no objections, each clasping their fists in agreement. Feng Che nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features, for it was clear that the Grand Elder had already conveyed the essential details to them. Zhao Chenbi, Li Yuk, Shi Kuan, Lu Fenglin, and Sun Hao were granted direct entry into the secret realm for treasure hunting, while Jin Yin, Sima Kong, Shan Yun, and the siblings Wang Yun and Wang Wan, although lacking guaranteed spots, could certainly strive for a chance during the competition. Upon hearing this, the 10 displayed fervent enthusiasm. Even Jin Yan and her companions were ignited with a palpable fighting spirit, clearly determined to secure their place. Observing their eagerness, Feng Che chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a stream of ethereal light surged from his brow, transforming into a magnificent crane, resplendent in black and white, which materialized before the assembly, emanating an overwhelmingly potent spiritual pressure. Then let us ascend upon this crane, Feng Che declared, sweeping his sleeve with a flourish. The gathered individuals felt a gentle breeze envelop them, irresistible in its force. And in an instant, they found themselves upon the back of the great crane. With a powerful beat of its wings, the black and white crane surged forth, its spiritual essence surging wildly, igniting a tempestuous storm as it soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. High above, the disciples were pallid, unsteady on their feet. Even Liu Ju and Shi Kuan felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't that they were feeble, but as nascent cultivators, their cultivation was meager, making long-distance aerial travel difficult. This was their first time flying at such altitude and velocity on a pseudo-Dan cultivator's battle spirit, so some discomfort was natural. Only Zhao Chenbi remained composed, entirely unaffected. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the thick clouds bathed in golden sunlight. Above the sea of clouds, an endless expanse of golden light flowed, and leisurely clouds drifted, creating a sense of temporal dilation. Imperceptibly, half a day elapsed. The disciples felt the surge of ocean waves beneath them, and the air was thick with a briny sea breeze, indicating their arrival outside the mystic realm. Upon the sea's surface, 10 cultivators of imposing aura stood against the wind, suspended in midair. Zhao Shiyun was among them. Seeing his disciples approach, a flash of sword light erupted beneath his feet, and he soared over to greet them. After a brief exchange with Feng Che, Zhao Shiyun escorted the disciples to a colossal sword, transporting them to a small island that the 10 core formation cultivators had carved out of the sea with their formidable powers. At that moment, disciples from 6 or 7 sects had already landed on the island, each claiming a spot and engaging in hushed conversations. Aside from the Eastern Lin sect, the other 9 sects were participating in this treasure hunt. The Azure Moon Mountain, Celestial Sword Valley, Zephyr Hall, Nether Cave, Joyous Union Sect, and Talisman Sect had all arrived, leaving only the Celestial Gate, Spectral Stream, and Deer Cry Manor yet to appear. Zhao Shiyun spoke deliberately, his voice imbued with a peculiar aura that invigorated the 10 disciples, instantly dispelling the fatigue of their half-day journey. Presently, each sect has dispatched its most formidable prodigies within the Aperture Realm, including several quasi-transcendence realm geniuses. Although there is a mutual agreement among the sects to avoid conflict between disciples, you must not be complacent. Zhao Chunbi comprehended the situation perfectly. The moral codes of mortals and the verbal agreements between cultivators are as fragile as paper in the face of opportunities for profound advancement. Acts of violence and betrayal are commonplace. The spatial entrance to the secret realm will be fully stabilized in half a day. Then, I and the other sect leaders will send the qualified disciples into it. After 7 days, wait at your initial location, and someone will retrieve you. After these instructions, Zhao Shiyun had thoroughly explained the situation of the secret realm to everyone. In an instant, he soared into the sky to join the other 9 sect leaders in activating the formation to expedite the stabilization of the spatial entrance. Only then did the 10 disciples of the Eastern Descent sect realize that this spatial secret realm was likely the burial ground of a supreme being in the divine transformation realm from ancient times, causing their breathing to quicken. The divine transformation realm is the legendary, ethereal pinnacle of cultivation, where one can attain their own Tao, tear through the void, and travel through realms. It is rumored that upon reaching its zenith, one can even ascend to a higher plane of existence. For millennia, on the vast expanse of the Tiana continent, there has emerged but a single formidable cultivator at the early stage of the divine realm. Remarkably, this solitary individual single-handedly brought an end to the protracted conflicts that plagued the continent, establishing the Tianhe Kingdom, a transcendent empire of cultivation, which has governed the land for thousands of years. One can only imagine the astounding treasures, opportunities, and rare materials that would lie within the meditative abode of such a mighty being. However, while this hallowed resting place is undoubtedly rich in hidden fortunes, it is also fraught with tremendous peril. Although the passage of time has diminished the spiritual energy and destabilized the environment, rendering it incapable of sustaining potent life forms, it remains a treacherous venture for even a group of nascent disciples at the opening realm. After careful consideration, Zhao Chunbi began to scrutinize the disciples from other sections. Among those closest to the Donglin sect, a group of over 10 disciples, all of whom were female, possessed an ethereal grace and striking beauty, reminiscent of celestial maidens. Draped in diaphanous fabrics with veils concealing their faces, they exuded an air of aloofness as if untouched by the mundane world, likely disciples of the Shuiwen mountain. In stark contrast, another assembly of female cultivators donned audaciously revealing attire, their figures voluptuous and their countenances exquisitely adorned, exuding an alluring charm that was utterly dissimilar to the dignified demeanor of the Shuiwen disciples. At this moment, countless male disciples from various sects were casting their gazes toward them, unmistakably hailing from the Hahuan sect. At the farthest point, a group of yellow-robed cultivators, numbering over 20, carried long swords and exuded an aura of swordsmanship. Even the weakest among them possessed an aura nearing the great perfection of the opening mansion realm. With haughty expressions, they appeared utterly self-absorbed. One of them, noticing Zhao Chunbi's gaze, met his eyes directly, a hint of contemptuous disdain rising within them. He even spat lightly in Zhao Chunbi's direction from a distance of several dozen feet. However, Zhao Chunbi paid it no mind, merely cursing him mentally as a madman. The sword-bearing youth, unwilling to let it go, continued to let his gaze wander, eventually settling upon the Yuju. His eyes then shifted to her stunningly beautiful face, a burning, covetous look emerging within them. Suddenly, an extremely intense killing intent arose. In an instant, the sword-bearing youth felt an incredibly heavy killing intent lock onto him, causing his mind to tremble. He felt as if he were standing in a Shura purgatory, his face turning pale in an instant, and he became somewhat unsteady on his feet. Sword intent burst forth, slowly dispelling the killing intent. It was the leading tall youth among the sword cultivators who had opened his eyes, grasping his sword in hand, releasing an equally sharp sword intent to clash with the incoming killing intent. This youth, with a cold expression, now slowly looked towards Zhao Chunbi, their gazes colliding in the air, seemingly generating sparks of electricity. The Donglin sect disciples, having noticed the situation, also turned to look at the group of Heavenly Sword Valley disciples, glaring at them with anger. The lead youth, seemingly accustomed to a life of pampered ease, exuded an innate arrogance. Upon witnessing someone daring to defy him, he extended his palm, making a throat-slitting gesture towards Zhao Qinbi, further threatening him with a silent promise, await your fate. After being so blatantly threatened, a nameless surge of anger welled up within Zhao Qinbi, coupled with the incessant covetous glances directed at Li Yujue from the sword cultivator disciples, stirring a tempest of murderous intent within him. Lu Fengming, the master of the reincarnation hall, had ascended to the great path through countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, hardly a benevolent or soft-hearted individual. Zhao Qinbi's previous concessions within the sect stemmed from a sense of camaraderie, but this time, with external provocation, things would hardly be so easily dismissed. The other sect disciples, outwardly maintaining a facade of indifference, inwardly adopted a stance of gleeful spectatorship, secretly lamenting that this secret realm journey would likely give rise to another wave of overt and covert struggles. Sensing the surging, roiling murderous intent emanating from Zhao Qinbi, a hint of worry flickered in Li Yujue's eyes, yet her heart was inexplicably warmed. She extended her jade hand, gently grasping Zhao Qinbi's, and shook her head. Zhao Qinbi turned to her, offering a faint smile. Rest assured, if the Heavenly Sword Valley disciples dare to overstep their bounds within the secret realm, even if Heavenly Sword Valley is the paramount of the 10 great sects, I will ensure they receive a lesson they will never forget. Amidst the discourse, a palpable aura of menace emanated, yet a gentle, serene smile adorned the face, intertwining to forge a unique allure. Coupled with an extraordinary visage, it captivated not only Li Yuk, but also drew the attention of many female disciples from surrounding sections. Concurrently, disciples from the remaining 3 sects arrived in succession, escorted by their elders, each selecting a vacant space upon an island to sit in meditation and await. As half a day swiftly passed, impatience began to brew among the crowd. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual pressure ascended into the heavens. At that moment, the secret realm erupted with an exceedingly violent force of spatial energy, causing the sea to churn and the void to tremble. 10 cultivators at the core formation stage, caught in the midst, were compelled to expel blood. However, this spatial force dissipated with remarkable swiftness, and moments later, the entrance had stabilized completely. From a distance, it resembled an unfathomable, obsidian abyss, radiating waves of gravitational pull, as even light vanished into the endless darkness, akin to plunging into the void, destined to succumb. With the entrance firmly established, it was time to select additional treasure-seeking disciples, as previously agreed. High above, an elder donned in a scholar's cap, wielding a feather fan, spoke slowly, his voice resonating throughout the realm. Observing his aura, one could discern he was the most formidable among the 10 core formation cultivators present, a quasi-infant stage cultivator, merely a step away from transcending into the nascent soul realm. Chapter 27. The conflict erupts in the heart of the island. Skirmishes ensued relentlessly, pairs of individuals engaging in fierce contests. Countless spiritual artifacts clashed, their radiant spells illuminating the air, causing a tumultuous disturbance, while the waters surged and the birds fled in alarm. Even the thick, unending clouds above were gradually dispersed by the reverberations. At this moment, the leaders of various sects stood by their respective disciples, awaiting the final outcome. Zhao Shuyun stood with his sword at his side, positioned behind Zhao Qinbi, his gaze towards his son imbued with a hint of gratification and joy. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his visage had grown more aged, with strands of white now adorning his temples. Zhao Qinbi sighed quietly, a veil of mist gathering in his eyes, his expression filled with sorrow. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Shuyun smiled and shook his head gently. Qinbi, during this treasure hunt in the secret realm, do not let the allure of riches lead you into peril. In the vast world of cultivation, opportunities abound, yet one must possess the fortune to seize them. Countless talented individuals throughout history have met their demise through an unyielding obsession with fortune and fate. Zhao Shuyun spoke slowly, his voice soft yet imbued with a sense of twilight, yet he remained consistently warm and kind. Zhao Qinbi nodded solemnly, his demeanor earnest. Father, I shall remember. Seeing the seriousness in his son, Zhao Shuyun felt a slight relief and continued, in this expedition to the secret realm, not only must you be cautious of the myriad dangers within, but also remain vigilant against other disciples. You have always been perceptive. I trust you will understand without further elaboration. Among the remaining 9 sects, with the exception of the Heavenly Gate, which has always maintained a stance of non-interference. The rest are formidable forces not to be trifled with. Particularly, the disciples of the Sword Valley are known for their tyrannical demeanor, often preying on the weak. The leader of this expedition is none other than a disciple named Wang Jiansheng, who stands at the threshold of the transcendent realm. Caution is imperative. In addition to this, the members of the Hahuan sect, represented by Su Xiaojiao, the Ghost Stream Gorge led by Kong Rong, and the Nine Nether Cave under the leadership of Lin Daoshan, along with their respective disciples, should not be underestimated. Just as Zhao Xiuyun was about to speak, he noticed a peculiar expression suddenly wash over Zhao Qinbi's face. Following Zhao Qinbi's gaze, Zhao Xiuyun was taken aback to see, not far away, a beautiful woman adorned in palace robes from the Water Moon Mountain. Her eyes filled with an air of longing as she gazed at him. "Father, it seems the sect master of Water Moon Mountain harbors some interest in you. Could there be a connection between you two?" Zhao Qinbi remarked with a half-smile. Zhao Xiuyun's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat, hastily turning away. "Nonsense. There is nothing between us. You are merely a child. Do not speak frivolously." Upon hearing this, not only Zhao Qinbi, but also Li Yuk and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Just as the banter continued, the distribution of the 50 additional slots for the competition was decisively determined. To everyone's delight, among the 5 representatives from the Donglin sect, apart from the brother Wang, one from the twin siblings, the remaining 4 were unexpectedly granted the qualification to participate in the treasure hunt within the secret realm. In the face of pressing time, Zhao Xiuyun and the other 9 sect leaders wasted no time. They immediately escorted their disciples, who were participating in the secret realm treasure hunt, and ascended directly into the sky above the sea, arriving at the entrance of the spatial secret realm. As everyone prepared to enter, Zhao Xiuyun's voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Qinbi's mind. "Qinbi, your father bestows upon you today 3 strands of natal sword qi. One can slay a manifestation, another can extinguish a golden core, and the last can even kill a nascent soul cultivator. However, the cost of activation is extremely high. With your current cultivation, you can barely activate the first sword qi. If you find yourself in dire straits during this treasure hunt, you may unleash it. But do not use the sword qi lightly unless absolutely necessary, lest it cause the complete collapse of the secret realm. Remember this. Remember this." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi's heart was shaken, especially upon hearing that even nascent soul cultivators could be killed. A surge of emotions arose within him, and his gaze towards Zhao Xiuyun was filled with incredulity. "Perhaps my father is not as simple as he appears," Zhao Qinbi mused inwardly. In an instant, Zhao Qinbi felt 3 sword qi appear above his heart, and Zhao Xiuyun's aged face seemed even more withered, leaving Zhao Qinbi with a complex mix of emotions. Even more perplexing was the fact that none of the 9 golden core cultivators present, including the Heavenly Gate sect master, who was already at the pseudo-nascent soul stage, noticed Zhao Xiuyun's covert actions. Disciples of the 10 sects begin entering in order. Upon entering, one finds themselves at the intersection of spatial interfaces, inevitably experiencing a profound discomfort. Do not be alarmed. Simply fortify your spirit with your ethereal power. The Lord of the Heavenly Gate, adorned in feathered fan and silk cap, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder in the minds of his 100 disciples. If not now, when shall one proceed? Zhao Qinbi exchanged a glance with the other 8 disciples within the sect and immediately stepped into the dark, profound passageway. A tide of darkness engulfed them, and Zhao Qinbi felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind, plummeting into an endless abyss, perpetually falling, ceaselessly spinning, accompanied by a tormenting pain that tore at his spirit. He swiftly summoned the ethereal energy from his dantian, coursing it through his meridians to safeguard his mind and body. Suddenly, a surge of light erupted, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the thick veil of night, illuminating his surroundings. What first met his gaze were endless stretches of azure stone bricks, enveloping him on all sides, as if he were ensconced within a colossal palace. Through the gaps and imperfections of the azure bricks, an infinite expanse of seawater could be seen, extending into the distant darkness, reminiscent of being at the bottom of the 9 nether seas, devoid of sound. Not a drop of water penetrated. All was contained beyond the stone barrier. Within the grand hall, towering azure stone pillars rose from the ground, each thick enough to be encircled by 10 men. Further ahead, 3 ancient and solemn azure archways stood prominently, each extending a path of azure stone that vanished into the boundless darkness. It seems that due to the passage of countless years, the intricate and endless patterns on the azure stone bricks have begun to flake and erode. Yet, faint traces remain, as if they are narrating some distant tale, the ancient imagery resembling totems, nearly bursting forth with life. Beneath, the ground is damp, and the air is thick with a subtle scent of blood, yet no trace of it can be found, tightening the heart with unease. In the center of the grand hall, countless stark white bones are piled haphazardly, while 100 disciples from the 10 sects suddenly manifest in the vast courtyard of the hall. Upon entering this secretive sanctuary, all are struck by a wave of dizziness. With some of the weaker disciples succumbing to nausea, the 9 disciples of the Eastern Ascendant sect gather together. Though no explicit leader is declared, it is clear that Zhao Qinbi stands at the forefront. Where is the waist of the Eastern Ascendant sect? Just as the group prepares to strategize, a voice laced with mockery pierces the air, grating on the ears. Zhao Qinbi turns to see the disciple from the Heavenly Sword Valley, who had earlier coveted Li Yuju's beauty. Clean your mouth, mutt, Zhao Qinbi retorts coldly, brow furrowing. Instantly, many disciples from other sects brighten at the scene, crossing their arms in anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. The Heavenly Sword Valley disciple's gaze shifts, first startled, then erupting into derisive laughter as if he has stumbled upon a source of amusement. Ha ha, I thought you were something significant. Who would have thought you're merely a mid-stage cultivator from the opening mansion realm, daring to pose before me? Amidst the exchange of words, he suddenly swept his arm, unleashing a streak of yellow sword energy that darted toward Zhao Qinbi. The potency of this sword energy appeared formidable among the gathered cultivators. It was likely that most would not dare to regard it lightly, as it seemed poised to strike the mid-stage cultivator. The crowd braced for what appeared to be a gruesome spectacle. However, to their astonishment, the sword energy was effortlessly neutralized, eliciting a profound shock and a surge of indignation from the disciple of Tianjin Valley. Without hesitation, he summoned his sword and soared toward Zhao Qinbi. In that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed across Zhao Qinbi's countenance as he retrieved the crafted longbow, chasing lightning from his spatial ring, infusing it with concentrated lightning spiritual power. The bow emanated a dark radiance, accompanied by the distant roar of wind and thunder. With a forceful tug of his right hand, he drew the bowstring to 2/3 of its capacity, producing a resounding crack as a gray arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, crackling with threads of thunderous energy. This arrow struck the oncoming flying sword, sending it hurtling away to embed itself in a nearby colossal stone pillar. Yet the arrow did not pause. In a startling turn, it pierced directly into the chest of the Tianjin Valley disciple, resulting in a thunderous impact that pinned him against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. The onlookers could not help but change their expressions dramatically, no longer daring to regard him as an ordinary mid-stage cultivator. An invisible aura surged from Zhao Qinbi, swirling like a tempest. He gazed at the figure impaled against the wall, his eyes icy, and spoke slowly. Have you now learned how to speak properly? Chapter 28. Dividing forces into 3 paths. As still as a mountain, yet moving like a startling thunderclap. In an instant, Zhao Qinbi's body radiated with starlight. His right foot stomped the ground fiercely, and he leapt into the air. The power of the stars in his right hand gathered and swirled like flowing water, delivering a direct punch onto the yellow flying sword. The man wielding the sword was none other than Wang Jianqing, the leading disciple from the Heavenly Sword Valley. Upon impact, he felt an immense force transmitted through his sword, numbing his arm and causing a surge of energy in his chest, even disrupting the flow of his spiritual energy. Shocked, he immediately formed a seal with his left hand, employing a light-foot technique to retreat swiftly to the ground. Zhao Qinbi, having caught the sword barehanded, also felt a sharp pain in his palm, which quickly dissipated as the starlight surged, erasing even the residual sword energy. After the exchange, it was a draw, leaving both parties visibly dissatisfied. Zhao Qinbi quickly donned a pair of crystal-clear, cicada wing-thin gloves, which, under the flow of spiritual energy, emitted a bright white light and a strong spiritual fluctuation. Seeing this, Wang Jiansheng laughed angrily, and with his index and middle fingers together, released a dense burst of spiritual energy that slowly swept over the sword, causing it to emit a resonant hum and a dazzling light, with an imposing sword intent. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice as soothing as a spring breeze suddenly sounded. During this treasure-seeking expedition in the secret realm, an agreement had long been established among the sects, forbidding their disciples from engaging in private duels. Our primary objective upon entering is to explore the treasures and seek opportunities for fortune. Thus, There is no need to squander time and energy on such matters. Brothers Wang and Zhao, for my sake, would it not be better to cease this conflict? The words belonged to a tall youth amidst the crowd of disciples from Deer Call Mountain Manor. However, this young man stood apart from the others, distinguished by his attire, demeanor, and an unmistakable air of nobility. Clad in a white python robe, he exuded an ineffable sense of grandeur, akin to that of a dragon, a manifestation of celestial elegance. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jianqing turned his gaze towards the young man in the python robe, his eyes betraying a flicker of deep apprehension. And within the depths of his pupils, a hint of palpable fear emerged. He sheathed his sword and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Since Brother Gao has offered his counsel, I shall not stoop to the level of this fellow. The young man in the python robe nodded nonchalantly, then turned to smile at Zhao Qinbi, his expression revealing a hint of admiration and astonishment. May I inquire, Brother Zhao, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Qinbi pondered for a moment before also retracting his spiritual weapon, his formidable aura receding within him. The young man in the python robe clasped his hands respectfully and spoke. I apologize for my abruptness. I am Gao Yu, the fourth prince of the Heavenly River Kingdom. Upon seeing Brother Zhao today, I felt an immediate sense of familiarity. Should you find time in the future, I would be honored to host you in the imperial city of my kingdom. As soon as these words were uttered, apart from the group of over 10 individuals from Looming Mountain Villa, the countenances of the assembled prodigious disciples changed dramatically. Their minds stirred into a tempestuous sea as they cast their gazes towards Zhao Qinbi. Their expressions subtly altered. Zhao Qinbi felt a surge of vigilance within, uncertain of what scheme the esteemed fourth prince Gao Yu of the Tianhe kingdom harbored. However, Gao Yu's overtures of goodwill compelled him to maintain a cordial demeanor. Thus, with a smile and clasped fists, he responded, I am Zhao Qinbi of Donglin's sect. I sincerely thank His Highness the Fourth Prince for the gracious invitation, and I shall certainly pay a visit in the future. Following such a series of twists and turns, the disciples from the 10 sects naturally put aside their thoughts, no longer delaying their progress. With diverse intentions, they formed groups and proceeded deeper into the grand hall. Upon reaching the 3 arched doorways, they hesitated briefly before each choosing a distinct path, vanishing into the shadows. Meanwhile, the fourth prince Gao Yu, flanked by 10 disciples of Looming Mountain Villa, unhesitatingly stepped into the path behind the central arch, gradually receding from view. At this moment, only the 9 members of Donglin's sect remained, yet to delve into the secret realm. This mysterious hall instilled in Zhao Qinbi a sense of unease. He furrowed his brow and spoke gravely to his fellow disciples. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. For reasons unknown, as he had just entered this enigmatic space, a subtle disquiet enveloped him. Yet, upon reflection, he could not discern the source of this unease, which struck him as peculiar. What could possibly be wrong? Even the esteemed fourth prince Gao Yu is within this secret realm. If it harbored great peril, would the Tianhe kingdom truly allow a prince to venture into danger? With a disdainful snort, it was Sun Hao who spoke, his words tinged with skepticism. Zhao Qinbi, his brow furrowed, offered no retort, instead lapsing into a contemplative silence. This only served to fuel Sun Hao's discontent, further inflamed by his long-standing animosity and envy towards Zhao Qinbi. In a fit of pique, he stormed off, venturing alone into the depths of the hall, mirroring the actions of the prince, Gao Yu, as he strode through the central gateway. Zhao Qinbi, however, did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, he approached the 3 colossal archways, scrutinizing them with meticulous care. The central arch, the most imposing of the 3, was crafted entirely from alabaster, though the ravages of time had left it mottled and faded. Above this archway, 4 ancient characters were etched, their crimson hue reminiscent of dried blood, seemingly dripping with an eerie vitality upon closer inspection. While the others were perplexed, Zhao Qinbi immediately recognized them as arcane glyphs from an ancient script, spelling out the phrase substituting the plum for the peach. With a furrowed brow, Zhao Qinbi elucidated the meaning of these characters amidst the bewildered gazes of his companions. Liu Ju, his brow deeply creased, stared at the 4 characters radiating an unsettling aura, a sense of unease stirring within him. The meaning of substituting the plum for the peach was clear enough, but its significance when inscribed upon this archway remained elusive. Regardless, Zhao Qinbi said after a moment of reflection, addressing the group, if you trust my judgment, you will not pass through this gate. The gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback, yet no one dared to voice a contradiction. Instead, An unsettling sense of acquiescence permeated their hearts. In the blink of an eye, they resumed their scrutiny of the two archways flanking the central one. The two side arches, while slightly lower than the grand central arch, presented striking contrasts. The left was enveloped in a verdant hue, harmonizing with the majestic hall, while the right blazed a fiery crimson, exuding an intense heat rather than blood, adorned with the ominous inscriptions inviting you to the trap and lost with no return. Following yet another explanation, an eerie dread enveloped the assembly, as if the ancient, tranquil air itself harbored unsettling undercurrents. This secretive realm, rather than a palace or cavern, resembled more the sepulchre of a fallen mighty being, with the central passage undoubtedly leading to the resting place of its master. Although the inscriptions on the side archways were utterly disconcerting, they appeared far less ominous compared to the enigmatic central path. It seemed wise to split their approach once more, entering through the flanking routes. At that moment, the strikingly beautiful twin, a maiden named Wang Yun, spoke softly. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qinbi nodded slightly, acknowledging that while choosing a shared path offered relative safety, it also diminished their chances of discovering treasures. Wang Shimi's suggestion was indeed commendable. Li Yujue, Shi Kuan, Sima Kong, and Shan Yun all nodded in agreement. Among the 8 of us, I and junior sister Li possessed the most formidable combat prowess. Hence, it is decided that junior sister Li and I shall each lead a team, evenly distributing our strengths according to the rankings of the Dao Tower, and proceed down separate paths. Zhao Qinbi promptly established this plan and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of discontent surfaced on Li Yujue's face. Her gaze towards Zhao Qinbi imbued with a sense of poignant vulnerability, causing an awkward silence to envelop the onlookers. Nevertheless, Li Yujue understood that this expedition into the secret realm would undoubtedly harbor dangers. Thus, she refrained from trivializing the safety of her companions. Although reluctant, she resignedly accepted the arrangement. Shi Kuan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, chuckled, "Junior sister Yujue, it is not as if we are parting for eternity. Why adopt such a demeanor?" Li Yujue's brows furrowed in mock anger as she retorted, "Sure too, do not follow me this time, lest your mere presence irk me." Shi Kuan, somewhat disgruntled, scratched his head and replied, "If I am not to accompany you, then I shall join Brother Qinbi instead." Moments later, the group reached a consensus. Zhao Qinbi, Shi Kuan, along with Wang Yun and Lu Fenglin formed one team, while Li Yujue, Sima Kong, Jin Yan, and Shan Yun constituted another. With a decision made, they wasted no time. Under Li Yujue's lead, they stepped through the crimson archway inscribed with the words "lost" and "unable to return." While Zhao Qinbi's team had no choice but to enter the left archway marked "Please enter the trap." As the 3 paths unfolded, the figures of the 100 vanished into the darkness, swallowed by an infinite abyss. Chapter 29. The gloomy swamp. Zhao Qinbi and his 3 companions seemed to traverse an endless cavern, enveloped in utter darkness where not even a hand could be seen. The silence was profound, save for the weighty sound of their own breaths echoing in the oppressive blackness. As they ventured further, the air grew thick with the scent of decay, yet the end of the cave remained elusive. Initially, the soft murmur of water reached their ears, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing beneath their feet. Soon after, the rustling of trees swaying in the wind accompanied by the fetid aroma of rotting leaves and the musty odor of stagnant water, mingled with the putrid stench of decomposing animal carcasses, all coalesced into an unsettling atmosphere, illuminated by a dim, indistinct light that emerged before them. Their eyes beheld ancient, desolate trees rising from the ground, exuding a palpable aura of decay, submerged in the moldy, dark swamp. Above, the sky was shrouded in withered, yellowing leaves and a dense web of aged spider silk, obscuring any hint of light, save for a few stray beams filtering through from an unknown source. Seeping into the murky depths of the gloom-laden swamp, a profound silence pervaded the vast expanse of the swamp, stretching endlessly before them, devoid of any semblance of life. As if this secret realm had long succumbed to the passage of time alongside its forgotten master. An overwhelming sense of unease, like a shadow, quietly enveloped their hearts. "This appears to be a dead swamp?" Shi Kuan swallowed nervously, voicing his uncertainty. However, Zhao Qinbi shook his head, sensing that this marshland was unsettlingly tranquil, a quality that only heightened their apprehension. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, her pupils abruptly shifting from ebony to a profound violet. emanating a subtly enchanting and alluring radiance as she gazed into the depths of the swamp. Within this marsh, there appears to be a multitude of concealed vitalities. Just now, employing my innate divine ability, the celestial demon eye, I vaguely sensed what seemed like countless latent auras, as if slumbering, Wang Yun uttered. Her complexion slightly pallid and somewhat frail after withdrawing her spiritual eye technique. Junior Sister Wang, I never imagined you possessed such an extraordinary innate gift. I wonder if it would be possible to delve even further, to probe the deeper recesses of the swamp. Upon hearing this, the others were somewhat astonished, with even the normally taciturn Lu Fenglin unable to resist inquiring. I'm afraid that is not feasible. Although this celestial demon eye is an inherent gift resulting from an anomaly in my constitution, activating it still requires a significant expenditure of energy. Just now, in the brief span of a dozen or so breaths, it depleted nearly all of my spiritual power, Wang Yun replied, shaking her head, further exuding an air of fragility that stirred a sense of pity in others. Zhao Qinbi's brow twitched. To mislead onlookers, he feigned rummaging through his storage pouch within his sleeve, while covertly extracting a low-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring. Junior Sister Wang, with the assistance of these spirit stones, I wonder if you could further employ your divine ability? Zhao Qinbi inquired softly, handing the spirit stone to Wang Yun and glancing towards the dim and unfathomable swamp. Witnessing this, Wang Yun's expression momentarily faltered, and even Shi Kuan and Lu Fenglin couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes, clearly taken aback by Zhao Qinbi's generosity. Wang Yun received the spirit stone with some disbelief, exclaiming with delight, "Naturally, I can." Wang Yun immediately grasped the spiritual stone, continuously drawing forth the pure spiritual energy within. Her delicate and beautiful eyes shimmered with a violet radiance as she gazed deep into the marsh, speaking incessantly. I beheld a hollow black tower, enshrouded by countless unfamiliar worms, all surging towards a single point of light within, only to be incessantly repelled. In the depths of the marsh lay a mountain of white bones. Beneath the withered leaves, something appeared to writhe incessantly. I observed a vast spider's web, upon which rested a deep gray cocoon, seemingly devoid of any vitality. As her spiritual vision delved deeper, an overwhelming sense of dread crawled upon her heart like a spider. The marsh was enveloped in rising mists, obscuring the effects of her spiritual sight. Just as the spiritual stone was about to disintegrate into dust, and her vision was on the verge of extinguishing, an ancient tower faintly materialized before her. Wait, I also perceived a grand staircase leading to a pitch-black stone door, seemingly leading to a fortress. It appeared as if there were two stone statues. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yun seemed to witness the stone statues opening their eyes. A fierce sense of peril suddenly surged within her. She promptly severed her connection and withdrew her spiritual sight. A mouthful of fresh blood was immediately expelled, leaving her fair complexion ashen. The others could not help but change their expressions, inquiring, "Junior Sister Wang, what has transpired?" A surge of azure spiritual energy flowed into Wang Yun's being, slightly restoring her color, as Shi Kuan had intervened to protect her spirit. After a moment of steadying her breath, Wang Yun recounted her encounter in vivid detail. Zhao Qinbi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Since this is an ancient burial ground for cultivators, it must be guarded by numerous tomb spirits, and perhaps even resentful spirits buried alongside them. What Junior Sister Wang saw earlier was likely one of these malevolent entities. However, judging by the current state, this tomb is of an extremely ancient era, and the spiritual energy within is so faint it is almost non-existent. Over such a long period, it is unlikely that any powerful beings have survived, as there is no spiritual energy in this tomb space to sustain their existence. Hearing this, the three of them visibly relaxed, their anxious hearts finally settling, only to be chilled once more by Zhao Qinbi's next words. However, we must not let our guard down. Within this dark and vast swamp, things are likely not as calm as they appear on the surface. Have you noticed that at least 20 disciples chose this path earlier, and we are only a short distance behind them? The other path involves facing the difficulties head-on and slowly exploring deeper into the swamp. Within this great swamp, there are bound to be countless spiritual herbs and materials, and perhaps even treasures left behind by ancient cultivators who perished here. Seeing this, Zhao Qinbi spoke with utmost seriousness. However, apart from Wang Yun, who showed a slight struggle in her expression, the other two showed no signs of retreat. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and every opportunity must be seized. If one does not face life and death crises head-on and strive for that slim chance of breaking through, how can one hope to achieve immortality? Zhao Qinbi, in particular, harbored no hesitation. He bore a deep-seated vendetta, and the mystery of his previous life's demise was a constant thorn in his heart. His urgent task was to rise swiftly, so he could uncover the truth of what had transpired in the past. Moreover, Zhao Qinbi sensed, albeit subtly, that the time remaining to him was likely limited. Following his reincarnation, those who once hunted him, such as Qin Chong, would undoubtedly persist in their relentless search for his whereabouts in this lifetime, seeking to eradicate him completely. Thus, Zhao Qinbi felt an urgent need to swiftly enhance his strength, in hopes of securing a modicum of self-preservation before his enemies could locate him, thereby seeking a glimmer of hope for survival. Observing that none among the group displayed any signs of retreat, each appearing resolute and united in their shared fate, Zhao Qinbi felt a warmth blossom in his heart. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, he divided 30 inferior spirit stones into 3 parts, distributing them to each of the 3 individuals. Since this is the case, let us enter together. Within this vast swamp, peril lurks at every turn, and in this space, there is no spiritual energy to draw upon for recovery. Take these spirit stones and keep them for emergencies. Shirkuan, who had always shared a brotherly bond with Zhao Qinbi, acknowledged with a nod and readily stowed the stones into his storage pouch. The expressions of the other 2, however, were fraught with complexity. Brother Zhao, these spirit stones are exceedingly precious. Even the deacons of the distant travel realm receive but a meager monthly offering. There is no need to elaborate. Regardless of their value, can spirit stones truly be deemed more precious than your lives? Zhao Qinbi interjected with a shake of his head and a smile. A surge of heartfelt warmth welled up within the 2 companions, and Wang Yun, who was inherently delicate, found mist rising in her eyes, unknowingly developing a faint sense of dependence on Zhao Qinbi. Even Lu Fenglin, typically solitary and taciturn, solemnly clasped his fists and declared, Brother Zhao, your profound kindness shall be eternally remembered. In that quiet moment, the bonds among the 4 grew ever closer. In light of this, let us delve into the matter. Zhao Qinbi broke into a hearty smile, his fingers emanating a stream of ethereal light that enveloped his feet, as he deftly employed a technique of lightness. Stepping upon the damp, muddy surface of the water and leading the way into the vast marsh. Observing this, Shirkuan, Lu Fenglin, and Wang Yun followed suit, each invoking the same technique to avoid sinking into the mire, hastily trailing behind Zhao Qinbi with utmost caution as they ventured deeper. A profound silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps upon the marsh. As the 4th chapter unfolds, titled The Giant Spider and the Malevolent Spirit, the quartet journeyed further into the marsh, yet encountered no peril or misfortune. Instead, their expedition proved fruitful, yielding a bountiful harvest of low-level spiritual herbs and plants, amounting to no less than 70 or 80 specimens. Among the most prized was the coveted Tianlang grass, one of the 2 essential spiritual herbs required for the concoction of the crystal transformation pill. It is imperative to note that ascending from the opening of the mansion realm into the far travel realm necessitates this very pill. The rationale is simple. The far travel realm, also known as the Tao platform realm, requires the emergence of a spiritual crystal Tao platform within the Dantian's energy mansion, thus earning its name. Once the energy mansion's Tao platform is established, it facilitates a communion with the atmospheric spiritual essence, allowing for a vigorous and enduring flow of spiritual energy, thereby enabling practitioners to sustain prolonged exertion and swiftly recuperate. This capacity empowers them to traverse the winds and ride the waves, reaching realms that are otherwise unattainable to mere mortals, hence the appellation of the far travel realm. Upon reaching the zenith of the aperture realm, cultivators experience a gradual transformation of their spiritual energy from a rarefied state to one of profound potency. Within their bodies, a tendency towards the crystallization of this energy begins to manifest. However, the complete transmutation of spiritual energy into solidified crystals, thereby giving rise to a Tao platform, is fraught with difficulty. Solely through the assiduous absorption of ambient spiritual energy, progress is almost imperceptible. Even with the aid of spirit stones, the effect is minimal. The transformation crystal pill, however, can unleash an exceedingly potent medicinal force, assisting cultivators in the thorough conversion of energy into crystalline form and the elevation of a spiritual crystal Tao platform, thus enabling them to ascend to the excursion realm. Yet, This pill is exceptionally precious within the cultivation world. The mere appearance of a single pill can incite fierce competition among independent cultivators and minor sections. To a great extent, a transformation crystal pill represents an excursion realm cultivator, a pillar of strength for a sect. The refinement of the transformation crystal pill is exceedingly arduous, with a success rate often less than 10%. Furthermore, the essential spiritual herb for its creation, the celestial wolfgrass, is exceedingly rare and difficult to cultivate. After many years of harvesting and gathering, it has become scarce in the mountains and marshes, making it difficult to find in abundance. This has led to a situation where the transformation crystal pill is highly sought after but rarely available. Among the 3,000 Aperture Realm disciples of the Eastern Lin sect, coupled with the accumulation of generations and countless outer sect disciples dispatched over time, many have toiled to reach the peak of the Aperture Realm through their own efforts. Yet, to this day, only a few hundred have managed to enter the excursion realm and become secret disciples, demonstrating the extreme rarity of the transformation crystal pill. Therefore, the successive discovery of such a large quantity of celestial wolfgrass in this great marsh cannot help but fill the Eastern Lin sect's party with immense delight. Among the 70 or 80 precious spiritual herbs, nearly 20 were Tianlang grass, signifying the potential to refine 20 batches of crystallized pills. However, the more tranquil and smooth the circumstances appeared, the more profound and unsettling feeling enveloped Zhao Qinbi. As they delved deeper into the marsh, a gray mist began to pervade the air, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. Even a distance of 10 meters became increasingly indistinct, particularly as the four had yet to step into the realm of distant travel. Their souls remained feeble, incapable of projecting their consciousness beyond themselves. Only Zhao Qinbi, being a runesmith with an exceptionally potent soul force, managed to tenuously sense the surrounding environment. Shikuan, Wang Yun, Lu Fenglin, do not stray too far from me. This mist seems peculiar. Let us advance together. Zhao Qinbi promptly cautioned the trio. Shikuan and the others, sensing the strange nature of the encroaching gray fog, felt a chill of trepidation. Having traversed the swamp for such an extended period without encountering other disciples from their sect only heightened their unease. Zhao Qinbi retrieved a dark yellow talisman from his storage ring, channeling strands of spiritual energy through his fingers to ignite it. Flames unfurled like yellow smoke, gently dispersing the suddenly thickening gray mist, subtly forming a circular barrier of about 3 meters in diameter that enveloped the four, akin to a flickering flame as they proceeded cautiously. This was one of the several talismans bestowed upon them by their sect before entering the secret realm. Known as the Lantern Talisman, this luminary glyph is indeed a practical charm for neophyte disciples, capable of dispelling miasma and fog, igniting flames, deterring insects and wild beasts, and serving as a precautionary measure. Just as the luminary glyph was on the verge of complete extinguishment, a sudden whooshing sound echoed from within the dense fog above. Immediately, Shikuan retrieved his azure stone staff, suffused with verdant energy, and his body was enveloped in a suit of entirely emerald green soft armor, evidently a rather remarkable defensive implement. Albeit not a spiritual artifact, violet light surged within Wang Yun's eyes, exuding an enchanting allure as she gazed into the depths of the dense fog, where a gigantic spider, entirely jet black with winding green patterns and covered in villi, could be vaguely discerned, perched upon an immensely colossal web, its eyes gleaming with sanguinary crimson. There, Wang Yun's delicate, scallion-like finger abruptly pointed towards the sky, alerting the others. A bolt of cerulean lightning erupted forth. As Lu Fenglin had preemptively incanted the spell and now wielded the celestial thunder rectification talisman, his entire being coursing with thunderous power, decisively launching a lightning arrow towards the direction indicated by Wang Yun. Following a resounding detonation, a gap was abruptly blasted open within the dense fog, revealing the gargantuan spider, whose size dwarfed the four individuals combined, an utterly terrifying sight. At this moment, the black behemoth's eyes blazed with ferocious intent, while the formidable lightning arrow had merely singed one of its furry legs, exposing charred flesh, yet inflicting no tangible harm whatsoever. In the wake of that strike, the colossal spider, reeling from the pain, became engulfed in a frenzy. Its immense form leapt from the sky with astonishing force, and before it even touched the ground, the onlookers were met with a gust of wind, an irresistible force that swept towards them. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from above. as the massive body of the spider was unexpectedly halted midair by a small, azure, crystalline shield. This shield, roughly the size of a face, radiated a phantom-like aura reminiscent of surging ocean waves, effectively countering the spider's lethal descent under Zhao Qinbi's command. At that moment, Zhao Qinbi's right fist was adorned with a translucent, gossamer-like gauntlet, which had enveloped itself unbeknownst to him, grasping the sleek, crescent-shaped black bow named Chui Dian. His right arm surged with power, drawing the bowstring to a quarter of its capacity. Threads of thunder coiled and erupted from the bow, manifesting as a gray lightning arrow that grew larger and more potent with each pull of Zhao Qinbi's string. "Hold this spider at bay," Zhao Qinbi commanded, his dark hair billowing with fervor. The black arachnid, sensing an overwhelming threat emanating from the gray lightning arrow, was immediately infused with a vibrant green pattern of light, exuding an aura indicative of its imminent ascension to a second-tier monstrous beast. In that instant, the spider opened its gaping maw, unleashing strands of silk as thick as a human arm, which cascaded through the air like white stone pillars, hurtling towards Zhao Qinbi from all directions. Upon witnessing this, Shi Kuan immediately bellowed in fury, driving his stone staff into the ground as a dense aura of azure energy enveloped him. With a thunderous roar akin to the roar of dragons and the cry of tigers, he shattered nearly 70 to 80% of the incoming spider silk in midair. After a prolonged period of meditative focus, Wang Yun decisively unleashed a series of violet streams of spiritual energy from her hands, which collided with the spider's silk, igniting an eerie purple flame that dissipated into the air. Simultaneously, Zhao Qinbi radiated a celestial brilliance, his form obscured by a shimmering light, while his massive bow was drawn to a fifth of its full strength. A gray lightning arrow, as thick as a person, shot forth with a ferocity that emanated a tempestuous, thunderous force. Wherever it struck, the very flora appeared to wilt and wither, resembling an enraged dragon as it pierced directly into the giant spider's brain. An explosive crack resonated, and a gaping hole was blown through the creature's head, scattering a mixture of red and white matter into the air, while its colossal body now bore an unsettlingly shriveled appearance. Yet, the four did not dare to relax, for from the now fallen giant spider's carcass arose an even more formidable, malevolent, and savage presence. From the hollowed-out cavity, a pair of blood-red hands suddenly emerged, exuding an aura of terror. A chilling, tearing sound echoed as these dreadfully radiant blood, how the creature appeared as though it were devoid of skin, its body a gruesome display of bloody flesh, illuminated by a terrifying crimson glow. Its head bore two profound red eyes, emanating an intense aura of vengeful bloodlust, cruelly fixating on Zhao Qinbi and his companions. "This is dire. We must retreat. It is a second-tier demon spirit," Zhao Qinbi bellowed, commanding the three to fall back. Yet, he himself surged forward, launching a powerful punch towards the sanguine demon spirit. His right hand sparkled with a brilliance akin to a star descending from the heavens, aiming to vanquish this second-tier demon spirit, comparable to a practitioner of the far journey realm, before it could fully awaken. However, the creature's blood-red hand abruptly clenched into a fist, colliding violently with Zhao Qinbi's own. The expressions of the three were grave, as they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the bloodied figure. "I will hold it off. You all gather your strength for a decisive strike," Zhao Qinbi shouted, leaping once more. The demon spirit's eyes gleamed with frenzied bloodlust as it too leapt, claws extended, charging at Zhao Qinbi. In mere moments, the two figures clashed numerous times in midair, despite the protective blue shield swirling around him, deflecting several of the demon's most terrifying assaults. Zhao Qinbi still bore 4 or 5 deep gashes across his body, blood seeping forth and staining his white robes. Meanwhile, the blood red at that juncture. A fierce glint ignited within Zhao Qinbi's eyes. He advanced resolutely, delivering another forceful blow towards the sanguine claw, despite the claw's digits sinking deeply into Zhao Qinbi's arm. Immobilizing him, he exhibited no sign of struggle. Instead, a chilling smile crept across his face, disregarding the searing pain in his hand. A jet-black, slender katana materialized from his palm, erupting like a thunderous surge, instantaneously piercing through the demon spirit's arm and plunging into its chest. An agonizing shriek reverberated as the demon spirit's face contorted in torment. Reeling from the excruciating pain, it recoiled abruptly. However, its entire being was now enveloped in wisps of gray electrical energy, ceaselessly crackling and surging, causing its skin to rupture and peel. as the lightning coursed through its flesh. The demon spirit experienced a sensation of withering decay, its aura perceptibly weakening. Now, Shirkuin's azure cudgel had transformed into a deep cyan hue, as thick as a pillar. With a surge of power, Shirkuin propelled it forth like an azure dragon cleaving through the air, instantly striking the demon spirit's skull and sending it crashing to the ground. A dark cloud materialized above the demon spirit, followed by a deafening roar. A bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens like a punitive strike, crashing upon its body. Simultaneously, tendrils of violet flames arose from the swamp beneath the demon spirit, engulfing its entire form, burning with relentless intensity like leeches clinging to their host. Zhao Qinbi, wielding his massive bow, drew it back halfway, and a gray lightning arrow once again pierced through the air. Amidst the swirling radiance and chaotic spiritual energy, the atmosphere erupted with a thunderous roar, and in the depths of the dim marsh, a brilliant light burst forth. The crimson, blood-like demon spirit had completely lost its vitality. In Chapter 31, The Bone Lotus, Zhao Qinbi gasped for breath, his recent exertion having severely depleted both his spiritual and physical strength. He promptly retrieved a low-grade spirit stone, allowing streams of milky white spiritual energy to surge into his palm, converging within his dantian. In mere moments, the originally translucent and lustrous spirit stone disintegrated into a cloud of ash, scattering into the air. Casting a glance at the deep wounds on his body, exposing flesh to the bone, Zhao Qinbi's lips twitched into a wry smile, tinged with resignation. He had presumed that within this secret realm, the scarcity of spiritual energy would prevent formidable beings from emerging. However, to his astonishment, a primordial demon spirit resided within the colossal spider, possessing a formidable second-tier strength. Given this revelation, the other disciples who ventured into this domain were likely facing dire consequences. Had it not been for Zhao Qinbi's leadership among the 4 members of the Eastern Lin sect, they might have already become prey for the bloodthirsty demon spirit. Fortunately, through their combined efforts, they succeeded in obliterating the demon, although at a significant cost. Nevertheless, the remnants of the demon crystal and the demon core from the giant spider were sufficient to compensate for their losses. Zhao Qinbi once again retrieved a talisman from his spatial ring, its vibrant green hue reminiscent of flourishing vegetation, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. The talisman emanated a vibrant vitality, and at that moment of activation, it transformed into wisps of azure mist, enveloping Zhao Qinbi's entire form. The grievous wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly discernible pace. "Brother Zhao, are your injuries severe?" Wang Yun inquired with a hint of concern as she gazed at Zhao Qinbi. "Merely superficial wounds, though the depletion of spiritual energy is considerable. However, it is of no consequence," Zhao Qinbi replied with a grateful smile, then turned his gaze toward the remains of the colossal spider and the demon spirit, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. "Please, give me a moment." With a surge of profound black light from his hand, he grasped the ashen remnants. As dark as ink, skillfully, he severed the spider's limbs and stored them within his spatial ring. Then, enveloping his hands in spiritual energy, he directly extracted a verdant demon core from the spider's abdomen. This demon core, approximately the size of a fingernail, glimmered with a faint green luminescence, radiating a slight toxicity that gradually corroded the strands of spiritual energy between Zhao Qinbi's fingers, transforming them into wisps of gray smoke that ascended into the air. After carefully placing the demon core into a small vial, he returned it to his storage ring. At that moment, the blood-red demon spirit had already dissolved into a pool of crimson liquid, slowly seeping into the vast marsh below. Within the damp, murky silt, a peculiar gem, resembling jade yet not, emerged, a dark red crystalline block emanating an eerie glow. Zhao Qinbi hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to pick up the stone, clasping it in his hand. In the region of his heart, a surge of vital essence suddenly revealed an overwhelming desire. From his palm erupted a tremendous force of attraction, drawing forth streams of blood energy that flowed into his body with fervor. As the stone gradually faded, the already formidable power beneath Zhao Qinbi's skin intensified, and even the essence of blood at his heart swelled to nearly the size of a heart chamber, pulsating with vigorous vitality. His physical cultivation had previously reached a peak in the mid-stage, merely a thin veil away from breaking through. Now, upon absorbing the blood energy from the blood demon crystal, he advanced swiftly, stepping into the late stage of the blood-chi realm ahead of his spiritual power cultivation. Sensing the newfound strength coursing through his muscles, like a torrent of water continuously flowing and surging, Zhao Qinbi nodded to himself in satisfaction. Although the second-tier demon spirit's crystal was best absorbed through secret methods, given the perilous circumstances, it was imperative to bolster his self-defense capabilities. Observing Zhao Qinbi collect all the spoils, the three companions felt no discontent. Rather, they deemed it entirely justifiable. After all, during this sudden encounter with danger and the ensuing battle, Zhao Qinbi had exerted the greatest effort, especially in the confrontation with a demon spirit comparable to the realm of distant travel, where he had led the charge without hesitation, inspiring admiration and awe. In light of this, let us continue our journey, Zhao Qinbi said, nodding to the trio. Wang Yun gazed at the murky, ominous expanse of the tranquil swamp, a flicker of trepidation crossing her face. Senior brother Zhao, she remarked, it is my belief that this swamp harbors countless perils. If we continue to wander aimlessly like headless flies, we may encounter unforeseen dangers once more. Zhao Qinbi paused, deep in thought. You make a valid point, junior sister Wang. However, this swamp stretches endlessly before us, with the scenery appearing monotonously identical, making it difficult to discern our bearings, and there are no markers to guide us. How can we ascertain our direction? A glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Yun's enchanting eyes, and decisive resolve washed over her countenance. If you all trust my judgment, allow me to lead the way. When I previously employed the celestial demon eye, aside from the colossal tower at the swamp's end, I perceived the presence of a small black tower within this mire. Although I could not discern its specifics, it surely conceals some opportunity. I possess an inkling of its direction and can guide us there. Zhao Qinbi regarded Wang Yun with profound insight, as if perceiving an ethereal aura entwined around her delicate visage. Observing her innate ability, the celestial demon eye, it was evident that her lineage must possess a considerable degree of demon blood. Yet, the exact nature of the beast from which it originated remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Zhao Qinbi refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding contemplatively. Very well, let us follow junior sister Wang. As we proceeded on our journey, we must remain vigilant. Should we confront danger and find ourselves outmatched, we must prioritize our survival over the allure of treasures. Upon hearing this, Shikuan and Lu Fenglin exchanged solemn glances, acknowledging the gravity of the situation as if they were under the command of Zhao Qinbi. With a sense of determination established, the four of them, under Wang Yun's lead, cautiously proceeded in a singular direction. As they advanced, their traces and footprints seemed to dissipate into the ether, as if a mysterious, unseen hand were erasing all evidence of their passage. Remarkably, even Zhao Qinbi remained blissfully unaware of this phenomenon. As they ventured further, an even more astonishing change unfolded. The water in the marsh beneath their feet gradually diminished, and the dense, eerie fog that enveloped the air began to thin. The ground beneath them exuded a faint yet solid sensation, rendering the act of retracting their light-footed technique seemingly irrelevant. As they felt as if they were treading upon firm earth, Zhao Qinbi furrowed his brow and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, forcefully clearing the surface muck to reveal the deeply concealed azure stone bricks beneath. He remarked, "It appears we did not emerge from the cave into the Great Hall. This vast marsh is, in fact, also contained within the confines of this burial hall." Upon hearing this, Shikuan and the others were taken aback, marveling at the monumental craftsmanship required to construct such an expansive edifice, where even the seemingly boundless marsh lay within its precincts. At that moment, the fog had completely dissipated, unveiling a distant vista of azure stone bricks that rose like a formidable city wall, encircling the landscape and the vaulted ceiling above. Just as the four were grappling with their astonishment, a strikingly dark tower, 3 zhang in height, emerged at the edge of the azure wall, resembling an ancient burial mound. Coming into view before them, the diminutive pagoda was hollow, its base featuring a massive aperture, akin to an open gateway. A stream of pristine, serene light emanated from it like a tide, starkly contrasting with the oppressive and defiled surroundings. Yet, the pagoda's perimeter was now swarming with countless 7-foot-long worms, their heads bearing the grotesque visages of cultivators. These enormous worms, uniformly ashen and black, writhed with frenzied tentacles as they relentlessly burrowed into the pagoda. However, each time they encountered the surging light, they emitted a piercing shriek and recoiled. Despite their relentless assault, the light emanating from the pagoda was gradually dimming, its brilliance waning at an imperceptibly slow pace. At the very center of the radiance, a desiccated skeleton clad in tattered Taoist robes sat in a meditative posture. What was truly alarming was that the skeletal hands were still slowly forming hand seals, continuously displaying the 9-character incantation of Taoism: Rin, Pyo, To, Sha, Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. From the skeleton's chest, a resplendent azure lotus emerged from the bones, blooming as if in the void, radiating waves of ethereal light. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi's eyes were fixed intently on the azure lotus, specifically on a lotus seed that exuded an exotic fragrance, its entire form crystalline and translucent, as pure as glass. His eyes were filled with unprecedented excitement. Chapter 32, Soul-Devouring Spectre. However, just as Zhao Qinbi was gazing intently at the crystalline lotus seed, an intense killing intent suddenly locked onto the 4 individuals. The eerie shriek of grating metal reverberated from the tower's apex, prompting the quartet to discern a profound silhouette clinging to the diminutive obsidian structure with the tenacity of a parasite. Shrouded in disarray, the figure's countenance remained obscured by a cascade of unkempt hair. An antiquated, rust-flecked chainmail enveloped its form, save for a pair of wizened hands, akin to the bark of an ancient tree, exposed to the open air. Presently, the spectre raised its head in a deliberate manner, its crimson irises piercing through the tangled tresses, fixing upon the group. With a languid motion, its left hand unsheathed a sable, lusterless broadsword from its back, while its right palm manifested a vortex, exuding an irresistible force. Within the vortex's core, a multitude of tormented souls were imprisoned, their lamentations and roars echoing through the air. Upon closer inspection, the grotesque visages of these souls bore an uncanny resemblance to the vermin of considerable size that infested the tower's exterior. Zhao Qinbi inhaled deeply, his heart sinking into the abyss of despair. Despite his assiduous attempts to anticipate the potential perils concealed within this sepulchral domain, he realized his estimations had fallen short. Wang Yun, too, was overcome with remorse and trepidation, as the mere emanation of the black figure's formidable aura threatened to shatter her very being. Her soul felt as though it were on the precipice of detachment, poised to be drawn into the vortex within the figure's grasp, leaving her devoid of any semblance of resistance. This tenebrous entity was all too familiar to Zhao Qinbi, an incarnation of a resentful cultivator's spirit, a soul-devouring fiend that subsisted on the essence of others. One of his most perilous encounters in his past life involved a near-fatal brush with a 6th-tier soul-devouring fiend during an interdimensional expedition after attaining the Tongshan realm, when he inadvertently ventured into a realm of death and shadow. Although the Dementor before him was far from the formidable one he encountered in the past, the aura it exuded at this moment still made Zhao Qinbi feel as if Mount Tai were pressing down upon him, making it impossible to discern its exact realm. Lu Fenglin's Heavenly Thunder Orthodox Dharma focused solely on the spirit, with no regard for the physical body. Under the immense pressure, strands of blood even trickled from his orifices, and his vision blurred. Shirkuan fared no better, his azure energy swirling wildly, desperately trying to dissipate the overwhelming aura. A resolute look filled Zhao Qinbi's eyes, and within his mind, the natal sword energy left by Zhao Shiyun was poised, ready to be unleashed. Suddenly, a sigh echoed. Just as everyone prepared for a desperate struggle, the skeletal remains of the cultivator at the base of the black pagoda emitted a gentle, pure white light from its hollow eyes and slowly stood up. Stepping out of the pagoda, the skeletal figure in the Taoist robe gazed at the myriad humanoid faces of the giant worm, a hint of sorrow on its fleshless skull. The skeleton emitted no aura, yet its appearance seemed to solidify the surrounding air. The Dementor on the pagoda froze, as if facing a formidable enemy. A mellow male voice suddenly emanated from the skeleton's mouth. "Young friend, does the secret art you cultivate belong to the Dragon Tiger's secret treasury?" The skeletal figure turned, its white glowing eyes gazing deeply at Shirkuan. Shirkuan was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure, and respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. The cultivation technique I practice is not derived from the secret repository of the Dragon and Tiger. It is merely a common third-grade method passed down by my master for the purpose of refining my physique and solidifying my foundation, known as the Dragon and Tiger Heart Sutra." Upon hearing this, the skeleton's lips curled slightly, emitting a faint, appreciative chuckle, a sound that seemed to resonate from the depths of time, imbued with an air of antiquity. This Dragon and Tiger Heart Sutra is indeed the foundational technique of the secret repository of the dragon and tiger I mentioned. Though I know not the identity of your master, nor the origins of this technique, having acquired the dragon and tiger secret repository, you are now a disciple of my heavenly Tao sect. As soon as the words left his mouth, a green light surged from the skeletal hand, coalescing into a green talisman. With a swift motion, he unceremoniously infused the talisman into Shirkuan's forehead. I am one of the 7 true masters of the 18th generation of the heavenly Tao sect, known as the Green Lotus Taoist. From this day forth, I shall take you as my disciple and impart to you the secrets of the dragon and tiger. Within Shirkuan's consciousness, a tumult akin to a volcanic eruption ensued, as torrents of immense information surged forth from the green talisman, nearly overwhelming his mind. Vivid, unfamiliar scenes unfolded within his spirit, immortals soaring on cranes, Taoists transcending to the west, the birth and extinction of lotus flowers, the inexorable cycle of life and death, ferocious tigers roaring, and azure dragons ascending to the heavens, ultimately transforming into ancient, solemn green characters, indelibly etched into the fabric of his mind. The Taoist spoke slowly, employing a secret method to create a small realm, where only Zhao Qinbi among the 4 could hear him clearly. Seeing Zhao Qinbi fall silent, the Taoist of the Green Lotus paused momentarily before speaking softly. Friend, there is no need for concern. I have long since perished for millennia and harbor no thoughts towards your reincarnated form. However, the true lotus of the Tao that has blossomed upon my chest may aid you in restoring a fragment of your spirit. Pray tell, why do you rest in this sepulchral space, whose formidable presence lies entombed here, rendering this place so perilous and peculiar? Zhao Qinbi furrowed his brow, whispering in response. Meanwhile, Lu Fenglin and Wang Yun observed that the Taoist of the Green Lotus and Zhao Qinbi remained motionless, as if bracing themselves for an imminent threat posed by the equally still shadowy figure. A glimmer of sorrow and confusion flickered in the Taoist's eyes as he trembled and exclaimed, Madness. The celestial sovereign has succumbed to madness. He has orchestrated all of this, seeking to transform countless living beings into a furnace, extracting vitality to prolong his existence and seize rebirth. Zhao Qinbi's confusion deepened, and just as he was about to inquire further, he felt a chilling aura of imminent death descending from above, accompanied by a terrifying force that seemed poised to wrench his soul from his body. Suddenly, the soul-sucking ghost descended with sword in hand, aiming a lethal strike towards the head of the Taoist of the Green Lotus, while its other hand, filled with a frenzied pull, reeked the onrushing soul-eater faltered, a flicker of struggle and bewilderment flashing within its crimson pupils, only to be instantly consumed by a bloodthirsty red glow. Countless specters arose from the sword, lunging fiercely towards the Azure Lotus Taoist. Upon witnessing this, the Azure Lotus Taoist sighed once more with sorrow. Without further hesitation, an Azure Taoist sword materialized in his hand, its blade flowing with Taoist rhymes, like a bolt of azure lightning, piercing the soul-eater's body. The sword passed through, piercing the soul-eater's abdomen. No blood flowed. Only wisps of dense black gas dissipated into the air, and the azure sword transformed into a cluster of azure flames, burning fiercely upon its form. The soul-eater emitted a most grievous roar, yet its form continued unceasingly, still lunging towards the Azure Lotus Taoist. The raging wind seemed to reveal the withered and decayed face concealed by disheveled black hair. One could vaguely discern that, in life, this person must have been a handsome young Taoist with refined features. The Azure Lotus Taoist's face revealed a trace of reminiscence. In those days, you and I ascended the mountain together to seek the Tao. Among the 100,000 disciples, your talent was the highest, your cultivation the fastest, your Taoist arts the strongest. In everything, I was inferior to you, save for diligently studying classics and researching Taoist methods in pursuit of the true Tao. You once said that you would surely open the gates of heaven, enter the upper realms, and save all living beings. But now, is this your Tao? The celestial worthy is unbenevolent, seeking to feed upon our spirits and cultivation, severing our path to the great Tao. Is this the reason for your transformation into a vengeful ghost, severing the great Tao of others? Qingyun, in terms of cultivation, I am not your equal. But in terms of the Tao, you are not my equal. If the Tao does not exist, what is the meaning of cultivation, since you have irretrievably lost your way? I shall now accompany you one last time, honoring our bond forged over millennia as brothers. The Qinglian Taoist thundered with authority. once again forming hand seals that manifested the Taoist 9-character true words. A formidable celestial might emerged, accompanied by the swirling presence of dragons and tigers. As a green lotus blossomed, reminiscent of an immortal descending into the mortal realm, exuding an aura as vast as the clouds and the sea. The Qinglian Taoist thrust forth a palm, devoid of any circulating spiritual energy or fluctuations of cultivation, as if with a mere, effortless touch, gently pressing against the chest of the soul-absorbing ghost. In an instant, that terrifyingly dark figure was utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Cracks spread through the fabric of space, resembling a spider's web, swiftly enveloping the cosmos, causing the heavens and earth to tremble ever so slightly. The instability of space heralded the imminent collapse of the secret realm. Chapter 33. The Path of All Beings as the space quaked. Nearly half of the withered trees in the vast swamp were abruptly snapped in two, crashing down with a resounding thud. Within the murky depths of the swamp, a tumultuous surge occurred, as deeply hidden auras, awakened from their slumber, surged forth violently. However, upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Qinglian Taoist, they quickly withered, retreating into a profound silence once more. At this moment, the Qinglian Taoist's skeletal form began to exhibit signs of disintegration, and the two pure, tranquil beams of white light in his eyes had dimmed significantly. Yet, the Qinglian Taoist remained unfazed, instead cautioning Zhao Chunbi and the others that this spatial secret realm, originally designed as a crucible for living beings, had grown increasingly unstable over the years. With my current actions, it would not be long before it collapses entirely. He gazed upon Shikuan, who was enveloped in a verdant aura and still ravenously absorbing the inheritance, turning his gaze towards Zhao Chunbi once more. He spoke as if entrusting a final testament. This humble Taoist was refined 10,000 years ago, and even if I had not encountered this calamity, I would likely have perished millennia ago. Now, with only a wisp of my lingering spirit, to be able to pass on the Tao lineage of the heavenly Tao sect and aid a fellow Taoist once more, I can depart this world without regret. I wonder if, in the future, you would be willing to care for my junior brother? Zhao Chunbi nodded slowly. Shikuan and I have grown up together since childhood. Our bond deeper than words can express. Even if you did not ask, I would safeguard him with all my being. The Azure Lotus Taoist nodded with gratitude. If that is the case, then I have no further attachments. Zhao Chunbi hastily inquired, might the venerable Taoist impart to us the secrets of this tomb? Upon hearing this, within the two white spiritual lights of the Azure Lotus Taoist's skull, a hint of sorrowful anguish welled up. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. This secret realm was originally created by a peak divine transformation realm powerhouse from the heavenly demon realm, who went by the Taoist title of Heavenly Venerate. Knowing that his lifespan was nearing its end, and that his spirit and flesh were beginning to wither, he was no longer able to ascend to a higher plane to absorb the immortal golden chi, which exists only in the upper realms, and thus attain the immortal realm, gaining boundless longevity. As he gradually fell into the abyss of death, the ever-increasing fear of mortality engulfed his mind, causing his inner self to become twisted. Thus, an utterly terrifying idea emerged. After expending all his accumulated resources to secretly create this secret realm, he outwardly declared that he had found another blessed land for cultivation, and that a breakthrough was imminent, moving all of his disciples into it. I extended an invitation to the Heavenly Tao sect and the Cloud Sea Sword sect to jointly witness the marvels of this secret realm. However, amidst the joyous festivities and harmonious celebrations, the celestial sovereign stealthily sealed this space and activated the long-prepared soul-devouring true spirit great formation, sacrificing tens of thousands of his disciples, along with over 1,000 disciples from our two sects who had come to observe. Despite the combined might of the 7 grandmasters of the Heavenly Tao sect, our venerable ancestor, and the mid-stage divine sword fairy from the Cloud Sea Sword sect, we were unable to withstand the celestial sovereign and were subsequently imprisoned within this formation, slowly being refined by its powers. This celestial sovereign, in a fit of madness, sought to use our flesh and souls as sustenance for his nascent soul, aiming to preserve it even after his demise and to cultivate a semblance of soul-reaping power. In this manner, he would evade the laws of the heavenly Tao, allowing him to seize the bodies of those cultivators seeking treasures within this secret realm, thus granting him a new lease on life. Now, as 10 millennia have passed, it is evident that his grand designs have come to fruition, prompting him to deliberately reveal this secret realm and entice you all to enter. After the words of the Azure Lotus true man, Lu Fenglin and Wang Yun were left in a state of profound shock, as if struck by a meteor, their minds stirred by tumultuous waves. Such revelations transcended their understanding and imagination, shattering their perceptions of the cultivation world and the vast cosmos. At this moment, the Qinglian Taoist was utterly weakened, to the point of being unable to stand. He sank to the ground and slowly spoke. I am naturally unwilling to be refined so easily, which is why I have utilized the Xiantian Black Tower to create a prison of my own, clinging to life until now, in hopes of revealing myself when the celestial sovereign opens the secret realm to thwart his plans. It is likely that the other formidable beings of the divine connection realm act similarly. The three grand doors you witnessed at the entrance of these. The central one leads to the burial ground of the celestial sovereign, where entering guarantees certain death, transforming all into mere sustenance. The door on the left leads to the place where my sect's disciples have been suppressed and refined, with our ancestral patriarch imprisoned at its deepest point. The other door leads to the location where the Yunhai sword sect is held captive. As for the large characters inscribed upon that door, they are the collective grievances of countless fallen cultivators, a manifestation of their unwillingness and resentment, serving as a dire warning, should one enter this secret realm. Even if one realizes they are ensnared in a labyrinth, retreat becomes impossible. One can only see their own path become another's garment, their cultivation and enlightenment transformed for another's gain. The tone of the Qinglian Taoist was laden with profound sorrow and indignation, stirring endless reflections within Zhao Qinbi. In a hushed voice, Zhao Qinbi murmured, in the celestial order, for nines exist and one escapes. Each individual possesses but a singular essence, that unique existence. Since in this life there is only one of me, must I then seize and sever the singularities of others, to continually augment my own? Is this the Tao? A surge of sorrow, anger, and profound hatred welled up within him, swirling like a tempest, causing the very air around him to tremble and convulse. Distant memories surfaced in his mind. He beheld his past life in the realm of Shumi, filled with smoke and flames, countless corpses and rivers of blood, endless slaughter and betrayal. Each person, driven by the desire for that singular possession, resorted to deception, murder, treachery, enslavement, and dominion. He witnessed the massacre during the wheel of reincarnation, where once brothers, who shared a bond as deep as blood, turned against one another for a mere sliver of opportunity or even a single elixir or magical artifact, ruthlessly forsaking kinship. He saw even more. Throughout his 100,000-year cultivation journey, countless wilderness cultivators and sect disciples acted like puppeteers, each seeking to dominate others to become the strongest among them. In the end, he seemed to glimpse, beyond the 9 heavens and the 7 realms, within the vast expanse of the cosmos, an immensely powerful existence gazing upon the myriad beings with the indifference reserved for insects, or perhaps with the appetite of one contemplating a feast. It appeared as though these countless lives existed solely to fulfill the ambitions of that grand entity. Is this the Tao? Is this truly the Tao? If this is the heavenly principle arranged by the universe for all living beings, then from this moment onward, in this life and the next, I, Zhao Qinbi, shall not acquiesce. Beneath the span of these 9 days, I wish for all virtuous souls to have a path to follow, a way to cultivate, a life to cherish, and a road to traverse, rather than being relegated to mere fodder, scurrying like dogs, or being led like cattle to the slaughter. The surroundings are enveloped in silence. Even the dying figure of the Qinglian Taoist, with eyes that now radiate an unprecedented brilliance, seems to perceive a glimmer of the great Tao within Zhao Qinbi. Although this essence of the Tao is but a fleeting whisper, still unformed in outline, it is immensely grand and exalted, as if standing at the pinnacle, overlooking the vast mountains, the path of all beings. At this very moment, Zhao Qinbi's physical and spiritual cultivation shows no outward change. However, an aura of transcendence and greatness emanates from him, palpable even to Wang Yun and Lu Fenglin. The skeletal frame of the Qinglian Taoist begins to disintegrate into ash, yet he bears no sorrow for his fate, and from the hollows of his bony sockets, tears flow forth. Chapter 34. The sword immortal of women upon the lake of his heart. A cerulean Tao lotus slowly revolves, emanating a captivating glow that enchants the spirit. Streams of azure energy continuously surge from the lotus, merging into his soul. His fragmented and grievously wounded spirit, under the persistent infusion of this azure essence, begins to exhibit a flicker of brilliance, akin to awakening from an endless darkness. Yet, The damage to his spirit is profoundly severe, resembling shattered fragments. And there exists an undeniable sense of incompleteness. Even with the protection of the Qinglian, recovery remains an arduous and sluggish endeavor. Above the Tao lotus, the crystalline seed, immaculate as pure glass, now trembled subtly. It detached itself from the lotus, dissolving into a stream of pristine essence, which flowed gently over Zhao Qinbi's spirit like a caressing wave. It seeped into the fractured remnants, mending and nourishing his shattered soul, thread by thread. A sense of profound ease emanated from his very being as Zhao Qinbi felt his consciousness embraced by a tender, azure cocoon. He resided at the heart of this protective shell, steadily reviving and growing stronger. His damaged and fragmented spirit began to mend and coalesce with remarkable speed. In the darkness, a comforting warmth enveloped him, lulling Zhao Qinbi into a deep slumber, as if he were adrift in a distant, profound dream. Within a 10-mile radius of the small tower, absolute silence reigned. The faint, ebony light radiating from the black tower enveloped and shielded the four figures seated in meditation. Concurrently, Liu Ju, Sima Kong, Jin Yin, and Dan Yun found themselves amidst a sword sepulchre. Countless flying swords hung suspended in every direction, an awe-inspiring and chilling sight. Yet, these swords remained inert, devoid of movement or fluctuation. Their blades were faded and dilapidated, their spiritual essence long extinguished, their forms fractured. The verdant ground was studded with a multitude of broken swords. Some had disintegrated into mere shards, leaving only the worn hilt embedded in the earth, exuding an intense aura of sword energy and murderous intent. Beside the broken sword lies a multitude of skeletal remains, seated in a meditative posture, their forms upright, resembling a surge of sword energy ascending into the heavens. These lifeless bodies, though deceased, do not fall, they remain steadfast. Yet, upon these desiccated bones, alongside the intense sword intent that continuously surges forth within this sword tomb, there lingers a palpable essence of unwillingness, fury, hatred, and resentment. The sight evokes a profound melancholy, a deep sense of loss. In the realm of sword cultivators, they are the most formidable, yet also the most admirable. They can sever their spiritual ties, perish in body, yet their sword intent endures, their path remains eternal. Profound and enigmatic insights arise within Liu Ju's heart, as traces of the Tao manifest clearly from the depths of the sword tomb, taking shape as fiercely potent sword energies that meld into Liu Ju's spirit. He would rather grasp a bloodied sword in death than live a life of servitude. Suddenly, Liu Ju finds himself forging a peculiar connection with the myriad of scattered swords around him, entering an extraordinary state of consciousness, completely forgetting himself, the world, the passage of time, and even the concept of life and death. It is as if, in this moment, the only reality is the sword in his hand. As the four individuals step onto this sword tomb, 1,000 flying swords, whether intact or shattered, soar into the sky, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings. The sword intent surging like relentless tides, pressing inexorably upon them. Sima Kong, Jin Yin, and Shan Yun immediately feel their bodies and souls on the brink of shattering beneath the overwhelming intensity of the sword intent. They hastily retreat 10 paces, finally regaining their footing, channeling their spiritual energy to protect their minds, their faces reflecting the gravity of impending peril. Solely Liu Ju, with his singular sword, stood unyielding, his crimson hair fluttering wildly amidst the swirling sword energy as he gradually unsheathed the scarlet blade from his back, a mere drawing of the sword, utterly unyielding and fiercely resolute, preferring to break rather than bend. The 1,000 swords seemed to have been genuinely enraged, coalescing into a colossal, heaven-obscuring sword of immense proportions, with violent sword energies crisscrossing, causing even the air to emit agonizing roars. At this moment, within Liu Ju's mind and pupils, only the terrifyingly immense sword remained, descending from the high heavens with the force of a myriad of weights, cleaving down in a single strike. His entire being's sword intent converged to its zenith, akin to a ray of dawn poised to pierce through the dense, boundless darkness. The spiritual sword physique manifested, uniting with the long sword in his grasp, transforming into a scarlet sword shadow, dwarfed in comparison to the gigantic flying sword, resembling an ephemera attempting to topple a great tree. Yet with a single strike from top to bottom, the world may mock the mayfly's attempt to shake the tree, deeming it an overestimation of its capabilities. But who can truly comprehend the resolve and valor of knowingly facing the impossible, yet choosing to act nonetheless. Merely a stroke of the sword. The two sword shadows abruptly accelerated in the air, colliding in an instant. However, there was no explosive roar as anticipated, nor did sword energies surge wildly, nor even the slightest ripple occur. The 1,000 swords in the air dispersed, their tips gently touching, as if nodding in approval. The 1,000 flying swords divided into two, suspended on either side, leaving only a path in the center, leading to the depths of the great hall, where streams of space-tearing sword energy flowed. On the road, the air was thick with sword energy, cutting through the atmosphere like sharp blades, rendering the path impassable and instilling fear in the hearts of Jin Yin and her companions, who dared not approach. Yet, when Li Yuk stepped upon this path, the pervasive sword energy transformed into a gentle spring breeze, reminiscent of a benevolent elder, softly caressing her hair and the tip of her sword. 1,000 swords guarded the way. However, at this moment, Li Yuk was utterly oblivious, her eyes clouded, as if summoned by an unseen force, resolutely advancing deeper into the grand hall. Within the depths of the hall, beneath a colossal sword, stood the slender figure of a woman, her head bowed and eyes closed, her expression frigid, as if caught in a half-sleep, yet devoid of any semblance of life or movement. In an instant, the woman abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of brilliance flowing and coalescing within her pupils, accompanied by an overwhelming sword energy that soared skyward, embodying the fierce spirit of a woman who would not yield to men. At this moment, Li Yuk remained unaware that she had entered an enigmatic state of enlightenment, while the woman's inquiry directly probed the essence of the Tao, aiming to assist her in crystallizing her sword heart. However, this process was fraught with peril, for Li Yuk, at present, was merely at the perfected realm of the opening of the, far from grasping the profound Tao. Should the slightest hesitation or wavering cross her heart at this juncture, under the oppressive force of the Tao, her sword heart would undoubtedly shatter, causing her cultivation to regress in an instant, leaving her forever anchored at this threshold. As these words echoed, the sword energy roared, and behind the slender, delicate red figure, a towering sword rose, seemingly intent on tearing through the fabric of space and piercing into the celestial heavens. Though the aura of the colossal sword was feeble, it emanated a presence that rivaled the swordsmanship of the frigid woman, resonating like the thunderous tones of a grand bell. Upon hearing these words, the woman's expression momentarily froze. Her countenance, once as impenetrable as ancient ice, seemed to melt under the gentle caress of spring, revealing a fleeting smile of profound joy. In her icy gaze, warmth began to bloom, and in an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks. In my lifetime, I have devoted over 2,800 years to the pursuit of cultivation. With countless disciples and inquiries into the essence of the sword, I have sought the reason behind drawing the sword. Some do so to eradicate the injustices of the world, others to fulfill their own desires, some to master the path of slaughter, and others to ascend to higher realms with their blades. Yet, despite my relentless questioning, culminating in betrayal and demise within this secret realm, I have never uncovered the answer I sought. The woman gazed at Li Yujia, her brows quivering, on the verge of tears. Today, I have finally awaited this moment. As a sword cultivator, do I truly require a reason to unsheath my sword? It is merely the act of drawing the sword. Behind the two women, the towering sword shadows began to tremble violently. Waves of energy surged forth from the colossal sword behind the frigid woman, enveloping the sword-intense spirit of Li Yujia. In an instant, the massive sword disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into the ether. The woman, smiling through her tears, watched as her stunningly beautiful visage gradually turned to dust. Just as she was on the brink of complete dissolution, she waved her delicate hand, and a shimmering, ethereal small sword emerged from her brow, hovering before Li Yujia. I bestow upon you a primordial sword embryo, named Jade Steel, to aid in the forging of your life-bound flying sword upon entering the realm of manifestation. As sword cultivators, we remain undistracted and require no external assistance. Now that your sword heart has been forged, I find myself without further gifts to offer. My name, henceforth, need not be spoken to anyone. I only wish for you to inherit my sword intent, to wield your sword and ascend to the heavens, proclaiming to the myriad cultivators of this vast world that there still exists a female sword immortal. Li Yujia immediately bowed and clasped her hands in gratitude, unable to rise. Behind her, 1,000 swords trembled, as if recognizing a worthy master. Chapter 35, The Awakening of Memories. The azure lotus spun, inducing a sense of dizziness and enchantment. Zhao Qinbi found his consciousness enveloped in a vast expanse of darkness, with only a single azure lotus radiating an intoxicating glow, the sole beacon of light amidst the gloom. At this moment, Shikuan, Wang Yun, and Lu Fenglin had awakened from their meditative states, their auras surging with varying degrees of intensity. Particularly Shikuan, already tall and robust, now appeared even more majestic and powerful, with the latent power of dragons and tigers coursing beneath his skin, while strands of azure energy blossomed within his pupils. Even within his energy center, there was a discernible trend of spiritual energy gradually crystallizing, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. Lu Fenglin, too, reaped significant benefits. The heavenly thunder method he practiced was merely a fragment containing the first 3 levels of teachings from the Eastern Lin sect's scripture pavilion. However, the orthodox heavenly thunder method acquired from the Azure Lotus Taoist was not only clear in its structure and detailed in content, allowing for a continuous journey toward the pinnacle of the divine realm, but also encompassed countless experiences and insights. At that moment, only Zhao Qinbi remained seated in meditation, eyes closed and unyielding. Beneath him, an ethereal blue lotus arose from thin air, gently lifting Zhao Qinbi's form and emanating a cerulean radiance reminiscent of rippling water, enveloping his entire being. If one were to observe his inner soul through divine powers, countless threads of azure light would be seen intertwining and flickering, revealing that his once fragmented spirit had now been restored to 2 or 3/10 of its entirety. However, Zhao Qinbi's consciousness remained shrouded in darkness, leaving him utterly unaware. Yet, were he to sense anything, he would undoubtedly be astounded. For although only a fraction of his soul had been mended, it is essential to remember that in his previous life he was a revered figure on the cusp of nirvana and a mid-tier heavenly artisan, with a spirit of unimaginable strength. Moreover, at the time of his demise, he had suffered grave injuries, and the damage to his soul was so profound that merely relying on the remnants of his essence to reincarnate would not suffice for complete restoration in a short span of time. The radiant light transformed from the crystalline lotus seed, after nearly restoring his soul to 3/10 of its potential, was now entirely exhausted. At the bottom of his heart's lake, those dim and fractured fragments of memory, akin to slumbering echoes, now radiated a dazzling brilliance, with nearly half emerging to the surface. These fragments, embodying the memories of his life as Lu Fengming, floated forth, transforming into glimmers of spiritual light that merged into Zhao Qinbi's soul. Only those profound insights into cultivation, the essence of crafting, and some of the most obscure and deep-seated memories remained in a state of slumber. As if parting the mists to behold the light, Zhao Qinbi's dormant consciousness quietly began to awaken. Vast recollections, akin to tidal waves, surged towards him, threatening to engulf his very essence. Yet, instead of discomfort, he felt a familiar warmth, akin to a reunion with a long-lost friend, their countenance unchanged by time. Slowly, he opened his eyes, twin tempests swirling within his pupils. His gaze transcended the anxious faces of Shikuan and his companions, instead beholding distant epics and an immense trove of ancient lore. In the cosmos, there exist 7 realms, stratified in a celestial hierarchy, separated by the boundless expanse of the infinite vacuum and interstellar boundaries, traversable only by cultivators of the transcendent God realm. Among these, the lower realms number 4, the realms of mountains and seas, the great wilderness, the realm in the clouds, and the Azura realm, each possessing myriad phenomena and distinct characteristics. In the realm of mountains and seas, the entire plane is submerged beneath an ocean, upon which countless vast continents drift, boundless and infinite. Upon these continents, countless cultivation nations and sects are established, while within the seas, myriad sea demons dwell beyond measure. At the very center of this realm, a sacred mountain, immeasurably larger than all other continents, looms above the ocean's surface. As for the realm in the clouds, this realm possesses only sky, devoid of earth. Or rather, the countless floating cities suspended amidst the clouds, along with fragments of aerial continents, constitute the so-called Earth, perpetually enshrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. The Great Wilderness, as its name suggests, is a realm of desolation, devoid of vegetation. Yet, it teems with primeval demonic entities and ancient, exotic beasts. There are no true mortals in this realm. All are divided into tribal communities, cultivating the power of their physical bodies to ensure their survival. The realm is perpetually engulfed in warfare, a chaotic domain devoid of order or regulation. The most enigmatic of all realms is undoubtedly the Azura realm. Save for the Azura clansmen, scarcely do human or demon cultivators venture within its borders. The realm is devoid of any semblance of diurnal or nocturnal cycles. The firmament above is perpetually stained with a sanguinary hue, casting an eerie crimson glow upon the ancient terrain. The three paramount upper realms consist of the Sumeru, chaos, and heavenly demon realms. Apart from the chaos realm, which meanders through the void, perpetually enshrouded in primordial chaos, and about which even a nirvana powerhouse such as Daozenzi possesses scant knowledge, the Sumeru and heavenly demon realms boast immeasurable expanses, nearly tenfold the size of the lower realms. Within them, myriad races coexist, diverse cultivators abound, countless sects flourish, and nations proliferate like stars in the heavens, presenting a myriad of phenomena that defy simple encapsulation. Upon entering the middle three realms, one can truly be considered among the terrestrial immortals, possessing divine abilities capable of shifting mountains, filling rivers, summoning winds, and commanding rain. With a significant augmentation in lifespan, the core formation stage alone grants a lifespan of up to 500 years, while the nascent soul stage allows for a millennium of existence. As for the soul convergence stage, where the origin of the great Tao is nurtured and ascension looms, one can enjoy a venerable lifespan of 4 to 5 millennia. As for the upper three realms, since the ancient wars and the fragmentation of realms, which ultimately established the distinction between upper and lower realms, they can only emerge within the upper echelons of existence. Attaining the transcendent divinity realm empowers cultivators to cleave through spatial dimensions with celestial abilities upon the consummation of their great Tao. They then traverse the boundless void to ascend to higher realms, absorbing the immortal golden essence, a substance exclusive to the upper echelons and long since depleted in the lower planes. This process enables them to attain the imperishable realm, sculpting an immortal golden physique. A step further lies the Nirvana Grand Realm, whose denizens, absent the saints, are paragons of the cultivation world, veritable supreme beings. These powerhouses wield the force of nirvana, enabling them to reincarnate ceaselessly, making them exceedingly difficult to extinguish. As for the fabled Saint Realm, Lu Faming, in his previous life, cultivated for 100,000 years without ever hearing of it or witnessing it. Indeed, it is rumored throughout the great realms that the path to the Saint Realm has been lost and severed from the heavens and earth. Countless grandiose tidings detonated within his mind, like a cavalcade of 1,000 armies thundering across the wilderness, their hooves pounding the earth like violent peals of thunder, causing a distinct ache. The complete incantation for the stellar physique was now vividly manifest in his thoughts. This body refinement technique was not conceived by any single grand luminary, but has been circulating within the Sumeru Great Realm since ancient times, held in the grasp of certain powerful sections. Body refinement is also divided into 9 layers: the Vitality Realm, the Bone Condensation Realm, the Adamantine Realm, the Blood Core Realm, the Blood Infant Realm, the Een Moon Realm, the Fiery Sun Realm, the Starfield Realm, and the ethereal, equally extinct, physical sanctification. Zhao Qinbi, at this moment, was tempering his physique with stellar energy, condensing the essence of vitality in his heart, and entering the Vitality Realm. As fragments of recollection surfaced, an increasing number of memories crystallized in his mind. These recollections manifested as distant tableaus, simultaneously alien and familiar, captivating Zhao Qinbi to the point of entrancement. Chapter 36. Past and Present in a Fleeting Reverie. Bygone scenes unfolded before his eyes like a shadow play. He recalled his previous incarnation as Lu Fangming, the esteemed Hall Master of the Reincarnation Hall, one of the 7 great sects of the Sumeru realm. He had dedicated over 124,000 years to the pursuit of Tao, attaining the threshold of nirvana. A disciple of Daozenzi, the Nirvana Grandmaster, he stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, his prominence akin to the midday sun. He remembered a childhood marked by fleeting joy, overshadowed by gloom and countless tribulations. Born into a family of prominence and privilege, the son of a noble general, Lu Fangming's life took a tragic turn at the age of 7 due to courtly strife. Framed by treacherous individuals, he incurred the emperor's wrath, leading to his family's ruin and execution. He alone survived, rescued by his father's close friend at the cost of their own life. Living in seclusion, he sought refuge in the wilderness, evading imperial pursuit, concealing his identity and eking out a meager existence. He despaired of avenging his family by the age of 15. In a moment of utter despondency, he leapt from a precipice, only to be rescued mid-air by an elderly man. On that day, atop the cliff, bathed in resplendent sunlight and buffeted by strong winds, Lu Fangming knelt and pledged allegiance to Dao Xinzi as his master. Thus began an enduring bond between master and disciple, an inseparable connection that transcended lifetimes. Upon entering the reincarnation hall, he became one of its million disciples. Receiving Dao Xinzi's teachings, he devoted himself to the daily refinement of Taoist practices. Further tempering his body with the starlight of Sumeru, he cultivated both his physical form and mystical abilities. His progress was unstoppable, swiftly ascending to the nascent soul realm, surpassing his peers and establishing himself as an unparalleled prodigy. However, after becoming a terrestrial deity, the turmoil within his heart remained unresolved. To avenge a profound blood feud, he descended into the mortal realm, slaughtering an entire nation and becoming entangled in countless karmic sins. Burdened by the weight of his own misdeeds, and thus his cultivation stagnated. Yet, his mastery in the art of forging shone brilliantly, reaching the celestial tier and making him a sought-after figure in the vast realm of Shumi, gaining the favor of eminent cultivators from the three upper realms. One fateful day, within the Wheel of Reincarnation Temple, Dao Xinzi bestowed upon Lu Fangming a celestial treasure, the Shumi Jade, an enigmatic Dao artifact that even he could scarcely comprehend. In the years that followed, Lu Fangming journeyed across the land, delving into perilous realms and exploring the hidden mysteries of various spaces in search of fortuitous encounters. With the unwavering support of his master, he harnessed the pure and immortal golden essence to forge an indestructible golden body, ascending to the ranks of the three upper realms. Yet, this bliss was short-lived. When Lu Fangming first endeavored to enter the Nirvana realm, he faltered before the annihilating flames of the Nirvana heart. Finding himself halted like the vast majority of half-step Nirvana great lords in the world, unable to advance even an inch. 100,000 years elapsed, and Lu Fangming still lacked the courage to ignite his golden body with those heart flames of Nirvana, seeking a sliver of hope amidst the abyss to break through the arduous Nirvana realm. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared for his breakthrough, a sudden upheaval erupted within the sect. Nearly half of the members, from the esteemed elders to the ordinary attendants, rebelled violently, and even among the 5 temple lords, 3 turned against them. Among these was Su Xingya, one of Lu Fangming's senior brothers and a half-step Nirvana cultivator, who perished on the spot. Dao Xinzi, Lu Fangming's master, was besieged by 3 unknown Nirvana supremes, fighting desperately to secure a fleeting chance for Zhao Qinbi to escape. It was precisely for this glimmer of hope that Dao Xinzi perished on the spot, without even the slightest chance of Nirvana and reincarnation, utterly dissipating into the universe. Lu Fangming fled for a century, nearly reaching the end of his life, just one day away from infiltrating the land of no return to evade capture. He was still tracked down by his former confidant, ultimately resorting to disintegration and reincarnation. His past life's experiences, at this moment, lay before Zhao Qinbi like a thick, ancient book, being perused page by page. Turning the pages was easy, but overcoming the obstacles in his heart was an entirely different matter. Master. 2 streams of tears of blood flowed from Zhao Qinbi's eyes. Only such a profound and heart-wrenching feeling could tear one's mind apart, causing such tears of blood to flow. Am I Lu Fangming, or Zhao Qinbi? Zhao Qinbi muttered to himself, his face filled with bewilderment, his brow furrowed with deep pain. At that moment, with the full awakening of his memories, the shifting dominance between his past and present lives reappeared within Zhao Qinbi's soul. Within his pupils, the 2 storms swirled and collided, as if vying to establish a primary identity. Should he choose to inherit Lu Fangming's life memories and personality, fully awakening, or retain these memories while remaining primarily in his present life, choosing to be Zhao Qinbi within the small Donglan sect? He only felt a throbbing headache. Unwilling to contemplate these choices, Zhao Qinbi's thoughts drifted far away. Scenes and images flashed by, one after another, like a fleeting panorama. All were memories of his current life. Within the Donglan sect, Lu Lanji gave birth to him, dying with a smile. Within the sovereign sect, Zhao Xiuyun wept through the night, devastated by the irreparable ruin of his Dantian. Upon the back hills, Li Yuju and Shi Kuan remained steadfastly by his side, offering their constant companionship. He witnessed much, observing how Zhao Xiuyun's once vibrant black hair and spirited countenance had gradually faded and aged over the 8 years of relentless efforts to heal him. He recalled Zhao Shuyun, in his prime, soaring through the skies with him, stirring the very essence of the heavens for his sake alone, even drawing his sword against Sun Bihua without hesitation. He saw the affection in Li Yuju's gaze, a deep and unwavering devotion that had accompanied him every step of the way. He remembered Shikuan, that year, brandishing his staff and battling the disciples who mocked and berated him, enduring severe injuries in the process. He saw the disciples of the Eastern Lin sect, with whom he had spent countless days, the elders who imparted their knowledge, the black-robed stewards, and the mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies of the Eastern Lin sect. Finally, he beheld the fourth patriarch, dissolving with a smile within the Tao pagoda, entrusting him with the heartfelt words, "I entrust the Eastern Lin sect to you." As the visions shattered, a light gradually returned to Zhao Qinbi's eyes. Before Zhao Qinbi could speak, the three of them unexpectedly declared in unison, "If this celestial sovereign is truly allowed to be reborn through possession, our sects will face a dire calamity. Therefore, we are willing to accompany you." A surge of warmth welled up within him, reinforcing Zhao Qinbi's conviction that choosing his current personality and the great Tao as his foundation was the right decision. A wisp of dark light slowly emanated from Zhao Qinbi's palm. He decided to cease concealing the residual ash within his arm, instead gripping his blade firmly and donning the translucent gauntlet. The azure shield danced erratically at his side. With the impending battle at hand, they lay in wait, prepared for combat. Shi Kuan, Wang Yun, and Lu Fenglin were equally resolute, their bodies suffused with spiritual energy as they summoned their magical artifacts, elevating their spirits to the utmost pinnacle. Having resolved their intentions, the trio exhibited no hesitation, hastening forward under Wang Yun's guidance, racing towards the colossal tower that had been fully revealed as the mist dissipated. Beneath the tower, a series of azure steps rose from the mire of the swamp, extending upward to connect with a grand plaza above. Flanking the plaza's entrance stood two weathered stone statues, their surfaces marred and crumbling, exuding an aura of ancient decay. At that moment, fragments of limestone began to peel away, and the statues rose from the ground, their crimson, wrathful eyes fixating on the approaching Zhao Qinbi and his companions. The statues radiated an overwhelming presence akin to that of early-stage travelers of the distant realm. Zhao Qinbi grinned, his eyes alight with fierce determination. Two second-tier stone golems. Shi Kuan, Wang Yun, Lu Fenglin, allow me to engage one alone. What say you? The three exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions devoid of fear, all but certain of victory in the duel ahead. Chapter 37. Starfall/a streak of black luminescence materialized in the air, akin to a rift between heaven and earth. It was Zhao Qinbi, advancing with his blade, poised to strike fiercely at the now fully awakened stone golem to his left. The gargoyle, cloaked in a shade of ashen black, bore a skin as unyielding and coarse as stone. Its head, resembling that of a wolf, was accompanied by a serpentine body, and from its back sprouted a pair of grotesque wings akin to those of a bat. Its eyes, a deep crimson, shone with a ferocity reminiscent of gems from the depths of hell. At this moment, as Zhao Qinbi unleashed a swift strike, the gargoyle extended its massive, gray-black hand, veins bulging and nails jutting out like talons, lunging towards the shadow of the black blade. A cacophony of metallic clashing echoed as Zhao Qinbi spun midair, landing gracefully on the ground, his body sinking slightly before he forcefully propelled himself upward with a fierce upward thrust. The gargoyle, now endowed with sentience, felt a surge of anger upon failing to sever the blade in Zhao Qinbi's grasp. Yet, the deep, gaping wound in its palms sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through its being, accompanied by strange gray lightning that seeped into its flesh, leaving it with a sense of withering. Witnessing Zhao Qinbi's audacity to advance once more ignited an extraordinary rage within. The gargoyle's wolf-like head opened wide, emitting a jet-black mist interspersed with flickers of red light, charging toward Zhao Qinbi in a menacing assault. With a cold smirk, Zhao Qinbi remained unfazed, his left hand swiftly forming a mystical gesture, conjuring a spear of gray lightning, half his height, as if thunder had erupted within a confined space. He hurled it forth, colliding with the dark mist. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shattering the horrifying specter of black mist into a swirling cloud, which gradually dispersed. Amidst the remnants of the darkness, stars began to twinkle, and a figure emerged, soaring through the air. Zhao Qinbi summoned the celestial essence to its utmost limit, his dual pupils nearly transforming into stars themselves. And an immense power erupted from his entire being. Known as the stellar Tao body, when cultivated to perfection, it grants a force comparable to that of the stars. How could mere mortals hope to withstand it? With a single stroke of his blade, the air was cleaved as if it were mere water, torn apart along the sleek, obsidian edge. The elongated sword, wielded with an astonishing swiftness, pierced through the statue demon's formidable chest before its claw could grasp him, even severing one of its massive bat wings in the process. Having successfully struck, Zhao Qinbi swiftly planted a foot upon the statue demon's chest, leveraging the force to withdraw his blade and retreat with a flourish. The statue demon let out a pained and furious roar. Despite enduring severe injuries, its aura showed no signs of waning. Instead, its ferocity surged forth, the gray-black stone skin gradually taking on a hint of crimson, while the massive gash upon its chest began to heal slowly. Zhao Qinbi retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring, seizing the opportunity to absorb its energy rapidly, replenishing the substantial expenditure he had just incurred. Shikuan wielded a massive azure staff, upon which faint dragon energy coiled, and each strike resonated with the roar of a tiger, unleashing a tremendous force that met the relentless onslaught of the demon's claws, holding his ground valiantly. Meanwhile, Lu Fenglin stood upon a yellow flying artifact resembling a leaf, hovering 2 zhang above the ground, with one hand gripping a spirit stone and the other deftly forming incantations. He continuously unleashed astonishing bolts of thunderous arrows, bombarding the statue demon and inflicting excruciating pain upon its stone form. Wang Yun, unwilling to be outdone, especially after absorbing the enigmatic 6th-tier demon spirit, was enveloped in a swirling aura of demonic energy. With a graceful lift of her jade-like hand, streams of violet flames erupted from both the ground and the air, penetrating into the body of the gargoyle, exacerbating its plight. Simultaneously, Zhao Qinbi re-engaged in combat with the gargoyle. In its frenzied state, the creature's speed and strength surged by approximately 30%, dark tendrils of energy coiling around its claws. Yet, Zhao Qinbi was equally undaunted. He eschewed any form of defense, choosing instead to launch relentless assaults, a torrent of blades converging from all directions, effectively suppressing the gargoyle, which was considerably more formidable in terms of cultivation. As their fierce clash continued, numerous significant cuts appeared on the gargoyle's body, and under the ceaseless erosion of ashen thunder, its vitality began to wane. Zhao Qinbi, however, was not without his own burdens. Having crossed a substantial realm, he found himself battling this gargoyle, comparable to a practitioner of the distant travel realm, and his spiritual energy had been depleted by nearly 50 to 60%. Even his physical form was beset by fatigue, rendering him increasingly beleaguered. Drawing a deep breath, Zhao Qinbi resolved to no longer prolong the confrontation, but to strike decisively. Within the star path body cultivation method, akin to spiritual power techniques, there existed numerous secret arts. However, Zhao Qinbi's low cultivation level rendered the application of the star spirit body exceptionally arduous, let alone the mastery of other formidable abilities with celestial prowess, such as the starfall strike, capable of effortlessly shattering space itself. In that moment, Zhao Qinbi was struck by a bold idea. Contemplating the fusion of his physical strength with spiritual energy, he sought to harness the power of his soul to propel the already extraordinary spiritual weapon, the long knife named Yuhui, to execute a simplified version of the stellar destruction strike. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the crimson-hued gargoyle unleashed a putrid whirlwind and charged forward once more. Without hesitation, Zhao Qinbi allowed the celestial energy to surge forth from his vital essence, enveloped by his mental force, as it seeped from his arm and coalesced upon the obsidian blade, swirling violently like a tempest. Simultaneously, the vast spiritual energy from his purple-golden chi reservoir, infused with hints of purple-golden aura, was unleashed in a frenzied torrent towards Yuhui, intensifying the storm upon the blade. It appeared as if a miniature star was continuously forming and shattering at its core. In an instant, this diminutive star, perfectly shaped, bathed the dark long knife in a faint azure glow. Zhao Qinbi then channeled his physical power, striking fiercely at the nearby gargoyle. As he executed the blow, he felt as though he were lifting a celestial body. His physical strength was rapidly depleted, and his muscles ignited with excruciating pain. Concurrently, his soul's mental force and the energy from his chi reservoir poured forth like a torrential flood, desperately sustaining the fragile formation of the miniature star. Zhao Qinbi's vision dimmed. A sharp pain racked his mind, and he felt as if he were on the verge of being drained of his very essence. At that moment, the blade, infused with stellar energy, descended with ferocity. The miniature star at its tip erupted instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that engulfed two figures in an instant. With a flash, Zhao Qinbi spat blood, crashing heavily to the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. Strikingly, the ferocious second-tier stone gargoyle was instantly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Qinbi could not help but chuckle bitterly. Logically, given his formidable combat prowess cultivated through the dual mastery of both magical and physical cultivation, he could have easily dispatched the second-tier stone gargoyle with the mere expenditure of a low-grade spirit stone, emerging unscathed. However, due to a sudden whimsical notion, he had nearly drained his internal spiritual energy, mental force, and physical strength, and was further injured by the recoil of his simplified version of the celestial destruction strike. Yet, to his delight, despite the heavy toll this reckless venture had exacted, the revised and simplified celestial destruction strike exhibited astonishing power. The already frenzied second-tier stone gargoyle could not withstand even a moment before it melted away, completely annihilated. Zhao Qinbi had a vague sense that with this strike, none below the manifestation realm could possibly withstand its brilliance, and even formidable cultivators within the manifestation realm would likely hesitate to endure it. Moreover, this was executed at the cultivation level of the opening mansion realm. Should he ascend further, the power would surely be even more terrifying. Chapter 38. The Elder at the tower's summit. As Zhao Qinbi sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently recovering his severely depleted body with spiritual energy. The battle among Shi Kuan and his companions in the plaza was drawing to a close. At this juncture, the crimson-hued gargoyle, its lupin had a stark visage of torment, had lost an arm entirely. The cauterized, immense severance bore testament to the scorching inferno that had violently rent it asunder. Its once majestic bat wings, now tattered and pulped by Lu Fenglin's relentless celestial arrows, were drawn inward, quivering in agony. Shi Kuan, for his part, was riddled with grievous wounds, 5 or 6 gashes, each the size of a bowl, incessantly weeping blood. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain. Azure currents, akin to tempestuous winds, swirled around him, accelerating the mending of his ghastly injuries. Perceiving imminent triumph, Shi Kuan gripped his massive cudgel with renewed vigor, unleashing palpable waves of cerulean spiritual energy. His pupils flickered with phantasmal dragon and tiger images, and an alien aura surged forth, indicative of a secret art being invoked. Even his skin deepened in hue. Etched with azure dragon, a terrifying spiritual force, akin to a torrential surge, cascaded from Shi Kuan's sinewy hands, wielding the pillar-like stone club. It resembled an azure dragon soaring through the firmament, crashing down upon the gargoyle's immense lupin head. Even before the blow landed, the tempestuous azure gale engulfed the gargoyle's entire form, eliciting a harrowing wail of excruciating pain. Its wounds, which had begun to heal, were violently reopened, spewing forth a torrent of ashen ichor. Seeing no escape, the gargoyle extended its sole remaining hand in a desperate attempt to shield itself. However, against such a devastating and earth-shattering blow, all resistance proved futile. The cyan cudgel crashed down upon the grotesque, black-red hand of the gargoyle, and the hand, as sturdy as bedrock, fractured instantly, unable to impede its force in the slightest. Without pause, the cyan cudgel then struck the gargoyle's massive wolfish head, and a chilling sound of shattering echoed as the enormous head disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Bereft of its head, the gargoyle's remains ceased their movements, collapsing to the ground and dissolving into wisps of gray-black mist, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing the gargoyle's utter annihilation, the trio visibly relaxed, hastily ceasing the circulation of their turbulent spiritual energy. They then retrieved low-grade spirit stones, seeking to replenish their spent reserves. Below the steps, Zhao Qinbi, having consumed 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones, felt his violet gold chi reservoir brimming with abundant spiritual energy once more. His physical strength had recovered to 70 or 80% of its peak, and his entire being exuded a star-like power. Only his soul's mental power was greatly depleted, bordering on overexhaustion, threatening to damage his very spirit, requiring a prolonged period of rest to fully recover. Fortunately, the cyan lotus left behind by the Qinglian Taoist floated above his heart lake, continuously rotating and emitting ethereal strands of cyan energy, steadily nourishing Zhao Qinbi's spirit. Zhao Qinbi grasped the remaining ashes once more, and with a swift movement, he traversed the countless steps, arriving at the plaza. Witnessing the successful vanquishing of the gargoyles by Shikuan and his companions, Zhao Qinbi offered a subtle nod, refraining from further comment. With a swift flash, he hastened towards the colossal obsidian tower that pierced the sky at the far end of the plaza. 3 days had elapsed since the disciples of the 10 sects had entered this secret realm, leaving a little more than half of the 7-day agreement remaining. However, since the awakening of his memories, Zhao Qinbi, relying on his innate sense of impending doom honed over 100,000 years of cultivation in his previous life, felt an increasingly oppressive and unsettling sensation as time wore on. Deep within, he even sensed that the celestial venerable, who had been at the peak of the Tongshan realm in life, was gradually awakening. Without further delay, Zhao Qinbi promptly led the trio into the heart of the towering black structure. According to the Azure Lotus Taoist, the patriarch of the Heavenly Tao sect was sealed within this very place to withstand the refining power of the soul-devouring true spirit grand formation. He had evidently resorted to confining himself within the tower. As the four stepped into the tower, a series of massive sconces embedded in the tower walls suddenly ignited, casting an eerie, viridescent glow that illuminated the ground floor. The scene that unfolded before them sent shivers down their spines. As far as the eye could see, countless skeletons lay strewn about, each frozen in a unique posture, but all bearing the unmistakable expressions of agony and torment in their final moments. These skeletons were enveloped in an intensely concentrated aura of resentment, and their empty sockets suddenly flickered with a faint light as they turned their gaze towards Zhao Qinbi and his companions. An overwhelming sense of peril descended upon their minds. At this very moment, atop Zhao Qinbi's heart lake, a cerulean Tao lotus unexpectedly revealed a spectral image, hovering above his head and emanating waves of extraordinary light. The hundreds of menacing skeletons, poised to surge forward, could not help but tremble upon witnessing this azure lotus, immediately collapsing to their knees. In the depths of his being, Zhao Qinbi seemed to hear a sigh. The cerulean lotus flashed once more, radiating azure strands like cascading water. As the light swept over the kneeling, withered skeletons, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, their forms disintegrating into ashes. Observing the hundreds of disciples from the Heavenly Tao sect who had perished with resentment, Zhao Qinbi could not help but sigh within. Once the ground was cleared of skeletal remains, a narrow, dark stone staircase emerged from the shadows. Zhao Qinbi exchanged glances with Shikuan and the others. No longer hesitating, they steeled their resolve and began to ascend the stone steps. The staircase spiraled upward, seemingly leading to the pinnacle of the tower, devoid of any extensions or turns, unlike the grand structure of the Eastern Lin sect's tower, which featured vast plazas on each level. As they approached the summit, the cerulean Tao lotus above Zhao Qinbi's head shone ever more brilliantly, illuminating the pitch-dark interior of the tower as if it were midday. Just as they felt a sense of interminable delay, a turn brought them abruptly to solid ground. With no further steps to ascend, before them loomed a stone wall, completely sealed off. Upon witnessing this scene, the four individuals exchanged glances filled with unease. At that moment, Shikuan too sensed the increasingly potent aura of malevolent blood pervading the space, surmising that the time for the celestial sovereign's revival was drawing near. Anxious beyond measure, he promptly wielded his massive staff and struck forcefully against the stone wall. Following a resounding crash, Shikuan staggered back several paces, feeling a formidable recoil reverberate through the staff, causing his hands to tingle and his chest to churn with tumultuous energy. Zhao Qinbi turned his gaze towards the stone wall, pondering thoughtfully for a brief moment before lifting his head with newfound clarity. He summoned the azure Tao lotus from his heart lake, allowing it to detach and drift slowly towards the stone wall. To their astonishment, this seemingly indestructible black stone wall began to transform into streams of azure water upon the gentle contact of the Tao lotus, gradually dissolving to reveal an immense azure mat behind it. Seated upon the mat was an elderly Taoist, his eyes closed in meditation, yet his body floated 3 feet above the mat, suspended in the air. The old man's hair and beard were entirely white, clad in a robe of jade-colored brocade, with a yellow belt adorned with crane patterns cinching his waist. Upon his head rested a Taoist crown, intricately engraved with the true path of the 5 mountains. Shaped like an inverted bell, his countenance exuded tranquility, and his demeanor was serene. Had it not been for the skeletal arms and legs protruding from his robe, he would have appeared to embody the very essence of ethereal grace. At this moment, the old Taoist formed a peculiar mudra with his right hand, positioning it about an inch above his right shoulder. His ring finger passed through the back of his middle finger, while his index finger curled around the ring finger, pointing downward. The tips of his thumb and little finger were nestled in his palm, with the middle finger extended upwards. However, Zhao Qinbi instantly recognized that it was the Vajra finger utilized by the Taoist sect. In the left hand of the old Taoist priest, he firmly grasped a massive talisman entirely enveloped in a golden hue, resembling one forged from pure gold. This talisman emanated an exquisite and resplendent golden light, with intricate and complex patterns adorning both sides, exuding an aura of terrifying potency. It was, in fact, an exceedingly rare 6th-grade supreme talisman. Yet, this talisman appeared somewhat faded due to its ancient origins and the scarcity of spiritual energy. The intricate lines upon it had dimmed slightly, and some corners had entirely vanished. Zhao Qinbi took a deep breath. From this talisman, he sensed an immensely formidable suppressive force, seemingly a Taoist secret talisman intended to subdue malevolent entities. At that moment, under the radiant illumination of the azure Taoist lotus before him, the old Taoist in the blue robe, whose body had crumbled to mere bones save for his head, slowly opened his eyes. Upon the old Taoist's awakening, a wave of astonishment surged through the hearts of the onlookers, for within his eye sockets, one pupil was black and the other white, rotating slowly like the yin and yang. An invisible pressure emerged, though it was neither intentionally released nor aimed at the four present. Zhao Qinbi and the others felt an overwhelming weight that made their very bones ache with discomfort. Zhao Qinbi let out a cold snort and promptly activated the Shumi Jade, unleashing a mysterious barrier that abruptly isolated this immense pressure. The old Taoist's expression shifted, abruptly awakening from an enduring slumber. He turned to gaze at Zhao Qinbi, his eyes flashing with brilliance, revealing a fleeting astonishment and disbelief, clearly recognizing Zhao Qinbi's reincarnated form, yet choosing to remain silent about it. At that moment, a profound surge of spiritual energy coursed into the azure Tao lotus, causing his countenance to fluctuate, now sorrowful, now indignant, now despondent, and then comforted. After a prolonged silence, the old Taoist let out a heavy sigh and spoke slowly. It has been 10,000 years. Since the four young friends have encountered the green lotus, there is no need for me to elaborate on the circumstances of this space. Zhao Qinbi nodded. Since we have dared to come here, the Taoist must be aware of our intentions. Earlier, I observed the talisman in your hand, which seems to possess the power to transcend the heavens. With the heavenly sovereign's awakening imminent, I wonder if there is any method you possess to hinder it? The old Taoist smiled wryly. I am known as Yin Yangzi. Although I attained the mid-stage of the divine realm a millennium ago, in the presence of the fully realized heavenly sovereign, if we had the capability to contend with such power, would we have been subdued and reduced to mere nourishment for this soul-devouring, true spirit array? There are those who, regardless of their might or lofty status, willingly bow down to protect the myriad beings of this world, exhausting themselves for the sake of others' lives and deaths, preserving the faint ember of humanity deep within, willing to sacrifice their lives for righteousness, to sing defiantly towards death, unhesitant even if it leads to their demise. The four individuals, upon hearing the words, could not help but cast their gaze once more upon the golden talisman held by Yin Yangzi. It was only then that they noticed the two skeletal arms of Yin Yangzi, which remained frozen in the gesture of sealing the talisman, utterly motionless. Just as the four were engulfed in confusion and were about to inquire, Yin Yangzi, with an expression of resignation, spoke. Among the 8 of us, I bear the heaviest burden of refining power. After 10 millennia, my body has been completely refined. My spiritual energy has dissipated, rendering me unable to move. And I cannot command the activation of this talisman. May I ask, Honorable Taoist, how much spiritual energy is required to activate it? Zhao Qinbi, feeling a stir in his heart, hurriedly asked. Yin Yangzi's countenance darkened to the utmost degree, filled with a profound sense of loss. Alas, with your meager spiritual energy at the opening realm, it is undoubtedly insufficient. If only you had spiritual stones to assist, that would be favorable. However, given your low realms, you likely possess very few. Yet before he could finish his words, Zhao Qinbi directly retrieved 100 inferior spiritual stones from his spatial ring. Not only Yin Yangzi, but even Shirkuan and the others wore expressions of disbelief, as if they were re-evaluating the person before them. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi felt as though his heart was bleeding, seeing Yin Yangzi's lack of response. He gritted his teeth and resolutely produced all the spiritual stones he had absorbed and condensed from the Tao Tower, totaling over 260 inferior spiritual stones, now piled upon the ground, emanating strands of extraordinarily pure spiritual energy that stirred the minds of all present. Given the gravity of the situation, even though Zhao Qinbi had always been exceedingly frugal with spiritual stones, harboring a pathological obsession, he acted without hesitation, resolutely committed. Upon witnessing this, Yin Yangzi's aged visage gradually illuminated with a trace of relieved mirth, suggesting that the heavens have not forsaken us. In an instant, 200 pieces of spiritual stone shattered into dust, releasing an overwhelming surge of concentrated spiritual energy that swirled around Yin Yangzi's skeletal hand. Astonishingly, the bony fingers began to sprout tendrils of flesh, transforming into a powerful, aged hand, with one hand forming mystical gestures and the other grasping a talisman. He exuded an aura reminiscent of the venerable Laozi descending to the mortal realm. Yin Yangzi commanded with authority. He bellowed, as his right hand, resembling a diamond finger, struck the golden talisman, causing it to shimmer and ignite with fierce flames. Brilliant golden threads erupted from the fiery blaze, racing towards the heart of the secret realm, where the tomb of the celestial sovereign lay, gradually entwining and suppressing the grand formation that continuously infused with vital blood essence. The heavens and earth transformed, illuminated as if by golden light. Within the tomb, a colossal coffin, drenched in crimson as though bathed in blood, housed a diminutive blood-colored primordial infant, who suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a flicker of anguish. Simultaneously, Yin Yangzi's form disintegrated piece by piece, dissipating into nothingness, save for his head, which retained its original appearance, yet bore an unwavering determination in his eyes. There was neither resentment nor hesitation. The moment had arrived. With a resounding shout, Yin Yangzi began to chant esoteric Taoist incantations. And as he recited, the colossal black tower trembled violently. A cluster of black luminescence ascended from the pinnacle of the tower, instantaneously transforming into 7 radiant beams that cleaved through the oppressive heavens, racing towards the location of the 7 diminutive black towers suspended in the void. Wherever they traversed, the fabric of space shattered, fissures spreading across the celestial tapestry, rendering the already precarious realm even more fragmented. In an instant, the 7 black towers surged skyward, exuding resplendent light that intertwined and connected, manifesting the configuration of the Big Dipper. With the formation in place, a tremendous spiritual pressure enveloped the entire secret realm, causing the surviving 60 to 70 disciples of the 10 sects to feel an overwhelming weight descending upon them. Fortunately, this pressure arrived with swiftness and vanished just as abruptly. In a fleeting moment, 7 bolts of black celestial lightning erupted from the tips of the towers, resembling 7 furious black dragons, bearing a chilling aura of terrifying power as they plummeted towards the tomb of the celestial sovereign. The heavens roared, and the majestic, solemn black palace began to disintegrate from top to bottom, crumbling into dust. Within the blood-red coffin, the blood-colored primordial infant of the celestial sovereign emitted a pained wail. Its visage contorted in fury as it forcefully unsealed the coffin and emerged. An oppressive, terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped every corner of the secret realm, even reaching the distant Zhao Qinbi and his companions atop the left tower, who felt a profound tremor within their souls. This aura was fearsome and menacing, yet it seemed to bear the weight of grievous injuries, exuding an essence of exhaustion and frailty. With his cranium on the verge of utter dissolution, Yin Yangzi, in his final act, employed the mystical art of spatial confinement, utilizing his remaining spiritual energy to sequester Zhao Qinbi from the others, uttering with reverence, "Esteemed senior, I have exerted every ounce of my strength. This celestial venerable, now heavily wounded and suppressed, surely possesses a cultivation level no higher than the manifest spirit realm. Senior, as a reincarnation of a great power, gathering the remaining disciples, you can certainly vanquish him. I implore you, senior." A tempest of light gradually coalesced within Zhao Qinbi's gaze. "Rest assured, venerable Taoist, I shall take it from here." Chapter 40. A manifest spirit realm blood infant. In the heart of the secret realm, concurrent with the cataclysmic disintegration of the imposing yet sinister Grand Nether Palace, approximately 30 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect, the Deer Cry Manor, and various other sects experienced a violent tremor of their spirits, each vomiting a mouthful of blood, their auras diminished to varying degrees. The fourth prince, Gao Yu, surrounded by 10 disciples of the Deer Crime Manor, now found himself upon the vast bluestone plaza adjacent to the Nether Palace. Moreover, Gao Yu had successively acquired the legacies of several ancient cultivators interred within this place, along with an abundance of elixirs and mystical artifacts. However, as he followed the guidance of the celestial compass to this deepest part of the secret realm, on the verge of reaching the colossal black Nether Palace, the celestial compass, crafted by his father in the nascent soul realm with concentrated dragon energy, shattered into fragments instantaneously. Due to the sympathetic connection, Gao Yu immediately coughed up a mouthful of vital essence, tinged with golden draconic energy. As the Nether Palace crumbled and collapsed, an immensely savage and overwhelming spiritual pressure descended from the heavens, engulfing the entire expanse and causing Gao Yu's spirit to tremble violently, resulting in further hemorrhaging. Those nearest to the Nether Palace, with Wang Jianxing leading over a dozen Sky Sword sect disciples, bore the brunt of this force, with several succumbing to unconsciousness on the spot, their very souls extinguished. Gasps of horror reverberated through the air as a wave of debilitating fear washed over everyone, stifling any semblance of resistance. They hastily commandeered their magical artifacts, fleeing towards the entrance. However, the crimson silhouette moved with such blistering celerity that, in a series of swift movements, it transformed the Sky Sword sect disciples into desiccated husks amidst cries of despair. Only Wang Jianxing, by detonating his spiritual weapon and deploying a precious talisman of substitution, narrowly escaped death. The scarlet apparition paused, hovering in midair, revealing its horrifying visage. It was a nascent soul, scarcely half the size of a man, yet its face was aged and decrepit, marred by decay. One eye was missing, while the other bulged grotesquely, oozing a stream of vile blood. The entire nascent soul was covered in festering sores, teeming with crimson cadaverous worms that burrowed in and out, inciting revulsion in those who beheld it. After a moment, the nascent soul ceased its pursuit of Wang Jianxing, turning its ravenous gaze upon Gao Yu, sending a chill down his spine. The true dragon form, indeed a marvelous embodiment of flesh and blood, possesses such rich draconic energy. After my awakening, I was troubled by the inability to find a suitable vessel for possession, yet unexpectedly, this splendid gift has been bestowed upon me. The crimson primordial infant emitted a spine-chilling, horrific cackle, extending its tongue to lick its lips, its eyes flashing with a sanguine light as it fixated intently on Gao Yu, uttering words tinged with excitement. Once targeted by this blood infant, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis surged within, exploding like heavenly thunder, far more intense than the near-fatal encounter with my half-brother, the Crown Prince, years prior, causing involuntary twitches at the corners of my eyes and a violent tremor within my spirit. As the crimson primordial infant locked onto Gao Yu, it cackled once more, unleashing a tempest of sanguine fury that swept through the crowd. Before Gao Yu could utter a sound, 10 disciples from the looming mountain villa, sensing the palpable threat of death, instinctively channeled their spiritual energy, positioning themselves to form an esoteric small formation. Above their heads, wisps of white mist emanated, intertwining and accumulating in the air, coalescing into a magnificent stag with a single grand horn, its body pure white, standing upon white flames, exhaling streaks of thunder. Upon its emergence, the stag revealed a formidable cultivation level, rivaling that of a late-stage traveler, generating waves of resonant energy. However, the 10 disciples who conjured the formation were not unscathed. Their faces were nearly devoid of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the white deer glared fiercely, its hooves striking the void with fervor, generating waves of energy that radiated outward in all directions. Lowering its head, it charged toward the blood-colored primordial infant with its enormous, sharp antlers. However, this spectral white deer, comparable to a late-stage traveler, merely caused a momentary pause in the blood light of the primordial infant before emitting a heart-wrenching wail, dissolving into specks of spiritual light, which were swiftly consumed by the infant. Among the 10 disciples of Deer Call Mountain, 3 were immediately struck down, spewing blood and succumbing to a backlash. Gao Yu felt a bitter pang in his heart, involuntarily swallowing hard, a flicker of despair rising in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinbi stood firmly upon the ashes of the great blade, transforming into a streak of black light, racing alongside Shikuan and the others with all their might toward the center of the secret realm. Zhao Qinbi's expression was gravely serious. The terrifying aura that had just emerged instilled within him an ominous premonition, akin to a needle piercing his skin, accompanied by a sharp sting. Equipped with the pinnacle of spiritual weapons, the ashes of the Great Blade, and the celestial spirit crystal gloves that could amplify his power and shield him from attacks, as well as the Tide Shield, which could withstand assaults from travelers, he was further bolstered by the longbow, chasing lightning, stored in his spatial pouch. Excluding the numerous spiritual herbs that were currently ineffective, this constituted Zhao Qinbi's entire fortune. As for the Shumi Jade, though it was a heavenly-grade artifact, it had yet to be restored and offered only minor auxiliary benefits, failing to provide any substantial aid in combat. Above, spatial fissures spread like a spider's web, accompanied by the sound of shattering, indicating the imminent collapse of space. The oppressive, sanguinary aura intensified with proximity, akin to being submerged in the abyssal depths. Violent detonations emanated from the distant Sandstone Hall, generating surging waves that upturned the ground's flagstones, causing them to collide and shatter into fragments. Zhao Qinbi and the others exchanged glances and swiftly descended upon their magical instruments, concealing themselves behind the ruin's shattered walls, observing with rapt attention. At the square's center, the celestial venerable's exceedingly sanguinary nascent soul had swollen several times over, sprouting thick, crimson tentacles from its back as it engaged in battle with a golden-armored, halberd-wielding talisman general. Radiant with golden light, golden threads extended from the talisman general's back, connecting it to dozens of Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. The most substantial golden thread connected to Gao Yu's brow, revealing the talisman general as his trump card for survival. Gao Yu's countenance was pallid as he clutched inferior-grade spirit stones, frantically extracting their spiritual energy, yet he felt increasingly inadequate. Even his robust physique showed signs of withering. Chapter 41. Follow me in a death struggle. Sensing the exceedingly sanguinary and malevolent aura, as if emanating from the infernal depths, Zhao Qinbi and his companions were filled with solemnity. The aura emanating from it radiated fluctuations indicative of a terrifying late-stage manifestation realm, rivaling even Elder Feng Che's. Instilling utter despair, Wang Yun, being of a gentle disposition, now had a glimmer of desolate hopelessness in her eyes, trembling as she murmured, How could this be? Shikuan and Lu Fenglin also felt immensely oppressed and powerless, especially Lu Fenglin. The lightning he had meticulously gathered was now dispelled under the pressure of this aura, his mind wavering. Zhao Qinbi was now internally conflicted. Never having anticipated that after such terrifying suppression and attacks, the Celestial Venerable would only have fallen to the late-stage manifestation realm, contrary to Yin Yangzi's expectations. Moreover, what was even more disheartening was that, as time passed, the cultivation fluctuations on the Celestial Venerable's nascent soul were slowly but steadily climbing. The development of the situation had completely exceeded Zhao Qinbi's control. Regardless of his reincarnation as a great power and the possession of extraordinary treasures, he was powerless in the face of this two-realm disparity. It was even highly probable that he would be annihilated by the Celestial Venerable's attack, or that the Celestial Venerable would detect his reincarnation, thereby seizing and devouring his memories and soul. Lu Fenglin shook his head with a touch of melancholy. Zhao, while the Celestial Venerable is still engaged in battle with the golden-armored giant and hasn't noticed us, let's take the opportunity to escape to the entrance and implore the sect master to open the spatial channel. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun echoed in trepidation, concurring, indeed. Senior Brother Zhao, it is not that we are devoid of empathy, but rather that the situation has spiraled beyond all expectations. For us to step forward would be tantamount to courting death. Only Shikuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhao Qinbi. The atmosphere was laden with an unbearable tension. Zhao Qinbi's hands were clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned a ghastly white, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Upon his brow, his once refined and elegant eyebrows were now drawn together in a tight knot, and even within his pupils, crimson threads had begun to appear. It was evident that Zhao Qinbi was undergoing immense torment within his heart. He was acutely aware that against this celestial, venerable nascent soul, now in the advanced stages of manifestation, his party possessed less than a 1 in 10 chance of victory. The words of Wang Yun and Lu Fenglin were not without reason. To rashly advance would be akin to throwing their lives away. Moreover, having been reborn in this life, burdened with profound vendettas and shrouded in the mysteries of the past sect upheaval, Zhao Qinbi, could not reconcile himself to such an end. Therefore, to retreat was the logical course. But to retreat just like that? Within Zhao Qinbi's mind, a monumental conflict seemed to erupt. The celestial venerable continued his relentless assault, battering the talisman general's golden armor until its spiritual light dimmed and flickered precariously. And upon the plaza, dozens of individuals still struggled to hold their ground, coughing up blood, their faces etched with despair, resentment, fury, and a sense of helplessness. These sensations that Zhao Qinbi loathed most intensely surged within his heart once more. Was his path in this life destined to be one of perpetual retreat? Truly, it was unbearable. Within his mind, a furious roar seemed to resound throughout the heavens and earth. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the trio, Zhao Qinbi laboriously rose to his feet, his movements deliberate, yet evoking the image of a colossal mountain gradually ascending from the earth. Deliberately, he secured the katana at his waist, once more employing his mental prowess to perceive the intrinsic sword energy left within his mental sea by Zhao Shuyun, a resolve solidifying within him. Confronting the abyss-like pressure, Zhao Qinbi slowly raised his head, his raven hair fluttering wildly as he softly spoke, seemingly addressing others, yet perhaps soliloquizing. His voice, though faint, carried through the air, imparting a sense of melancholy and despondency. In the depths of the netherworld, faced with the peak rank 6 soul-devouring ghoul, I retreated for the first time, helplessly witnessing several fellow disciples perish before me, torn asunder and devoured alive. When attaining nirvana, I retreated once more before the terrifying nirvana heartfire, halting my cultivation, unable to advance for 100 millennia. On that day of the sect's upheaval, when my master was besieged and my eldest brother was trapped, I retreated yet again, enduring through ignominy and reincarnating at the cost of their utter demise. In that lifetime, that man named Lu Fongming seemed to invariably retreat at every critical juncture. But in this life, I, Zhao Qinbi, am unwilling to retreat any longer. A battle intent, tinged with a sense of resignation, emanated from Zhao Qinbi, his refined countenance now displaying a profound, somber smile. For one who has apprehended the Tao, to live but a day is enough. Today, even if I, Zhao Qinbi, find myself in dire straits, I shall draw my sword and roar. The luminous light surged skyward, resembling a dark tempest ascending into the heavens. It was none other than Zhao Qinbi, wielding his blade as he soared into the firmament, radiating an astonishing brilliance that captivated the multitude. Just as the golden armored talisman was on the brink of total annihilation, a terrifying azure sword aura erupted from the depths of that black light, cleaving through the already trembling secret realm. The very fabric of reality began to fracture, unleashing torrents of chaotic void energy that instilled dread in the hearts of all who beheld it. That azure sword aura transformed into an ancient and majestic great sword, entirely verdant, stirring the clouds in its wake as it descended upon the celestial sovereign's nascent soul. The celestial sovereign's countenance turned grave, his form expanding once more to twice its size, as blood-red tentacles writhed with fervor, lunging toward the azure great sword. Yet, beneath the blade's edge, the monstrous entities were utterly vanquished. A deluge of azure light enveloped the celestial sovereign, eliciting anguished cries that echoed as though tearing at the very fabric of his being. However, that sanguine figure remained resolute, exuding a dense, crimson aura, with countless artifacts erupting from its being in self-detonation, defiantly resisting the sword aura capable of slaying all manifestations. As the azure light dissipated, it revealed the celestial sovereign's nascent soul, marred with wounds, his tentacles severed and drenched in blood, his body a canvas of injuries, exuding an aura of fatigue. Yet, his essence lingered precariously between manifestation and distant travel. The flicker of hope that had ignited in the eyes of the onlookers began to wane once more, slowly dimming into oblivion. A shadow descended from the heavens, standing poised with a blade in hand. The celestial venerable's once fearsome countenance was now contorted and grotesque, warped by unrestrained fury. Very well, he bellowed. Once I have seized control of this body, I shall capture each and every one of you, flay your souls, and condemn you to an existence far worse than death. You, in particular, shall know torment beyond measure. With these words, waves of bloodlust, enough to shatter one's courage, surged forth like a tsunami. Yet Zhao Qinbi stood firm, his blade planted, dark hair billowing in the wind, unyielding. In that moment, he was a solitary figure etched against the heavens, a silhouette from the depths of time. destined to be immortalized in legend for millennia to come. This indomitable figure was forever imprinted in the hearts of all those present. As a mighty wind stirred the clouds, he cried, "Where are the brave warriors to defend our lands? Fellow cultivators, today Zhao Qinbi leads the charge. Those who are willing to fight, follow me to the death." Zhao Qinbi roared, his voice like thunder as he drew his blade. "Those who are willing to fight, follow me to the death." His words echoed like a peal of thunder. After a moment of silence, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky, one azure, one white, and one violet, standing as unwavering as mountains behind Zhao Qinbi. Shi Kuan, Wang Yun, and Lu Fenglin of the Eastern Lin sect are willing to fight to the death alongside senior brother Zhao. Sun Hao of the Eastern Lin sect is also willing to fight to the death alongside senior brother Zhao. Sun Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally steeled his resolve and stepped forward. Seeing this, Gao Yu's face, once filled with despair, now radiated a smile of grim determination. His draconic aura surged, faintly revealing the visage of an emperor. Stepping forward, Gao Yu stood alongside Zhao Qinbi, laughing aloud. "Whether we perish now or later, death awaits us all. I, Gao Yu, am willing to die alongside brother Zhao." His spirit soared, reaching for the very stars. The serene waters of the moonlit mountain resonate with the strings of fate. I, Lu Jiaqing of the Qiqi Hall, pledged to stand with brother Zhao in battle until death. From the depths of the 9 nether cave, Lin Daoshan echoes the same vow. "I shall fight alongside brother Zhao unto the end." Su Xiaojiao of the Hahuan sect expresses her unwavering loyalty. "I shall follow brother Zhao into the fray." Should brother Zhao not disdain our humble origins, even the ghostly cultivators of Ghost Creek, led by Kong Rong, are ready to join this fierce struggle. One by one, figures emerge, rallying around Zhao Qinbi, united in purpose, prepared to face life and death together. Yet, the absence of Li Yuk and Sima Kong is palpable. However, sensing through the Shumi jade that they remain safe, Zhao Qinbi's heart finds some solace, though a lingering sense of loss tugs at his soul. With a decisive stride, Zhao Qinbi brandishes his long blade, and all follow suit, resolute in their determination to charge into the fray, embracing the specter of death. Chapter 42. All means deployed. Confronted by the celestial venerable Yuan Ying, who oscillates between the realms of manifestation and distant wanderings, Zhao Qinbi dares not hold back. Immediately, the starry apertures within him whirl into action, his stellar form unleashed in its entirety. He radiates brilliance akin to a celestial being, infusing his residual power with potent energy. As gray lightning entwines around him, surging forth towards the celestial venerable. Yet, the venerable merely pushes forth with his hands, and Zhao Qinbi is met with an overwhelming force that sends him reeling, causing him to spew forth blood. Although his strike did not cleave flesh from the venerable, the tendrils of gray lightning entwined upon it begin to emit waves of withering suppression. The venerable furrows his brow, fingers weaving intricate seals, poised to unleash a divine onslaught to obliterate Zhao Qinbi, but suddenly halts, adopting a defensive stance. Dozens of spells cascaded down like a torrential rain, each radiating formidable power. Apart from the fire serpents and ice shards, there were also streaks of azure lightning, bursts of fist energy, howling winds, scattered water lotuses, massive boulders, and towering trees, all relentlessly pummeling the celestial sovereign. While each individual spell, when considered alone, was inconsequential to the celestial sovereign, the overwhelming quantity accumulated into a formidable challenge. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Qinbi hurriedly suppressed the tumultuous flow of his vital energy and the excruciating pain in his arm, his hands weaving through intricate seals while reciting incantations. With each seal he formed, a gray thunderous arrow coalesced, emanating a chilling aura of terror. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a gray net of lightning that surged forth towards the celestial sovereign. Although the celestial sovereign remained unscathed on the surface after enduring the barrage of spells, his breathing was erratic and chaotic, indicating that the onslaught had indeed borne some fruit. At that moment, the celestial sovereign rapidly executed a series of hand seals, summoning a dense layer of protective blood light around him. Simultaneously, Lu Fenglin had ascended with his flying apparatus, poised and ready, gripping a thunder talisman as dark clouds churned beneath him. Suddenly, a mighty bolt of white lightning descended with tremendous force upon the bloodlight shield. A green stone pillar burst through the air, wild as an azure dragon, upon which a fierce tiger phantom materialized, fiercely biting into the protective blood light. Deep below the ground, tendrils of violet flames erupted, engulfing the celestial sovereign's already diminished shield. A deafening explosion shattered the air, and in an instant, the ashen thunderbolt arrows descended. With the 3 prior attacks serving as a prelude, Zhao Qinbi unleashed the ashen thunderbolt arrows, which after a brief pause amidst the crimson light, crashed down upon the celestial sovereign. A dense web of gray electricity enveloped him, causing his flesh to appear as if it might explode and decay. From above, a golden radiance fell, revealing Gao Yu, who, stepping upon the golden aura, ascended gracefully to the heights. In his hand, he held a golden jade seal, through which streams of golden energy poured from his 7 orifices, merging into the seal and transforming into the ethereal form of a colossal golden dragon that surged downward, engulfing the celestial sovereign's figure. Simultaneously, a second wave of magical torrents followed closely, inundating the area where the celestial sovereign stood. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi had already expended a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, yet resolutely decided to press on. He drew forth the longbow of pursuit, channeling both his physical strength and spiritual power to their utmost, pulling the bowstring back to 6/10 of its capacity, transforming it into a massive lightning arrow that sliced through the air towards the celestial sovereign. With resplendent brilliance, surging spiritual energy, and a thunderous roar, the space trembled. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite the terrifying nature of the assault, the celestial sovereign, though grievously injured, with his body seemingly on the brink of disintegration, still did not fall. Instead, he surged forward with ferocious intensity, seizing a disciple of the Ghost Creek Gorge and swiftly draining the life force from this fully realized practitioner. After such a full-force attack, the assembled cultivators found themselves at a loss, particularly after the previous expenditure of the golden armor talisman, which had drained their resources severely. Faced with the celestial sovereign's horrifying speed, they found themselves utterly unable to evade. As 2 female cultivators from the Watermoon Mountain and a disciple from the Yucatang were instantaneously captured and drained, Zhao Qinbi's eyes turned crimson with fury. Ignoring everything else, he unleashed a flurry of spiritual light from his hands, which manifested as numerous low-grade spirit stones, cascading into the hands of the assembled cultivators. Realizing the dire situation, Zhao Qinbi swiftly positioned himself in front of the enchanting leader of the Hahuan sect, Su Xiaojiao, seizing her delicate arm and hurling her away with force. He immediately activated over a dozen first-grade talismans, transforming them into a barrage of spells that thunderously struck the Celestial Lord. The Celestial Lord staggered under the assault, and as Zhao Qinbi prepared to unleash a second-grade talisman, the Fire Cloud, he was struck on the shoulder by the Celestial Lord's palm. The blow inflicted excruciating pain, sending him careening backward like a kite severed from its string. Simultaneously, the fire cloud was forcibly ignited, morphing into a fiery red stream that enveloped the Celestial Lord. Accompanied by a series of explosive crackles, waves of agony and fatigue surged relentlessly, threatening to plunge Zhao Qinbi into unconsciousness. Despite his exceptional physical prowess in the protection of the star spirit body, the brutal strike imbued with a potent essence of blood left him severely wounded. He felt a sharp sensation of dislocation in his shoulder. His eye at this moment, Zhao Qinbi found himself nearly immobilized, helplessly witnessing the blood sword, emanating a terrifying aura, expanding ominously within his gaze, as a scent of death enveloped his senses. In a moment of dire peril, it was none other than Shi Kun, Wang Yun, and Lu Fenglin who interposed themselves, each detonating their spiritual artifacts, unleashing a formidable explosion of power that collided violently with the blood sword. Yet, the blood sword merely hesitated for an instant before surging forth once more. This brief pause afforded others a fleeting opportunity. Gao Yu descended from the heavens, brandishing a golden jade seal before him. Following a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, the blood sword transformed into a tempest of sanguine energy, dissipating into chaos. The golden jade seal dimmed slightly, while Gao Yu was violently propelled backward, spewing blood. Under the onslaught of the blood storm, over a dozen cultivators were flung backward, blood gushing from their mouths, and tragically, 2 disciples of the Tianmin were unable to evade, meeting their demise within the tempest. The battlefield was nothing short of catastrophic. Within the span of a single incense stick, more than 10 cultivators had perished, with many others grievously wounded, fighting amidst the bloodshed. Yet not a single soul entertained thoughts of retreat. for Zhao Qinbi remained standing. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi managed to stir his body, staggering to the elixir. A concoction of diverse elements, upon ingestion, metamorphosed into an array of peculiar currents that coursed through his physique. Some were intensely fervent, others chillingly frigid, a few as keen as a blade's edge, and still others as unyielding as precious metals. These sensations engendered a sharp, piercing agony throughout Zhao Qinbi's meridians, rendering his complexion exceedingly pallid. Despite the heterogeneous nature of the medicinal potency, its sheer magnitude was advantageous. Immediately infusing his violet gold qi reservoir with considerable spiritual energy and revitalizing his physical form, the remaining cultivators, having replenished their spiritual energies, dispersed once more. Forming a vast circle centered around the celestial venerable, they incessantly cast spells, assailing him relentlessly. The celestial venerable, his body lacerated and his aura diminished, cowered within a crimson cocoon, shielding himself from the barrage. After an extended period, the violent undulations caused by the spells gradually subsided, revealing the unscathed sanguine chrysalis. A profound sense of foreboding crept into the hearts of the onlookers. Suddenly, a scarlet hand erupted from the cocoon, tearing it asunder and exposing the celestial venerable. His injuries had miraculously healed, and he emanated the aura of an early-stage manifest spirit realm cultivator. However, his countenance was etched with anguish and fury. "You wretched whelps," he bellowed. "You compelled me to sacrifice my essence and lifespan to invoke the reverse life blood demon technique. Did you truly believe your paltry, inferior spells could vanquish me? Today, I shall demonstrate the true power of immortal sorcery." Blood Path, Yellow Springs Blood River. Chapter 43. If you dare harm her, I shall end you. As the celestial venerable's words, chilling and malevolent, reverberated, the entire secret realm was enveloped in a dense, fetid aura of gore, inducing a nauseating sensation. From the depths of the earth, a violent tremor arose, as if some sinister entity were awakening. Blackish red blood, turbid and foul, seeped from the crevices of the azure flagstones, exuding a potent corrosive force. In an instant, it animated, reaching out to engulf the cultivators present. The crowd's complexions shifted in horror. In a frenzy, they cast spells, activating protective auras, and levitated several feet above the ground. Yet, a few, their minds reeling, reacted too slowly. The crimson tide engulfed them, and without a struggle, they dissolved into viscous pools of gore, vanishing into the surging river of blood. A scarlet river, reminiscent of the Yellow Springs, now covered the plaza, carrying countless severed limbs and contorted, ghastly souls, corroding all in its path. The celestial venerable's nascent soul hovered above the sanguine river, gazing upon the scene of utter annihilation with rapture. "Once I have devoured you all and seized that little one with the true dragon physique, this continent shall become my sustenance upon my return after 10,000 years of slumber." As the blood river gradually expanded and rose, the remaining 20 or so cultivators felt a profound tremor from within. At that moment, the blood coursing through their veins seemed irresistibly drawn forth, seeping from beneath their skin and slowly dripping into the sanguine depths. In the blink of an eye, several cultivators, drenched in blood and resembling malevolent specters, plunged into the river, meeting their demise in an instant. A chilling sensation, akin to icy tendrils, crept up the spines of the remaining individuals. Among them, the few remaining female disciples of the Shui West sect, upon witnessing their fellow sisters being brutally torn apart and consumed, as well as the horrific scene unfolding before them, broke down in tears, their delicate bodies trembling with overwhelming fear. Helplessly, they could only strive to ascend into the sky, expending their spiritual energy recklessly in a desperate attempt to resist the pull of that sinister force. Yet, all of this was merely a futile struggle. It seemed inevitable that they would eventually be engulfed by the blood river. High above, Zhao Qinbi furrowed his brow in anguish. After consuming a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs, the chaotic energies within him began to erupt violently, coursing through his body like a tempest, causing his meridians to spasm in excruciating pain. Were it not for his exceptionally resilient will, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi and Shikuan, along with the others, were all lifted into the air by Lu Finglin's leaf-shaped flying artifact, clinging to the last vestiges of survival. Zhao Qinbi's eyes were dim, his body rendered immobile, as he could only watch helplessly as the river of blood continued to rise, claiming the lives of his fellow cultivators from the 10 sects one by one. Hatred surged within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. In a fleeting moment, the scenes of the sect extermination battle resurfaced vividly in his mind, as clear as if they had transpired just yesterday. At this moment, Shirkuan and Lu Fenglin, their hearts steeled for death, took out a jar of strong liquor from their storage bags and began to drink heavily. Wang Yun, her eyes reddened, her robes and tatters revealing skin as smooth and alluring as, bit her lip in determination and spoke up, "As we face our demise here, I wish to express my feelings one last time. Brother Zhao, I have feelings for you. Though I know you and Sister Li are destined for one another, I cannot help but harbor feelings for you." Hearing this, Zhao Qinbi could only manage a bitter smile, unable to utter a single word. A sorrowful sigh escaped him, as if he had finally resolved upon a certain decision. The Shumi jade, activated by his consciousness, slowly rose from his sleeve, clutched tenuously in his hand, as an overwhelming energy began to brew and coalesce. With his eyes aflame, Zhao Qinbi summoned the last vestiges of his strength, ready to leap into the fray and detonate the Shumi jade, seeking to perish alongside that celestial being. The explosive power of a celestial artifact was formidable. Would it not end in death? Within him, a manic roar erupted. Yet, in an instant, a brilliant sword light descended from the heavens, smashing into the river of blood, causing the sanguine energy to dissipate. Qinbi's poised form faltered, his eyes erupting with a resplendent light as he trembled, gazing towards the heavens. There, a figure descended, ethereal as an immortal. Crimson robes and hair billowed around her. This peerless woman, astride a flying sword and bearing Sima Kong and two others, streaked across the sky like a blazing comet, imbued with fierce sword energy and profound killing intent. 1,000 swords followed in her wake. A keen sword aura descended upon the crowd, causing the very air to groan in protest. Gazing upwards, they beheld a sea of swords suspended in the sky, a spectacle of dazzling brilliance that stirred the soul. The celestial venerable's countenance hardened, revealing a gravity hitherto unseen, his hands commencing a frenzied series of seals, as though facing an insurmountable foe. Li Yuju, her gaze falling upon the wounded Zhao Qinbi, was momentarily overcome with anguish, swiftly replaced by boundless, towering rage. With a graceful lift of her arm, she declared in a clear voice, "Venerable elders of the Cloud Sea Sword sect, draw your swords with me." Behind Li Yuju's slender frame, a colossal sword phantom, 30 meters in length, materialized, grasped in her hand. Its tip pointed menacingly towards the celestial venerable. 1,000 swords roared in response, as if receiving a divine decree. Behind each flying sword, a spectral figure emerged, nodding deferentially towards Li Yuju before grasping their own blades. "Ascend with swords. We shall not return until the celestial venerable is vanquished." A cascade of vividly colored flying swords descended like a torrential downpour, imbued with ferocious sword energy, imbued with profound hatred, and propelled by an indomitable resolve and courage to completely shatter and dissipate. They relentlessly aimed towards the body of the celestial sovereign. For the first time, a semblance of fear flickered across the sovereign's face. With hands clasped together, he pressed downward and then abruptly raised them, causing the tumultuous crimson river to suddenly reverse and churn, erecting a barrier before him. In an instant, countless sword-wielding figures surged forth, plunging into the blood river. Their sword light dazzling, sword lotuses shimmering, conjuring turbulent waves and ripples. After exhausting their strength, they detonated alongside their flying swords, vanishing entirely into the void. With unwavering resolve, they embraced death without regret. Witnessing this poignant and heroic scene, the remaining 20 or so cultivators trembled, tears streaming down their faces. Perhaps one day, when they ascend to the pinnacle of the mountain and attain the Tao, they will forget the myriad pasts of their once meager cultivation and many worldly matters. Yet, they will never forget this scene from today, the noble sacrifice of 1,000 heroic souls, the image of that figure drawing a sword and roaring, and the stance of those who came riding the swords. As the 1,000 swords shattered, it was as if the world itself had met with a furrowed brow. Li Yuju resolutely grasped the illusory long sword once more, though her countenance paled instantly, her aura diminished, and her delicate frame trembled, indicating the immense strain she endured. Nevertheless, without hesitation, she descended from the heavens, brandishing her sword towards the celestial venerable. As she delivered the strike, it was as if a myriad of swords were unleashed. The celestial venerable's expression contorted hideously. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. After millennia of meticulous planning, how could I allow you, mere youths, to thwart my grand design? If you cannot slay me, then you shall all perish." His ravaged form revealed a maddened glint as he tore off an arm with his teeth, chewing it voraciously. His remaining arm transformed into a sanguine tentacle, lashing out at Liu Ju. In the heavens above, a violent collision ensued. The crimson tentacle was cleaved in two and shattered in the air, causing the celestial venerable to cough up another mouthful of blood. The illusory longsword in Liu Ju's grasp shattered, and she was struck with such force that she nearly lost consciousness, utterly spent. She retreated rapidly. At that moment, a small, sanguine arrow shot forth with terrifying power, aimed directly at Liu Ju's brow. The arrow's sudden appearance from the sky and its incredible speed made evasion impossible. A shadow of death enveloped her, plunging her into utter darkness. "I had so much more to say to you," she thought, "but it seems I will not have the chance." She cast a final, wistful glance at Zhao Qinbi, offering a faint smile as her lips trembled slightly, before closing her eyes. In that moment, the smile within Zhao Qinbi's eyes expanded rapidly, filled with profound sorrow and despair, yet devoid of any resentment or regret. A surge of brutal killing intent instantly seized Zhao Qinbi's heart and soul. "You seek death." Accompanied by a violent flash of light, a deafening roar erupted in the air. This voice was hoarse, frenzied, and hysterical, infused with a fierce hatred and rage that instilled an overwhelming fear within the heart of the celestial lord. At that instant, every ounce of spiritual energy, every fragment of strength, every thread of thought within Zhao Qinbi, along with the tumultuous flow of medicinal power, coalesced into a singular force after his anguished roar. It became a rope that bound together, suppressing the agony coursing through his body and mind. As he brandished his blade to shield the Yuk, simultaneously, the azure shield shot forth, offering no resistance whatsoever, but instead detonating violently in its path, transforming into waves of tumultuous energy akin to raging sea swells. The crimson arrow was upon them in an instant. The ear-splitting explosion reverberated, unleashing tangible shockwaves that rippled across the heavens. Remarkably, the blood-red light, comparable to a strike from a spirit realm cultivator, was forcibly halted before Zhao Qinbi. On his left hand, a gaping scar, the size of a bowl, extended along his arm, piercing through his body and leaving a dark, gaping hole in his abdomen, a sight most horrifying. Yet, Zhao Qinbi felt no trace of sorrow. His blood-red pupils brimmed with frenzied killing intent. From every inch of his being, starlight surged forth once more, radiating with an unprecedented brilliance. Upon the blade of the Tai Chi, an ethereal blue starlight shimmered, intertwined with the forces of spiritual energy, stellar power, and soul intent, surging forth heedlessly. The blade's edge began to form a minuscule star that slowly shattered and coalesced. The mere emergence of this star enveloped all present in an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Starfall slash. That minuscule star suddenly solidified, plummeting alongside the blade, rending the very fabric of space with fissures. The celestial sovereign could not muster any defense in time, becoming instantaneously engulfed by the tempestuous radiance of the blade. "If you seek to slay her, then I shall bring your demise." Zhao Qinbi roared, his visage contorted with fury. An explosion echoed, and without hesitation, the miniature star detonated, consuming the figure of the celestial sovereign, as well as Zhao Qinbi himself. The space reverberated. This realm, long in decay, began to collapse around the point of the explosion. Imploding into the chaotic void, violent waves of spatial turbulence surged forth, causing the world to shatter as if it were mere glass, fragmenting piece by piece. Over 20 cultivators were swept away by this tempest, powerless to resist, retreating towards the entrance, departing from the long open spatial passage that led out of the secret realm. Only Zhao Qinbi remained, suspended amidst the chaos, enveloped in solitude and silence, as if lost, unaware of his origin or destination. Within him, his innards felt as if they were on the verge of shattering. An overwhelming tide of exhaustion washed over his heart, and his consciousness began to wane, as though he were plunging into an infinite abyss of darkness. Am I dying? In the final moment, a tender, cool hand clasped mine. Chapter 44. Renown resounds. A month had elapsed, and the seasons had ushered in the depths of winter. Vast expanses of snowflakes, akin to the white down shed by a colossal beast, fluttered and draped the firmament and earth. The dozen or so peaks upon which the eastern verge sect was situated were now entirely blanketed in snow. From afar, the scene was one of frozen immensity, with snow stretching as far as the eye could perceive. Ancient trees, piercing the clouds, stood completely white, resembling icy pillars rising from the ground, encircling the cluster of mountains. Within this expansive mountain range, spanning hundreds of miles, wild beasts and fierce birds were abundant. The local mortals, including woodsmen and hunters, dared only to venture into the periphery. On several occasions, posses of sturdy young villagers had organized expeditions into the mountains, only to be driven back by the unusually ferocious beasts within. From a distance, the mountains emanated an air of solemnity, with pristine snow and towering trees. Yet, unbeknownst to these mortals, beneath the concealment of a massive array, pavilions, grand halls, lofty towers, and storied buildings stood in abundance. A celestial sect had thrived here for nearly 2 millennia. In stark contrast to the tranquil exterior, the Eastern Verge sect was bustling with activity, a scene of fervent energy. The towering edifice perched upon the precipice, alongside the furnace nestled in the mountainside, was currently bustling with activity. As the sun rose and set, and the tides ebbed and flowed, cauldrons exuded intoxicating aromas of elixirs, while an array of resplendent magical artifacts and instruments, along with bundles of vibrant and potent talismans, were meticulously transported, bestowing newfound vitality and vigor upon this ancient sect of celestial practitioners. All of this was entirely attributed to the thrilling expedition into the secret realm, or more precisely, to Xiaoqinbi. Following that maritime adventure, the 10 sects suffered significant losses. Of the 100 esteemed disciples dispatched, only a mere 20 managed to emerge alive from the depths of the secret domain. Even Gao Yu, the esteemed 4th prince of the Tianhe kingdom, narrowly escaped demise. Among the 10 sects, Tianjin Valley endured the gravest losses, with a contingent of 13, and aside from Wang Jiansheng, whose spirit sword shattered but who survived against all odds, the rest perished. Wang Jiansheng's actions have since become a source of ridicule within the southeastern realm of cultivation on Tianhe continent, tarnishing the long-standing reputation of Tianjin Valley, known for its integrity and valor, which has now been brought to an embarrassing nadir. Meanwhile, the name Zhao Chunbi has ignited a tremendous tempest throughout the southeastern cultivation world of Tianhe continent. In the depths of despair, when all hope seemed lost, it was Zhao Chunbi who emerged as a beacon of resilience, delivering a devastating blow to the celestial sovereign's nascent soul. This act precipitated a significant decline in the sovereign's power, allowing Zhao to lead a mere cadre of disciples, still in the nascent stages of their cultivation, into a fierce battle against the celestial sovereign, whose prowess had long since ascended to the late stages of divinity. In their fight for survival within the confines of a deathly realm, they transformed the impossible into the possible through sheer determination and the manifestation of their divine spirits, culminating in an ultimate sacrifice. Zhao, alongside the sword-wielding maiden who had inherited a formidable legacy, shattered the nefarious schemes of the celestial sovereign. The image of the youth, standing resolute with his blade, became indelibly etched in the hearts of over 20 gifted disciples. Zhao Chunbi's performance in battle was nothing short of extraordinary. He exhibited unparalleled ferocity, unwavering composure, and remarkable combat prowess, coupled with a meticulous mind. His audacity to confront the celestial sovereign at the cost of his life inspired a complex tapestry of emotions among his peers. They felt a blend of admiration and reverence, gratitude and awe. Even the youthful maidens, in the bloom of their lives, found their hearts stirred by his valiant silhouette. Within a month, the name Zhao Chunbi, intertwined with the sensational secrets of the celestial sovereign, resonated throughout the secret realm, eventually echoing across the entire Tianhe continent's cultivation world. The leaders and ancestors of various sects engaged in fervent discussions, lamenting how fortunate their sects would be to possess such a prodigy. Though the loss of many talented disciples brought profound sorrow to the leaders of the top 10 sects, the treasures brought forth from the secret realm left them beaming with joy. Apart from the myriad of extraordinary and rare spiritual herbs and elixirs that exist in the world, there are also numerous precious and unusual ores, spiritual materials, and the artifacts and pills left behind by ancient cultivators who have perished, along with their legacies of Taoist teachings. Among these, some treasures are so remarkable that even the accomplished golden core cultivators, who have reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, cannot help but feel a surge of desire. Among the sects, the Donglin sect has undeniably reaped the greatest rewards, whether it be a stroke of good fortune or the manifestation of ancestral blessings. A party of 9 emerged unscathed from the secret realm, aside from Zhao Qinbi and his companions, who gathered an abundance of spiritual herbs and elixirs. Li Yujue had directly obtained the sword intent inheritance from a divine realm master. Meanwhile, Sima Kong and his group, situated on the right side of the secret realm, acquired countless pills, artifacts, Taoist teachings, and spiritual stones, the sheer volume of which could incite envy in any beholder. However, amidst all this, Zhao Qinbi, who has been in secluded meditation within his cave abode for a month, remains entirely oblivious. In the aftermath of the climactic battle, in a fit of rage, Zhao Qinbi forcibly unleashed the Starfall Slash, successfully vanquishing the nascent soul of the celestial sovereign, yet he expended all his strength in the process, rendering him unable to move. Just as he was about to plummet into the void, Li Yujue intervened to rescue him. Yet, two mere cultivators of the opening mansion realm could hardly hope to survive the violent spatial storm. Just at that critical moment, the Black Tower, an ancestral treasure of the Tiandao sect, which comprises 7 progeny, came hurtling through the void, whisking Zhao Qinbi away from the secret realm. At present, it has merged with his body, quietly suspended above his heart lake. Naked, Zhao Qinbi sat cross-legged in Zhao Xiyin's spirit-filled cave dwelling, enveloped by layers of diverse arrays. As countless spirit stones and medicinal herbs turned to dust, streams of spiritual light surged into his body, gradually revitalizing his slender frame. After a long while, Zhao Qinbi slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air tinged with a strong, metallic taste. A long-lost sense of comfort pervaded his entire being. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Zhao Qinbi examined his inner state with his inner vision, revealing an unexpected smile. Despite the severe injuries he sustained in the great battle, to the point of utter exhaustion, and his subsequent forced consumption of spiritual herbs and execution of the Starfall Slash, which completely drained him, he had not only fully recovered, but had even made progress in his cultivation. Such actions would typically leave lasting aftereffects on ordinary cultivators, even rendering their aptitude useless and halting their cultivation. However, Zhao Qinbi, being a reincarnated being, possessed an inherently powerful soul, protected by the Taoist Azure Lotus. Coupled with his unique violet gold Qi Palace, a rarity among rarities, he could flourish with even a trace of spiritual energy, endlessly regenerating. As for the injuries to his physical body and meridians, they were swiftly healed by the powerful restorative abilities of the starry cosmos body and the inscription arrays meticulously crafted for him by the Eastern Proximity sect at great expense. More astonishingly, the herbs he had hastily consumed in desperation, though initially causing severe meridian pain and spiritual power disruption, had inadvertently propelled Zhao Qinbi to the pinnacle of the Keifu realm during his month-long coma. Within his purplish-golden Qi Palace, spiritual power had coalesced to a tangible state and begun to crystallize subtly. His physical cultivation had also undergone a complete transformation through repeated exploitation and overdraft, stimulated by the thin line between life and death, finally breaking through from the Qi blood realm to the second stage of physical cultivation, the bone realm. Zhao Qinbi's bones emitted a faint glow, as if crafted from jade. However, he had no time to examine his internal state. His mind focused on the Xuanwu Tower, black as ink, suspended quietly above his heart lake. Chapter 45, A Blessing in Disguise. Zhao Qinbi was already familiar with one of the small towers and the main tower among these 8 black towers, which were the possessions of Qinglian Taoist and Yunyangzi. The other 6 branch towers must have been controlled by the other 6 head teachers of the Tiandao sect, who sacrificed their own paths at the last moment to activate the Big Dipper array. At this moment, the 7 small and 1 large black towers floated quietly above the mirror of the Heart Lake, revolving slowly around the lotus of Taoism, emitting solemn streams of black light. Upon the expanse of Heart Lake, aside from the 2 remaining sword energies left by Zhao Xiyun, this Dharma Azure Lotus is exceptionally precious. It is not something that can be conjured merely through profound cultivation. Rather, like a congenital thunder seed, it requires a serendipitous confluence of circumstances for a Taoist adept, deeply versed in the mysteries of the Tao, to condense it. It shares a similar essence with the Buddhist relics formed by eminent monks, both being treasures that are more a matter of chance than deliberate seeking. The Azure Lotus Taoist, of that generation of Taoists bearing the character Azure, was the one who had achieved the most profound and lucid understanding of the Tao. He was known for his enlightened path and a mind as clear as a mirror. Thus, even after his fall 10,000 years ago, he was able to condense this Dharma Azure Lotus from his remains, a rare find in the lower realms, and a treasure difficult to come by even in the higher realms. When the Xuanwu Pagoda pierced through the void to rescue Zhao Qinbi and his companion, who were on the verge of perishing in the spatial turbulence, it was not only due to a spiritual awareness seeking to repay Zhao Qinbi's act of slaying the celestial venerable, but also, to a significant extent, due to its attraction to this Dharma azure lotus. At this moment, under Zhao Qinbi's gentle perception, the 8 Xuanwu pagodas offered no resistance, allowing his mental power to enter and explore them thoroughly. To Zhao Qinbi's delight, the Xuanwu pagoda, as befitting the treasure of the heavenly Tao sect, was indeed a Tao artifact of terrestrial grade, formed congenitally and refined through successive generations. Furthermore, judging by its quality, it was not an ordinary terrestrial grade Tao artifact, but one that had already reached the middle grade. Moreover, because it was a set of complementary components, they enhanced each other, making its practical use nearly comparable to that of a high-grade terrestrial Tao artifact. It is important to note that although the Earth-level Tao artifacts are not as rare as the celestial-level ones, they are still treasures that are exceedingly difficult to obtain, even in the vast realm of Xumi, which mortals regard as the celestial world. The emergence of such extraordinary items would undoubtedly incite a veritable storm of chaos within the cultivation community. Even the most powerful beings of the immortal realm would engage in fierce conflicts, vying for possession. However, the Xuanwu Tower is not akin to the Xumi Jade, which is a personal artifact. Rather, it is an inheritance from the heavenly Tao sect, and at present, it cannot be activated in the slightest. Perhaps only upon entering the realm of wandering, crystallizing one's spiritual power, and establishing a Tao platform, could one barely command a portion of the tower for combat. This realization left Zhao Qinbi feeling utterly frustrated, as the Xuanwu Tower resembled those high-grade techniques from his memory, which, despite their elevated status, remained beyond his reach. They lay like mountains of gold and silver upon his ceiling, yet the owner, being of modest stature, could merely gaze longingly at these fortunes, utterly unable to grasp them, inciting a restless yearning within him. Reflecting on this journey through the secret realm, Zhao Qinbi could not suppress a lament. Although he had acquired numerous enviable treasures, they failed to address his immediate pressing needs. Particularly disheartening was the fact that, after several fierce battles, the more than 200 low-grade spiritual stones he had painstakingly amassed were entirely depleted, leaving him feeling as though he might explode with frustration. Furthermore, the blue shield and crystalline gloves he had laboriously crafted were completely destroyed in the final clash against the Celestial Lord, resulting in significant losses. Even the spiritual herbs he had diligently gathered were mostly consumed in haste, leaving him with barely 30% remaining. Upon reflecting on his current predicament, the joy that had recently blossomed within him due to a breakthrough and the healing of his injuries was swiftly overshadowed by a gathering storm of despair, his lips parting in a continuous sigh. This sentiment resembled that of a diligent merchant who, after laboring for countless years to amass a considerable fortune, finds himself suddenly reduced to destitution overnight. Alas, his corporeal realm had ascended to the second layer of the bone condensation mirror. Yet the cultivation of the stellar path felt as though it were devouring his resources insatiably, leaving him uncertain when he might reach the pinnacle of his endeavors. Zhao Qinbi spread his hands in resignation, letting out a deep sigh. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, there was little he could do. Fortunately, these expenditures had not been entirely fruitless, and he consoled himself with the notion that perhaps this was merely a case of misfortune leading to a cleansing of wealth. After lamenting for a brief moment, he sought to comfort his troubled heart with such thoughts. As his spirits gradually settled, Zhao Qinbi resolved to initiate the blood oath with the Xuanwu Tower. From the heart's core, a droplet of vital blood gently seeped forth, radiating a resplendent and pure starlight. Encased in the soft embrace of his mental energy, it ascended through his veins, ultimately flowing into the sea of consciousness within his divine realm, splitting into 8 and gradually permeating the 8 black towers. Once the vital blood was completely absorbed by the Xuanwu Tower, a wondrous connection of mind and spirit was established within Zhao Qinbi. Though he found himself unable to activate it, the entirety of the 8 towers' conditions lay firmly within his grasp. Suddenly, Zhao Qinbi's expression shifted in disbelief, a look of astonishment crossing his features as his mouth gaped wider in shock. Moments later, his face blossomed with uncontainable joy, erupting into peals of laughter that he could not suppress. The laughter grew increasingly boisterous, were it not for the intricate layers of formations within the cave dwelling. it would surely resound throughout the entire estate of the sect leader. Within these 8 black tortoise towers, each edifice housed remnants of 8 esteemed ancestors from the Taoist sect. Although many of these relics have succumbed to the ravages of a millennium, a significant number of valuable artifacts have endured, some even becoming more resilient with the passage of time, thus rendering them even more precious. Among the treasures found in the main tower of the Black Tortoise, the most valuable was undoubtedly the immense, 3-zhang radius, ethereal glow mat. When Zhao Qinbi was bestowed with the title of the Righteous Heir, the Eastern sect presented him with a mat the size of a seat, which made Sun Bihua's heart bleed, clearly indicating the considerable expenditure of spirit stones. In contrast, the mat within the tower was not only tenfold in size, but was also crafted with a more sophisticated and refined technique, making it comparable to the one in his own cave dwelling. As Zhao Qinbi meticulously cleared out the items from the 8 black tortoise towers, even with his vast knowledge and experience, he felt as if he were intoxicated, his countenance flushed with excitement. Among the preserved artifacts, there were over 40 intact magical implements, and more than 20 spirit tools, including a silver flower basket classified as a high-grade spirit tool and a palm-sized golden bell. However, no higher-tier treasures remained, clearly having been obliterated in the battle with the celestial sovereign a millennium ago, leaving only these lesser magical implements and spirit tools to survive through time. In addition to this, Zhao Qinbi discovered an array of diverse elixirs. Apart from a vial of the 9-turn infant nurturing pill suitable for those at the nascent soul stage, the rest were primarily potions intended for cultivators at the opening mansion and manifest spirit realms. Notably, he possessed 2 bottles containing a total of 12 crystal transformation pills, which were most fitting for his current stage. Such an immense quantity represented a staggering fortune, instilling both awe and trepidation in Zhao Qinbi, surpassing even the reserves found within the treasury of some smaller sections. Initially, he believed that this expedition into the secret realm had resulted in a grievous loss, akin to losing both wife and soldiers. Yet, unexpectedly, through serendipitous twists of fate, he quietly amassed a wealth of heavenly materials and treasures, emerging as the greatest victor of this venture. Zhao Qinbi was acutely aware that while this success was intertwined with the cosmic luck bestowed upon him by the Eastern Lin sect, the crux of his fortune lay in his willingness to confront adversity, seeking life within the jaws of death, thus seizing this monumental opportunity. The path of the great Tao is fraught with peril, and the journey is long and arduous. All souls toil earnestly in their quest for enlightenment. However, it is only the exceptionally gifted and the tenacious who can swim against the current and grasp that elusive essence within the heavenly principles. In this bustling realm of cultivation, where all are driven by profit and gain, one's strength remains paramount. Only by possessing substantial power can one safeguard oneself and navigate the turbulent seas of enlightenment. Given Zhao Qinbi's nascent state in the opening phase, his cultivation realm is woefully inadequate. This deficiency was particularly underscored in the aftermath of the secret realm conflict, where he acutely perceived the impotence engendered by such frailty. The exigency lies in augmenting his cultivation prowess, expediting his ascent to the far-reaching realm, thereby enabling him to traverse the cardinal points, perpetually tempering himself amidst multifarious perilous circumstances to facilitate incessant breakthroughs. As for talismans, there is no dearth within the spatial ring. A plethora of over 100 talismans repose serenely, concerning the matter of spiritual artifacts and magical implements. Despite the utter ruination of 2 personally crafted items within the secret realm, Zhao Qinbi, owing to the opulence of this harvest, shall designate the 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, a silver flower basket and a diminutive golden bell, as replacements. Furthermore, Zhao Qinbi has elected a lower-grade flying spiritual artifact in the form of a flying boat. As for the sundry array of magical implements and spiritual artifacts, Zhao Qinbi, being a celestial-grade forger, naturally disdains them. Although the crafting techniques of these treasures are quite commendable, they appear excessively crude and jejune from Zhao Qinbi's perspective. What is currently lacking is, of course, the element of wealth, which ranks foremost among the essential factors of wealth, companionship, methods, and location. Within Zhao Qinbi's spatial ring, merely 3 inferior-grade spirit stones remain at this moment, lying lonesomely in a corner, appearing exceedingly impoverished and straitened. Reflecting upon this, Zhao Qinbi could not help but heave a sigh. The days ahead, dedicated to cultivating the stellar path to refine and solidify his bones, would undoubtedly entail a considerable expenditure. It seemed he would have to part with some of the various treasures he had no immediate use for, selling them in the market below to procure a few spirit stones. During this month of recuperation and restoration, he had been confined to this cave abode. Though in his previous life he had often engaged in seclusion for centuries, in this new incarnation, he chose to retain the youthful spirit of his current self, which inevitably led to feelings of tedium and ennui. Having reached a decision, Zhao Qinbi resolved to break free from his seclusion, preparing to venture down to the celestial marketplace to exchange some of his possessions. Now that his injuries had healed, there was no reason to delay any longer and risk losing the trust of others. After careful consideration, Zhao Qinbi stepped out from the formation, donned the azure robe meticulously crafted by his father, and secured his long hair with a black silk ribbon before exiting the cave. Outside the cave, the daylight shone brilliantly, and absolute silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the gentle descent of snowflakes, which danced softly upon the youthful, striking features of the boy. To one side of the entrance, there floated more than a dozen sound transmission talismans. Among them, one talisman glowed a resplendent gold, entwined with dragon energy, emanating an air of nobility and grandeur. This sight caused Zhao Qinbi's pupils to constrict, prompting him to extend his hand and press the golden talisman to his forehead, keenly attuning himself to its essence. This golden talisman, astonishingly, emanated from the heart of a continent situated hundreds of thousands of miles away, soaring through the clouds and slicing through the air with breathtaking speed, instilling fear in the hearts of all who dared to obstruct its path. This phenomenon serves as a testament to the remarkable rank of the golden talisman and the formidable authority of its sender. For the bearer of this golden communication talisman was none other than the sovereign of the Tianhe continent, the contemporary emperor of the Tianhe cultivation nation, Gao Shi. With only a few succinct words, the speaker exhibited a remarkable economy of language, and from the undeniably commanding tone, a sense of nobility, born from a long tenure in power, resonated. At that moment, the speaker conveyed profound gratitude to Zhao Qinbi for saving his fourth son, Gao Yu, and candidly expressed that Zhao Qinbi would forever be regarded as a distinguished guest of the Gao family in the Tianhe nation. Upon the conclusion of this message, the golden talisman transformed into wisps of golden energy at Zhao Qinbi's fingertips, dissipating into the cosmos. Zhao Qinbi could only chuckle softly, realizing that his actions were likely to spread throughout the entire Tianhe continent. However, he harbored no further ambitions, nor did he contemplate aligning himself with the imperial family or aspiring to a subordinate position. After all, in his eyes, the entire Tianhe continent was merely a speck of land, and the cultivation nation, with a mere few millennia of history, was of little significance. Having perused the remaining communication talismans, Zhao Qinbi had gathered a considerable understanding of the various upheavals occurring within the southeastern cultivation realm of the Tianhe continent over the course of the next month. Much to his astonishment, Wang Jiansheng, the prodigy of Sky Sword Valley who had been so eager to eliminate him, had suffered a fall from grace. His sword heart shattered. He was now a disabled individual with no future in cultivation. Zhao Qinbi, who had initially intended to retaliate, was rendered speechless and lost all desire to settle accounts with him. Among the talismans, one was from his father, Zhao Shuyun. It contained thousands of words filled with meticulous instructions, radiating warmth and affection as always. At the end of the message, Zhao Shuyun informed Zhao Qinbi that after obtaining the ice spirit snow soul from Winter Spring Valley, he would be secluding himself for several years to refine the golden elixir within his body in an attempt to reach the great perfection of the core formation stage. Another talisman was personally sent by Gao Yu, filled with words of gratitude and praise for Zhao Qinbi. It revealed that after their life and death battle side by side, Gao Yu had come to regard Zhao Qinbi as a close friend, even inviting him to the imperial city of the Tianhe kingdom in the future, where he would host a grand banquet in his honor. The remaining talismans were, as expected, from the other 8 individuals who had entered the secret realm together. Jin Yan, Sima Kong, and others expressed their gratitude and admiration for him. Wang Yun even subtly conveyed her admiration for Zhao Qinbi in her message, causing him a headache. As for Shi Kuan and Li Yujue, like the other 6, they were all in seclusion, assimilating the inheritances they had obtained in the secret realm. Especially in the case of Li Yujue, after receiving a transmission of sword intent from a transcendent sword cultivator, she unexpectedly ascended into the realm of distant travel, becoming the first among this generation of disciples to break through. Naturally, Zhao Qinbi harbored no jealousy or dissatisfaction. Instead, he felt genuinely overjoyed and was filled with blessings for the various opportunities gained by Lu Fenglin and others. He never worried that the aspirations of those around him would overshadow his own. Rather, he embraced the notion that in this life, he wished for everyone to attain enlightenment, and for myriad cultivators to flourish in harmony. Such is the spirit of a true gentleman. As he continued to listen to the delicate voice of Li Yujue emanating from the sound transmission jade talisman, her words, imbued with concern and affection, resembled sweet whispers of love. The mere thought of her unparalleled beauty and alluring lips ignited a fervent sensation within Zhao Qinbi, causing his complexion to subtly flush. In his previous existence, spanning over 100,000 years, he had devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of the Tao. And although his heart was as steadfast in loyalty as it is now, he had lived in profound solitude, devoid of romantic entanglements or a companion for dual cultivation. Thus, the Zhao Qinbi of the present is merely an inexperienced soul, newly awakened to the stirrings of affection. His feelings for Li Yujue have always been quite intricate. On one hand, the two individuals share a bond forged in childhood, having grown up as close companions, their friendship deepening with the passage of time. As the years unfolded, unspoken feelings blossomed between them. Li Yujue, in her unwavering devotion, stood by him, harboring a love so profound that she would willingly confront death itself for him, without a trace of regret. Such intense and sincere affection could hardly leave Zhao Qinbi, who had witnessed the myriad complexities of the mortal realm and endured the test of time, unmoved. On the other hand, he bore the heavy burden of a blood feud from a past life. Despite his current rise to prominence, he was acutely aware of the pain that lingered within. Deep down, the uncertainty of the future and the looming specter of life and death crises perpetually troubled his soul. The adversaries he faced were not merely the lower realm cultivators within this mountain and sea world, but transcendent beings, revered as immortals, who had ascended to the eternal realm and achieved the pinnacle of nirvana. The weight of such pressure was undeniably formidable. Throughout his journey of growth, he would inevitably be hunted down by vengeful enemies from his past life, akin to a solitary leaf adrift, perpetually at risk of facing the dire threat of annihilation. How could he bear to have Li Yujue confront these dangers alongside him? Contemplating this, even Zhao Qinbi, known for his meticulous thoughts and unflappable demeanor, found himself overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, uncertain of how to proceed. The affairs of the world are intricate and unpredictable, particularly matters of the heart, which are impossible to sever and endlessly tangled. Fortunately, Zhao Qinbi was not one to be indecisive. With a sigh, he set the matter aside for the time being and retrieved the small boat-like flying artifact from his spatial ring, placing it in the palm of his hand. As spiritual power flowed into it, the palm-sized boat instantly surged with spiritual light, growing rapidly against the wind. In an instant, amidst the boundless snow, it transformed into a massive vessel, some 3 to 4 zhang in length and 2 zhang in height, capable of carrying 10 people. The ship was entirely black, with dense black chi like dark clouds emanating from its base, and a faint sound of thunder could be heard. Moreover, a great wind surged on the ship, disrupting the trajectory of the snowflakes in the sky. The entire vessel exuded a remarkable aura, clearly an extraordinary flying spiritual artifact. After Zhao Qinbi performed the blood oath ritual, he sensed that it was a lightning attribute flying spiritual artifact called the Wind Thunder Profound Boat, which complemented his ashen sky thunder cultivation technique perfectly. Stepping onto it, the flying boat soared into the sky, traversing the snow-covered peaks of the Eastern Lin sect, like a black meteor streaking across the horizon, dazzling to behold. Chapter 47. Inscription Master's Hall. Standing high in the sky, facing the biting, frigid wind, and allowing the clear, cold air to permeate his lungs, Zhao Qinbi couldn't help but feel a surge of heroic spirit, and he let out a resounding roar. This was the first time in the 16 years since his reincarnation that he had soared through the heavens on his own strength. Although he was flying with the aid of a spiritual artifact, he was controlling and maneuvering it himself, and naturally, he felt a great deal of emotion. Within the realm of vision, the majestic sight of the 14 peaks of the Donglin sect unfolded before him, enveloped in a vast expanse of falling snow, silent and devoid of sound, save for the gentle whispers of the earth's breath swirling in the air. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi's heart was as clear and luminous as the boundless sky, and with a mere thought, he summoned the ethereal vessel of wind and thunder. soaring toward the southernmost peak shrouded in mist and clouds. Before he had even touched the ground, the roar of wind and thunder drew the attention of the watchful cultivators stationed atop the peak. A few of them initially displayed fleeting anger, irked by the audacity of the newcomer, yet upon realizing it was Zhao Chunbi approaching through the air, their expressions transformed into joy, and they could not help but burst into hearty laughter, their faces reflecting a sense of rightful acknowledgement. Upon reaching the summit, Zhao Chunbi gently stowed the spirit vessel into his spatial ring and respectfully greeted the several black-clad stewards, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed seniors. May I inquire if Elder Feng Che is currently in the hall?" The foremost among them, a young man with an elongated face, replied with utmost warmth. "The young sect master is exceedingly courteous. Elder Feng has been in the main hall of late and has mentioned your recovery on several occasions, expressing great concern for your well-being." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunbi's expression turned peculiar. Based on years of experience, he discerned that the steward's words were undoubtedly a covert message conveyed by Feng Che, intended specifically for him. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the distant traveling stewards, Zhao Chunbi did not linger but proceeded directly into the vast hall, its walls adorned with shimmering patterns and inscribed with the grand characters of Master Hall. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhao Chunbi was immediately enveloped by a profound aura of celestial energy. This essence was remarkably pure and densely concentrated, evidently absorbed and gathered by the intricate array of inscriptions that adorned the space. The hall was devoid of any presence, save for the multitude of elaborate formations emanating an oppressive force. At the center, a staircase, seemingly conjured from the void, ascended into the lofty heights of the hall. Surrounding this magnificent structure were towering pillars, each inscribed with enigmatic runes that dazzled the senses. Zhao Chunbi found himself captivated by this solemn and wondrous spectacle, wandering through the hall with keen observation. Just as a trace of enchantment flickered in his gaze, a self-satisfied cough echoed unexpectedly, revealing Feng Che, who had quietly appeared behind him. Clad in a flowing white robe, his hair and beard completely white, he bore a robust countenance and vibrant spirit. With a hand stroking his beard, he smiled warmly at Zhao Chunbi, inquiring, "My dear Chunbi, your injuries are of no consequence, I hope?" Zhao Chunbi promptly turned to face him, bowing respectfully with cupped fists. "Thank you, Elder Feng, for your concern. I have fully recovered." Feng Che nodded appreciatively with a grin. "I knew it. From a young age, you have been blessed with fortune, and your resilience is remarkable. Since you are now healed, let us ascend together and undertake the assessment, paving your path to becoming a formal inscription master." Upon hearing Feng Che's candid and unpretentious words, Zhao Chunbi could not help but feel a wave of helplessness wash over her, accompanied by a faint sense of warmth deep within her heart. Although she only wished to acknowledge Dao Jinzi, the master who had imparted knowledge and guidance to her, it was natural that she could not consider Feng Che as a mentor. Nevertheless, she could regard him as a respected elder. At this moment, under Feng Che's guidance, Zhao Chunbi ascended the steps, gradually making her way up the towering edifice of the Inscription Master's Grand Hall. The higher she climbed, the more profound and intricate the inscription formations became, as if she were immersed in a fantastical dreamscape, evoking her awe and admiration. "Chunbi," Feng Che began, "the inscription hall of our Donglin sect comprises 4 lofty levels. The first 3 levels are partitioned by various inscription formations, creating invisible spiritual energy chambers, either for storing ancient texts or accumulating materials. Most importantly, they provide our sect's inscription masters with a secluded environment to meditate and comprehend the essence of inscriptions. As for the 4th level, it serves as a trial ground specifically for assessing the qualifications of inscription masters." Noticing Zhao Chunbi's curious expression, Feng Che took delight in explaining further. While she outwardly appeared enlightened by his words, inwardly she had already grasped this knowledge deeply, showing no signs of disturbance. The Hall of Inscription Masters, much like the Apothecary Tower and the Forge Master's Bastion, existed in countless forms across both the upper and lower realms. These 3 entities, rather than being merely edifices, represent a privilege and an emblem. They are constructed only after a vast organization comprising inscribers, alchemists, and forgers within the cultivation world grants qualification to a cultivation sect. The Eastern Verge sect, with its resident Feng Che, a nascent spirit rank inscriber poised to ascend to full spirit rank status, possesses the requisite credentials to erect a structure of 4 stories. The loftier the edifice, the The more profound the sect's exploration of this path, and the greater the authority to examine and confer inscriber qualifications. The Inscription Hall of the Eastern Verge sect is thus authorized to represent the Inscriptionist Alliance in assessing the upper, middle, and lower tiers of human rank inscribers, thereby certifying their qualifications. The examiner, of course, is none other than Elder Feng Che, the preeminent inscription master within the Eastern Verge sect. Upon entering the apex, Zhao Qinbi felt as though he had entered a kaleidoscopic realm, where myriad colors and shimmering lights intertwined, flowing endlessly around him, creating an infinite and perpetual sensation. This caused a surge of comfort to arise within Zhao Qinbi's flesh and spirit, prompting him to marvel once more. The art of inscription, truly the paramount among the auxiliary cultivation paths, is infinitely profound. At the heart of the fourth level, for youthful cultivators, 1 male and 3 females, all clad in black and exuding the formidable aura of the far reaches realm, were already seated in meditation. Upon the arrival of Feng Che, the 4 individuals promptly rose to their feet, clasping their fists in a gesture of respect as they greeted, "We welcome Elder Feng." Feng Che maintained a composed demeanor, offering a slight nod before responding, "I apologize for making you wait. Soon, I shall activate the assessment formation. You will participate in the Human Tier Inscription Master Examination alongside our sect's disciple, Zhao Qinbi." At this, the 4 disciples took a moment to scrutinize the youth standing behind Feng Che. They were certainly familiar with Zhao Qinbi, the only direct descendant of the current sect leader, renowned as a prodigious talent who emerged once every few centuries within the sect. His reputation was widespread, especially following the recent expedition to the Marine Secret Realm, which had significantly elevated the prestige and benefits of the Donglan sect. Whenever Zhao Qinbi's name was mentioned within the sect, it was met with admiration from all corners. Even from Ma Yuanjin, the foremost core disciple, who could only extol Zhao's virtues and lament his own shortcomings. Though well acquainted with his fame, the 4 had never encountered Zhao Qinbi in person. Thus, they could not help but cast their gazes upon this exceptional young man, whose renown echoed across the Tiana continent. At merely 16 years of age, Zhao Qinbi stood tall and imposing, adorned in a flowing azure robe that danced in the breeze, reminiscent of a jade tree standing gracefully against the wind. His striking features, sharp and well-defined, framed eyes that sparkled like distant stars, captivating all who beheld him. An aura of transcendence enveloped him, akin to that of a celestial being, stirring a sense of envy in one of the male disciples and leaving the 3 female disciples in awe, their eyes alight with admiration. However, being scrutinized so unabashedly by the 4 individuals, Zhao Qinbi felt a slight embarrassment creeping onto his aged face. He promptly clasped his hands together in a modest gesture and said, "It is my honor to meet you, esteemed seniors, today. I humbly seek your guidance." Although, according to the unwritten conventions of the cultivation world, the 4 were indeed worthy of being addressed as seniors by Zhao Qinbi due to their superior realms, the 3 female cultivators present still exhibited expressions of delightful surprise, their delicate faces flushing with color as they hurriedly returned the gesture of respect. This interaction, however, incited a wave of displeasure in the young man named Hu Feng, who was at the remote travel stage. Witnessing his intention to captivate all 3 beautiful junior sisters thwarted by their sudden deference to Zhao Qinbi, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Particularly, as someone who prided himself on exceptional talent and striking appearance, he found himself overshadowed by Zhao Qinbi, feeling inadequate in comparison. Hu Feng, whose cultivation was modest yet whose heart brimmed with narrow-mindedness, simmered with resentment. Jealousy and rivalry are not emotions confined solely to women. For cultivators, the myriad flaws and chasms of human nature are magnified upon embarking on the path of cultivation. Entering the foundation establishment stage signifies a definitive severance from the mortal realm, embarking on the lengthy journey toward immortality. As one ascends the ranks and strengthens their prowess, wielding abilities capable of commanding the elements and reshaping the world, the moral constraints and shackles of human nature begin to fade from view. Over time, inherent darker qualities, such as greed, bloodlust, and envy, may run rampant, unrestrained by the weight of power. At present, Hu Feng perfunctorily gave a slight bow to Zhao Qinbi, considering it a return greeting. Verbally, however, he was sarcastic. "I have long heard that junior brother Zhao possesses astonishing talent in cultivation, truly a genius once in a millennium. However, the art of inscription is not like cultivation. In addition to natural gifts, diligent practice is essential. Only through years of painstaking research, like your senior brother, can one hope to pass the assessment. Surely, junior brother Zhao is merely here to broaden his horizons. Do not be discouraged if you fail the assessment later. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi felt a sense of helplessness, with a hint of pity for Hu Feng in his eyes. Feng Che, on the other hand, wore a peculiar expression, as if he foresaw the scene of Hu Feng's imminent mental breakdown, and remained silent. Chapter 48. Spiritual power forms patterns at this moment. Feng Che waved his wide sleeves and said with a solemn expression, "Very well, enough said. Since you have come to take the assessment, there is no need for me to elaborate on the process and content. Immediately sit down, collect your thoughts, and prepare for the inscription trial." Upon hearing this, the crowd naturally had no objections. They sat cross-legged in this bizarre space, gradually adjusting their breathing and sinking their minds to the depths. Seeing this, Feng Che nodded slightly, then reached out his hand. A rich white spiritual light emerged from his fingertips, instantly transforming into countless strange patterns, like wandering silk threads, permeating into this array space. As the myriad permeated the space, the resplendent array shimmered, undulating like a tranquil expanse of water. Zhao Qinbi experienced a fleeting burst of radiant light before finding himself at the precipice of an immense chasm. Gazing outward, the vista revealed an all-encompassing abyss of impenetrable darkness. Save for the solitary stone cliff upon which he stood, perched precariously above the void. The wind howled relentlessly, birds soared with fierce velocity, and in the distance, a crimson sunset descended slowly into the firmament, casting a somber, intense glow. This was a remarkably authentic illusory realm conjured by the inscription array, designed not only to assess the inscriber's skill, but also to evaluate the mental fortitude required of one aspiring to the craft. Composed and serene, Zhao Qinbi settled before a rugged, black-yellow stone platform, assuming a posture of dignified composure. With eyes closed, he gently employed his spiritual power to perceive the fluctuating currents of spiritual energy and the trajectories of the underlying principles within the space. Upon the coarse stone platform, a stark contrast to its surroundings, lay a surface as smooth and polished as a mirror, refracting delicate tendrils of celestial light. Adorning it were a 5-inch-long stylus, as dark and unyielding as obsidian, a bowl of profound purple essence drawn from a mystical beast, a bundle of blank talismans brimming with spiritual energy, and a magical short sword radiating subtle auras. Despite existing within an illusion, all that he perceived and touched possessed an undeniable verisimilitude. The art of inscription is the wellspring and bedrock of numerous grand paths, encompassing all and penetrating everything. The assessment for human rank inscriptionists is primarily divided into 3 tiers: inscription arrays, inscription talismans, and inscription artifacts, 3 trials. At this moment, within the void before Zhao Qinbi, specks of golden script abruptly materialized from thin air, circling around him, scattering and hovering in the surrounding air, twinkling incessantly. These 3 types of inscription patterns have already coalesced in the air, yet they are not listed step by step like alchemic or artifact recipes, but are directly presented as a consolidated inscription, requiring the inscriptionist to perceive and dissect the patterns contained within using their soul's mental power. To Zhao Qinbi's astonishment, within this illusion, although he was completely unable to open his spatial ring or activate the spiritual artifacts within his body, the Sumeru Jade was entirely unaffected by this restriction, and it even seemed to have merged into this illusion, appearing within Zhao Qinbi's azure sleeve. Zhao Qinbi's face lit up with joy, and he immediately urged the Sumeru Jade to fly out from his sleeve, hovering before him. The Sumeru Jade is a celestial rank Tao artifact, itself a manifestation and condensation of the supreme laws of heaven and earth, profoundly mysterious. The fundamental essence of inscription lies in perceiving the patterns of heaven and earth, thereby inscribing and combining them to unleash various incredible effects. Thus, the Sumi Jade possesses an extraordinarily formidable power of deconstruction and analysis regarding the myriad inscriptions within this world. Although Zhao Qinbi had never studied the art of inscriptions in his previous life, he repeatedly deciphered countless intricate high-level inscription formations, thanks to the Jade's profound understanding of the underlying principles. With Zhao Qinbi's exceptionally powerful soul will and his adept control over it, he could, with a bit of time, thoroughly analyze and comprehend the 3 first-grade inscriptions before him, mastering the engraving of the patterns and successfully passing the assessment to become a low-grade human-level inscription master. As the luminous rays, reminiscent of a galaxy, slowly flowed in, they instantly dispersed into myriad minuscule, resplendent points of light, beginning to traverse and meander within the inscriptions, weaving through each intricate line. From the most fundamental rules, they manifested trajectories, continuously deconstructing and analyzing the essence. Under the connection of his mind and spirit, Zhao Qinbi perceived it all with crystal clarity. He discerned each minute detail of the intricate lines with utmost precision. Furthermore, guided by the Su Mi Jade's relentless elaboration, he directly glimpsed the trajectories and essence of the celestial rules at play. After a moment of contemplation, akin to the day he comprehended the inscription formation at the Cliff of Enlightenment, he required no auxiliary tools. With his fingers poised as a pen, a wisp of gray-black, pure spiritual energy gradually emerged from the tips of his slender fingers, twisting into intricate lines, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, flowing seamlessly into the vacant symbols. The intricate manipulation of spiritual energy into patterns bore a striking resemblance to the profound techniques previously exhibited by Feng Che. When Feng Che had first demonstrated this remarkable skill, Zhao Qinbi had meticulously observed, leveraging his formidable soul force to engrave the technique deeply within his memory. Although he could not wield it with the same finesse as Feng Che, he had nonetheless begun to grasp the essence of the craft. Should Feng Che discover that Zhao Qinbi could so effortlessly glean the art of spiritual energy patterns, it would likely leave him utterly astounded. This technique had been the culmination of Feng Che's century-long dedication to the study of inscriptions, allowing him to attain a certain level of mastery. While it fell far short of the supreme realm of the master of heavenly patterns, who could conjure myriad designs with a single thought, it was nonetheless extraordinary in its own right. As he completed the final stroke, the entire bundle of 30 talismans instantaneously took form, emanating a delicate emerald glow. Even without being activated, they radiated an exquisite vitality. Alas, if only such invaluable first-grade blank talismans and this abundant essence of demonic beast blood could be inscribed outside this illusion, how splendid it would be. Yet, at this very moment, Zhao Qinbi had commenced the engraving of the Thunderpool formation. With each surge of lightning-infused spiritual energy weaving into intricate patterns, the smooth, mirror-like stone surface erupted in a dazzling display, gradually outlining the entirety of the Thunderpool array. However, the intricacies of this formation were exceedingly complex. Despite Zhao Qinbi's profound and robust spiritual energy, cultivated over a lengthy period, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed after such an extended exertion. Unable to draw upon spiritual stones for rejuvenation, he resorted to a slow meditative state to recuperate. After a considerable duration, the depleting spiritual energy began to replenish, allowing Zhao Qinbi to once again summon tendrils of thunderous spiritual power in his hands, gracefully flowing across the stone surface as if guided by a divine hand. With a swift motion of his arm, the spiritual energy cascaded forth like ink in an expressive brushwork, rapidly connecting the intricately formed runes of the thunderous array. In an instant, the ambient spiritual energy surged forth as if released from a dam, flooding into the formation and coalescing into a small array, radiant with lightning, akin to a tempestuous pool of thunder, brimming with formidable might. Furthermore, seemingly due to the influence of the ash-laden thunder's power and the exceptionally meticulous patterns drawn by Zhao Qinbi, the array's efficacy was subtly enhanced, targeting the formation's very essence. Originally a first-tier thunderpool formation, it now emanated a far more subdued, yet terrifying potency, akin to the slow churn of molten lava beneath the Earth's surface, exuding fluctuations comparable to a second-tier array. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi was drenched in sweat, clearly not at ease, with his spiritual energy nearly depleted. Within the aura enveloped by the purple-gold energy, golden lotuses began to gradually emerge, melting into wisps of spiritual energy, which commenced to replenish the void within him. Among the three assessments, only the task of inscribing the Wind-Swift rune onto the short blade remains, and at this moment, barely half a time unit has passed since the examination commenced. Chapter 49, Mid-Tier Inscription Master. Although Zhao Qinbi is but a true apprentice in the realm of inscriptions in this lifetime, having begun anew when it comes to the art of forging, there are few in the entire Shanghai realm who can rival his skill or even hope to follow in his footsteps. In this final assessment, the need to inscribe spiritual patterns upon the magical artifact is intrinsically linked to the craft of forging. The path of inscribing involves etching runes onto spiritual tools and magical artifacts, even those with exceedingly complex internal structures. This process differs from constructing formations or drawing talismans, as it merely requires the outlining of patterns and their subsequent interconnection. During the inscribing process, one must consider whether the inscribed runes align harmoniously with the attributes, structure, materials, and the flow of spiritual energy of the artifact. Continuous adjustments must be made to imprint the patterns onto the object, thereby enhancing and augmenting the treasure through the inscriptions. When executed with finesse, various types of runes can be layered, creating a cascading effect. However, the art of inscribing is typically reserved for inscription masters to inscribe their own innate artifacts, as the patterns are imbued with the master's unique spiritual attributes and the essence of their path. If applied to another's artifact, it would not only fail to provide benefits but could also yield adverse effects, obstructing its use and activation. At present, Zhao Qinbi, having thoroughly deconstructed and comprehended the essence of the wind of the tempest, finds himself enveloped by the fierce winds that penetrate the vast expanse of crimson twilight above the abyss. His garments swirl and billow in response, and within his heart, a profound realization begins to take shape. The winds of the cosmos are the most ethereal and swift force within this vast universe. Though they lack the ferocity of thunder, the aggression of flames, the continuity of flowing water, and the weight of the earth, they possess their own unique charm. They embody the movement of air and the fluctuations of space, omnipresent yet elusive. At this moment, the threads of ash and thunderous energy weave gently around Zhao Qinbi's fingertips, swirling and caressing as if they were a gentle breeze. They rise and dance, transforming into currents of inscriptions that lightly brush against the silvery short blade of his magical artifact. As the breeze caresses the blade, it begins to sway unpredictably, resonating with the intricate patterns and material properties of the knife, establishing an intrinsic connection. Dark, profound patterns emerge gradually from within the blade, revealing themselves outwardly in a manner that appears almost natural, as if not inscribed by external force. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qinbi, his profound understanding of worldly artifacts has allowed him to intuitively grasp the principles of inscription. He subtly perceives the essence of simplicity and authenticity in the path of inscribing, as if guided by the very nature of the Tao itself. Upon the completion of this inscription, the short blade in Zhao Qinbi's hand transformed into a featherweight entity, akin to a gracefully falling leaf. Under Zhao Qinbi's guidance, it morphed into a streak of swift brilliance, stirring gentle breezes in its wake, moving with such velocity that it seemed capable of severing the very fabric of time. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi had successfully completed all 3 trials, surpassing even the fundamental requirements, achieving remarkable heights and showcasing prodigious talent. However, with the sun still lingering on the horizon and a full measure of time remaining in this illusory space, Zhao Qinbi found himself increasingly captivated by the inscription. Reluctant to depart from this enchanting locale, he gently gathered his flowing sleeves, deftly tying back his cascading black hair, and sat upright with poise. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, his formidable souls will transformed into delicate streams of water, merging seamlessly with the ethereal realm around him, embodying a harmonious union between the celestial and the earthly, basking in serene contentment. Beneath him, a cerulean lotus gradually emerged, subtly lifting Zhao Qinbi's form into the air, rotating languidly while emanating wisps of azure spiritual light that flowed into his 7 orifices and his very essence. This intricate array, crafted over the span of a year by Feng Che, a half-step spirit pattern master, was a masterpiece so lifelike that it could deceive the senses, embodying a unique rhythm of the Tao. Under the continuous immersion of Zhao Qinbi's soul's will and the ongoing deciphering of the luminous essence of the Shumi Jade, this magnificent inscription began to reveal its layered complexities and orderly sequences before his eyes. Countless seemingly chaotic and disorderly patterns, which in truth conceal profound mysteries, have now become as clear and bright as a sky unveiled from fog. Layer by layer, these intricacies are peeled back and savored, allowing Zhao Qinbi to gain a renewed understanding of the inscriptions and the principles governing this realm from an entirely fresh perspective. Behind each line lies a revelation of the enigmatic pathways of existence, paths of life, the 5 elements, yin and yang, light and darkness, space and time, along with many others that traverse the vast universe, subtly revealing traces of their circulation. Zhao Qinbi is wholly immersed, enraptured, experiencing utter freedom as if listening to celestial harmonies. As for whether Zhao Qinbi would pass the assessment, Feng Che gave it no thought. To him, it was a certainty beyond doubt. At that moment, the four disciples from the distant travel realm displayed faint smiles, evidently having navigated the recent tests with ease, thus qualifying them to be esteemed inscription masters within the realm of cultivation. Particularly, Hu Feng wore an air of haughty self-satisfaction, his gaze continuously scrutinizing Zhao Qinbi. Noticing Zhao's somewhat bewildered demeanor, a hint of scorn played at the corners of his mouth. Now that the time has come and the assessment concluded, I shall evaluate your performance based on the levels you achieved within the illusion, the elder announced. After a brief pause, Feng Che's expression brightened, and he turned to one of the tall, graceful female cultivators, speaking to her in a gentle tone. Although Zhang Chuanyue's heart was filled with extraordinary certainty, hearing Feng Che speak in person at this moment, a huge weight was lifted from her heart, and she couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile, which made Hu Feng's heart itch unbearably. After a moment of silence, Feng Che slowly spoke again. Wang Yanran, Lu Hui, and Hu Feng have all performed well, and can also become human rank grade lower inscription masters. As soon as these words came out, brilliant smiles bloomed on the fair and delicate faces of the other two female cultivators, and they immediately clapped their hands to celebrate. While Hu Feng actually revealed a provocative look and looked at Zhao Qinbi in a pretentious manner. However, after a long silence, Feng Che's face revealed an extremely solemn look, and his pupils were even filled with a trace of disbelief, and he didn't say a word for a long time. He tremblingly retracted his scattered and exuberant soul power, and a burst of almost substantive essence burst out from his pupils, staring at Zhao Qinbi like a wolf or tiger, and slowly opened his mouth and said, "That talisman is fine, but this thunder pond and magic weapon, were they really completed by Qinbi alone?" As soon as these words came out, Hu Feng and the other three were all a little confused, and looked at Feng Che and Zhao Qinbi in disbelief. Especially Hu Feng's heart. At this moment, a bad feeling arose. Zhao Qinbi touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. Just now, seeing Elder Feng's hand of spiritual power forming patterns was mysterious and extraordinary, which made Qinbi yearn for it. So he also learned a thing or two, and tried it out in this illusion. Upon hearing these words, Feng Che's countenance underwent a series of transformations, culminating in a hearty laugh that reverberated through the air. His aged face was etched with a profound mixture of elation and poignant emotion, punctuated by a few tears of immense gratification. He proclaimed in a resounding voice, "A scion of resurgence, a scion of resurgence indeed. From this day forward, Zhao Qinbi is formally recognized as a middle-grade human-level inscriptionist." This pronouncement reverberated through the assembly like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, sending shockwaves through their senses. It delivered a particularly devastating blow to Hu Feng's psyche. Utterly unable to reconcile himself with the reality, he questioned in a voice tinged with disbelief, "Elder Feng, how is this conceivable?" Having overheard the phrase imitating the channeling of spiritual energy to form inscriptions, Hu Feng's mind was already in turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. Deep down, he desperately clung to the belief that it was nothing more than a ruse concocted by Zhao Qinbi to mislead them. However, with Feng Che's official declaration that Zhao Qinbi had not only passed the assessment, but had also attained the esteemed rank of middle-grade human inscriptionist, a status even more exalted than that of a far-roaming realm cultivator, Hu Feng was struck dumb, his senses reeling from the impact. "Do you dare question my judgment?" Feng Che retorted with a cold snort, his displeasure evident. Under the oppressive weight of his quasi-core formation realm aura, Hu Feng was instantly plunged into a state of chilling sobriety. He hastily offered profuse apologies to Feng Che. Zhang Chuanyue, Wang Yanran, and Lu Hui, the three female cultivators, remained silent, yet their faces mirrored a similar sense of incredulity. Their gazes, directed towards Zhao Qinbi, were a tapestry of intricate and varied emotions. Upon witnessing this, Feng Che let out a gentle sigh, resigning himself to the notion that if he did not elucidate the circumstances, one might mistakenly believe that he was shielding Zhao Qinbi. Above the stone platform, a pitch-black thunder pool array emanated an overwhelming and ferocious pressure that was terrifying even to the four who had already reached the distant travel realm. Yet, this force was restrained within the confines of the formation, with not a trace of spiritual energy leaking out. As for the short blade, which was merely a medium-grade magical artifact, its patterns surged and blossomed, naturally enhancing its quality and elevating it to a superior grade magical artifact, leaving onlookers astonished and gasping in awe. Now, do you finally acknowledge the truth? Feng Che spoke with a tone of resignation, regarding Zhao Chunbi as though he were an extraordinary anomaly. Zhao Chunbi, however, wore an expression of ambivalence, awkwardly shrugging his shoulders. In stark contrast, Hu Feng, upon witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with shame and indignation, resulting in a profound shock that caused him to faint on the spot. Chapter 50. The heretical Ashen Thunder Method. As dusk approached, the setting sun was cleaved by the 14 peaks of the Donglin sect, casting a fragmented and searing reddish glow. The sky was filled with an unbroken expanse of clouds that appeared to burn, reflecting the brilliance across the land and shimmering upon the lake's surface. The wonders of creation were splendid, with the duality of yin and yang marking the transition from dusk to dawn. Bathed in the twilight's afterglow, a tall and slender youth emerged slowly from the Hall of Inscription Masters, his azure robe replaced by a flowing black cloak that enveloped him like a tempestuous gale. Upon the grand cloak, countless intricate patterns interweave and entwine, appearing elusive yet exuding an aura of solemn profundity. The cuffs and collar are adorned with golden embroidery, signifying unparalleled nobility. An ancient and obscure symbol upon his chest unmistakably reveals his esteemed identity as a mid-level inscription master among the ranks of humanity. After courteously bidding farewell to several eager-eyed senior sisters, the striking youth elegantly waved his sleeve, summoning forth the wind and thunder astral vessel, which materialized from thin air. It carried him away as a vivid, dark streak of light, vanishing into the heavens under the lingering gazes of those who watched with reluctance. This youth is none other than Zhao Chunbi, who now soared across the sky, weaving through the clouds while his heart brimmed with myriad emotions. In his previous life, he held a singular respect for weapon forging, regarding inscriptions as a fruitless endeavor. Even in this lifetime, it was only through the relentless persuasion of Feng Che that he consented to participate in the trials for inscription masters, harboring little genuine interest himself. However, following this pivotal event, he came to truly comprehend the vast and boundless nature of the path of inscriptions, a realm that reaches the highest and most distant heights, even pointing toward the essence of the foundational path. His heart surged with a tumult of feelings. After the assessment concluded, amidst the envious gazes of Zhang Chunyu and others, Zhao Chunbi donned the robe granted by Feng Che, officially becoming a mid-level inscription master. The other four, upon Hu Feng's awakening, also donned the unique gilded black cloud cloaks of inscription masters, completing this momentous conferral ceremony. However, in comparison to Zhao Chunbi's mid-level robe, there's undoubtedly paled in significance. Since Hu Feng's awakening, he had remained silent, his complexion exceedingly unpleasant, his face flushed crimson like a pig's liver. Recalling his earlier derisive remarks and unsolicited advice to Zhao Chunbi, he now wished to find a hole to crawl into. However, Zhao Chunbi did not dwell on the matter. Though not a paragon of virtue, he was by no means a petty man. In his view, these were but trivial squabbles within their sect, matters to be laughed off. He neither spoke ill of Hu Feng nor refrained from offering words of encouragement, leaving Hu Feng with mixed emotions and a gaze toward Zhao Chunbi that gradually revealed unprecedented sentiments. Consequently, Zhao Chunbi's towering image of brilliance and talent became even more approachable in the eyes of the crowd. Zhang Chunyue and the other two ladies, in particular, exchanged glances and engaged Zhao Chunbi in conversation for quite some time before reluctantly letting him depart. Upon their parting, they even extended an invitation for Zhao Chunbi to visit their abode at his leisure to exchange insights on inscriptions, causing Zhao Chunbi to blush and hasten his departure amidst their laughter. With the matter now concluded, Zhao Chunbi could proceed to prepare for the elevation of the spiritual platform within his Qi residence, formally stepping into the distant excursion realm. Although the matter of elixirs was not a concern at present, with a full 12 transformation crystal pills quietly stored within his spatial ring, Zhao Chunbi was currently severely lacking in spirit stones. Naturally, he had to hasten his descent from the mountain and head to the market to sell some of his treasures. Before departing from the inscriptionist hall, Zhao Chunbi had specifically requested a facade shifter charm from Feng Che, capable of concealing her appearance and form. She also inquired about the presence of any celestial marketplaces within a radius of 1,000 miles where cultivators could engage in trade. As fate would have it, a considerable marketplace existed a mere 200 miles west of the Eastern Verge sect, under the jurisdiction of a second-rate sect known as the Golden Lyre Manor. The Golden Lyre Manor, in comparison to the Eastern Verge sect, was naturally insignificant. With a shorter lineage and lacking even a single core formation stage terrestrial immortal within its ranks. However, this sect had always upheld the principles of commerce, treating people with sincerity. In recent years, they had established numerous marketplaces and fairs for cultivators to conduct independent transactions, catering to the needs of various sections. They also frequently organized auctions of varying scales, some of which occasionally attracted the participation of core formation stage grand cultivators. Although the journey of 200 miles was not excessively far, Zhao Qinbi's current spiritual power within her Qi Palace was insufficient to navigate the Gale Thunder Profound boat across such a vast distance. It was likely that she would deplete her spiritual power after flying only a few dozen miles. Consequently, she would have to travel on foot. However, having entered the bone solidification stage with her physical body, she could run like a thunderbolt and move like a whirlwind, far surpassing the speed of ordinary mortal carriages. Aside from being somewhat arduous, it would not pose any significant problems. However, after this trial, the sky had already darkened, and Zhao Qinbi felt a sense of fatigue in her mind. Therefore, she decided to set off the following morning after dawn. As she pondered this, Zhao Qinbi arrived outside her cave dwelling. He initially intended to disseminate the news of his advancement to an intermediate grade inscriptionist of the mortal rank. However, upon realizing that Li Yuzhu and the others were in secluded cultivation within the sect's mystic realm, and Zhao Xiaoyan had also isolated himself on a mountain peak, aspiring to break through to the perfected core formation stage, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Thus, he released several transmission talismans, which transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the sect. Shortly thereafter, a colossal cattail hassock, several yards in diameter, unfurled across the floor of the cave dwelling like a carpet, emanating a peculiar aura perceptible to the naked eye. This caused Zhao Qinbi's mind to become more focused, and the spiritual power throughout his body circulated more rapidly. This gloomfire cattail hassock was, of course, obtained from the Xuanwu Pagoda. Although its value was unimaginably high, Zhao Qinbi was naturally unwilling to part with it. However, he planned to consign the smaller piece previously bestowed by the sect to an auction house at the opportune moment. Since recovering from his injuries, Zhao Qinbi had not had the chance to properly assess his current state. Within his body, the 12 stellar apertures above his abdomen and chest had quietly illuminated after awakening, emitting a rich, crystalline starlight. The remaining 24 apertures were still shrouded in darkness. These 36 apertures represent the extent of cultivation in the 3 lower realms. Through the opening and illumination of these apertures, one can strengthen the physical body, condense stellar energy, convert the essence of vital energy, temper the bones and flesh, refine the meridians, and ultimately attain an indestructible physique. Upon entering the realm of condensed bones, Zhao Qinbi's entire skeletal structure began to emanate a faint luminescence, as pure and unblemished as starlight. Furthermore, his bones appeared to possess an enhanced resilience, seemingly harboring an immensely terrifying power. At this moment, although the 13th acupoint remained unactivated, wisps of starlight began to radiate, continuously integrating into his entire skeletal system. What lay ahead was the necessity to relentlessly unleash formidable spiritual energy or powers imbued with celestial attributes to break open the acupoint and temper his physical form. Physical cultivation, while more direct and unadulterated than spiritual cultivation, offered no shortcuts. The immense pain and arduousness required for this endeavor would be unimaginable to others. Nevertheless, from the current perspective, it was evident that his spiritual prowess lagged behind. Although dawn was still several hours away, Zhao Qinbi could not indulge in the hope of achieving a breakthrough in such a fleeting time. Moreover, as the foundation of his path, the Qi Palace demanded utmost caution and thorough preparation before any consolidation could occur. Despite the encroaching darkness, with the stars sprawling like a vast ocean and an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings, where even the human settlements below had extinguished their lights, Zhao Qinbi, having reached this level of physical cultivation, felt an invigorating surge of vitality that rendered him impervious to fatigue. He promptly retrieved the jade cylinder containing the Ashen Thunder Tao's teachings and began to meticulously contemplate the methods of cultivation within the realm of distant travel. Initially, upon a mere cursory glance, he perceived this technique as uniquely innovative and extraordinarily profound. Now, as he delved deeper into his study, he found it to be nothing short of breathtakingly brilliant. According to the recorded principles of this technique, It stands in stark contrast to the conventional methods of consolidating Tao platforms. Rather than striving to elevate a greater number of spirit crystal Tao platforms or pursuing the ultimate realm of the ninefold, it advocates for a deliberate reduction in the number of Tao platforms, aiming instead to establish a singular, unparalleled Tao platform within the Qi mansion. Since time immemorial, cultivators venturing into the realm of distant travels have endeavored to condense as many Tao platforms as possible within their Qi mansion. Each additional layer enhances the density of their internal spiritual power and augments their capacity to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. For the Tao platform serves as the foundational bedrock of a cultivator's path. Naturally, the more robust and stable the foundation, the more superior it becomes. Moreover, to some extent, the quantity of Tao platforms can be viewed as a measure of a cultivator's future prospects and innate potential. In his previous life, Zhao Qinbi had entered the realm of distant travels with the prowess of ninefold Tao platforms, thereby laying a solid foundation for his subsequent journey along the path of the Great Tao. Yet, this Ashen Thunder technique deliberately contravenes such norms, aiming to compress and condense the Ashen spiritual power within the Qi mansion to its utmost limits. Much like a final gamble, it seeks to coalesce into a singular Ashen Thunder pillar, encapsulating the essence of all martial cultivation, thereby substituting for the multitude of Tao platforms as the foundation of the cultivator's path. One Tao platform, when manifested, surpasses the worth of countless Tao platforms. This unconventional method of cultivation had once ignited a spark of contemplation within Zhao Qinbi in his past life, yet it ultimately proved too radical, leading to its inevitable demise. Now, inspired by the Ashen Thunder technique, the long-buried conjectures within his memory surged forth like a wildfire, enveloping Zhao Qinbi in a state of complete absorption and oblivion. Outside the window, snowflakes danced in the air, and the dawn gradually brightened. Chapter 51. The pathway robbers. As a hue reminiscent of the snow-white belly of a fish emerged on the horizon, countless beams of fervent sunlight surged forth like a tidal wave, rupturing the dense and heavy clouds, piercing through the profound darkness above. The light cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping the 14 peaks of the Donglin sect, each either picturesque, perilous, or towering, illuminating them into an ethereal paradise, a realm untouched by the mundane world. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting its warm glow upon the youthful visage of Zhao Qinbi, gently covering his eyelids, infusing him with a tender warmth and brilliance that roused him from slumber. Zhao Qinbi exhaled a column of white mist, as substantial as corporeal form, and abruptly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his gaze lay pupils as dark as lacquer, clear and devoid of any hint of fatigue. He rose instantly, and as if his muscles and bones acted of their own volition, they began to stretch and crackle lightly. This was a minor manifestation of his physical cultivation having ascended to the bone condensation realm. After shedding his robes entirely, he donned a set of pristine white garments akin to those of an ordinary scholar. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a second-grade talisman, the Agu talisman, radiating an imposing spiritual pressure, and gently pressed it against his forehead. As a faint surge of spiritual energy coursed through his hand, the talisman ignited, releasing wisps of ethereal white smoke that enveloped Zhao Qinbi entirely. Moments later, a young man resembling a scholar emerged from the mist, a figure with fair skin, regal demeanor, and refined elegance, though his features were unremarkable save for his eyes, which sparkled like the stars. Revolving on his heel, Zhao Qinbi cast a deliberate gaze around, nodding with a modicum of satisfaction. While the obscuring prowess of such a second-grade talisman would be deemed inconsequential by cultivators of the middle three realms, it would prove more than adequate for those in the lower echelons. Concurrently, Zhao Qinbi suppressed his aura, diminishing it to the late stage of the Kai-Fu realm. He then deliberately adorned his waist with several unremarkable storage pouches, retrieved a mediocre flying artifact resembling a disc, and skirted past the main precinct of the Eastern Proximity sect, alighting gently in the woodland at the foot of the mountains. To an outside observer, Zhao Qinbi, in his current guise, would appear to be either a commonplace disciple from a minor sect or a rustic, hopeless cultivator from the wilds, possessing no particularly remarkable qualities. Having discreetly departed from the sect, Zhao Qinbi withdrew the jade scroll map, marked with the location of the market, and infused it with a tendril of spiritual thought. Once he had ascertained the direction, he wasted no time, his physical strength surging like a torrent, stirring up a tempestuous gust as he vanished into the woods. Certain ravening beasts in the forest, anticipating a hearty meal, were so terrified by the formidable spectacle of the gaunt figure that they dared not stir, remaining prostrate and trembling. Throughout his journey, Zhao Qinbi pressed on without pause, fording streams and scaling mountains. When confronted with obstructing trees or colossal rocks, he eschewed detours, opting instead to smash through them with his formidable physical might, reducing them to rubble. In a remarkably short span, Zhao Qinbi, propelled by breakneck velocity, had already traversed the dense forest surrounding the mountain gate. He now ambled leisurely along the thoroughfare constructed by mortals. The sun was at its zenith. Its light diffused as large, feathery snowflakes descended. The road was utterly deserted. Just as Zhao Qinbi was about to resume his swift journey, a band of brigands, burly and formidable, wielding sabers and massive axes, stood motionless across the road in the swirling snow. This group, numbering about 20, were all hulking figures with fierce countenances, their faces bearing scars and wounds. A faint aura of bloodlust emanated from them. Beside them lay a scattering of lifeless bodies. Their appearances suggested a gruesome end. Several corpses, seemingly women and maids, were found with tattered garments and bloodied lower bodies, indicating they had been violated to death by these highwaymen. Only a young child, around 8 or 9 years old, his face smeared with dirt and grime, had been spared, perhaps due to his tender age and the bandit's twisted sense of amusement. He was now crouched before the corpse of a woman, silent tears streaming down his cheeks, not uttering a single sound. Among the band of robbers, the leader, a man clad in a luxurious mink coat, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes closed as if in slumber. Yet, he emanated a palpable aura of nascent mastery at the early stage of the open mansion realm. Although this presence was chaotic and marred by a fetid stench of blood, which appeared utterly contemptible to Zhao Qinbi, it undeniably marked him as a bona fide cultivator. Surrounding him were more than 20 burly men, all positioned behind the mink-clad figure, exuding an air of total subservience. Their gazes toward him were interlaced with reverence, trepidation, and a hint of elusive yearning. As Zhao Qinbi approached with measured steps, the man in the mink coat slowly opened his eyes. Upon perceiving Zhao's calm demeanor and unflinching confidence, a sense of foreboding stirred within him. However, after discerning the absence of any discernible cultivation fluctuations from Zhao, he could not help but chuckle at the irony, attributing it to the obstinate spirit of a scholar. His expression soon contorted into a menacing glare. What could a mere mortal scholar accomplish? After toying with him and ultimately subjecting him to torment until death, he would drain the essence and blood from his very being, replenishing his own powers. It had been far too long since he had savored the essence of a scholar's spirit. Yet, how could this arrogant man in the mink coat fathom that with his paltry and wretched techniques, he barely managed to manifest a dilapidated aura, rendering him utterly unqualified to gauge Zhao Qinbi's depth? Before the mink-clad man could utter a word, the brutish henchman behind him immediately barked menacing threats. You there? Upon encountering the Lord of the Nine Bulls village, who reigns supreme in this territory, why do you not kneel and pay your respects? In consideration of your scholarly disposition and your unfamiliarity with our forest regulations, I suggest you relinquish all your possessions and sever a limb before you discreetly withdraw. Upon utterance of these words, the 20-odd ruffians immediately displayed fierce expressions, casting menacing glances towards Zhao Qinbi. Even the man draped in fur, known as the leader of the Nine Bull Stronghold, wore a look of amusement, keenly observing the young scholar, who appeared either resolute in the face of death or utterly stunned. The young child, who had been quietly focused on the ground, suddenly lifted his head and cried out, "Elder brother, run away. These robbers are all treacherous knaves who do not honor their word. Furthermore, this leader of the Nine Bull Stronghold is a monster that preys on human essence." Upon hearing this, the fur-clad man furrowed his brow slightly, and one of the muscular henchmen immediately understood, erupting with fury, "You wretched creature, I had initially intended to spare your life, allowing you to report to the magistrate in the city and witness the incompetence of the Qinglu city officials. Since you seek your own demise, I shall gladly oblige." As soon as the words left his mouth, a cruel glint appeared in his eyes, and he hurled his spear with great force, producing a sharp whistling sound as it sliced through the air. In the eyes of the terrified child, the spear hurtled towards him with an unstoppable momentum, seemingly destined to shatter his skull beneath its merciless trajectory. However, Zhao Qinbi remained utterly indifferent, casting his gaze upon the young boy in red who, despite facing imminent peril, still took the time to offer him a word of caution. A faint sigh escaped his heart. The duality of human nature, the discernment of good and evil, is often revealed in the smallest of actions. The innocence of a child's heart is indeed a rare treasure. Observing Zhao Chunbi's disdainful indifference, the man clad in mink fur erupted into laughter, a peculiar crimson glint of bloodlust manifesting in his eyes. You foolish creature. Do not presume that your two concealed weapons afford you invulnerability. You heard that little brat's words, did you not? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true supernatural powers entail. If you possess any sense, you would kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might grant you a swift end. Behind him, a group of muscular men wore cruel, twisted smiles, as if they could already envision the white-robed scholar enduring a fate worse than death beneath their leader's torment. A flicker of terrifying, murderous intent surged within Zhao Qinbi's eyes as his brow furrowed sharply. In a cold voice, he remarked, "Supernatural powers? Is it always thus indeed?" Although his voice was not loud, to the bandits, it struck like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through their very souls. Blood trickled from their orifices and within their eyes. Genuine fear emerged. Some were so shaken that they could not maintain their footing, and especially after being fixated upon by the scholar's piercing gaze. A prickling sensation coursed through his skin, akin to the sting of needles, leaving his mind utterly blank, devoid of any further contemplation. This was Dyer, a cultivator. At the very least, at the mid-stage of the opening of the mansion, the man clad in fur, known for his ruthless demeanor, momentarily staggered, but, instinctively propelled by the looming threat of death, he unleashed a violent counterattack. Dark crimson light erupted from his hands, coalescing into dozens of blood-colored insects, each no larger than a fingernail, exuding a heavy miasma of blood as they surged towards Zhao Qinbi's skin. Yet, Zhao Qinbi remained unfazed. His hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at the fur-clad man with a detached expression akin to that of a cadaver. Witnessing Zhao Qinbi's unyielding stance and lack of any defensive posture, the fur-clad man felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He hastily spat out a mouthful of foul blood, once again conjuring dozens of horrific blood insects, which surged towards Zhao Qinbi with even greater ferocity. What of a disciple from the mid-stage of the opening of the mansion? They seemed merely to be naive fledglings, unaccustomed to the world outside their sect. Once I devour you, I shall have my sport with your remains for days, relishing the sight of your arrogance stripped away. A foul wind rushed forth. As the grotesque swarm of blood insects closed in on upon the web of thunder, tenebrous arcs of electricity intertwined, creating an atmosphere of utter desolation. The 100 sanguinary worms, formidable as they were, upon the merest brush with this nether-lace snare, were struck as if by a cataclysmic blow. They quivered and emitted mournful cries before withering into heaps of ash and dust, which then dissipated into the snow-laden sky. The man in the sable coat, whose lifeblood was interwoven with these sanguinary worms, suffered a grievous wound upon their instantaneous demise. He expectorated a mouthful of tainted blood interspersed with milky white eggs, a sight both appalling and nauseating. Zhao Qinbi, his brow furrowed in distaste, conjured a bolt of umbral lightning with a mere flicker of his fingers. The air cracked with an ominous report as the bolt sped towards the sable-clad man with the velocity of a thunderclap. "Venerable one, have mercy, I beseech thee," the man cried, his entire being now gripped by an icy dread. Resistance was unthinkable. He fell to his knees, imploring for clemency. Yet Zhao Qinbi remained unmoved. Before the plea could even reach its conclusion, the ebony arrow pierced through the man's skull, leaving behind a scream of utter anguish. In an instant, the corpulent frame of the sable-clad man decayed from crown to toe, crumbling into a mound of ash, as if scorched by infernal flames. To practice such nefarious, sanguineous arts, to revel in the torment of mortals, is a transgression that warrants universal condemnation. With swift and decisive action, Zhao Qinbi's attack unfolded in a mere instant, exhibiting no superfluous movements. This display of decisive execution, accumulated through eons of cultivation as a reincarnated great being, manifested as an aura of formidable power, enveloping the slender figure and instilling fear and reverence in the hearts of onlookers. The band of brigands, witnessing their seemingly invincible chieftain vanquished in a single move, leaving not even a corpse behind, were overcome with terror and despair. They prostrated themselves upon the ground, fervently begging for mercy. "Immortal Master, spare us. We were beguiled by this fiend and coerced into this wretched existence. A chorus of mournful pleas erupted from the crowd, filled with tears and lamentations. Enough to deceive the naive listener. A surge of anger arose within Zhao Chenbi's countenance. Coerced, you say? Were you also coerced into committing heinous acts of depravity and slaughter? Was it also coercion that drove you to strike down innocent children? Did you ever consider sparing the lives of others when you were preying upon the populace? Zhao Chenbi's fury intensified with each word. He stomped upon the ground, unleashing a palpable wave of energy from the point of impact. The thick layer of snow shattered and ascended into the air, transforming into a flurry of razor-sharp ice crystals that descended upon the brigands, causing an eruption of blood and a chorus of anguished cries. However, Zhao Chenbi's expression was icy to the extreme, devoid of any fluctuation. The violent killing intent, once stirred by the bloodthirsty power within him, began to emerge in wisps within his pupils. Regardless of how the thieves scurried and evaded, they were ultimately pursued by a colossal ice spear that pierced through their skulls with a sudden ferocity, leaving them utterly lifeless. In a mere span of 10 breaths, more than 20 robust mountain bandits perished amidst this ruthless and terrifying snowstorm, leaving only a bare-chested man on his knees, his head battered and bloodied. Zhao Chenbi flicked his fingers, sending forth fireballs the size of fingernails, which promptly ignited the corpses of the bandits, incinerating them entirely. Zhao Chenbi nodded slightly and inquired, "Tell me, from whence does the leader of your 9-bull village hail, and what is the origin of the cruel sorcery he wields?" Wang Dagui swallowed hard, glancing at the ashes of the former leader of 9-bull village, and with a lingering fear, he spoke, "My lord, this man is not our leader at all. 6 months ago, a terrifying old man claiming to be the evil spirit master arrived at our 9-bull village. He slaughtered more than half of our people, draining them of their life essence, and killed our virtuous leader who was known for his righteousness. He demanded that we capture mortals and bring them to the mountains as sacrifices for his cultivation. Should we refuse, he threatened to annihilate our families. The man in the fur coat whom the esteemed immortal master has just slain was initially a stableman within my 9-oxen stronghold. However, that fiendish individual referred to him as a jade of cultivation, possessing the aptitude for immortality. Consequently, he imparted this exceedingly brutal and inhumane man-eating sorcery, appointing him as the chieftain of my 9-oxen stronghold, directing us to inflict suffering upon the populace, gathering blood sustenance and comely women for his cultivation practices. The remaining 100 or so brethren within the mountain stronghold are utterly petrified. Some have simply succumbed to this malevolent villain, perpetrating atrocities against the common people under his command. While many are unwilling to engage in such heinous acts, their lives and families are held hostage, leaving them with no alternative but to comply. After finishing his statement, Wang Dagui commenced trembling uncontrollably, with tears incessantly streaming from his eyes, congealing into icy crystals amidst the desolate, biting wind. Zhao Chenbi remained silent for a moment, his scholarly countenance as frigid as ice and as rigid as stone. Within his mind, a surge of murderous intent churned and seethed relentlessly. From his experience of over 10,000 years of cultivation, such troublesome matters offer no benefit to the augmentation of his cultivation, representing a complete waste of time. Indeed, in circumstances of uncertainty, they could potentially place him in mortal peril, rendering them a losing proposition. Chapter 53. A covenant amidst wind and snow. The wind and snow were biting, akin to knives scraping across one's face. The world was desolate and frigid, and the journey was arduous, leading to the demise of horses. Zhao Chenbi emitted a sigh, casting his gaze upon the red-clad girl beside the road. Her face, smudged with dirt, yet possessing an innate precociousness. The young girl crouched before the lifeless body of the woman, tears streaming ceaselessly down her cheeks, shivering uncontrollably in the biting cold wind. Her small hands and lips began to take on a bluish hue, yet she remained utterly silent, her beautiful eyes reflecting a profound stillness akin to a frozen lake. At that moment, when Zhao Chenbi's gaze met hers, the little girl returned his stare. Zhao Chenbi felt as though those innocent eyes were a sorrowful lake, silent yet imbued with a heart-wrenching power that stirred a pang of grief within him. The more perceptive the child, the deeper her understanding of the sudden calamity that had befallen them, the more she could fathom the excruciating pain of separation, and the more indelible the wound left upon her tender heart. Zhao Chenbi offered a gentle smile, beckoning her with a soft wave of his hand. After a moment's hesitation, the girl slowly approached and nestled behind him, seeking refuge. With a delicate motion, Zhao Chunbi ignited a lamp talisman. Its pure and radiant flame casting waves of warmth in the frigid winter air, dispelling the chill that enveloped the child. Yet, while the cold of her body could be warmed, what remedy could there be for the coldness of her heart? Turning his head, Zhao Chunbi extended his hand slightly, and Wang Daqi felt a gentle force, akin to a soft breeze yet imbued with an irresistible strength, lifting him upright. Though he had acted out of necessity, the wrongs he had committed could never be absolved, and as for his words, I shall choose to believe but half of them. With a flick of Zhao Chunbi's finger, a gray-black sigil materialized, instantly penetrating Wang Dagui's skull and transforming into an inscription of restraint, gradually imprinting itself within his being. Wang Dagui, though inwardly shaken and trembling, dared not resist. Zhao Chunbi narrowed his eyes and said, "Rest assured, I have no intention of sending you to your demise. I have a plan. Now that I have left a mark upon your very soul, your life and death are entirely at my discretion. Should you harbor any treacherous thoughts, you are well aware of the consequences. However, if you render great service, I will naturally lift this restraint and may even bestow upon you elixirs to fortify your body, prolong your life, and enhance your martial prowess." Upon hearing this, Wang Dagui's countenance was initially somber, as if his heart had died within him. But it swiftly transformed into a look of mingled surprise and joy. He hastily replied, "I shall follow the immortal master's instructions to the letter." Zhao Chunbi, resting his chin in his hand, pondered for a moment before speaking. "As I have pressing matters to attend to, you shall, for the time being, take good care of this young girl and see her safely settled in a nearby town. In your spare time, discreetly contact those within the mountain stronghold and gather as much information as possible regarding this demonic cultivator. In 7 days, I will find a way to reach you." Having spoken, Zhao Chunbi instantly produced a pill, which he cast into Wang Dagui's mouth. It was one of the most inferior, unrefined pills from within the Xuanwu Pagoda. Startled, Wang Dagui felt an immense surge of warmth coursing through his entire being, imbuing every limb with a comforting sensation. Hidden ailments accumulated over years miraculously vanished, and his martial prowess and inner strength more than doubled, filling him with ecstatic joy. Consequently, the young immortal master's image in his eyes became even more unfathomable. He suspected this was an ancient monster who had lived for countless years, maintaining eternal youth through boundless magic, and he grew even more respectful. Zhao Chunbi naturally discerned these inner machinations and chuckled softly. "As long as you perform your duties diligently, I have plenty of such elixirs. Although you lack the aptitude for immortal cultivation, they can ensure you a life of wealth and prosperity as a mortal, allowing you to live past 100 years of age, immune to all diseases. Furthermore, to avoid revealing my identity in future encounters, do not refer to me as immortal master." Wang Dagui nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice. "Everything will be done according to master's instructions. I have a private residence in the city and will take this young girl there to settle her in properly." However, upon hearing this, the girl in red once again burst into tears, clutching Zhao Chunbi's clothes and shaking her head with a biting lip. A trace of tenderness reappeared on Zhao Chunbi's cold face, and he squatted down, gently wiping away the dust and bloodstains from the girl's face, and said softly, "Little girl, what is your name?" After a few sobs, the girl slowly spoke, "Big brother, my name is Songyu. My full name is Yu Songyu." Before Zhao Chunbi could utter another word, the young girl named Yu Songyu burst into tears once more. "Big brother, please don't abandon me. Now that both my father and mother are gone, and Uncle Zhang, who raised me, has also passed away, I am so frightened. Will you take me with you?" Zhao Chunbi remained silent, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly realized that this Yu Songyue possessed remarkable talent for cultivation. Her eyes, shimmering like the moonlight, resembled a flawless jade vessel, evoking a profound sense of compassion. She was indeed a rare embodiment of the pure moon. Although this extraordinary physique offered no advantage in combat or the application of mystical powers, it would enable her to thrive in the cultivation of lunar energy, propelling her forward with unparalleled ease. Such a remarkable aptitude was exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation, yet it had unexpectedly manifested in an ordinary young girl, leaving Zhao Chunbi astounded. As his thoughts swirled, Zhao Chunbi felt a stirring within him. "Songwe, would you be willing to follow me to the mountain to cultivate and learn the arts of immortality?" Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes, which reflected the sorrow of falling snow, widened in surprise, revealing a glimmer of hope. Trembling, she asked, "Big brother, can I really become an immortal like you?" Zhao Chunbi nodded, but with a caveat. You must remember that no matter the circumstances, you should always harbor kindness in your heart. Even if one day you possess the power to command the winds and rains, or wield the might of an earthly immortal, do not let that lead you to vengeance or slaughter. Despite the world's many injustices, do not allow it to dishearten you. Can you commit to this? Frowning slightly, Yu Songyue furrowed her brow, her expression one of profound contemplation. After a long moment, a resolute glint illuminated her exquisite, almond-shaped eyes. Esteemed brother, she declared, I have reached a decision. With my parents now departed, Songyue shall accompany you on your journey to cultivate upon the mountain. Should I one day attain a similar level of power as you, I shall forsake vengeance and instead, as my father instructed, strive to diminish the injustices of this world and improve the state of affairs. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qinbi's countenance gradually softened into a visage of gratification. He reached out and smoothed the creases from Yu Songyue's brow. In that case, he said, you shall first accompany Wang Digawei to the city to ensure your parents receive a proper burial. I shall return for you in 7 days. The mention of interring her parents caused tears to well up once more in Yu Songyue's endearing face, her voice thick with emotion. After a protracted struggle to suppress the agony in her heart, she finally spoke. Esteemed brother, you truly will not deceive me? Zhao Qunbi chuckled softly and extended his hand, gesturing for a pinky promise. Do I strike you as a deceiver? He inquired. Any pledge I make shall remain valid for 10,000 years, even 1,000,000, so long as I draw breath. Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally broke through the tears on Yu Songyue's face. Reaching out her small, frostbitten hands, she intertwined her little finger with Zhao Qinbi's long, elegant one, sealing their pact. At this juncture, the holy king of the wheel had no inkling that millennia hence, a peerless woman, esteemed as the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden, would defect from the 9 heavens' divine sect, traversing countless mountains and rivers, and navigating the boundless starry expanse. She would seek to eternally follow him, sharing his fate in life and death. Presently, subsequent to his accord with Yu Songyue, Zhao Qinbi instructed Wang Digawei to gather the entirety of the deceased family's remains onto a carriage. He then directed Yu Songyue to proceed ahead towards the city. The perpetual snow relentlessly descended, veiling the ground's bloodstains and dust, adorning the scene with immaculate purity, as if naught had transpired. Yet, Zhao Qinbi was cognizant that certain events had indeed occurred, unequivocally and palpably, impossible to conceal. They were akin to ripples upon the lake of the heart, seeds sown within the fields of the mind. Inadvertent gestures would leave indelible imprints and traces, requiring but a single drop of water from the heavens to germinate, flourish, and overshadow the sky. Chapter 54. Underwater Dragon Palace. However, it is conceivable that none could fathom that beneath this diminutive river, an inscription array, spanning dozens of miles, served as a protective barrier. It concealed the bustling splendor of the immortals below, towering edifices standing shoulder to shoulder, and emporiums replete with treasures. All this unfolded right under the noses of mundane mortals, welcoming and bidding farewell with thriving commerce. Subsequently, after traversing for several hours, Zhao Qinbi, just before the complete dimming of twilight, managed to arrive outside the celestial marketplace known as the Underwater Dragon Palace. On the surface of the river, an ethereal formation, visible only to cultivators, flickered with vibrant hues, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. However, it was not an exceptionally advanced array of inscriptions, nor did it emanate any formidable aura of restrictions. Rather, its purpose was merely to obscure the presence of mundane beings. After a brief glance from Zhao Qinbi, a layer of soft gray-black lightning surged forth, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, he leapt gracefully into the meandering, crystal-clear waters of the river, and the resplendent inscription array merely shimmered before allowing him to pass unimpeded. As a flash of brilliance swept past, Zhao Qinbi found himself stepping onto a green stone floor. Though it was already evening, the enchanting marketplace concealed beneath the protective formation was still basking in radiant sunlight. Flanking the roads were quaint, antiquated shops, reminiscent of bustling storefronts found in the realm of mortals. Yet, the wares displayed were anything but ordinary. Instead of the myriad of dazzling magical artifacts, there were rare materials and treasures of heaven and earth, as well as precious techniques and elixirs. While Zhao Qinbi leisurely strolled through the marketplace, taking in the sights with keen interest, a small, stout boy with a round face stealthily approached from behind. his expression filled with eager anticipation as he cautiously scrutinized Zhao Qinbi. With Zhao Qinbi's formidable spiritual awareness as a mid-tier inscription master, the boy's presence could not escape his notice. Turning around with a bemused smile, Zhao Qinbi regarded the persistent little boy with keen curiosity. Upon Zhao Qinbi's abrupt turn, the youth, far from being flustered, exhibited remarkable composure, even betraying a hint of delight. "Esteemed immortal master," he began, "might this be your inaugural visit to the underwater dragon palace? I have dwelled within these markets for well over a decade. While I would not presume to claim an exhaustive familiarity, I am nonetheless reasonably acquainted with its intricacies. Should you permit me to guide your path, it might well obviate considerable time and inconvenience." Zhao Qinbi, no callow novice to the cultivation world, swiftly surmised that the youth was a harbinger, a ubiquitous presence in various markets, subsisting by escorting itinerant cultivators and earning meager cultivation resources. The path to enlightenment is arduous. Not all are blessed with prodigious talent and munificent resources. Many must exert every sinew, striving to secure even the most paltry of resources. Zhao Qinbi offered a faint smile. Pausing in contemplation before responding, "I am but a nascent cultivator in the mid-stage of the Kai-Fu realm. What recompense could I possibly offer you? A canny harbinger such as yourself would likely demand no less than a low-grade spirit stone, would you not?" The diminutive youth shook his head vigorously. "Immortal master, you jest. With my uninitiated state, merely having forged a few meridians, even if I were fortunate enough to acquire a spirit stone, how could I possibly safeguard it within this immortal market? My name is Dong Hu. If the immortal master deems me trustworthy, allow me to guide you. As for remuneration, a mere couple of medicinal pills would suffice." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally he was profoundly astonished. Despite his efforts to elevate the significance of spirit stones within this mortal realm, he had still underestimated their true worth. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qinbi discreetly retrieved a porcelain vial containing 5 low-grade mixed pills from his sleeve. With a gentle surge of spiritual energy, he delivered it into Dong Hu's hands. Pondering whether this would suffice, Dong Hu hurriedly accepted the vial, eagerly uncapping it. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he peered inside, revealing a blend of astonishment and delight. Fearing that Zhao Qinbi might retract his offer, he quickly tucked the vial close to his chest and gazed up at Zhao Qinbi with an ingratiating expression. "The immortal master is indeed exceedingly generous," he declared. "In the days to come, I shall surely remain by your side, offering unwavering loyalty and unreserved counsel. Beyond this, there were indeed some celestial establishments that peddled rare and exquisite wines, difficult to find in the outside world, as well as extraordinary dishes crafted from various spiritual materials and the flesh of mythical beasts. However, the prices were exorbitantly steep. In this bustling marketplace, there exist establishments of ill repute, where the women are each endowed with beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. They are not mere mortal women, rather. They are exquisite beings who have refined their spiritual pathways. For a handful of spirit stones, one can even indulge in the company of celestial maidens who have ascended to the realm of the open mansion. Oh, just the thought of those alluring legs and fair skin, undulating like majestic waves, is enough to stir one's imagination." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi could not help but exhibit a peculiar expression, hastily clearing his throat and gesturing for Dong Hu to cease his frivolous chatter. "Enough of such nonsense," he said. "Simply inform me which establishments within this market possess the greatest strength and lead me there. As for the fine wines of the taverns, they can certainly be procured after our business is concluded." Upon realizing that Zhao Qinbi harbored no interest in the alluring denizens of the brothels, a look of disappointment crossed Dong Hu's face, only to swiftly transform into one of incredulity as he scrutinized Zhao Qinbi. Could it be that this esteemed immortal master harbored a peculiar penchant for the company of men? With this thought, Dong Hu's demeanor brightened once more, and with a spark of eagerness, he remarked, "If the esteemed immortal master does not favor the enchanting women of the brothels, it is worth noting that within this marketplace, one can also find a fair share of delicate youths with oiled hair and painted faces, as well as robust and valiant men." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi nearly spat a mouthful of blood directly onto Dong Hu's face. After a moment of composure, he could only chuckle in resignation and chide, "Dong Hu, it seems you are quite infatuated, indiscriminately indulging in both the savory and the sweet, are you not?" Dong Hu, somewhat embarrassed, managed a smile. In truth, he had felt a twinge of regret after his previous remark, fearing that this scholarly-looking immortal master might take offense. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find Zhao Qinbi so amicable, even jesting with him in return. Nevertheless, Dong Hu dared not overstep his bounds and promptly replied, "Immortal master. Within this market, if one were to speak of magical artifacts, Baxiuj undoubtedly stands out. The various artifacts they offer are not only extraordinarily powerful and versatile, but also reasonably priced, with the occasional rare spiritual item available, though they often come with a hefty price tag. As for medicinal pills, Tianxiang Zhai is the unrivaled leader, boasting a mid-tier alchemist of esteemed rank who rarely makes an appearance, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to meet him. Concerning the jade tubes of techniques and the myriad treasures of heaven and earth, Wanwan Lu and Duo Bao Tang reign supreme. Other shops vary in their offerings, each possessing its unique merits. Thus, Dong Hu, like a bamboo tube pouring forth beans, eloquently recounted the general conditions of the market to Zhao Qinbi, providing him with a preliminary understanding and impression. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qinbi nodded slowly and said, "In that case, please lead me to Baxiuj." Upon hearing this, Dong Hu's countenance betrayed a hint of unease. "Esteemed immortal master," he began, "the Bashio Pavilion is situated at a considerable distance from this entrance. To traverse it on foot would likely consume the better part of an hour. Perhaps we might proceed sequentially, commencing with the Wanwan Pavilion?" However, Zhao Qinbi demurred with a gentle shake of his head. To Dong Hu's utter astonishment, a flash of ebony radiance emanated from his hand, and a colossal black skyship, exuding an aura of compelling spiritual energy, materialized into existence. It radiated waves of wind and thunder, inspiring trepidation in all who beheld it. "Hey, a spiritual artifact," Dong Hu exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet, Zhao Qinbi merely offered a faint smile. Seizing Dong Hu, he abruptly activated the Wind Thunder Profound Skyship, transforming it into a dense, somber streak of black light. It stirred a tempest as it traversed the market with conspicuous flair, drawing the gazes of passing cultivators. A spiritual artifact-grade flying instrument, no less. Such extravagance, one onlooker remarked. Likely a scion of some prominent sect. It appears they are bound for the Bashio Pavilion. As fate would have it, Lin Changshan, the notoriously overbearing young master of the Azure Wave Pavilion, is there with his paramour, acquiring magical implements. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 55. What significance do you possess? With Zhao Qinbi at the helm of the Wind Thunder Profound Skyship, it surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, unleashing a series of howling gales. In the blink of an eye, guided by Dong Hu, they arrived at the precincts of the Bashio Pavilion. Throughout this journey, one could describe it as a whirlwind of swift motion, marked by ostentatious displays. Particularly with the emergence of the spirit vessel, which naturally stirred a tempest of speculation within this marketplace. The passing cultivators could not help but engage in fervent discussions, conjecturing which eminent sect's esteemed disciple had graced this humble bazaar with their presence. However, Zhao Qinbi's actions were not merely impulsive, they were deliberate and purposeful. His prior concealment of identity and aura was a precaution to prevent the sect from discovering his whereabouts, as the matters concerning the Xuanwu Tower were of great significance. Should any whispers of his presence escape, it would undoubtedly lead to a host of complications. Disguising himself as an ordinary mid-stage cultivator on his journey ensured he remained inconspicuous, a strategy that proved exceedingly prudent. Yet, upon entering the market, his destination was none other than the foremost establishments within the underwater dragon palace. Maintaining the guise of an unremarkable individual would likely render him invisible to the discerning eyes of the merchants. With over 100,000 years of cultivation experience, Zhao Qinbi possessed a profound understanding of these dynamics. As the wind and thunder spirit vessel came to a halt before the towering structure of the Bashio Pavilion, it unleashed a resonant cacophony, emanating formidable spiritual pressure. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of the shopkeeper, while several agile attendants and graceful maidens hurried over, their faces adorned with expressions of obsequiousness. Stepping forth, Zhao Qinbi slowly retracted the wind and thunder spirit vessel. He then instructed the astonished Dong Hu, who appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, to await him. Amidst the tide of gazes converging from all directions, he strode into the establishment with an air of dignified composure. Within the emporium's ground floor, the steward overseeing the sale of enchanted artifacts was an elder, appearing to be around 60 years of age, adorned in a daffodil overcoat embroidered with the gilded characters of Bashio Pavilion in a flamboyant calligraphic style. Emanating an aura indicative of the late stage of the Kai-Fu realm, he dared not presume, despite Zhao Qinbi's display of merely the mid-stage of the same realm. Especially upon noticing that Zhao Qinbi was piloting a low-grade aerial artifact, his pupils contracted involuntarily. He promptly dismissed the attendant, stepping forward himself to greet Zhao Qinbi with a respectful bow, inquiring, "May I inquire as to your esteemed name? I am Jiang Chong, the steward of this establishment." Zhao Qinbi, assuming the guise of a worldly scholar, inexplicably wielding an enchanted fan, gently waved it before offering a slight smile. "I am Zhao. No need for excessive courtesy." Jiang Chong pondered for a moment before hastily inquiring, "So, esteemed Taoist Zhao, may I ask what manner of enchanted artifact you seek to acquire at Basho Pavilion?" Zhao Qinbi delicately folded his treasured fan, stating, "I have come not to purchase artifacts, but rather, I possess some rare treasures and inquire if your esteemed pavilion would be interested in acquiring them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes twitched, and he scrutinized Zhao Qinbi anew, cautiously remarking, "Basho Pavilion naturally engages in the acquisition of artifacts, but as we are not a pawnshop, should the quantity be too meager or the grade too low, we might be." Zhao Qinbi comprehended the unspoken implication and, with a mere flicker of light from his hand, produced a verdant, lotus pad-like umbrella treasure, briefly displaying it before Jiang Cheng's eyes before stowing it back into his spatial ring. As the proprietor of the illustrious Basho Pavilion's ground floor, Jiang Cheng possessed remarkable discernment. Despite the fleeting glimpse, it sufficed for him to clearly perceive the treasure, causing his countenance to undergo a drastic transformation and his mind to be profoundly shaken. Incredulously, he inquired, This, does the esteemed cultivator truly intend to vend this item?" Although he had inferred the youth's status and affluence from the Wind Thunder mysterious boat, he was utterly astonished that this unassuming young man could casually produce a low-grade spiritual artifact, and a rare defensive one at that. However, Zhao Qinbi remained entirely unmoved, even sighing with a tinge of pity. Such mortal women, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation, were often displaced or orphaned, left destitute and vulnerable, captured by cultivators and brought into the world of cultivation. While they might retain their youthful appearance and enjoy increased longevity, and even witness the grandeur of the higher realms, they would forever remain at the lowest echelons, with no prospects for advancement. They could only hope, as in this instance, that a cultivator would take notice of them and expend spirit stones to acquire them as maids or concubines. With a surge of rich spiritual energy, the scene before him underwent an abrupt transformation, shifting from the antique, ornate carvings to a resplendent array of stone and jade. As Zhao Qinbi found himself within the Basho Pavilion's fourth floor, the fourth floor was not expansive, showcasing merely a few dozen items. Yet, each radiated a palpable, almost tangible aura. For instance, a miniature 3-inch sword of Xinhuang hue seemed to harbor earth dragons meandering within its form, stirring dust and sand. Similarly, a petite, jet-black pagoda, enshrouded in a chilling aura, emitted eerie wails of malevolent spirits, inducing trepidation. Invariably, each item proved to be a remarkable spiritual artifact, with several even attaining the rank of mid-grade spiritual implements. However, such items, regardless of their grade, naturally failed to capture the attention of Zhao Qinbi, a celestial-grade artifact smith. He merely regarded them with a casual glance, purely as a form of leisurely diversion. Under the somewhat resentful gazes of the two maids, Zhao Qinbi was seated by a window. A cup of spiritual tea, emanating a subtly refreshing fragrance, was promptly presented to him by another maid, who respectfully requested his patience. It transpired that, apart from Zhao Qinbi, 2 other cultivators, a man and a woman, were engaged in a contentious dispute with the appraiser stationed within the Basho Pavilion, a white-robed, youthful-faced elder, prompting Zhao Qinbi to cast a sidelong glance. The young man was adorned in a wide, pale pink robe, evidently a mid-grade magic artifact of no small caliber. Furthermore, he was bedecked with an array of glittering treasures. A motley assortment of magical implements hung about his person like gaudy accessories, refracting a dazzling, variegated light, akin to a nouveau riche from the mundane world, eliciting a sense of comical absurdity. However, the youth was currently exceedingly arrogant. Despite possessing only the cultivation of the late Kai-Fu realm, he was exceptionally haughty and overbearing towards the appraiser, a senior of the early Yuanyu realm. His words were wildly presumptuous, displaying an utter lack of regard for others. The woman beside him leaned languidly against him, nestled intimately in his embrace, her alluring eyes gleaming like silk, and she deliberately brushed against his chest. Zhao Qinbi was immediately rendered speechless, and even the spiritual tea in his hand became somewhat uninteresting. He spat lightly, then closed his eyes to recuperate. Although the sound of this expectoration was subtle, it was distinctly audible to cultivators with keen senses, capturing even the slightest detail. The pink-robed youth was already in a fit of pique, with no outlet for his anger. He immediately turned around, his face filled with resentment, especially after seeing that Zhao Qinbi's cultivation was only at the mid-Kai Fu realm. He was extremely contemptuous and immediately opened his mouth arrogantly. "You mongrel, what? Do you have a problem with me? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death?" Zhao Qinbi sighed inwardly, and the power of his physical body flowed like ripples on his arm. In his previous life, he detested such parasitic wastrels the most, who relied on one or two ancestors of profound magical power in their families to act recklessly, bully men and women, and do whatever they wanted without any restraint, simply epitomizing the vermin of the sect. Chapter 56. Punishing. These words were no less than a thunderclap resounding throughout the fourth floor of Basho Pavilion. The attendant and maids on the side all turned pale, sensing that something was amiss. Even the Yuan Yu realm appraiser was shocked. Although those who ascend to the fourth floor are certainly not ordinary individuals, to the outside observer, Zhao Qinbi appears merely as a mid-stage practitioner. While Lin Changshan has long since reached the late stage of his cultivation, possessing an abundance of magical artifacts. Additionally, he is coddled by his father, Lin Zhan, who resides in the realm of manifest spirits and has always been excessively protective of his son. Even he would hesitate to issue such provocations. Moreover, Zhao Qinbi's words not only insulted Lin Changshan, but also disparaged the entire Baibo Pavilion sect, elevating the matter beyond mere verbal skirmishes among cultivators. The onlookers could not help but feel a chill of apprehension for Zhao Qinbi. Upon hearing the remarks, Lin Changshan was initially taken aback, only to erupt into a frenzied laughter, as if he had encountered the most absurd of jokes. Tears of mirth welled in the corners of his eyes, and he began to torment the woman beside him, who, despite the pain, forced a smile, refraining from uttering a single complaint. "In all my years, this is the first time someone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Excellent, truly excellent. I shall ensure that your tendons are severed and your internal energies disrupted for the insolence you have shown towards Baibo Pavilion today." After ceasing his maniacal laughter, Lin Changshan's pupils turned blood red, his gaze toward Zhao Qinbi filled with a savage malevolence. In stark contrast, Zhao Qinbi wore a disdainful smirk, retorting, "A fool is merely a fool, prone to excessive chatter." Upon the utterance of these words, the elder from the distant realm, who had intended to offer counsel, found his resolve utterly extinguished. Fearing the ire of Lin Changshan's formidable father from the spirit manifestation realm, he opted for a stance of detached indifference, casting a pitying glance toward Zhao Qinbi, lamenting the youth's recklessness and lack of prudence. After uttering 3 commendatory phrases, Lin Changshan let out a derisive laugh, suddenly forming a hand seal. An intense, verdant spiritual light surged around him, coalescing into a remarkably sharp green bamboo aimed directly at Zhao Qinbi's visage. Concurrently, the spiritual artifacts adorning him flickered with brilliance, transforming into a dazzling array of colorful phantoms that erupted forth, generating a formidable wave of spiritual energy, clearly intent on bringing Zhao Qinbi to his demise. Yet, Zhao Qinbi did not even cast a glance at the oncoming bamboo, allowing the shrill whistle of the sharp tip to crash down upon him, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Upon impact, the resilient green bamboo shattered instantaneously, dissolving into specks of spiritual energy that vanished into the ether, while Zhao Qinbi remained unscathed, without a single mark upon his countenance. The elder in white could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. Lin Changshan, taken aback, found himself momentarily stunned as he beheld Zhao Qinbi's form, akin to a wraith, darting before him in a dazzling blur. The once menacing artifacts, which had surged forward, were either deftly sidestepped or effortlessly swatted aside, with several mid-grade artifacts transforming into mere heaps of scrap metal under Zhao Qinbi's casual might. Lin Changshan sensed a terrifying, hellish murderous intent, like an all-encompassing shadow, engulfing him. Instantly, he raised his hand, intending to activate a prized inferior-grade magical artifact from his storage bag, delivering a devastating blow to Zhao Qinbi, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. However, as soon as he lifted his arm, He felt as if his entire limb was locked in steel, a tearing, excruciating pain coursing through him, contorting his face. Just as he was about to roar and wail, he received a merciless and swift knee strike to his abdomen, causing his internal organs to churn, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a sound. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi grasped Lin Changshan's arm with one hand and seized his head with the other, slowly lifting him again, revealing a face streaked with tears and filled with extreme terror beneath his disheveled hair. Zhao Qinbi smiled faintly, yet his voice was chillingly cold. "I heard you wanted to sever my tendons?" Although his heart was filled with terror, Lin Changshan remained stubbornly defiant, roaring madly, "You dare kill me? You dare kill me? If you kill me, my father will extract your soul and refine it, torturing you for all eternity." Zhao Qinbi abruptly raised his palm, about to strike this ignorant scion. "Fellow cultivator, please. Fellow cultivator, hear me out. Spare Lin Changshan's life, and the Ba Xiu Pavilion is willing to treat you as a distinguished guest, offering a 5% discount on all purchases of magical artifacts and sales of goods." At this critical moment, the elder in white suddenly panicked and hastily made a solemn promise, fearing that Zhao Qinbi would strike Lin Changshan dead on the spot. As a witness to the scene, he dreaded the consequences of being pursued by Lin Zhan, Changshan's father, who would undoubtedly seek to extract his soul. Zhao Qinbi's hand abruptly halted, mere inches from Lin Changshan's forehead. Completely terrified, Lin Changshan, who had always been arrogant and contemptuous, could hardly fathom that this person would genuinely dare to take his life. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death. Had the elder in white not intervened, he would have likely become a lifeless corpse. With tears streaming down his face, Lin Changshan trembled as he pleaded, Senior, I am blind to the greatness before me. Please spare my life." Zhao Qinbi's expression twisted into one of utter disdain, and he casually released Lin Changshan, as if discarding a piece of refuse. However, as soon as Lin Changshan hit the ground, Zhao Qinbi delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling like a ball, tumbling down the stairs and leaving behind a shocking trail of blood. While the death penalty could be avoided, the punishment for his transgressions was inescapable. Zhao Qinbi brushed his hands together and turned to the trembling, enchanting woman, demanding, "Aren't you going to leave with him?" The alluring woman, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly assisted the severely injured Lin Changshan, whose energy was utterly depleted, and they fled the scene. The old man in the white robe gazed at the horrific bloodstains on the ground, letting out a bitter smile. "My friend, this..." At that moment, he had completely convinced himself that the young scholar before him was far from an ordinary mid-stage practitioner of the opening mansion realm. He was at least a formidable figure of the wandering realm, likely even beyond his own cultivation level, possibly at the mid-stage of the wandering realm, leaving him unable to discern the depths of his abilities. Deep within, he even harbored a vague suspicion that this individual might be a direct disciple of some prestigious sect. Hidden from the public eye, Zhao Qinbi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not. If the Bai Bo Pavilion chooses to pursue this matter later, I shall take full responsibility. It is of no concern to the Ba Xiu Pavilion." He then inquired, "Is the favorable offer you mentioned earlier still valid?" The old man, Yang Hua, quickly replied, "Rest assured, my friend, it certainly stands. I am Yang Hua, a treasure appraiser stationed at the Ba Xiu Pavilion, and I possess the authority to decide on matters of mutual benefit. You need not worry. I will ensure you receive a 50% discount." Zhao Qinbi nodded in satisfaction and slowly resumed his seat. With a grand gesture, Yang Hua summoned several attendants who promptly came forth to cleanse the bloodstains from the floor. Additionally, a few young maidens timidly approached, presenting a bowl of spirit tea, rich in spiritual energy. With delicate hands, they ignited the incense on the table, which resembled ancient wood, releasing a calming and fragrant aroma. Only then did Yang Hua take a seat beside Zhao Qinbi, slightly cupping his hands in greeting. "May I inquire how I should address you?" Zhao Qinbi, not one to be arrogant despite his talents, returned the gesture with a bow. "I am Zhao. I have come to your esteemed pavilion to sell some spirit instruments and artifacts in exchange for spirit stones." Witnessing Zhao Qinbi's impeccable courtesy, Yang Hua, beyond mere reverence, couldn't help but develop a tinge of goodwill towards him. He promptly inquired with a smile, "Oh, fellow Taoist, the treasures in your possession must undoubtedly be extraordinary. However, I wonder about their quantity and grade. Would you be so kind as to allow this old man to examine them, so that I may offer a suitable price?" "Certainly. Zhao Qinbi responded with a gentle smile, as he retrieved all the spiritual artifacts and magical implements that he had transferred from his spatial ring to his storage pouch. As the spiritual light intertwined and shimmered incessantly, the fourth-floor hall was illuminated, resembling a celestial realm. The expression on Yang Hua's face transformed from initial forced composure to astonishment and amazement, eventually solidifying into an incredulous and exaggerated expression. Upon the floor, there were neatly arranged over 60 treasures, all brimming with spiritual energy and of considerable quality. Among them, spiritual artifacts alone numbered 20, while the remaining 40-odd magical implements were all of exceptional quality, either resplendent supreme-grade magical implements or a diverse array of high-grade magical implements. The sight caused the onlookers to experience a swaying of their minds, as if they had fallen into a dream. Among the items were flying swords, long swords, magical sabers, katanas, bells, pagodas, cudgels, spears, halberds, shields, soft armor, gauntlets, and some peculiar and rare magical treasures, along with several rather remarkable flying magical implements. Yang Hua gulped, unable to speak for a long moment. Despite his many years as an appraiser at Basho Pavilion, having seen countless spiritual artifacts and magical implements, it was the first time he had witnessed so many treasures displayed before him, and all belonging to a single individual. He was momentarily dazed and disoriented. Fellow Taoist Zhao, are these all your possessions? Yang Hua inexplicably inquired, feeling as if this young man surnamed Zhao had looted a small sect. Zhao Xinbi wore an oddly amused expression and remarked, how could these treasures belong solely to me? Did I borrow them from someone else? Yang, realizing his indiscretion, offered a somewhat awkward smile, acknowledging, I have been rather presumptuous. However, given the multitude of treasures, each possessing remarkable value, it would surely require considerable time to ascertain their worth. I kindly ask for your patience, Zhao Taoist. Zhao Xinbi gently took a sip of the tea, which flowed like azure waves, savoring the lingering fragrance that brought him great delight. He smiled and replied, take your time, Master Yang. I have no pressing matters. Yang nodded and began to lean down, retrieving from his storage bag a peculiar artifact that resembled a mirror, carefully cradling it in his hands as he commenced a serious appraisal. Chapter 57. Overnight Wealth. This mirror-like artifact would likely baffle an ordinary person. However, Zhao Xinbi, with his extensive knowledge accumulated over the span of more than 10 millennia, recognized it immediately. Having personally forged countless treasures, he identified it as a universal appraisal tool known as a magnifying glass. Each school of thought possesses its strengths, and the role of an appraiser, akin to that of a craftsman, specializes in identifying various precious materials. While both pursue mastery in their respective crafts, the former focuses primarily on theoretical understanding, lacking the ability to forge. Typically, appraisers of antiquities predominantly possess cultivation levels within the lower 3 realms. Their spiritual power is often not sufficiently robust to dissect the internal structure, materials, and intricate construction techniques of treasures. Consequently, they rely on magnifying glasses for assistance, enabling them to probe minute details and ascertain the value of artifacts. At present, Zhao Qinbi, cradling a cup of spiritual tea, watched with keen interest as Yang Hua meticulously appraised the spiritual and magical implements. A full cup of tea later, Yang Hua, beads of perspiration dotting his brow, finally put away his magnifying glass, his once vigorous magical power somewhat diminished. Clearly, authenticating these ancient magical and spiritual artifacts, preserved for millennia, was a task that significantly taxed his mind and magical reserves. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, Yang Hua looked up at Zhao Qinbi and said, Fellow Taoist Zhao, I am afraid I must confess that these magical implements appear to have been forged using secret methods from the distant past. Although I possess some knowledge in this area, my expertise is limited. It has taken me a considerable amount of time to complete the assessment. I apologize for the delay. Zhao Qinbi smiled affably, displaying no hint of impatience. Not at all. Master Yang's dedication is such that a little extra weight is inconsequential. Yang Hua returned a grateful smile, and then said earnestly, the magical and spiritual artifacts you provided total 63 items. Among them are 21 low-grade spiritual artifacts, 25 top-quality magical implements, and 17 high-grade magical implements. Given that they were all crafted using ancient methods, their power is extraordinary, and their value exceeds the market price by 20%. In addition to the ordinary offensive magical instruments, there exists a plethora of artifacts encompassing flight, defense, and auxiliary types. Altogether, these amount to a total of 3,200 low-grade spirit stones, equating to 32 medium-grade spirit stones. What are your thoughts on this? Zhao Qunbi maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yet, internally, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves. He initially estimated that these magical instruments would sell for no more than 700 or 800 low-grade spirit stones, which would have sufficed to satisfy him. After all, he had previously utilized the Shumi Jade to perform the fusion spirit technique, extracting a considerable amount of spiritual energy from within the Donglin Dao Tower, which barely yielded over 200 low-grade spirit stones. The Donglin sect, being one of the top 10 sects in the southeast of the Tiana continent, could only collect a mere few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones annually from the spiritual stone mines, with medium-grade spirit stones numbering less than 200. Aside from the offerings made by elder guests, the operational expenses of the sect, including the cultivation needs of thousands of disciples and the maintenance of grand formations, were all drawn from these spirit stones, rendering the situation exceedingly strained. Reflecting on this, Zhao Qunbi suddenly comprehended why the Donglin sect had fallen to the bottom of the top 10 sects, allowing even the second-rate sect of Dongguan Valley, with a heritage of less than a few hundred years, to dare to bully them. The pursuit of cultivation fundamentally hinges upon the interplay of wealth, companions, methods, and resources. It is not difficult to envision that, should there be an ample supply of spirit stones and cultivation resources to support it, the venerable heritage of Donglin sect, which has been passed down for nearly 2 millennia, would undoubtedly witness a significant increase in the number of spiritual elders within the sect. Even the number of earth immortals at the core formation stage would likely rise by 4 or 5. And it is conceivable that a formidable Yuan-Ing realm practitioner could be summoned through sheer accumulation. Although, following the expedition into the secret realm, the group of 9 returned with a considerable haul of precious spirit herbs and various treasures, which infused the sect with a refreshing vitality akin to a timely assistance. The disciples from the wandering realm also experienced a remarkable surge, with over 100 additional members emerging from the mass production of crystal transformation pills. Nevertheless, such windfall, while fortuitous, cannot serve as a sustainable strategy for long-term development. A sect's enduring prosperity fundamentally relies on a stable and reliable source of income. Noticing Zhao Qunbi's silence and the subtle hint of disappointment in his expression, Yang Hua felt a sudden pang in his heart. He hastily clenched his teeth and spoke. "If you find the offer lacking, we can certainly negotiate the price further. Alas, I shall consider it a privilege to count you as a friend, and propose the sum of 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. How does that strike you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qunbi abruptly jolted from his reverie. The moment he realized the price had been adjusted to 3,500 spirit stones, he was left in a state of bemusement, feeling a mixture of mirth and despair. His avaricious nature began to resurface, causing his heart to race. Yet, outwardly, Zhao Qunbi maintained a facade of nonchalance, responding with a hint of reluctance. "Since Master Yang has expressed it thus, I shall not be overly insistent. Let us proceed with the transaction at this price." Thus, Yang Hua promptly instructed a maid to retrieve 35 shimmering and exceptionally vibrant mid-grade spirit stones from the treasury, which were swiftly exchanged with Zhao Qunbi. These 35 mid-grade spirit stones, in terms of size, hue, weight, and the purity of the spiritual energy they contained, were incomparable to their lower-grade counterparts. At this moment, they resided quietly within Zhao Qunbi's spatial ring, casting a faint, intoxicating blush upon the youth's countenance, concealed beneath the talisman. Following this transaction, both parties were elated, forging a somewhat trivial bond of camaraderie. Yang Hua then cautioned Zhao Qunbi. "Friend Zhao, the dandy you injured earlier, Lin Changshan, has a father who is one of the 2 notable manifest spirit realm cultivators at the Baibo Pavilion, and he is at the mid-stage of the manifest spirit realm. He is known for his fierce protectiveness and a tendency for retribution. Please exercise caution once you depart from this underwater dragon palace." In response, Zhao Qunbi offered a nonchalant smile, expressing gratitude for Yang's kind warning. Observing Zhao Qunbi's unconcerned demeanor and fearless attitude, Yang Hua refrained from further remarks, silently elevating his regard for him. As for Lin Changshan's father, Lin Zhan, despite being a mid-stage manifest spirit cultivator, Zhao Qunbi dismissed any concern. After all, this was not the same as being trapped in the heavenly sovereign's secret realm. If one cannot fight, can one not simply flee? Moreover, within him resided 2 formidable sword energies of Zhao Shuyun. Even if we were to concede a hypothetical scenario where these stored energies could not be easily harnessed, he could still send a message to his sect, requesting a few elder spirits to come to his aid. The mere 200 miles distance would hardly require more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea for a spirit cultivator. At that moment, the two parties sat across from each other, resuming their cheerful discourse, which predominantly revolved around peculiar and whimsical anecdotes from the realm of cultivation. For instance, within the Hall of Ambition, a most unusual disciple, half human and half demon, had been admitted this year. In the ghostly stream gorge, an esteemed ancestor had refined a ghost king of the manifested spirit realm. Eventually, the conversation even drifted to the Eastland sect, where the unparalleled prodigy, Zhao Qinbi, found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, his face betraying a deep crimson hue. During this exchange, Yang Hua made several indirect inquiries about Zhao Qinbi's identity. However, Zhao Qinbi deftly sidestepped each question, leaving Yang Hua disinclined to press further. As time wore on, Zhao mentioned that he had some medicinal materials to sell at Tianxiang Studio and other establishments, thus excusing himself from further discourse. After a brief moment, Zhao Qinbi rose, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Yang Hua. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua revealed a peculiar smile and remarked, "Ah, Zhao Daoist, this is your first visit to the Underwater Dragon Palace, is it not? You may be unaware that Ba Xiu Pavilion, Tianxiang Studio, Wanwan Tower, and Baobao Hall, while appearing to be unrelated establishments, are in fact all operated by my Jinxian Mountain Manor, sharing the same roots. Should you have any other treasures to sell, it would be more advantageous to conduct the transaction here. As for the price, rest assured it shall be fair." Zhao Qinbi was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. Under the astonished gaze of Yang Hua, he waved his hand and produced an array of bottles and jars, along with various peculiar materials from demonic beasts. After a considerable span of half a day, Zhao Qinbi, accompanied by Yang Hua, emerged from the Ba Xiu Pavilion, his spirits high, drawing amazed glances from the passing cultivators. Although his expression remained calm and untroubled, the excitement and joy in his brilliant starry eyes were impossible to conceal. Even Dong Hu, who had been waiting patiently for half the day, sensed a flicker of happiness from Zhao Qinbi's actions. Without allowing Dong Hu to inquire, Zhao Qinbi waved his sleeve and summoned the wind thunder mystic vessel, whisking Dong Hu onto the flying craft. There was no need for further detours. "Take me directly to the finest tavern in the Underwater Dragon Palace. I intend to reside here for several days, and I require your assistance with a few minor tasks during this time. As for your remuneration, I shall pay you half of it in advance." Zhao Qinbi smiled slightly, tossing out 3 low-grade spirit stones. Upon seeing this, Dong, who was initially startled, his eyes bursting with elation, only to quickly transform into disbelief and uncertainty. "Immortal Master." This, observing his reaction, Zhao Qinbi could not help but chuckle. "Fear not, take them without worry. They are not your life's ransom. What is there to be afraid of? This is a reward for your successful service." At these words, Dong Hu, still skeptical, carefully tucked away the spirit stones and led Zhao Qinbi to a grand tavern known as the Dragon King's Hall, situated in the bustling street. At this very moment, the utterly ordinary visage of Zhao Qinbi transformed into an enigma in Dong Hu's mind, particularly upon the thought of the 3 inferior spirit stones he had just acquired, causing his breath to quicken uncontrollably. Chapter 58. The pattern of heavy water. Half an hour after Zhao Qinbi departed from the Ba Xiu Pavilion, within the lofty 4th floor, which is seldom graced by ordinary mortals, Yang Hua stood with hands clasped behind his back, bowing respectfully as he reported incessantly. Before him loomed a towering, golden figure, radiating a celestial glow, ethereal and indistinct, even its features obscured. After attentively listening to Yang Hua's detailed account, the figure nodded lightly. "Indeed, you have executed this task commendably, without any superfluous embellishments. Though the true identity of this youth remains undiscovered, a certain rapport has nonetheless been established." The golden apparition spoke, its voice chillingly cold, as unyielding as stone. Yang Hua's expression brightened slightly at these words, yet he became even more deferential. After a moment of silence, he cautiously inquired, "My lord, shall we not send someone to secretly observe this individual?" The golden figure paused, contemplating the matter before gently shaking its head. "Forget it. Since this person possesses such substantial resources to openly exchange for spirit stones, and remains undaunted after provoking the Baibo Pavilion, their identity is likely of considerable significance. It would be prudent to avoid antagonizing him. Furthermore, Our merchant clan has always upheld integrity. It is best to refrain from engaging in dubious dealings. Yang Hua promptly clasped his fists, acknowledging, "I am grateful for your guidance, my lord." After a prolonged silence, the golden apparition let out a light sigh. I had initially intended to observe this individual closely from my concealed position in the attic, yet to my astonishment, it seemed he had sensed my presence. He even turned slightly and offered me a faint smile. Yang Hua, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict in shock, exclaiming, "My lord, how can this be possible?" The golden apparition gravely nodded in affirmation, asserting that this individual either possessed an extraordinarily formidable treasure or was, in fact, an ancient entity at the core formation stage. In either scenario, it would be prudent for us to avoid provoking him, as he was to attend the auction. Let us ensure that this event proceeds smoothly for him. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, Yang Hua took a deep, measured breath and respectfully clasped his fists in acknowledgement. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi sat cross-legged within the opulent confines of the Dragon King Hall, a grand inn, completely oblivious to the events unfolding at the Bashio Pavilion. The chamber he occupied was enveloped by a delicate layer of inscription array, which gathered and concentrated the surrounding spiritual energy. Under the influence of the array, the walls shimmered like gentle waves, bathed in a deep azure hue. The lavish decor within, adorned with jewels and opulence, further enhanced the illusion, making it feel as though one resided in the underwater palace of the Dragon King. Remarkably, in 3 days' time, a grand auction was set to take place within this submerged palace. Zhao Qinbi had always intended to sell the Yuing futon, and such a rare treasure would naturally fetch a satisfactory price at an auction. Moreover, since the timing did not conflict, he was determined not to miss the upcoming auction. At that moment, a palm-sized, paper-thin, golden wooden token in Zhao Qinbi's sleeve was emitting a radiant golden light, with the character, "First," flickering upon it. This was the highest-level admission ticket to the auction, courtesy of Bashio Pavilion. With 3 days remaining until the auction commenced, and having acquired such a substantial sum of spirit stones, Zhao Qinbi, despite his burning desire to advance his cultivation, forcefully suppressed the impulse and restrained the crystallization of spiritual energy in his chi cavity. After all, being in a market town inn was unlike being within the sect. Should any mishap occur during the breakthrough, affecting his foundation and cultivation, he would be filled with endless regret. Furthermore, Zhao Qinbi possessed a Zijin chi cavity, and according to the unique cultivation method of the Ashes Lightning Dharma, breaking through would inevitably cause various celestial phenomena, making a casual breakthrough impossible. The remaining dozen jade cylinders were all exceedingly precious second-grade inscriptions. These were valuable texts that had been refined and accumulated by successive generations of inscription masters from the Eastern Proximity sect. Feng Che had selected the most valuable and suitable ones, making copies of them all before handing them over to Zhao Qinbi. In Zhao Qinbi's hand at that moment was a jade cylinder as azure as the sea, containing the inscription of the heavy water rune. There is no necessity for the assistance of the Shumi jade in comprehension, with Zhao Qinbi's formidable soul power, rivaling that of practitioners in the manifestation realm. Alongside his acute sensitivity to the laws of heaven and earth, he effortlessly mastered the intricate patterns. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Qinbi gently extended his hand, and in an instant, countless tendrils of dusky gray spiritual energy coalesced into profound and enigmatic designs, cascading into the palm-sized mat beneath him. The formerly vibrant green mat, known as the ghostly fire mat, began to emanate a soft azure glow, releasing wisps of water essence. With a flick of his grand sleeve, a gem-like essence of a mystical beast's blood materialized from thin air, dispersing an intense concentration of water energy into the atmosphere, instilling a sense of tranquil elation. Under the gentle guidance of Zhao Qinbi's soul power, the cerulean beast's blood unraveled as if peeling layers from a cocoon, transforming into myriad delicate waves that surged into the dim patterns on the mat. In an instant, the intricate designs on the ghostly fire mat absorbed the beast's blood entirely, transmuting it into a surge of demonic power and water essence, abruptly igniting the heavy water formation. At this moment, the mat, which had been as light as a feather and reminiscent of a soaring swan, suddenly became immensely weighty. Even with Zhao Qinbi's formidable physique, he exerted considerable effort, around 4 or 5 parts of his strength, to gradually clasp it in his hand. Thus, the ghostly fire mat was indelibly marked with the heavy water pattern, exuding a rich source of water power that rendered the air palpably humid. as though one were immersed in a warm ocean current. Zhao Qinbi nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Although imbuing the futon with the gravity water array has narrowed its applicability to cultivators practicing water attribute techniques or those with compatible cultivation methods, thereby reducing its general utility, it boasts a more focused and potent amplification effect. In particular, the intricate patterns Zhao Qinbi has inscribed are far beyond the capabilities of an average intermediate-grade inscriptionist, thus commanding a significantly higher price. However, the imperfection lies in the fact that the futon has become imbued with Zhao Qinbi's spiritual essence and Tao aura, limiting its benefits to cultivators in the lower three realms whose foundations are not yet firmly established. As for terrestrial immortals in the middle three realms or celestial beings in the upper three realms, who have begun to solidify their own Tao, they can no longer tolerate such external influences. After completing the inscription of the gravity water array, Zhao Qinbi exhaled deeply, revealing a considerable depletion of both inner mana and mental energy, along with a tinge of heartache on his face. This is because imbuing second-grade or higher-level patterns into talismans or combining them into arrays requires not merely the outlining and carving of inscriptions, but also the energizing and sustaining power of treasures such as the essence, blood, and cores of demonic beasts, as well as other rare and precious materials. For example, the vast mountain-protecting array of the Eastern Lin sect, stretching across thousands of miles, requires a continuous consumption of spirit stones and a rare mineral called blood flame crystal. Zhao Qinbi had previously learned from Dong Hu that the construction of this market beneath the river, aptly named the Underwater Dragon Palace, was not without purpose but held profound significance. Within this underwater palace, the esteemed elders of the Jin Xian Mountain Manor have, through esoteric methods, gathered a substantial reservoir of water essence, further fortified by a concealed high-level formation that ensures its perpetual existence and endless flow. This phenomenon greatly benefits those who cultivate water-based techniques, resulting in nearly half of the practitioners frequenting this marketplace pursuing water attribute arts or related synergistic disciplines. Thus, Zhao Qinbi deliberately inscribed the heavy water formation onto the ethereal lotus bestowed by the sect, unhesitatingly expending the precious heart's essence of a second-tier demon beast, the water yuan serpent, to fully activate this intricate design. The emergence of this treasure is bound to incite fierce competition among the various sects, as their disciples' cultivation and the sect's accumulation of resources become a matter of intense dispute, leading to inevitable conflict. After inscribing the formation, Zhao Qinbi refrained from further actions, instead dedicating his focus to thoroughly examining the remaining dozen or so jade tubes, before gently closing his eyes and engaging in deep contemplation. Each of these intricate patterns possesses distinct effects and unique merits, stirring Zhao Qinbi's interest. Among them is the ancient and solemn water stasis pattern, designed to suppress the flying swords of sword cultivators, the tempestuous and flamboyant thunder guiding pattern, capable of harnessing the force of celestial lightning, the fiery, deep crimson fire cloud pattern, which can conjure boundless flames, and the bloodthirst pattern, which temporarily drains a practitioner's essence and vitality to unleash hidden potential, among others. However, inscribing and employing these patterns, whether through crafting talismans, delineating formations, or directly activating inscriptions, entails a considerable expenditure of spirit stones and rare natural treasures. As the celestial mechanics unfolded, the radiant moon ascended while the fiery sun descended, causing the turbid and pure energies of the cosmos to shift and circulate. This transformation held profound significance for cultivators. At that moment, as the pure energy gradually ascended and the power of the moon and stars surged forth, Zhao Qinbi felt a deep resonance within him. He ceased his contemplation of the inscriptions and instead began to gently commune with the entire universe, gradually opening the 13th stellar aperture within his body. With each breath, his very being resonated with the natural order. Chapter 59. Do good deeds, and let fate unfold. 3 days later, Zhao Qinbi slowly opened his eyes, and from his 7 orifices, jets of dragon-like white energy erupted. Upon his body, 14 stellar apertures had been quietly illuminated. His physique appeared more robust and full, displaying a healthy, wheat-like complexion. He gently dispersed the 2 depleted, ash-like medium-grade spirit stones before him without any sign of regret, but rather with a satisfied nod, and cheerfully set off. The main street was now teeming with people, shoulder to shoulder, evidently drawn by the approaching grand auction. However, Most cultivators could only linger outside the palatial stone-arched auction house, casting curious glances inward and engaging in lively discussions. At the entrance, two lithe and stern middle-aged cultivators stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, meticulously checking the credentials of those entering. Some rogue cultivators, hoping to blend in and sneak inside, immediately abandoned their surreptitious intentions upon sensing the surging, boundless aura of the distant excursion realm emanating from the two gatekeepers. At this very moment, near the entrance, a tiger-headed, naive-looking pageboy clutched a wooden plaque that appeared to be crafted from pure gold, his countenance betraying profound grievance as he was barred from entry. The invaluable token, emblazoned with the designation First Class, was unceremoniously seized by two gatekeeper cultivators, who roared with merciless vehemence, "Be off with you, and don't presume that pilfering an entry token from some immortal master will grant you passage. Consider yourself fortunate that we are in good spirits today, lest a scoundrel like you meet his end at our hands." This pageboy Dong Hu, upon being assailed by the booming voices of the two cultivators, each possessing the strength of the distant excursion realm, felt as though thunderbolts were detonating within his mind. A wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his vision, and he tearfully protested, "I did not steal it. My young master entrusted it to me. He is detained by pressing matters and instructed me to enter ahead of him to procure some spiritual materials on his behalf." However, the two cultivators merely exchanged mocking glances, retorting, "Preposterous. If we say it was stolen, then stolen it is. Do you perhaps seek your demise?" A throng of cultivators gathered, their gazes fixed upon the scene, offering disparaging remarks and schadenfreude-laced jeers. Enveloped by two terrifyingly oppressive auras, Dong Hu's legs trembled beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse. Yet, he clung steadfastly to the wall for support, refusing to yield, and declared, "Esteemed sirs, I speak the truth. My young master provided me with these spirit stones, instructing me to exercise my discretion in acquiring certain demonic beast materials should the circumstances prove favorable." With Herculean restraint, Dong Hu, his countenance flushed crimson under the semblance of divine pressure, tears cascading down his cheeks, tremulously produced a storage pouch containing precisely 200 inferior-grade spirit stones from within his sleeve, presenting it before the two gatekeeper cultivators. Their gazes swept over the offering, and their visages betrayed a startlement, followed by a knowing exchange of glances, culminating in a profound smile. Immediately, they rebuked him, their voices laced with indignation. "You wretched cur, not only do you pilfer tokens, but you also dare to purloin such a substantial quantity of spirit stones. I'll beat you to within an inch of your life and confiscate these ill-gotten gains." No sooner had the words left their lips than Dong Hu felt a terrifying surge of energy wash over him. One of the cultivators, with a suddenness that belied his intent, unleashed a radiant burst of spiritual energy from his palm, aiming a strike at Dong Hu's head. Had this blow landed, it would have undoubtedly resulted in the immediate and gruesome demise of the mortal, his body exploding in a shower of blood. A pall of death descended upon Dong Hu's heart, extinguishing any semblance of resistance and plunging him into a vortex of despair. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed by an abyss of regret and trepidation. Yet, after several moments, the anticipated agony and darkness failed to materialize. Dong Hu cautiously opened his eyes, only to find the palm, laden with oppressive spiritual force, suspended a mere 3 inches from his head, frozen in place. It could advance no further. A slender, sinewy arm had firmly grasped the merciless hand, immobilizing it with an unyielding grip. The owner of this arm was none other than Zhao Qinbi. At that moment, Zhao Qinbi gently exhaled a stream of spiritual energy from his other hand, which transformed into a soothing force that penetrated Dong Hu's mouth and nose, coursing through his limbs and bones. This immediate influx of energy caused Dong Hu's taut body to relax, while the tumultuous storm within his mind began to subside. Turning his head, Zhao Qinbi offered a warm and sincere smile, expressing his heartfelt apologies. "Dong Hu, I apologize for your suffering." In an instant, Dong Hu felt as though a gentle spring breeze had swept over him, dissipating all the grievances and pain he had endured, along with the multitude of sorrow and regret that had plagued his heart. As a humble commoner, often regarded as less than a mere dog in the eyes of these immortal cultivators, he was all too familiar with the casual brutality that accompanied their ill temper. In his over 10 years of existence, Zhao Qinbi was the first individual willing to stand up for someone as insignificant as himself. With his eyes suddenly reddening, Dong Hu gazed at Zhao Qinbi, a flicker of determination igniting within him, as if he would willingly brave fire and water for this man. Zhao Qinbi gently patted his shoulder, not uttering any words of manipulation or flattery. It was not a matter of inability, but rather a question of unwillingness. He slowly turned his gaze, icy and resolute, towards the red-faced cultivator of the early stage of the traveling realm, who was now trapped and unable to escape. Such audacity to bully a mere child of mortals. Have you truly cultivated to this lowly state? A glimmer of indignation surfaced in Zhao Qinbi's pupils, and he unconsciously intensified the pressure in his grasp. The middle-aged man, now under the weight of this colossal force, contorted in pain, rendered speechless. Beside him, another man, upon witnessing the scene, was first taken aback, then, upon sensing the peculiar aura emanating from Zhao Qinbi, exhibited a trace of uncertainty. Yet, recalling that they were at their own doorstep, his words turned brazen. You wretched mutt, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Are you courting death? Zhao Qinbi chuckled softly, reminiscing about the last person who dared to utter such words to him. That individual had since been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Ah, yes, his name was Lin Changshan, and his father was reportedly a wandering cultivator known as Lin Zhan. I trust you have heard of him. A collective gasp echoed through the air, followed by an eerie silence. Nonetheless, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Qinbi shattered this stillness. With a fierce grip, he hurled the captured cultivator away, causing him to crash onto the bluestone ground with a thunderous roar. The exceptionally sturdy stone bricks, refined through secretive methods, instantly shattered into countless fragments. Following this impact, the man spat blood and writhed on the ground, utterly incapacitated. Zhao Qinbi sighed, an expression mingling sorrow and anger crossing his features. After all these years, the world remained as wretched as ever, dominated by villains, leaving the virtuous in an insurmountable debt. A surging aura began to emanate from Zhao Qinbi as he took a deliberate step forward, gradually advancing towards another cultivator. Each step resonated with the rhythm of the man's heartbeat, inducing a sharp pang of anguish within his chest, causing his hands, which were poised to cast a spell, to freeze in midair, under the oppressive gaze of Zhao Qinbi, akin to an abyss or a prison. He was suddenly engulfed by a terror far more dreadful than death itself. Within his pupils, he beheld countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, witnessed the collapse of space, the fall of deities, the tragic demise of immortals, the slaying of dragons, and the breaking of celestial phoenixes. What he observed was not mere illusion, but rather the surging murderous intent of Zhao Qinbi, revealing memories from a past life, an accumulation of countless slaughters over the span of 100,000 years by Lu Fangming. With an icy demeanor, Zhao Qinbi murmured to himself as he approached, expressing profound disappointment in his former self in this life, yet harboring hopes of not being disenchanted with the world. He yearned to take a few more steps, to see a little more, to instigate some change and contribute to the betterment of this realm. Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator coughed up blood, as Zhao Qinbi's hand appeared to swell ominously within his gaze, leaving no avenue for evasion. Yet, Zhao Qinbi slowly shook his head, his expression steeped in melancholy, as he clasped Dong Hu's hands, almost as if in a soliloquy, gently stepping into the auction hall. If killing were truly effective, then individuals like you, and that man named Lu Fangming, would have long since committed enough slaughter. In this life, however, I wish to refrain from needless bloodshed. To the onlookers, his silhouette seemed profoundly solitary, devoid of the arrogance typically displayed after a violent act. None dared to obstruct him in the slightest. Upon entering the grand hall, he was immediately surrounded by a dozen or so elegantly dressed, enchanting maidens, who timidly led Zhao Qinbi to a secluded chamber on the second floor. Inside the hall, countless cultivators cast upon him gazes filled with shock, admiration, indifference, or ill intent. Yet, without exception, all these gazes were imbued with an overwhelming gravity, despite the aura emanating from him still indicative of the mid-open mansion stage. None dared to regard him as a mere junior cultivator of that realm. It was particularly thought-provoking that Zhao Qinbi's actions were tantamount to a resounding slap in the face to the Golden String Manor, yet the person behind the scenes remained ambiguous. Far from retaliating, they observed from a distance and still accorded Zhao Qinbi such high regard. Consequently, this naturally led people to surmise a great deal. After Zhao Qinbi and Dong Hu were seated, nimble-fingered maids immediately came forward, presenting 2 cups of refreshing, high-grade spiritual tea, along with several plates of assorted, spiritually rich snacks and fruits. They even lit a celestial fragrance lamp worth several low-grade spirit stones, emitting waves of faint, heart-pleasing light. Several young women swayed their waists, making continuous overtures toward the two men, causing Dong Hu's face to flush crimson. However, at Zhao Qinbi's wave, these young women immediately retreated without any hesitation, leaving Dong Hu feeling a sense of regret. Zhao Qinbi chuckled softly. Seeing you like this, you were just terrified a moment ago, and now you're so captivated by beauty. Upon hearing this, Dong Hu's entire face burned red. Yet, imperceptibly, this enigmatic Zhao immortal master became even more approachable in his eyes. Seeing that Dong Hu was about to speak, Zhao Qinbi gently waved his hand, interrupting him. There's no need for thanks. I only hope that one day, when you encounter others in distress, you will also lend a helping hand to the best of your ability. Dong Hu, somewhat dejected, remarked, Young Master Zhao, I am but a humble servant, possessing no remarkable skills to assist others. Yet, Zhao Qinbi gazed out the window, lost in thought, responding off-topic. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Chapter 60. Zhao Ningxiang. Suddenly, the resounding sound of metal striking stone echoed throughout the vast auction hall. In an instant, the previously bustling and dimly lit venue fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping amidst the throng of thousands of cultivators present, many of whom were formidable figures from the transcendence realm. Even from the second floor, subtle yet potent waves of energy emanated, hinting at terrifying presences from the mid to late stages of the transcendence realm. However, following that sound, everyone felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure akin to a mountain crashing down upon them, causing a sharp pain in their skin and bones. Thank you, esteemed friends, for attending the auction hosted by my Skin Mountain Manor. I shall be your auctioneer today. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this spiritual pressure dissipated, replaced by the melodious voice of a woman, which brought with it a refreshing sense of tranquility. Humph. Skin Mountain Manor's display of might before courtesy is quite the spectacle, Zhao Qinbi remarked with a wave of his hand, activating the Shumi Jade to isolate the private chamber, expressing his discontent with a cold snort. As his words settled, a tall figure gracefully ascended the steps to the elevated platform of the venue. The woman wore an elegant gown of rock-white lace, trailing a golden moon rose-patterned skirt, draped in a gossamer purple veil reminiscent of twilight. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Adorning her raven tresses was a radiant artifact resembling a luminous pearl, her figure curvaceous and exquisitely proportioned. Beneath the hem of her skirt, a pair of shapely, elongated legs were faintly visible, their luster akin to the sheen of fresh milk. Her countenance was exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a charming maiden of 15 or 16, yet her eyes sparkled with intelligence and grace, eliciting a sense of protective tenderness. However, not a single cultivator dared to gaze upon this captivating woman with unrestrained abandon, nor did they venture to probe her with even the slightest wisp of their divine sense. For this woman of extraordinary allure was, in fact, a cultivator of the manifest spirit realm. As the woman ascended the platform, the plaza immediately resounded with a chorus of flattering remarks. To think that the auction would be presided over by immortal Zhao herself, it is truly our honor. Congratulations to immortal Zhao on breaking through to the advanced stage of the manifest spirit realm. It seems that attaining the golden core earthly immortal state is imminent. Upon hearing these words, the woman offered a subtle smile, exuding a captivating charm that was both measured and dignified. After a brief pause, she spoke in a clear voice. Among you esteemed fellow cultivators, some may have heard of me, while others may be entirely unfamiliar. Regardless, allow me to introduce myself. This woman was indeed remarkably astute, befitting her role as the current steward of the Golden String Manor. Zhao Qinbi, seated within the private chamber, raised her eyes and cast a gentle glance before remarking with keen interest, furthermore, she shares my surname, Zhao, which is quite intriguing. Dong Hu, who was beside her, indulging in various delicacies and exotic fruits with gusto, rolled his eyes mischievously upon hearing this and said with cunning, Could it be that the young master has taken an interest in her? Zhao Ningxiang smiled gracefully, gently grasping a small sword, entirely verdant and exuding vibrant vitality. She succinctly proclaimed, the green bamboo sword, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, crafted from the root of the bitter bamboo of the South Sea Guanyin sect, complemented by flowing cloud grass, rootless trees, and heavenly fragrance flowers, all refined together with the essence of the Tianmao tree. Its power is extraordinary and everlasting, starting at the base price of 50 low-grade spiritual stones. As this treasure was presented, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of excitement and enthusiasm. Even Zhao Qinbi's gaze sharpened, clearly taken aback by the grandeur of this auction, which commenced with a mid-grade spiritual artifact, a flying sword of considerable quality, instantly igniting the fervor of the entire assembly. I bid 50 spiritual stones. 60. 65. In an instant, a chorus of competitive bids resonated from the audience, leaving Zhao Qinbi inwardly astonished, yet he refrained from joining the fray. Amidst the fervent bidding, a cold and commanding voice emerged from a concealed chamber on the second floor, declaring, "I shall take this treasure for 200 spiritual stones." At this pronouncement, a profound silence fell, as countless strands of spiritual consciousness surged towards the hidden chamber but were gently obstructed by the array outside, rendering it impossible to discern anything within. Zhao Ningxiang's expression registered mild surprise, yet she immediately beamed. Are there any fellow cultivators willing to raise the bid? If not, this green bamboo sword shall belong to the esteemed cultivator above. Though the sword was indeed splendid, the hefty sum of 200 low-grade spiritual stones was insurmountable for many cultivators. Those sword cultivators from distant realms, who had painstakingly accumulated 70 or 80 spiritual stones, wore expressions of regret, their spirits dampened. A skiff radiating an azure luminescence materialized in Zhao Ningxiang's delicate hand, her skin as smooth as jade. The skiff emanated a gentle, oceanic glow, its design intricate and unique, featuring 3 exquisite and graceful teeters, truly a remarkable magical artifact. After a spirited exchange of bids, the airship was acquired for 32 spirit stones by a middle-aged woman in the distance roaming realm, seated within the hall. As various spiritual implements, magical artifacts, and an assortment of rare and exotic natural treasures, talismans, and talisman arrays ascended the platform, the atmosphere within the venue became palpably fervent. Some cultivators, their eyes reddened with avarice, breathlessly engaged in a fierce competition, driving prices sky-high and causing Zhao Ningxiang's fair countenance to beam with delight. Whether Goldstring Mountain Manor had intentionally planted price-inflating bidders among the throng remained a mystery. Zhao Qinbi, seated upon the dais, maintained a low profile, save for the occasional acquisition of demonic beast materials, essences, and metals such as iron essence and jade marrow, which he directed Dong Hu to bid on his behalf. He remained largely uninvolved. The gloom-like cattail hassock, inscribed with heavy water runes, had naturally been consigned to the auction house well in advance, scheduled for a later appearance, filling Zhao Qinbi with a subtle anticipation. Nevertheless, he found it rather perplexing that Zhao Ningxiang, whether intentionally or inadvertently, repeatedly cast glances, her beautiful eyes shimmering towards the private room he occupied, her gaze meeting Zhao Qinbi's through the layer of enchantment. As the atmosphere gradually crescendoed, a treasure sealed within a gilded box was solemnly escorted by a cultivator of the far reaches realm and presented to Zhao Ningxiang. Zhao Ningxiang gave a delicate cough, her voice exceptionally gentle, stirring the hearts of many male cultivators present, igniting their fantasies. With a solemn expression, she slowly began, "Esteemed guests, we shall now unveil a selection of exceedingly rare treasures. Some of these items have been retrieved from the vaults of my Golden String Manor, while others have been consigned here by fellow cultivators. Regardless of their origin, they are all treasures rarely encountered in the outside world. I urge you to seize this opportunity, for such chances are fleeting and may not arise again." With a graceful gesture, she gently opened the radiant golden box, revealing a mineral within that resembled neither gold nor jade, appearing as both liquid and solid, yet emanating an intense aura of metallic sharpness. "A metal spirit crystal," she announced, "a rare treasure invaluable for sword cultivators to temper their flying swords. The starting bid is 600 spirit stones." Although Zhao Ningxiang did not elaborate further, the mere appearance of this item caused many cultivators to breathe more rapidly. Sword cultivators, in particular, stared intently at the metal spirit crystal, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Were it not for the presence of several concealed auras of manifestation, they might have been tempted to seize it directly. 630, 650, 700 spirit stones. Not only within the grand hall, but even in the private rooms, the sounds of bidding began to echo frequently. Zhao Qinbi had initially started to doze off, somewhat distracted, yet upon the emergence of the golden spirit crystal, his gaze flickered, revealing a hint of intrigue. This item was indeed remarkable. For practitioners of the lower 3 realms just beginning to refine their flying swords, It was an extraordinary treasure. If gifted to Yu Ju, she would surely be delighted. After a moment of contemplation, a gentle expression graced Zhao Qinbi's face. He immediately dispelled any hesitation and calmly declared, 1,000 spirit stones. This proclamation was akin to a valiant warrior charging through a chaotic battlefield, instantly quelling the competitive spirits of many bidders. Especially striking was the nonchalant tone he employed, as if that sum were but a trifling matter to him, prompting all to speculate about his identity, leading to a cessation of the bidding. Zhao Ningxiang cast another glance towards Zhao Qinbi's private room, yet her expression remained unfazed. She then stated, if there are no further bids, this golden spirit crystal shall belong to this esteemed friend. A profound silence ensued. Some cultivators, despite their reluctance, found themselves powerless and could only sigh in resignation. However, just as Zhao Ningxiang was about to make a definitive decision regarding the ownership, the previously chilling and authoritative voice from the second floor broke the stillness once more. Hold on, I shall take this item for 1,200 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinbi's brow furrowed involuntarily, but moments later, he relaxed his expression. His voice growing noticeably colder, 1,003. The man chuckled lightly, equally unwilling to concede, 1,004. At this moment, Zhao Qinbi realized that this voice, perhaps driven less by a genuine desire for the treasure and more by a penchant for provocation, ignited a surge of anger within him. 2,000. Upon this declaration, a wave of gasps echoed through the crowd below. On the second floor, many exchanged glances, pondering. Their eyes directed towards Zhao Qinbi, imbued with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. After a moment's silence at the far end of the second floor, just as the gathered cultivators believed the individual would retreat in light of the escalating stakes, he brazenly proclaimed, 2,005. If you wish to court death, then continue bidding. Yet, before his words had fully settled in the air, Zhao Qinbi unhesitatingly retorted, 3,000. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged with tension, even drawing the attention of several concealed elders from the Jin Xian Mountain Manor, who slowly opened their eyes. Zhao Ningxiang furrowed her brow, casting a complex gaze towards the second floor. The man appeared genuinely enraged. Good, good, good. Let us see just how much you are willing to spend. I bid 3,005. The situation had escalated to such an extent that the prices had become ludicrous, leaving onlookers astounded and contemplative. While the golden spirit crystal was a coveted treasure for sword cultivators, exceedingly rare and invaluable, its worth would typically not exceed a mere 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, the current bid had exceeded its true value by threefold, morphing into a contest of pride rather than a fair valuation of the item. However, for the assembled cultivators, it was indeed a delightful spectacle to witness such a rare event, particularly since it did not directly concern them. They were eager for the conflict to escalate, hoping for a full-blown confrontation. Even Zhao Ningxiang anticipated that Zhao Qinbi would continue to bid in a fit of anger, yet to everyone's surprise, he merely chuckled derisively and remarked, well then, I shall refrain from seizing what belongs to others. I shall procure this golden spirit crystal for 3,500 spirit stones. Truly, my friend, you wield quite a significant hand. The individual in question, upon hearing this, erupted with a furious shout, tinged with a quiver of disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated that his intention to deliberately raise the price to inflict a great loss upon Zhao Qinbi would instead lead him into a pitfall. Once uttered, his words became irrevocable in front of the multitude of cultivators. The thought that he had expended such a hefty sum on a crystal that was worth at most 1,000 spirit stones was akin to a dagger to his heart, leaving him nearly breathless with indignation. From the end of the elegant chamber, a voice laced with palpable malice and fury echoed, after the auction concludes, I shall certainly pay you a visit, my friend. I hope you are prepared for what is to come. The menace in his words was unmistakable, exuding an audacity that sent shivers through the gathered cultivators, stirring a sense of discontent. Yet, the terrifying aura emanating from someone at the late stage of the out-of-body realm instilled a deep-seated apprehension. Zhao Ningxiang's brows furrowed deeply, her irritation evident. Should you persist in making such threats, do not blame Jin Xian Mountain Manor for lacking decorum. I shall have you expelled without hesitation. After Zhao Ningxiang had her say, she sighed inwardly. She had done all she could regarding the grudges that arose during the auction. As for what would unfold after leaving the underwater dragon palace, the Jingxianshan villa would not interfere, leaving the cultivators to bear the consequences of their actions. At that moment, Zhao Qinbi narrowed his eyes, and a chillingly cold light erupted from his star-like pupils. I have no desire to instigate conflict, but if you seek your demise, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Even Dong Hu, who was beside him, felt the intense killing intent emanating from Zhao Qinbi, as relentless and fierce as a storm. Fortunately, the two parties did not engage in direct combat within the venue, which relieved Zhao Ningxiang and the other elders. Otherwise, if the two sides clashed, it could implicate the sects behind them, making it difficult to manage. On the futon, water flowed, emitting a rich essence of water energy, and a trace of peculiar aura permeated the space, making all the cultivators feel as if they were in the center of an ocean current, surrounded by gentle, clear water, which filled them with a sense of serenity. Nearly half of the 1,000 or so cultivators present practiced water-based cultivation techniques, and their eyes lit up immediately. Those who were privy to the inside information breathed a sigh of relief, for the appearance of the Yueying futon was finally at hand. Even Zhao Ningxiang, upon facing the ethereal luminescent lotus seat, exhibited a glimmer of yearning in her enchanting phoenix eyes. She could not contain her excitement and exclaimed, "The name of the ethereal luminescent lotus seat is likely familiar to all. Yet what is being auctioned today is not merely an ordinary lotus seat. It is inscribed with the heavy water pattern by a master inscriptionist of the pinnacle of human tier craftsmanship. This treasure holds immense benefits for practitioners of water-attributed techniques. Furthermore, the engraving technique is exquisite and unparalleled, making it a rare gem indeed. With a starting bid of 2,000 spirit stones." As her words resonated in the hall, a tumultuous wave of bidding erupted, voices rising and falling in a cacophony, swiftly escalating to a staggering 4,300 spirit stones. Zhao Qinbi, observing this spectacle, allowed a faint smile to grace his otherwise icy visage. He held no interest in covertly inflating the prices. However, to his astonishment, amidst the fervent bidding, Zhao Ningxiang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently proclaimed, "Though this may be somewhat against the rules, this item is of utmost importance to me. Therefore, as an individual I, Zhao Ningxiang, shall also enter the bidding, offering my entire fortune of 5,000 spirit stones." At her declaration, silence fell over the crowd, as no one dared to continue the contest. On one hand, 5,000 spirit stones equated to the annual income of some smaller sects, far exceeding what most could bear. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity of Zhao Ningxiang, nor did all cultivators possess the financial might of Zhao Qinbi. On the other hand, it was only out of respect for Zhao Ningxiang, the sole prodigy from the Jin Xian Mountain Manor, who harbored the potential to transcend into the realm of Jidan, becoming an earthly immortal or even a formidable Yuanian cultivator, that the bidding ceased. Consequently, a flicker of excitement graced Zhao Ningxiang's exquisite visage, her cheeks blushing with a delicate hue. She immediately clasped her hands in gratitude towards the assembled cultivators, saying, "Thank you all for your graciousness. I, Zhao Ningxiang, shall forever remember this kindness." What should have been a scene of collective joy was abruptly marred by a chilling voice that cut through the atmosphere. "Heh. Did not the fairy Zhao just express her desire to expel me from the venue? If that is the case, I shall reciprocate in kind and bid 6,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ningxiang's face first registered shock, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions, akin to undulating mountains. Clearly, she was deeply agitated. As the steward of Jin Xian Mountain Manor, presiding over this auction, she was bound by the rules, where the highest bidder prevails. Yet, this ethereal Yueying lotus was crucial for her to successfully enter the Jidan realm, representing a pivotal opportunity on her path to becoming an earthly immortal of the third realm. Thus, it was an attachment she found hard to relinquish. Unfortunately, as she had previously stated, her total assets amounted to a mere 5,000 spirit stones, rendering her incapable of continuing the bidding war. At this moment, Zhao Ningxiang felt as though her heart was being sliced by a knife, overwhelmed with desperation and harboring an intense loathing for the bidder, yet utterly powerless. A voice laced with a hint of sarcasm suddenly emanated from the second floor, resonating throughout the entire venue. Such a treasure, naturally, should be sold to those in need. There is no reason to sell it to a mad dog. The speaker was none other than Zhao Qinbi from the elegant chamber. Upon hearing this, the man retorted with a furious laugh, "Who do you think you are? How can you dictate the price of this mat? What gives you the right? Do you even deserve it?" However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Qinbi erupted into laughter. "What gives me the right? Simply the fact that I am the owner consigning this treasure. I shall sell it to whomever I choose. Do you dare question my worthiness? This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the gathered practitioners, many of whom expressed their delight, applauding and exclaiming that their companion had spoken with righteous indignation. Zhao Ningxiang, who had been feeling despondent and disheartened, suddenly lifted her head, gazing with hope toward the elegant chamber where Zhao Chunbi resided, her pupils shimmering with myriad colors. Thank you, my friend. I shall forever remember the kindness you have shown today. Zhao Ningxiang immediately clasped her hands in gratitude toward Zhao Chunbi. Little did she know that the one to whom she expressed such deep appreciation was merely a half-step beyond the realm of the opening of the mansion. What further defied belief was that the arrogant and domineering mysterious man at the end of the second floor fell silent, uttering no more words. In the last private chamber, a black-clad youth with graying hair, a stern countenance, and a sardonic mouth, now with crimson eyes and tightly clenched fists, exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. Murmuring to himself, "It seems my reputation as the Blood Luo sect's Tao child has not resonated sufficiently in this southeastern land, as no one recognizes me. Very well. Today I shall enlighten this band of uncivilized cultivators, and I shall certainly extract that wretch's soul and refine it. As for that unappreciative Zhao Ningxiang, even if she is a manifestation realm cultivator, I shall seize her and make her a plaything beneath me." Heaven River Continent, Blood Luo Sect. This Blood Luo sect is situated in the very heart of the continent, one of the true top 10 sects, and ranks at the very pinnacle, far surpassing the likes of the Eastern Lin sect. Even great cultivators of the nascent soul stage number as many as 3. And this gray-haired youth is, in fact, the infamous Tao child of the Blood Luo sect. However, Zhao Qinbi was entirely unaware of this, and even if he were, he would not give it a second thought. It would be nothing more than crushing another ant, even if this one were a slightly larger insect. After settling the spirit stones and stowing away the Yuying prayer mat, Zhao Ningxiang wore an intoxicating smile, though her beautiful eyes betrayed a deep-seated worry. Although she did not know the gray-haired youth's specific identity, she had some understanding that he hailed from the Central Earth continent and secretly speculated that he must possess an incredibly esteemed status. Therefore, she was filled with trepidation and somewhat concerned for the safety of her benefactor, Zhao Qinbi. As an elder of the Golden String Manor, one must adhere to the constraints of one's sect, rendering it impossible to act solely according to personal whims. Thus, I can only ensure that Zhao Qinbi remains safe within the underwater dragon palace. After collecting her thoughts, Zhao Ningxiang once again steeled herself and spoke with utmost seriousness. The final treasure. Even the 10 or so masters of gem appraisal from our Golden String Manor have been unable to decipher its mysteries. All we know is that it is a meteorite from beyond the heavens. Due to its unclear value, it is starting at the price of a single spirit stone. And may the fortunate one claim it. Atop the high platform, a massive stone, shrouded in a profound darkness yet reflecting countless brilliant starlights, slowly emerged. It emanated a peculiar allure, causing the spiritual consciousness of the seated cultivators to quietly dissipate within its depths, evoking a sense of astonishment. However, for the moment, no one dared to bid, clearly uncertain of the meteorite's efficacy and choosing to observe instead. On the second floor, within a private chamber discreetly separated by the Shumi jade, Zhao Qinbi gazed at the enigmatic meteorite with a look of sheer shock, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented intensity. The face of this seemingly ordinary scholar bore an extraordinary determination to compete, for from the mysterious meteorite, he sensed a faint resonance akin to the essence of the Shumi jade. After a prolonged silence in the grand hall, a cultivator finally broke the stillness with a jest, saying, "Since Elder Zhao has spoken thus, I shall offer a spirit stone." As soon as one person initiated the jest, a chorus of playful mockery arose, with a continuous stream of cultivators erupting in laughter. "Then I shall offer 2 spirit stones," one declared. "That simply won't do," another retorted. "Such a precious treasure should command at least 3 spirit stones." The venue was filled with a mischievous atmosphere, causing Zhao Ningxiang a hint of displeasure. Although she had proposed the initial price of 1 spirit stone, it was merely a gimmick, and no one should take it seriously, especially considering that this meteorite came from beyond the heavens and could even devour mental power, making it mysterious and unpredictable. Although its value could not be determined for the time being, as the final item, it should fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. Or it would be a severe blow to Golden String Manor. 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Like a gust of wind, like a knife scraping the face. Everyone felt a shiver in their hearts, as if they were being watched by a lurking behemoth, and they quickly put away their casual joking expressions, raising their heads in surprise and uncertainty, looking towards the second floor. Some more cunning and resourceful practitioners from various sects began to secretly calculate and observe what kind of treasure this mysterious meteorite was, which was worthy of such a prize from the VIP upstairs. After a moment, a cold female voice sounded from the second floor. This object is very strange. My water moon mountain offers 500 spirit stones. I hope my fellow Taoists can part with it. We will be very grateful. Although the words were polite, there was an unquestionable commanding tone in her words, without any sense of gratitude. However, the weight of the 3 words Water Moon Mountain was enough to explain everything. In the Grand Hall, over 1,000 cultivators gathered, predominantly comprising wild practitioners from the mountains and streams or elder stewards from mid-sized sections. Upon witnessing the Shui West sect's involvement with the enigmatic meteorite, though their hearts burned with fervor, convinced that it must be a treasure of extraordinary value, they suppressed any thoughts of rivalry. It is indeed a fellow cultivator from Shui Mountain. Our 2 sects are truly bound by deep ties. In light of this, Su Xiaojiao the Hehuan sect offered 2,000 spirit stones. I wonder if Shui Mountain could part with this treasure? Suddenly, from a private chamber, a series of enchanting, captivating giggles erupted from a woman, stirring the hearts of countless male cultivators. The atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. The discord between the Hehuan sect and Shui Mountain was well known throughout the Tianhe continent's cultivation community. The former regarded the latter as hypocritical and cold-hearted, while the latter deemed the former as debauched and lewd. The disciples of both sects harbored mutual disdain, leading to frequent clashes. With Shui Mountain aiming to secure the peculiar meteorite, the Hehuan sect could not allow such ease. A woman's heart can be as vast as mountains and seas, yet often it is as narrow as the crevice of a brick wall, with the latter tendency prevailing, harboring grudges and settling scores with meticulous precision. However, it was slightly disheartening that no sounds emerged from the distant private room. It remained unclear whether they were uninterested in the meteorite or had ulterior motives. Yet, the elders of Jingxian Mountain Manor were acutely aware of the situation. The tall, slender young man with graying hair had quietly departed the Grand Hall, his heart steeled with a chilling intent as he exited the underwater dragon palace, likely preparing to lie in wait. After Zhao Qinbi's departure, he would strike with lethal resolve. Might the 2 celestial beings extend a modicum of favor to my Lu Ming Mountain Manor? Considering our recent alliance in battle and the grievous losses my sect has endured, would it not be prudent to refrain from contention? I am willing to offer 3,000 spirit stones. A hearty laugh suddenly resonated, accompanied by the gentle sounds of deer calls, as if ethereal stag apparitions were poised to materialize. Were Brother Zhao present to utter such words, I might have been inclined to heed them. However, as for your Lu Ming Mountain Manor, it pales in comparison. A robust voice abruptly reverberated, causing the very air to tremble. Within the Grand Hall, winds of change surged. Zhao Ningxiang's countenance reflected her uncertainty, as she found herself at a loss. Though those who spoke were merely at the nascent stages of their journeys, still needing to respectfully address her as senior, they were nonetheless prodigies of their respective sects, representing formidable entities that far surpassed the standing of a second-rate merchant sect like Jingxian Mountain Manor. She sighed softly, regretting that despite her favorable impression, she would rather incur a loss of 1,000 spirit stones than part with the mysterious man's coveted Yu Ing Pudu. A light laugh echoed from above. The disciples from Shui Mountain, Hehuan sect, Ichi Hall, and Lu Ming Mountain Manor all felt a profound sense of familiarity with the laughter, leading to expressions of disbelief as they exchanged glances, uncertainly gazing toward the elegant chamber at the center. Xiao Jiao's fair countenance flushed crimson, her gaze wistfully recalling the peerless figure that had stood before her, shielding her from harm. With the bashfulness of a girl next door, she gently bit her lip, murmuring inwardly, could it be? Previously, Zhao Qinbi had concealed and altered his appearance and aura, even his voice modified to some extent. Now, however, he cast aside all pretense, dispensing with the talisman's effect. With a flicker of spiritual in his hand, he effortlessly breached the clandestine formation inherent to the private chamber, exposing himself to the gaze of over 1,000 individuals. His azure robes fluttered, his long hair danced in the air, his aura vast as a sea of clouds, his eyes gleaming like distant stars. Zhao Qinbi raised his clasped hands in a resonant voice, This item is of utmost importance to me. I implore my fellow cultivators to yield it to me. Zhao Qinbi, Daozi of the Eastern Lin sect, expresses his gratitude for your great kindness. The effect was akin to a meteorite plunging into the ocean, unleashing a cataclysmic surge. The 1,000-odd cultivators who craned their necks to gaze upon the second floor, regardless of their cultivation level or status, all bore expressions of yearning, their eyes laced with awe, excitement, and heartfelt admiration. For the name Zhao Qinbi now resonated like thunder throughout the southeastern region of the Tiana continent, known to all. He had manifested his power in the battle of, especially against the realm cultivator. This cultivator, once a peerless powerhouse who had cultivated to the great perfection of the realm before falling in rank, was perhaps comparable to an ordinary golden core. Yet, this formidable demon had perished at the hands of the radiant youth before their very eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ningxiang's face betrayed a mixture of amusement and resignation as she softly nodded her head. The foremost disciple of Looming Villa, Bai Zhan, stepped forward and clasped his fists in salute, stating, "Brother Zhao, the life-saving grace you bestowed upon us is deeply appreciated by all within Looming Villa. Since you desire this treasure, we would not dare to contest it." Su Xiaojiao took a deep breath, and to the astonishment of all present, she playfully blew a kiss to Zhao Qinbi, her delicate lips parting as she cheerfully said, "We of the Hahuan sect shall not contend either. However, Brother Zhao, should you find the time in the future, do visit our Hahuan sect, and we can exchange insights on our cultivation practices." The nature of these cultivation practices was well understood by the 1,000 onlookers, and their gazes toward Zhao Qinbi were imbued with a hint of mischievous amusement. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced the air, and it was none other than Xie Lingyun from Shuiwen Mountain, draped in ethereal azure silk, her face veiled like a celestial being from the heavens. She spoke, "What a shameless lot. Brother Zhao is of such noble character. Would he ever descend to such a den of filth? Should he desire company, let it be in the pristine beauty of Shuiwen Mountain, where we may admire the wonders of nature together." Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the crowd and gently proposed, "I have a humble request. Although this mysterious meteorite has already been displayed, I wish to commit an act that may be deemed inappropriate, to remove it from display and directly present it to the young master of Donglin's sect. What do you all think?" As her gaze swept the assembly, the cultivators spoke in unison, expressing their agreement, with not a single dissenting voice. While it may seem unlikely that such an act could forge a lasting bond with the promising prodigy of Donglin's sect, the crowd was acutely aware that had it not been for Zhao Qinbi's valiant efforts to avert the emergence of the Celestial Lord, the current landscape of Tiana continent would have been one of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, and this moment would never have come to pass. Hidden in the shadows, several esteemed elders of the Jin Xian Mountain Manor observed Zhao Ningxiang's audacious decision to bestow treasures. After a moment of contemplation, they chose not to voice their dissent and even felt a flicker of pride and elation within. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ningxiang's enchanting phoenix-like brows curved into a smile of fulfillment, reminiscent of a crescent moon. On her youthful and delicate visage, a surprisingly captivating smile emerged, tinged with feigned indignation as she playfully remarked, "What are you saying, dear brother? Why do you refer to me as a predecessor? Does sister truly seem so aged?" Her tone was laced with a hint of jealousy. In the grand hall, a chorus of hearty laughter erupted. Zhao Qinbi's spirited countenance turned crimson under the overwhelming wave of mirth, spreading to his ears. He felt a surge of embarrassment and, with a forced chuckle, awkwardly clasped his hands in salute, saying, "It was indeed a slip of the tongue. I should have addressed you as Sister Immortal." The laughter within the hall did not wane. Rather, it intensified, with many cultivators whistling and giving Zhao Qinbi knowing thumbs-ups. Although Zhao Qinbi was merely at the threshold of the wandering realm, none among the gathered cultivators dared to dismiss him as a mere novice. In fact, some wandering cultivators felt compelled to treat him with the respect due to a junior, swayed by his natural charisma. As for Zhao Ningxiang, the celestial being of the manifestation realm, she stood on equal footing with Zhao Qinbi, and no one found anything amiss in this regard. After all, Zhao Qinbi's illustrious achievements were well known, and in the realm of cultivation, strength has always been paramount. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhao Ningxiang hastily cleared her throat and spoke. "Esteemed friends, now that the auction has concluded, I kindly request that everyone departs in an orderly manner." A terrifying wave of power from the manifestation realm enveloped the grand hall. causing some cultivators who were causing a ruckus to regain their composure and swiftly exit the auction venue. After exchanging pleasantries with the prominent figures from various sects, Zhao Qinbi found himself, under Zhao Ningxiang's insistent and unyielding invitation, ushered into an exceedingly discreet conference room behind the grand hall. Had he not sensed Zhao Ningxiang's lack of malice, coupled with the fact that he had openly accepted a significant treasure, he might have chosen to leave on the spot. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was dim, illuminated only by a few flickering candle flames. As this transpired, 8 formidable figures from the manifestation realm emerged slowly from the shadows. Among them was a tall elder, enveloped in a radiant golden light, resembling a divine being clad in golden armor, exuding the formidable cultivation of the false Dan realm, none other than the mysterious figure who had instilled fear in Yang Hua at the Bashio Pavilion that day. The elder stepped forward and, contrary to his usual demeanor, respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to Zhao Qinbi, saying, "Young sect master, please do not take offense. We have invited you here today not with ill intent, but merely to confirm whether your earlier promises hold true. It is not that we of the Jingxian Mountain Manor are making a mountain out of a molehill, but this matter pertains to the survival and development of our sect over the past century." Zhao Ningxiang stood behind Zhao Qinbi, her hands clasped, gazing at the young man in azure with an earnest expression. However, she was slightly puzzled by Zhao Qinbi's reaction upon hearing his words. His tense frame abruptly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he exhaled a long breath of relief. "I was scared to death," Zhao Qinbi thought to himself, wiping beads of sweat from his brow with lingering trepidation. "I thought my impulsive acceptance of this treasure would lead the Golden String Manor to force a marriage between Zhao Ningxiang and me." Of course, the golden-armored elder was oblivious to Zhao Qinbi's little scheme. Otherwise, he would have found it truly absurd. Observing the shifting expressions on Zhao Qinbi's face, the elder sighed and spoke with a solemn air, "My apologies for the abruptness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean Li, the master of the Golden String Manor. These individuals behind me are the remaining manifest spirit elders of our manor. Currently, our Golden String Manor operates numerous markets and auction houses across the southeastern lands. While we appear to be infinitely prosperous and possess a bright future, we are, in reality, beset by internal and external troubles. Many jackals and tigers are watching us with covetous eyes. After all, we are merely a second-rate merchant sect. Not only do we lack a golden core immortal within our ranks, but we also have only 9 manifest spirit elders, barely enough to maintain the overall situation. In recent days, the sect master of Sky Sword Valley has privately sought me out several times, using both coercion and enticement to have the Golden String Manor merge into Sky Sword Valley and become a branch under its banner. However, the Golden String Manor is the result of our ancestors' painstaking efforts over many years, and it has only managed to develop to its current scale with great difficulty. How can we hand it over so readily and fail to live up to our ancestors' expectations? In a fit of indignation, the elder resolutely rejected the impudent demand. However, the Heavenly Sword Valley has always been known for its domineering nature, having repeatedly suppressed our marketplace, leaving us with a sense of rage that we dare not voice. Recently, I heard from the young sect master that he is willing to forge a friendship with my Jingxian Mountain Manor, fostering mutual exchanges. Thus, I inquired to ascertain whether the young sect master was merely jesting and if he possessed the authority to decide on this matter. Should the Eastern Lin sect offer protection to my Jingxian Mountain Manor, we would undoubtedly remember this great kindness and devote ourselves to being the most steadfast allies of the Eastern Lin sect. After expressing these sentiments, not only did Jean Li step forward, but also the 7 venerable elders behind him, all of whom approached Zhao Qinbi respectfully, clasping their fists in earnest supplication for assistance. Zhao Ningxiang's gaze was particularly intense, with beads of sweat cascading from her forehead, revealing the anxiety and urgency within this enchanting maiden. Zhao Qinbi's countenance grew solemn as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Does Jingxian Mountain Manor not fear being caught between a tiger at the front door and a wolf at the back? He mused. Take, for instance, Zhao Shiyun, who has endured over 5 centuries in the Golden Core realm. Why then is he now on the brink of exhaustion? Consider also the 3 strands of sword energy within him, one of which could slay even a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding his mother's demise may not be as straightforward as they appear. Conflicted thoughts surged within Zhao Qinbi. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for contemplation, even if he sought the truth. Everything must await Zhao Shiyun's emergence from seclusion before he could inquire further. For now, he forcibly suppressed his astonishment, feigning calmness as he fell into deep reflection. After a moment of contemplation with his head bowed, he lifted his gaze and swept the room with a glance before slowly posing another question. However, your merchant's way has always been driven by profit. How can I be certain that today you extend your sanctuary, but tomorrow, the Jinxian mountain manor will not thrust a dagger into our backs in pursuit of gain? As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted, growing increasingly tense. A few irritable elders of the spirit realm wore expressions of indignation. Had they not been in need of assistance, they might have spoken harshly. Zhao Ningxiang inhaled deeply, her delicate figure quivering slightly, yet a glimmer of resolve shone in her eyes. I shall not conceal it from you, young master. I, Ningxiang, am a disciple of the Jinxian mountain manor. Today, I willingly offer my life, which is intertwined with the fate of our sect, to bear your mental brand, entrusting my existence to your hands. The mental brand, once inscribed, binds one's life and death to another's will, akin to servitude, thus representing a monumental sacrifice. Yet, on her youthful and enchanting visage, there was neither resentment nor hesitation. Within her captivating phoenix-like eyes lay a profound determination, brimming with deep affection for her sect. At that moment, she bent slightly, honoring her esteemed status as a formidable elder, performing a respectful bow that revealed an exquisite and stunning allure concealed beneath her robes. However, Zhao Qinbi found no inclination to relish the enchanting scene, letting out a wistful sigh as memories of a distant past flickered to life. The countless days and nights spent within the Wheel Palace over the past 100,000 years now unfolded before him like scenes from an ancient shadow play, rendering his eyes misty, as if he had succumbed to a trance. The sect fights for its disciples, and the disciples sacrifice themselves for the sect. Zhao Ningxiang's profound attachment to her sect resonated deeply within Zhao Qinbi's heart. Who says that merchants are solely motivated by profit? Today, there exists a fair maiden who values loyalty and righteousness. Zhao Qinbi immediately grasped the soft, icy hand of the maiden, gently lifting her bowed figure. And with a wry smile and a shake of his head, he said, "Fair sister, please refrain from such actions. It is unbecoming for me." With a flourish of his sleeves, he took a deep breath, focusing his spirit, and suddenly bowed respectfully to the 9 elders of the Jinxian mountain manor, proclaiming in a clear voice, "Earlier, I, Qinbi, spoke disrespectfully. I hope the esteemed elders will not take offense. Today, I, Zhao Qinbi, as the junior sect leader of Donglin's sect and a disciple of the Tao, hereby vow with my own path, for the next 1,000 years, Donglin's sect shall forge an alliance with Jinxian mountain manor, sharing our hearts and minds, standing together through thick and thin. For the fate of one is intertwined with the fate of the other." The gravity of this oath was immense. Those who violate it shall suffer a fate worse than death, illustrating the sincerity of Zhao Qinbi in this moment. One good turn deserves another. A wave of laughter suddenly erupted in the chamber, gradually growing louder until it culminated in a harmonious chorus. At that moment, Jin Li, enveloped in golden light, was moved to tears, trembling as he spoke. "Thank you, junior sect leader, for this promise. We at Jinxian Mountain Manor shall certainly not disappoint Donglin's sect." While this alliance may seem mutually beneficial in the long run, it effectively placed the weight of immense pressure squarely upon Donglin's sect, forcing them to confront the relentless strain imposed by Tianjian Valley, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. The 7 venerable elders stepped forward, bowing deeply in silence. For great kindness does not require words of thanks. Zhao Ningxiang gazed into Zhao Qinbi's eyes, feeling an array of complex emotions: joy, gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of inexplicable melancholy. She gently pressed her lips together, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and then smiled brightly, as if a multitude of pear blossoms were in full bloom, exuding a breathtaking beauty that left no room for any wicked thoughts. "Now that our 2 clans are akin to grasshoppers on the same boat, and since we both share the surname Zhao, shall we address each other as siblings from this day forth?" Zhao Ningxiang's gaze, as serene as water, rested upon Zhao Qinbi. After a moment of surprise, Zhao Qinbi burst into hearty laughter, declaring that there was no objection to it, and that from then on, he would rely on Sister Ningxiang for guidance. Upon hearing this, a charming blush graced Zhao Ningxiang's face, and she immediately took Zhao Qinbi's hand without hesitation. a formidable aura of the spirit realm surging forth. With a slight arch of her delicate brow, her previously gentle demeanor transformed, giving way to an icy aura of lethal intent. As the elder sister, I cannot allow my brother to suffer injustice. Did that man not boast of his intent to ambush you? What of the prodigies from the central plains? I shall see if he can indeed walk away from this southeastern land today. In an instant, Zhao Ningxiang, accompanied by Zhao Chunbi, ascended from the underwater dragon palace, hurtling towards the gray-haired youth. In her enchanting phoenix-like eyes, gentleness mingled with a palpable threat. Chapter 64. The sharpening stone beyond the marketplace, along the winding, picturesque river. The air was frigid, and heavy snowflakes danced down, where a solitary fisherman in a straw raincoat sat, casting his line into the cold, snowy waters. In the stillness of midnight, the river's surface, gradually congealing into ice, reflects the luminous and crystalline moonlight, while distant echoes of crows can be heard, accompanied by the faint sounds of roosters and barking dogs from the town. The world is enveloped in silence, as if the heavens and earth have succumbed to slumber. Yet, the once mirror-like surface of the river suddenly shatters, scattering icy crystals infused with a chilling fury into the air. A beam of azure light bursts forth from the waters, illuminating the sky above the river as if it were daylight, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that flattens vast stretches of withered grass, snaps trees in half, and startles hibernating snakes from their winter slumber, sending them into a panic. The blue light, after a brief pause, rushes forth like a ferocious dragon emerging from the depths, sweeping across the expansive fields. Zhao Ningxiang, have you lost your mind? Do you realize I am Feng Yang, the designated disciple of the Blood Luo sect? Do you dare to challenge me? The Blood Luo sect will ensure that your Jin Xian mountain manor vanishes from this earth. A voice, hoarse with rage and disbelief, reverberates through the night sky. Nevertheless, the azure light shows no hesitation. As it sweeps in, it reveals a breathtaking celestial maiden, reminiscent of a figure from a mural, standing in midair alongside a robed immortal. With a graceful hand gesture, she conjures forth a torrent of spiritual energy, coalescing into a terrestrial ocean where vibrant fish swim. Seagulls soar, and the banks are adorned with fragrant irises and lush greenery, as rich clouds of water essence rise like bubbles into the atmosphere. The intrinsic battle spirit manifested by Zhao Ningxiang was, astonishingly, 100-zhang expanse of lake. This battle spirit lake slowly enveloped the gray-haired youth, akin to a celestial cage, preventing his escape. Feng Yang's expression betrayed his unease. He had orchestrated this scheme to ambush Zhao Qinbi, never anticipating that Zhao Ningxiang, a cultivator of mercantile arts, would dare to interfere, launching an attack against him and turning the tables. However, deep down, he remained convinced that Zhao Ningxiang was merely bluffing. A second-rate sect like Jinxian Mountain Manor would not risk offending a behemoth like the Blood Luo sect for a chance acquaintance. Seeing that a talisman in his possession, designed to break through restrictions, had completely failed and dissipated into ashes, Feng Yang erupted in arrogant laughter. His gaze towards Zhao Ningxiang was filled with fervent lust. "Very well," he said, "I'll give you one last chance. Kill that ignorant fool immediately, and then engage in dual cultivation with me within your battle spirit domain. If you serve me well, my Blood Luo sect might consider sparing you." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ningxiang was incandescent with rage, her radiant youthful face becoming even more captivating. Before she could speak, Zhao Qinbi descended like a brilliant star. "There's no need for you to act, Sister Ningxiang. I will slay this filthy swine." Feng Yang's face froze for a moment. Then he erupted in incredulous laughter. "You?" A half-step away from the distant excursion realm waste. However, before his laughter could fade, the figure, reminiscent of a meteor plummeting from the heavens, unleashed a powerful punch that seemed to twist and stir the very air, exploding forth towards Feng Yang's chest. As a prospective disciple of the Blood Luo sect, Feng Yang, though brimming with arrogance, did not show the slightest hint of negligence in his response. He understood well that even a lion employs its full strength when hunting a rabbit. A knowing smile spread across his face as he realized his opponent was a body cultivator. With a wide grin, Feng Yang summoned a dense, dark crimson aura that coalesced into a blood-red shield, bristling with sharp, menacing spikes, which he positioned before him. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the air, the enormous, bloodied shield shattered as easily as fragile tofu, the terrifying spikes splintering under Zhao Qinbi's punch. Feng Yang's expression shifted dramatically, yet his reflexes were swift. With a surge of crimson light from his feet, he retreated rapidly, his hands weaving intricate, mysterious seals. However, before he could complete his incantation, Zhao Qinbi seemed to shadow him, crashing down with the force of thunder and wind, a slender, obsidian blade appearing in his grasp, blending seamlessly with the impenetrable darkness of the night. Feng Yang's head throbbed with pain. He had never anticipated Zhao Qinbi to be such a formidable adversary. In a moment of reckless arrogance, he had granted his opponent the advantage, leaving him utterly passive amidst the relentless onslaught. This prospective disciple of the Blood Luo sect was ignited with intense combat fervor, especially as he found himself in such a dismal predicament before a cultivator merely at the half-step into the transcendence realm, his embarrassment and fury reaching a boiling point. In Feng Yang's hand, a mist of blood shimmered, revealing a colossal battle axe, entirely crimson, emerging from the haze. He wielded it with ferocity, conjuring a swirling tempest of sanguine winds that cleaved toward the advancing figure of Zhao Qinbi. Feng Yang, utterly astonished, felt a disconcerting sensation as if his very spirit were on the verge of being severed by Zhao Qinbi's strike. A searing pain erupted from his chest, and a faint trace of blood appeared on his pallid visage, clearly a result of the blade's ethereal energy. The blood-red giant axe, a superior spiritual artifact, was thoroughly suppressed, ensnared by delicate strands of black lightning that evoked a sense of decay and frailty. Gasping for breath, Feng Yang's blood-red pupils widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "A top-tier spiritual artifact. Who on earth are you?" Even the elevated Zhao Ningxiang was taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting astonishment as she gazed at the obsidian blade in Zhao Qinbi's grasp, filled with incredulity. This top-tier spiritual artifact, in many respects, surpassed even magical treasures in rarity, for it was a creation forged to be wielded by cultivators at the opening of the mansion, Second Realm of Wandering, possessing such terrifying might and quality that it severely tested the craftsmanship of any armorer, with success rates alarmingly low. In Zhao Ningxiang's scrutinizing gaze toward Zhao Qinbi, a plethora of complex emotions surfaced, and she couldn't help but feel that allying with the Eastern Lin sect was perhaps the wisest decision of her life. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinbi wore a playful smile, leisurely circling Feng Yang, the implication clear. He was the one destined to bring about Feng Yang's demise. Veins pulsated ominously on Feng Yang's forehead, and without uttering another word, his hands transformed into claws, ruthlessly tearing at his own chest. In Zhao Qinbi's incredulous gaze, he directly ripped away a piece of flesh from his torso. Once severed, the piece of flesh seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing unnaturally, sending chills down onlookers' spines and evoking a profound sense of revulsion in Zhao Qinbi. Mere moments later, the flesh morphed into a foul, sanguine mist, which, under the relentless urging of Feng Yang's blood-colored spiritual energy, coalesced into a grotesque behemoth with 4 arms and 6 legs, sprouting a pair of wings, dripping with blood. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a savage roar, lunging ferociously toward Zhao Qinbi. Meanwhile, Feng Yang's complexion rapidly paled, clearly indicating the immense toll this bizarre incantation exacted upon him. A bloodthirsty excitement flickered in his eyes, regardless of your identity. Zhao Ningxiang must have the backing of a powerful sect to dare to strike against me. If I eliminate you, I wonder if Jin Xianshan will still have the audacity to leave me here. I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, forcing Zhao Ningxiang to submit beneath me in a twisted revenge for today's affront. The blood-faced beast stirred up a crimson tempest, charging at Zhao Qinbi like a small mountain. Before it could close the distance, a thick, unyielding aura of corrupted blood began to envelop the area. However, Zhao Qinbi, with his stellar spirit body fueled to its utmost, radiated a shimmering brilliance, repelling the sanguine energy that sought to invade. At this juncture, Zhao Ningxiang has ensnared Feng Yang with her battle spirit, compelling Zhao Qinbi to engage in a fierce struggle. In truth, Zhao Qinbi has orchestrated this encounter deliberately, seeking to clash with her opponent using his spiritual prowess, thereby allowing himself to be forged under immense pressure, culminating in the manifestation of that unparalleled Ashen Thunder Dao platform. Feng Yang serves as a prime sharpening stone, intended to hone Zhao Qinbi into a legendary blade capable of cleaving the sun and moon asunder. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qinbi felt the starlight around him dim, as he gradually withdrew his physical strength into his being. Simultaneously, tumultuous thunder surged forth, with finger-thick bolts of grayish-black lightning coursing erratically across his elongated form, exuding an aura of oppressive dread. Feng Yang's countenance shifted with alarm. He dared not underestimate the situation. Although Zhao Qinbi's spiritual cultivation was merely at the threshold of the half-step transcendence realm, the menacing presence emanating from him showed no signs of abating. With both hands, Zhao Qinbi gripped a massive bow, curved like a waning crescent moon. As he fervently channeled his spiritual energy, he slowly drew the bowstring back, and a pitch-black lightning arrow began to coalesce, radiating an essence of utter annihilation. The arrow emitted no overtly terrifying fluctuations. However, as its tip locked onto Feng Yang, he felt a profound sense of withering within his very psyche. Chapter 65, Breaking Through the Realm. The black lightning arrow rent the air asunder, akin to a celestial thunderbolt cleaving through clouds and stone, immediately locking onto Feng Yang's presence with unyielding precision. Surrounded by Zhao Ningxiang's innate battle spirit, he found himself trapped, with no avenue for escape. Feng Yang, fully aware that Zhao Qinbi intended to use him as a whetstone, seethed with inner fury. For over 20 years, he has ascended by treating others merely as stepping stones, treading upon countless corpses to attain his current stature and position, ultimately becoming one of the 7 prospective disciples of the Blood Luo sect, with aspirations to contest for the coveted title of true sect disciple. However, this night, the tides have turned. Do you not fear a fate of utter annihilation should you wish to sharpen your blade through my aid to break through your limits? Feng Yang bellowed, a flicker of brutal malice evident in his countenance. With a sudden clap of his hands, a torrent of blood spiritual power surged forth recklessly, coalescing into a pair of enormous, blood-red hands, veins bulging ominously as they lunged towards Zhao Qinbi. The blood path, the grasp of blood demons. Before the grip could seize him, Zhao Qinbi felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, the air surrounding him thickening to a steel-like density, rendering him immobile. He instinctively sought to harness his physical strength to break free from this terrifying pressure, yet he restrained this impulse at the last moment. A melodious chime resonated, as Zhao Qinbi surreptitiously activated the exquisite spiritual artifact known as the Clear Spirit Bell, obtained from within the Xuanwu Tower. The momentum of the blood-red hands faltered, and amidst visible waves of sound, a hint of disintegration emerged. However, Zhao Qinbi's spiritual power flowed like a torrential river, and had it not been for the robust and enduring nature of his purple-gold spiritual reservoir, he would have been drained to a mere husk from exerting such an intense force upon a superior artifact. Seizing the moment of hesitation from the blood hand, Zhao Qinbi felt his body loosen, and he promptly summoned a protective spiritual light, employing a technique of lightness to retreat rapidly. Meanwhile, the black lightning arrow struck down in an instant, crashing against the blood-red barrier conjured by Feng Yang's hand. The shattered lightning arrow, instead of exploding outright, transmuted into wisps of ashen-black electrical energy. Seizing the moment of his complacency, these tendrils infiltrated the sanguine barrier, permeating Feng Yang's very being. A sharp, gnawing pain assailed his flesh, akin to the relentless bite of ants, causing his spiritual power and vitality to wither. What manner of lightning is this? Feng Yang exclaimed, hastily summoning his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, transforming it into a frenzied surge of blood essence to suppress the bizarre electricity. Concurrently, Zhao Qinbi was teetering on the precipice of defeat under the relentless, tireless assault of the crimson-masked behemoth. Were it not for the silver flower basket artifact, also procured from the Xuanwu Pagoda, which ceaselessly emitted disorienting and beguiling mists, Zhao Qinbi would have undoubtedly fallen prey to the beast's grasp. Yet, Zhao Qinbi remained resolute, refraining from employing her physical prowess. A steadfast gleam shone in her eyes, deterring Zhao Ningxiang, who had repeatedly considered intervention, from lending assistance. Though of limited intellect, the crimson-masked behemoth was exceptionally savage and tyrannical. Frustrated by its prolonged inability to tear Zhao Qinbi asunder, it descended into a state of. With a sudden unfurling of its sanguine wings, it unleashed a torrent of blood, plummeting from the heavens toward Zhao Qinbi. The velocity was overwhelming, leaving no avenue for evasion. Ashen thunder art, thunderous eruption, Zhao Qinbi declared, her countenance ashen. Compelling the meager spiritual energy within her chi repository, she conjured a dense, intricate web of jet-black lightning, detonating and fracturing the air incessantly. In this critical juncture, the web enveloped the colossal form of the crimson-masked behemoth. Upon contact, a cacophony of crackling and searing erupted, accompanied by an intense aura of decay. The crimson-masked beast faltered, emitting a pained lamentation. However, Zhao Qinbi dared not to relax in the slightest. Instead, he held his breath and focused intently, as if facing a formidable adversary. From a distance of 10 feet, a colossal axe, forged from the essence of blood and vitality, came crashing down with astonishing speed. A profound sense of life and death crisis enveloped Zhao Qinbi's mind. Should he fail to summon the strength of his physical form, he would surely be cleaved in two. Life and death hung in the balance for but a fleeting moment. Yet, on the youthful visage, marked by elegance and charm, a hint of madness emerged. Zhao Qinbi did not flinch or evade. Instead, he channeled the last remnants of his spiritual energy, transforming it into a sphere of lightning that he hurled with great force towards the giant axe. In that instant, a potent aroma of death assailed his senses, and every cell in his body trembled with terror. The dread of mortality is an insurmountable horror that arises within all hearts. A tremendous pressure cascaded upon him, compelling the once stagnant, solidified spiritual energy within his core to coalesce anew. Without the aid of crystallization elixirs, thunder from the heavens descended. From the sky above, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a column, crashed down, penetrating Zhao Ningxiang's innate battle spirit space and striking directly above Zhao Qinbi's head. The blood-red axe disintegrated in an instant. Zhao Ningxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze fixed upon the lightning pie within the amethyst qi repository. An immense surge of thunderous power ceaselessly poured in, incessantly coalescing and compressing under the crushing weight of the enigmatic golden essence, before being ferociously channeled into the nascent Tao platform. Simultaneously, Zhao Qinbi, with every fiber of his being, unleashed a prodigious suction, drawing forth the unique aquatic spiritual energy and concentrated essence of water inherent to Zhao Ningxiang's intrinsic battle spirit, infusing it into the very core of the Tao platform. The confluence of thunder and water spurred an immediate and frenzied condensation, the pristine nature of the spiritual energy providing a substantial impetus for the platform's solidification. High above, Zhao Ningxiang's complexion grew pallid, her breath labored, as her physical and spiritual reserves rapidly depleted. Yet, she offered no resistance, willingly allowing Zhao Qinbi to siphon her primordial aquatic spiritual energy. In this fusion, the tempestuous thunderous aura within Zhao Qinbi's qi repository reciprocated, permeating Zhao Ningxiang's intrinsic great lake, engendering a minuscule seed of lightning within her battle spirit, taking root in the lake's deepest recesses. Zhao Ningxiang's fair countenance flushed crimson, her delicate frame quivered, and she involuntarily emitted an alluring sigh of contentment, murmuring, "Indeed, though devoid of corporeal contact, this is virtually indistinguishable from dual cultivation." At this juncture, Zhao Qinbi bellowed with sudden force, as the resilient and meticulously forged ashen thunder platform within his qi repository instantaneously materialized into its final form. A tempestuous surge of electrical energy erupted in a cataclysmic torrent, causing Zhao Qinbi's garments to disintegrate, revealing the sculpted contours of his lithe physique, adorned with well-defined musculature. His long hair billowed in the tumultuous thunder, exuding an air of unassailable dominance, yet his visage was strikingly elegant, imbued with a trace of youthful innocence, radiating a peculiar charm. He slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shot forth, all the electric energy within him coalescing into a singularity, concentrated upon the obsidian-gray thunder platform, which boasted intricate golden-purple veins and an overwhelming spiritual energy. A more formidable aura surged forth, characteristic of those who had transcended to the realm of distant travel, an unending essence of vitality. A layer of lightning emerged from his skin, transforming into an ethereal gray robe that enveloped Zhao Qinbi's tall and powerful frame. He stepped forward with a gentle smile, gazing at the trembling Feng Yang, and softly declared, "Now it is my turn. You, who are you?" Under the weight of this oppressive aura, Feng Yang felt his mind teetering on the brink of collapse, his voice quavering. Although Zhao Qinbi was merely at the early stage of the distant travel realm, the momentum he exhibited surpassed that of Feng Yang, who was at the late stage. Zhao Qinbi stretched his body leisurely and smiled. "Since your death is imminent, allow me to ensure your demise is clear and unequivocal. My name is Zhao Qinbi, the disciple of the Donglin sect." A clap of heavenly thunder resounded in Feng Yang's heart. He trembled in disbelief. an unprecedented terror flooding his eyes, and tears welled up as he instantly fell to his knees, wailing in agony. Brother Zhao. No, elder brother Zhao. I beseech you, spare me this once, and I shall forever remember your mercy. Feng Yang clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly in a plea for mercy. It was not surprising that he found himself in such a pitiful state. The formidable reputation of Zhao Qinbi instilled a profound sense of helplessness, extinguishing any spark of resistance within him. Regret consumed him, as he lamented that had he known the individual before him was Zhao Qinbi, he would never have dared to provoke him, nor would he have ventured into the underwater dragon palace in the first place. Despair enveloped him as Zhao Qinbi's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. He shook his head and declared, "Let the dead remain dead." His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated like thunderclaps. In my life, I detest 3 types of individuals. Firstly, those who betray their kin and friends, forsaking their own sect. Secondly, the hypocritical deities who assume an air of superiority. And thirdly, those like you, malicious beings who harm the innocent and are ruthless, deserving of universal condemnation. Upon hearing these words, Feng Yang, in his desperation, was overtaken by a desire for mutual destruction. He roared in madness, his skin fracturing and disintegrating, transforming him into a monstrous blood demon, lunging towards Zhao Qinbi. Yet Zhao Qinbi remained unfazed, his arms shimmering with celestial light and crackling with thunderous energy, unleashing a wave of chilling intensity. A minuscule star continuously shattered and reformed, gradually taking shape. With a single punch, the ferocious blood demon that Feng Yang had sacrificed his very essence to become was obliterated, as if the encroaching night had been vanquished by the dawn, vanishing entirely in an instant, leaving no trace of its existence behind. Chapter 66. The thunder pool of the body. After Zhao Qinbi retracted his fist, his complexion turned as pale as paper, and he appeared to have lost some weight. Fortunately, he did not suffer the same fate as during his battle with the Celestial Lord, where he was left in a pitiful state after unleashing a lethal strike. At that moment, as the Tao platform within him continually communicated and connected with the heavens and earth, forming a cycle of the great Tao, the once depleted purple gold Qi palace began to brim with spiritual energy once more. Thunderous lotuses began to sprout, visibly revitalizing Zhao Qinbi's aura at an astonishing pace. This marked the most significant distinction between entering the realm of far travel and the opening of the palace. His inner spiritual energy had established a ceaseless communication and circulation with the universe. Suddenly, the lake beneath his feet quivered, gradually transforming into specks of spiritual light that coalesced into a resplendent galaxy, rushing into the brow